Chapter 721. Common Culture. Dad, I'm leaving. In a spaceport outside the Julu Starry Sky continent, Chen-Chua said goodbye to his father impatiently, eager to board the spaceship heading to the Tianshan River system to meet his Starry Sky beast friend. That, if possible. Still, Qin Xiaojiang looked at his son, who was in high spirits, thought for a while, and stopped talking in the middle of the sentence. Originally, he wanted to say that if possible, this dinner treat would be waived. A big meal with 7 or 8 giant starry beasts would be a big deal. Tens of millions of Chinese coins are definitely indispensable. Although Qin Xiaojiang himself is a scientist, his income is still very good, and he has invested in a technology company based on his technology, which is considered a small fortune. But when he thinks about tens of millions of Chinese dollars being spent like this, he feels a little sad. However, in the empire, people have always been very committed and trustworthy. I used to encourage my children to make more friends, but now I have changed my mind, which will make it difficult for my son to do so. After thinking about it, I decided to forget it. Just tens of millions. It's not that I really can't afford it, but if my son invites the Starry Sky beast to dinner again in the future. Son, remember not to invite guests to dinner casually in the future. After warning again, Qin Xiaojiang seemed a little helpless. He was a friend of the Starry Sky giant, and he really couldn't do it without some worth. At least, he couldn't talk casually when he was treating guests to dinner. I know. Chen-Chua was a little impatient, and said very perfunctorily, and the figure was already eager to board the spaceship bound for the Tianshan River system. The Tianshan River was originally the core river system of the Tianshan clan, and now it is also a place where the Tianshan clan gathers. In a void, huge spaceports are busy, and spaceships start from here, ups and downs. At the same time, in the void, huge Starry Sky behemoths are also busy. As the Starry Sky behemoths gradually integrate into the empire, study, work, entertainment, and leisure have gradually become the daily lives of the Starry Sky behemoths. In order to satisfy the Starry Sky behemoths, due to the huge appetites of the behemoths, the scientists of the empire have also thought of various ways to give the Starry Sky behemoths a job and enough to support their families. Several smaller Starry Sky beasts gathered together. At a glance, it was obvious that these Starry Sky beasts were still underage, only half the size of adult Starry Sky beasts. Has Chen-Chua arrived? He said that he has almost arrived at our Tianshan River system. He probably has to wait a little longer. Is he really going to treat us to a big dinner? I haven't eaten meat or drank wine for a long time. If he said he would treat guests to dinner, he would certainly treat him to dinner. Several little Starry Sky beasts chatted non-stop. It was their first time meeting friends on the internet in real life. The key was that this friend was a native of the empire. Several Starry Sky beasts are waiting very patiently. The little Starry Sky beasts don't have to work, and they study in the virtual network, so they usually appear to be very leisurely and carefree. I'm coming! At this time, a spaceship descended into the void with bursts of space fluctuations. Then the spaceship slowly docked into a spaceport, and a Starry Sky beast immediately screamed excitedly. Soon, a figure appeared in the void, and flashed one after another to the position in the void where several giant starry beasts were. The figure paused, and it turned out to be Chen-Chua, who was only a teenager. This Chen-Chua is also a genius in yuanli cultivation. He has already practiced to the point where he can physically cross the void when he was only a teenager. This is why his father can safely let him wander in the universe alone. In addition to the safe social environment of the empire, his own strong yuanli cultivation is also a very important reason. Being able to physically cross the void means that there is no need to worry about the minimum safety in the universe. Moreover, walking more in the universe will also be beneficial to deepening the cultivation of yuanli in the future. It will also be helpful to understand nature and break through the immortal level in the future. Are you King Kong? Are you Yuan Dazhuang? Are you Sun Wukong? Chen-Chua looked at the huge beasts around him. Although they were Starry Sky beasts that were still underage, compared to a little kid like himself, they were all very huge, and he suddenly felt as small as an ant. Ha ha! I am King Kong! Yes, it's me! My hair is pretty. Right. I'm the Monkey King like Sun Wukong in Journey to the West. The Starry Sky beasts were very happy to see Chen-Chua. They chattered and rushed to introduce themselves. After the Celestial God tribe joined the empire, they began to get in touch with the culture of the empire and the virtual network. Soon they became as fast as other Starry Sky beast groups, integrated into the culture and environment of the empire. Like other starry sky behemoth groups, it has become a fashion for the Celestial clan to have a resounding imperial name. Because of apes, most of the Celestial behemoths have surnames such as Jin, Yuan, Monkey, and Sun. Soon, Chinchua and these starry sky beasts became a group. There was no difference between them because of their different races. Because they had deeper similarities with each other. They were both new generations who were deeply influenced by Chinese culture and grew up. Have something in common that goes deeper into the soul. Apart from being different in size, they are all the same in terms of language, way of speaking, attitude towards doing things, etc. Furthermore, they have many common topics. And when they talk about games, they talk endlessly. Culture is what can truly bring souls together. And this is something that the Empire has always spared no effort to promote. Since ancient times, we have said, if the barbarians and come to China, they will be with China. If China is with barbarians, then the barbarians will be with them. The meaning of this sentence is very clear. Only those who are influenced by Chinese culture are real Chinese. Otherwise, even if they have the same face as Chinese, they cannot be regarded as Chinese. The ancients knew the importance of culture very well. On a huge starry sky continent in the Tianshan River system, Chinchua sat on Jin Guang's shoulders and looked at the pile of meat in front of him, which was as huge as a mountain. At this time, he finally understood why his father said not to treat guests to dinner casually. At this time, several of his starry sky beast friends were devouring the barbecue, and the mountain-like pile of meat was shrinking at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, a mountain-like pile of meat was eaten clean by several starry sky beasts, and none of them seemed to be full. This appetite was really too big, and even a few million Chinese coins would only be enough. Just a little appetizer. However, since he agreed to treat the guests to dinner, Chinchua also acted generously, and quickly ordered several piles of meat to be brought up so that his friends could enjoy the meal. After destroying 5 or 6 mountains of meat, 3 or 4 hills of cereals, and several lakes of drinks and beer, Chinchua's starry sky beast friends were finally full. It feels so good. I haven't had such a delicious barbecue for a long time. Thank you. King Kong took a beautiful sip of beer and said to Chinchua, who was on his shoulder. Compared with the huge size of the starry sky beast, Chinchua was like a small ant. If you didn't look carefully, you wouldn't have noticed that there was something on his shoulder. There is a person. You're welcome. We are good friends, Chinchua said very grandly. Which of you will settle the bill? At this time, an adult Tianshan tribe came over. As it moved, the ground was shaking continuously. This starry sky continent hotel was opened by the Tianshan tribe themselves. People of their own tribe can eat first and pay later. If it is when going to restaurants owned by other ethnic groups, you need to pay first before eating. How much is it? Send me your bank account number, Chinchua said very directly. A total of 23 million. The waiter from the Celestial clan thought it was King Kong talking and handed a bill directly to King Kong. I pay for it. Here, Chinchua said angrily and loudly. Who is speaking? The waiter from the Celestial clan was dumbfounded when he saw that King Kong had no explanation. Because if he didn't look carefully, he couldn't find Chinchua at all. Chinchua flew up helplessly, flew to the huge bill, and took a quick look. But there was nothing. The problem. What's your account number? Chinchua spoke again. You pay the bill? The other party widened his eyes and looked at Chinchua. A little unbelievable. Very few people in the Empire invited the starry sky beast to eat. Because the starry sky beast had such a big appetite that most people couldn't afford it. Even fewer people came here to eat. No! I'm inviting a few of my friends to dinner. Is there any need to make a fuss? Chinchua pouted, expressing his dissatisfaction. Okay, of course. It's really an honor for them to be friends with you, the waiter said with a smile, looking at the few underage Celestial clan children who were rarely pleased. Since it's your treat, I'll tell the boss that the change will be waived and you can just pay 20 million. You treat our Celestial clan sincerely, and our Celestial clan also treats our friends very sincerely. You guys must entertain your friends well, but don't embarrass our Celestial clan. The waiter is obviously proud of the Tianshan clan. This starry sky continental hotel is opened by Jin Guang, the leader of the Tianshan clan. The waiters here used to be people under Jin Guang, and their status in the Tianshan clan is not low. Yes. Several little starry sky beasts nodded solemnly one by one. The world of the starry sky beast is very simple. If you are good to it, it will be good to you. There are not too many tricks and things are straightforward. Chen Chua paid the money with some pain. 20 million Huaxia coins, which was a huge sum of money. His father's words also echoed in his heart. But after looking at a few friends around him, it seemed that the money was worth it. Chapter 722, an empire that develops by leaps and bounds. Time is passing slowly, and 10 million years have passed in the blink of an eye. In the imperial palace of the Centaur Galaxy in the Chinese star boundary galaxy, Li Fu was lying on an old man's chair. As the chair rocked, he fell into a drowsy state. Tens of millions of years have passed, and this place still maintains its original appearance. But this palace has been renovated countless times. The plants in the palace have been replaced many times, but all of the appearance still remains the same as before. Midsummer is very hot, and the light from the stars is scorching the earth. However, in the back garden of the palace, the big leaf sycamore tree provides the coolest place. The shade under this big tree is more natural than the shade brought by the air conditioner. More comfortable. Sitting under the shade of a big tree will make you drowsy immediately. Li Fu closed his eyes and began to feel drowsy, as if he was taking a lunch break. But in fact, at Li Fu's level of cultivation, it doesn't matter whether he sleeps or not. It's just that Li Fu is used to this kind of lifestyle, and is used to it every day. Lying under the shade of a tree, taking a nap, and quietly thinking about the major events of the empire. In the past 10 million years, the empire has experienced unprecedented rapid development. Since its expansion to the star boundary, the empire's army has never stopped expanding. Almost every 10 years or so, the empire will expand to a star realm, and more star realms will be included in the empire's rule. Relying on more and more advanced space transmission technology, the distance between the star realm and the star realm, which often takes hundreds of millions of light years to calculate, has become a very short distance. Coupled with the empire's powerful biological combatants and the starry sky beast core, the army is invincible. And as the sword points, star realms are constantly being merged into the empire's territory. Thousands of years have passed, and the seeds of China have been sown in star realms, taking root and sprouting, turning the starry skies into the cradle of the Chinese nation. And the power of the empire has become unprecedentedly powerful. The explosive growth of population has brought an endless stream of talents of all kinds to the empire. And the empire has also continued to make progress in biotechnology and space technology. Biotechnology is the main technology developed by the empire. Thousands of years have passed, and the empire's biological warfare soldiers have become more powerful. Combined with the powerful genes of the starry beasts, the empire has created more powerful and terrifying biological warfare units. Often to conquer a new star realm, the empire does not even need to dispatch space battleships. It only needs to send biological soldiers there. After conquering star realms one after another, the imperial military not only suffered no casualties, but became more and more powerful. The powerful biological warfare soldiers were invincible. For the star continent where the empire is located, the level of civilization development among the star realms is the highest. It's level 5. And I haven't even encountered a level 6 cosmic civilization. Sweeping these civilizations couldn't be easier. In terms of space technology, space transmission technology continues to develop, successfully connecting dual spacetime gates to each other, and accurately transmitting distances of more than 10 billion light-years at a time. A distance of 10 billion light-years is enough to span dozens of huge star realms. This is why the empire will continue to expand externally, because of the rapid development of transportation technology. Despite the continuous expansion of the empire, there are still internal conflicts among each other. The connection between them is getting closer and closer, and there is no need to worry about the situation of being unable to bear it. No matter how far apart they are, they can be quickly resisted through space teleportation. Conquering star realms is also very simple and easy. All you need to do is build a space gate and teleport the empire's army there. Basically, it's the same as on the map. It's so easy to plant a flag. In addition to space transmission technology, the empire has also made breakthroughs in the new field of space freezing. This is also due to these starry sky beasts that set sail for the star world. The starry sky continent built by the starry sky beasts contains the secret of space freezing. The empire space scientists have conducted careful research on the starry sky continent. After tens of millions of years, they have also made a breakthrough in space freezing. Space freezing can not only use this technology to build a huge starry sky continent, but also use this technology to create powerful space weapons. The space freezing attack uses the powerful ability of space freezing to completely freeze a void, in order to achieve the purpose of destroying and trapping the enemy alive. With the Empire's current space technology, Even without biotechnology, the Empire can still move vertically and horizontally, including space folding defense, space strangulation attack, space teleportation, and space freezing. The Empire's achievements in the field of space technology are already comparable to those of the top level 6 compared with cosmic civilization. If all space technologies are researched, the Empire can enter the ranks of level 7 cosmic civilization in terms of space technology. The space technology Empire has developed quite well. Next, we should pay more attention to the integration of space technology. Integration is the king. Otherwise, even if we research all the space technology, it will be very difficult to integrate it later. The Han Technology Empire began to focus on the integration of space technology when it was a level 6 cosmic civilization. In the end, it was integrated with time technology, breaking through to become a super civilization and controlling the power of the 3 elements. In his mind, Li Fu was thinking about the future development path of the Empire. With the guidance of the seeds of civilization, Li Fu knew very well that the development path of space-time technology must ultimately follow the 3-dimensional integration of time, space, and Yuanli. If you take the road of integration from the beginning, it may be very difficult at the beginning. After all, there are still many people who don't understand or can't figure out space technology, how to integrate. As for time technology, the scientists of the Empire now have no idea at all. I don't understand. Integration is very, very difficult. But precisely because it is difficult, we have to stick to this path. If we don't pay attention to integration from the beginning, it will be even more difficult to integrate after all the space technology is developed. The large level 7 cosmic civilizations in the universe did not notice this. So they only discovered after studying all the spaces that space technologies can be integrated with each other. However, it was already too late. By the time the level 7 cosmic civilization reached at this stage, the integration of space technology is far more difficult than at the level 6 cosmic civilization. This is like walking. At the beginning, you focus on integration, and the walk may be very difficult. But later on, the walk will become smoother. If different paths diverge and go in their own directions at the beginning, you will finally want to integrate again. It would be difficult, almost impossible, to do so together. Now the Empire has made some achievements in space technology, but there is still a certain way to go before it can develop all space technology. This is the most appropriate time to pursue space fusion. Once space technologies are integrated with each other, such as space folding and space strangulation, the defense of space folding will become more powerful, and it will also have terrifying attack capabilities. By merging space teleportation and space folding, the distance of space teleportation can be greatly improved, and at the same time, space teleportation will be more accurate and faster. The integration of different space technologies brings different effects. If all space technologies are integrated together, they can form an extremely powerful attack and defense, becoming the pinnacle of level 7 cosmic civilization. If time technology is involved, it can reach the peak of level 7, level 8 cosmic civilization. The development of biotechnology has almost entered a bottleneck period. How will we take the road from now on? Thinking of biotechnology, Li Fu couldn't help but frown even with his eyes closed. The development path of biotechnology was not guided by the seeds of civilization. All of this had to be crossed by the Empire itself by feeling the stones. Slowly exploring. This may be the most worrying thing for Li Fu now. Since the Empire is preparing to take the path of biotechnology, it will naturally not change easily. However, how should this biotechnology go in the future? There is no direction now. I always feel that the road ahead is full of fog and unknowns. This is why Li Fu attaches great importance to the development of space technology. Because if the path of biotechnology is very difficult, and the Empire needs strong power to protect it, then space-time technology is a good choice. There's always a solution to any problem. Li Fu could only comfort himself in this way. Biotechnology could only cross the river slowly by feeling the stones, step by step. Although it was difficult, the power of biotechnology had also benefited the Empire a lot. Not to mention anything else. The cost to the Empire for conquering each of the star realms was very small. The Imperial military did not even suffer any casualties. It could easily take down each and every one of them just by relying on the huge biological soldiers. In the star realm, such powerful biotechnology is not available in other technologies. The Empire has conquered more than 1 million star realms so far, but the boundary of the star continent has not yet been discovered. It seems that the star continent where our Empire is located is a relatively large star continent. Thinking of the Empire's foreign conquests, Li Fu also had a smile on his face. Relying on the powerful biological defeat and advanced space transmission technology, the Empire's plan to occupy a star continent was also progressing very smoothly. According to the information obtained from Huiyun Xiaoyu, a star continent generally consists of more than 1 million star realms. Of course, some barren star continents may only have hundreds of thousands of star realms, and rich star continents may have there are millions of star realms. Generally, a star continent with more than 1 million star realms can be considered a relatively rich star continent. Having occupied more than 1 million star continents, it can be said that most of the entire star continent has been included in the Empire's territory. It can basically be declared that the entire star continent belongs to the Empire. Well, if you want a nice name, Kyushu is a pretty good name. Li Fu closed his eyes and kept thinking in his mind. Chapter 723. Visitors from the Tianyan Empire. There is a huge star map in Li Fu's mind. Every point on it is a star realm. Millions of star realms make up the current territory of the Empire, like a large ball of star sand condensed together. In fact, judging from the current population of the Empire, it will still take a long time to fill the Chinese star realm. Now it has expanded to millions of star realms and almost occupies the entire star continent. It can be said to be a truly vast people. Dilute. In the star realm on the edge of the Empire, which has not been newly conquered for a long time, the population of the Empire is very sparse in the entire star realm. Even though the people of the Empire are keen on space immigration, the imperial government has issued many policies to encourage space immigration. But in the star realm on the edge, the population is still very sparse. The population is small, but the territory is finally occupied by the Empire and marked with the Empire's mark. The Empire has advanced space transmission technology. As time goes by, the population of the Empire continues to grow explosively. Sooner or later, the descendants of Yin and Huang the figure will also be spread across every starry sky. The Empire's crazy expansion for thousands of years is naturally not entirely for the sake of a huge territory. In fact, more importantly, it is to occupy the entire star continent so that it can better appear on the big stage of the universe. It is also to prevent powerful civilizations from the universe from occupying it, the star continent where the Empire is located. After all, this is a newly derived star continent in the universe. Whichever powerful civilization in the universe occupies this star continent first will belong to it. If the Empire does not occupy it, it is likely to conflict with the powerful civilization in the future. Occupy it first. This is the territory of the Empire. Even if a powerful civilization comes over, the Empire can confidently declare its ownership of this star continent and abide by the rules among powerful civilizations in the universe. Of course, if a civilization shamelessly comes to seize the Empire's territory, then there will definitely be a fight. At that time, it will ultimately depend on whose fist is stronger. The plan to occupy a star continent is almost completed. It is estimated that in about 1 million years at most, the entire 9 provinces star continent will be integrated into the Empire's territory. It's just that it's worth thinking about how to manage the development of such a huge territory. The territory is too big, and sometimes it is an annoying thing. Li Fu shook his chair with a smile on his face. The Empire occupied a star continent and would soon enter the cosmic stage and stand among the powerful clans in the universe. This is what Li Fu wanted to see. The rewards in the interstellar universe are sometimes too low. Few people on the edge of the star realm are willing to move there. This is a problem. It seems that sometimes the effect of incentives alone is limited. When it reaches a certain level, the incentives are not too great. Big effect. It seems that we need to bring out our feelings, dreams, and family, country, and world again. Otherwise, today's young people are really not enthusiastic and proactive enough about interstellar immigration. Thinking of the development of the Empire's remote star realms, Li Fu had another headache. The Empire's territory was expanding too fast, and the development and immigration work could not keep up. Just when Li Fu was worrying about how to develop the huge territory of the Empire, in a void very far away from the Kyushu star continent where the Empire was located, a fleet of more than 10,000 space battleships was flying rapidly in the void, flying towards the direction of the Empire. There are 10,000 space battleships. Each space battleship is not very big. If placed in the Empire, it can only be regarded as a small space vehicle. However, the speed of these space battleships is indeed quite astonishing and terrifying. With the fluctuations of space, this fleet can teleport hundreds of millions of light years each time. Moreover, in the huge universe, these space battleships seem to be fearless at all. Not afraid of any space cracks or space cracks. Storms and stuff like that. Even in the dark abyss between the star realm and the star realm, these space battleships are walking on flat ground, seemingly not caring about these terrible space storms, space cracks and the like. Looking carefully, the space near these space battleships seems to have undergone huge changes. There is a faint stream of light flowing, and even time seems to be different. A small space battleship can actually use space to teleport, and can teleport hundreds of millions of light years at a time. If the space scientists of the Empire knew this, they would definitely be amazed. It is obvious that the civilization to which this small fleet belongs has made extraordinary achievements in space technology. The space transmission technology has been able to be miniaturized, and can be installed on space battleships. Space battleships formed a strange formation in the void, and with the space teleportation again and again, they were getting closer and closer to the Kyushu star continent where the Empire was located. Take a careful look at the logos on these space battleships. Each space battleship has a red fire cloud logo on it, which is lifelike, like a burning fire cloud, and like the sunset on the horizon in the evening. If anyone who is familiar with the symbols of major civilizations in the universe sees it, they will definitely recognize it immediately. This is the space battleship of the Level 8 Universe Civilization Tianyun Empire. In a space battleship, people from the Tianyun Empire are busy. The appearance of these Tianyun Empire people is almost the same as that of the Imperial people, except that they have a cloud-shaped mark on their foreheads. The colors of this cloud-shaped logo are also different. Some are blue, purple, cyan and so on. The most common ones are blue, cyan, etc., and purple ones are relatively rare. As for people with a fiery red cloud mark, like Huiyun Qiuyun, they are even rarer. Among the more than 10,000 space battleships, this is the only one. There is one person in the battleship who has this fiery red cloud mark. This man is tall, about 1.9 meters tall, very handsome, with eyes as deep and vast as stars, with flying eyebrows and a tall nose. He is a standard super handsome guy. Your Highness, it's useless for you to be anxious now. We can only believe that Jiren has his own destiny. Next to this man, a man with a purple cloud mark on his forehead, who looked about 40 or 50 years old, said to this man very respectfully, his name is Ziyun Celestial Phenomenon. He is a person who is proficient in deduction and prediction in the Tianyun Empire, the master of martial arts. Hey, that's the only way it can be. Those damn Zergan parasites. Sooner or later, I will kill them all. The man's name is Huiyun Mingqiu, and his identity is quite extraordinary. The surname Huiyun is the surname of the royal family of the Tianyun Empire. Huiyun Niaoqi is one of the many princes of the current emperor of the Tianyun Empire, and Huiyun Qiuyue is brothers and sisters from the same father and mother. He cares more about the life and death of his own sister than anyone else, so he has always worked tirelessly to travel around the universe, looking for his sister's whereabouts and trying to rescue her. When he talked about Zergan civilization, his eyes flashed with red light, seemingly hiding endless anger, enough to burn a large swath of the void. Your Highness, don't worry too much. According to my current divination, His Highness Huiyun Qiuyue is still alive, and judging from the recent divination, it seems that the divination is getting more and more auspicious. Ziyun Tianxiang looked at Huiyun with a mysterious look and nodded slightly. For the Zergan civilization, the entire Tianyun Empire hated it to the core, and wished to uproot the Zergan civilization and crush its bones into ashes. Back then, the Zergan civilization tried to control the Tianyun Empire, which caused the empire to suffer heavy losses. Many tribesmen were controlled by parasites, and even the Princess Huiyun Qiuyue of the royal family was parasitized. The hatred for the parasitic civilization Zergan civilization made the Tianyun Empire pursue the Zergan civilization all over the universe. Wherever the Zergan civilization went, the Tianyun Empire pursued and killed it, vowing to clean up the Zergan civilization. Clean. One of the important reasons why the Tianyun Empire has been able to track the Zergan civilization is because Huiyun Qiuyue and Huiyun Qiuyue rely on special Yuanli methods to roughly know her location, and thus also know her location. You can trace the Zergan civilization. The parasites of the Zergan civilization must not have thought of this, and have not noticed it at all. The Mother Queen of the Zergan civilization has been running away in the universe, but she always felt that she could not escape the pursuit of the Tianyun Empire no matter what. Of course, with the passage of time, the aura of Huiyun Qiuyue became weaker and weaker, and it became more and more difficult to track. This allowed the Zergan civilization to escape to the Chinese Star Realm, where the empire was located, and was eventually controlled by the empire. Back then, Sun Xinyuan saved Hui Yun Qiuyu. After these years of cultivation, she not only restored her own strength, but her Yuanli cultivation also continued to deepen, and her aura naturally became stronger and stronger. Therefore, the national master of the Tianyun Empire relied on divination to track her approximate location. And then Hui Yun miraculously led the fleet towards the Kyushu Star Continent, where the empire was located. These parasites of Zergan are really good at hiding. This place already belongs to the edge of the universe. They are all newly derived star continents. No wonder we have never been able to find them. Hui Yun Chi looked at the void outside and said with some enlightenment, I don't know what happened to my sister. The Emperor Tianyun Empire has many children, but Hui Yun Miracle has the same father and mother as Hui Yun Qiuyu. The two grew up together. As an older brother, he has always been very doting on his sister. Otherwise he would not. The whole universe is being followed to rescue my sister. We soon knew, and I had a feeling that we were very, very close to our destination, Ziyun Tianxiang said with a smile, also looking into the void and the vast universe outside. The fleet continues to advance in the void of the universe, getting closer and closer to the Kyushu Star Continent where the empire is located. The closer it is, the clearer the feeling of fire cloud magic and Ziyun celestial phenomena. Chapter 724. Dumbfounded. Dongshan Star Boundary is a star realm at the edge of the Kyushu Xingzhou Empire near the center of the universe. Dongshan Star Boundary is the empire's latest conquest of a vast and prosperous star realm. The entire star realm has a larger river system than the Chinese star realm, where the empire's headquarters is located. There are hundreds of thousands more, which can be said to be very rich. However, the entire Dongshan star realm is very lonely and deserted everywhere. The original civilizations have been wiped out by the imperial army, and only a few civilizations have become the empire's affiliated cosmic civilizations. The number of immigrants from the empire in the Dongshan Star Boundary is still very rare. In the entire huge star boundary, the total number of immigrants in the empire may not even be 100 billion. The number of 100 billion may seem very huge, but compared with the total population of the empire, it seems insignificant in comparison, and even more desolate compared with the vast and prosperous area of Dongshan Star Realm. The empire has established the Dongshan Star Boundary Mansion in the Dongshan Star Boundary to manage the entire vast star realm. The current main task is to find various ways to attract more immigrants from the empire's mainland to the Dongshan Star Boundary. For a huge star realm, a population of 100 billion is too small, and it is simply not enough to develop the entire huge and rich star realm. There is a river system on the edge of the Dongshan Star Realm. The entire river system does not even have an official name in the empire's huge star map, because if there is not a single citizen of the empire in the entire river system, naturally no one will give it. I want a name for this river system. In the empty void, the space suddenly stirred up circles of ripples, rippling like water waves. Soon, space battleships flew out of the space one after another. The number of space battleships was not many. Only 10,000. There are multiple space battleships, and each space battleship is small. The feeling is getting stronger and stronger. Qiuyu must be in this star continent. In a space battleship, Hui Yun Miracle was slightly excited at this time. His sixth sense was getting stronger and stronger. He was about to find his biological sister, who he had been searching for many years. Your Highness, should we notify the Empire's army? Otherwise these parasites of the Zergan civilization will escape again. A huge purple cloud celestial phenomenon also nodded, and his deduction also showed that it was in this star continent. No. This time, let's find a way to rescue our sister first. Once the Empire's army arrives, they might alert her again, and it will be even harder to find her then. Hui Yun Chi shook his head. For him, his sister is the most important thing. This is the edge of the universe. Judging from the strength of the Zergan civilization, I guess they have almost unified the entire star continent. It's really not certain. I estimate that the civilization in this star continent will only reach level 5 at most. With the powerful capabilities of the Zergan civilization, it should not be difficult to unify the entire star continent. Now I hope that they will unify the entire Xingzhou with great fanfare, so that it will be easier to find them. I am afraid that they are hiding in a corner and keeping silent, and it will be difficult to find them by then. The two discussed with each other, and various detectors on the fleet also began to detect the Dongshan Star Boundary to collect various intelligence. Time passed slowly. Hui Yun's magical fleet did not continue to rush on its way at high speed, for fear of attracting the attention of the Zergan civilization and causing the Zergan civilization to escape again. It instead began to slowly search for some in the Dongshan Star Realm. Useful information. It's so strange. The entire star realm is very desolate. There is no civilization at all. It's like it was cleared away by something. There are a lot of living planets. And there are also many wrecks of battleships in the universe. Look. Not long before I came here, I must have experienced a war that swept across the entire star realm. It seems that the Zergan civilization really wants to unify the entire star continent with great fanfare. As more and more information was collected, Huiyun Miracle even thought that the Zergan civilization was unifying the entire star continent. Your Highness, there is a major discovery in the central area of this star realm. At this time, Ziyun's celestial image hurried over. The fleet launched many detectors to the entire star realm, almost covering the entire star realm, and collected a lot of important information. In the central area of the Dongshan star realm, they finally discovered the existence of Empire. What major discovery? Huiyun Chi-Chi's eyes lit up, and he asked anxiously. Your Highness, please look. This is a picture captured by our monitor in a river system in the central area. Ziyun Tianxiang played a video. In the screen, a huge gate of time and space was moving all the time. There was a steady stream of spaceships coming from the gate of time and space. In the void near the gate of time and space, huge spaceships appeared. The spaceport is brightly lit and very busy. The gate of time and space? This can only be built by a civilization that has mastered space transmission technology. It seems that it is probably the Zergan civilization. Huiyun Chi-Chi looked at it and said with certainty that the gate of time and space is a backward product in the eyes of advanced cosmic civilizations. But to build the gate of time and space, you must at least achieve some achievements in space technology. It's at least the level of a level 6 cosmic civilization. And judging from the appearance of this space-time gate, this civilization's attainments in space technology are pretty good. This is the edge of the universe. It has not been around for a long time. It is impossible for a level 6 cosmic civilization to be naturally born in such a short period of time, unless a very outstanding and amazing civilized race appears. It can basically be concluded that this civilization should be a puppet civilization controlled by the Zergan civilization. Ziyu Tianxiang also added with great certainty that it will take a very long time to develop to level 6 cosmic civilization. And this is a newly derived area of the universe. And life will not be born for a long time. Continue to monitor and decipher their language. It is best to find out where their base camp is. Huiyun miraculously nodded and ordered to continue monitoring. The monitors of the level 8 cosmic civilization Tianyun Empire. The Empire's detectors really can't find it at all. In the core area of the Dongshan star realm. Here at the huge gate of time and space. A small monitor seems to be invisible in space. Even if it is in front of you, you can't see it at all. Because it uses various space technologies to become invisible, unless it uses space technology. Only with detectors or some extraordinary means can it be possible to discover its existence. As if entering an uninhabited land, the small detector began to enter a huge spaceport. Soon, various information from the spaceport was transmitted back to Huiyun Magical Place. When they saw everything in the spaceport, Huiyun Qiyun Zi and Tianxiang were dumbfounded and widened their eyes in disbelief. Looking at the people in the picture, who look almost exactly like the people in his Tianyun Empire, except for the special cloud mark on their foreheads. There is no difference at all. They are about the same figure, with the same dark eyes, black hair, and fair skin. It's like a replica. This shouldn't be us imperial people. Right. Definitely not. There is no cloud sign on the forehead. But it is unbelievable that this civilized people are so coincidental and so similar to us. Has the language been deciphered? The code has been deciphered. They call themselves the Yinwang Empire. The two looked at each other. There are still many civilized races in the universe that look similar. But there are very few that are so similar. The most important thing is that they just happen to appear in this place now. As time passed slowly, more and more information was collected. By monitoring the content of people's conversations, more and more information was obtained. Soon, Huiyun Miracle had a rough idea of the Yinwang Empire. Some information. It's unbelievable that the Yinwang Empire has a history of less than 100 million years. But it has developed to the level of a 6th level cosmic civilization. And we know from their conversations that the Yinwang Empire was with us more than 10 million years ago. There was a great war in the Zergan civilization. What's even more incredible is that the Yinwang Empire actually defeated the Zergan civilization and was not controlled by the Zergan civilization. Instead, it developed by leaps and bounds and began to expand on a large scale throughout the star continent. It now controls 100. There are tens of thousands of star realms. and it can be said that the entire star continent belongs to the Yin Wang Empire. Ziyun Tianxiang looked at the collected information and was amazed. In less than 100 million years of history, it has developed to a level 6 cosmic civilization and almost occupied the entire planet. Huiyun, the magic is a bit unbelievable. But the information collected will not lie. I'm really interested. Now I'm concerned about what's going on with my sister. Now I'm sure that she must be in the Yin Wang Empire. Could this be a trick created by the Zergan civilization to confuse us? On the surface, it has created a puppet civilization. But the actual controller is still the Zergan civilization. Your Highness Choyu's presence here is the best explanation. Ziyun Tianxiang thought for a while and said, Huiyun Choyue was parasitized and controlled by the Zerkian civilization. And it is still here now. What does that mean? It means that the Zerkian civilization is probably controlling the Yin Wang Empire from behind. This possibility cannot be ruled out. Huiyun miraculously nodded, then frowned and began to walk back and forth, thinking about how to save his sister. Now we'd better find my sister first, and try to find a way to rescue her. Pass my order. The fleet continues to move forward. First find my sister's whereabouts. And after rescuing her, we will consider annihilating the Zergan civilization. It almost occupies a star continent. This expansion of strength is really terrifying. Chapter 725. Uncle? Nephew? Jinling Star, the most prosperous core of the sculptor galaxy in the Chinese star realm, is now the hinterland of the empire. Every inch of land on Jinling Star has long been expensive. Any piece of private land is enough to be auctioned for a sky-high price. There are only a few places in the galaxy that are more expensive than here. Tianyan Villa is located in the best area of Jinling Star. The entire large area belongs to this mysterious villa. The owner of the villa has always maintained a very pristine natural scenery. Except for the construction of Tianyan Villa, nothing around it has changed. The surrounding scenery is beautiful, with dense mountains and forests. Beautiful lakes and mountains. In autumn, the dense maple forest is golden, and it is known as one of the 10 scenic spots in Jinling. Such a beautiful place is permanent private land and is located in the best area of Jinling Star. I don't know how many rich and powerful people have been attracted to offer sky-high prices one after another. However, the owner of the villa has never been moved. No matter how high the price you offer, he still refuses without hesitation, without even a hint of negotiation. Not long ago, someone offered to exchange private land in a river system in a remote star realm, but the owner of the villa rejected it. Such expensive chips cannot be exchanged for a villa, which makes countless people wish they could go back to the past when they chose to immigrate here to obtain a piece of private land. In a disguised form, it also promoted the development of the Empire's space immigration work. Countless people in the Empire began to continuously migrate towards the vast territory of the Empire based on the dynamic vision of the future development of the Empire. At this time, it was a quiet night in Tianyan Villa. The bright starlight covered the villa with a layer of starry gauze, making it look even hazier and full of mystery. Tianyan, eat more. It's true that you only come back once in more than 100 years. Also, why didn't you bring your wife back with you? Is there another conflict? Huiyun Qiuyue kept chattering while picking up vegetables for her son. Mom, I just happened to be on the way this time, so I went home to see you. Jingqiu is also busy with the company, so she didn't come back together. Son Tianyan inherited his mother's excellent genes and was very handsome. The fiery red cloud mark in the middle of his forehead added a bit of mystery. You kid, you wouldn't even know to go home if you weren't on your way. Huiyun Qiuyun shook his head helplessly. Where's Dad? Son Tianyan knew that it would be boring to talk about this topic anymore, so he quickly changed the topic. He has a secret mission, and I don't know where he went. I'm on a mission again. I thought I could see him. It's true. I've been busy since I was little. Let's talk about what he does. How is the progress of your research? I heard that Curry is going to college soon. Are you interested in coming to the Sculptor Galaxy? The two chatted very casually. They hadn't seen each other for more than 100 years, and they couldn't finish talking for a while. At the same time, in the outer space of Jinling Star, there were more than 10 figures flashing directly across the void towards Jinling Star. I didn't expect that Yuanli cultivation was so popular in the Yin Wang Empire. We crossed the void without attracting anyone's attention. When you find my sister later, move quickly and retreat as soon as you succeed. Huiyun Qiqi told the people around him that the people who came here this time were all experts, in order to rescue his sister by surprise. Soon, the group arrived at Jinling Star and flew straight towards Tianyan Villa. Pay attention. It's in the villa below. Fly over quietly. If you are discovered, take action immediately. Looking at the quiet villa below in the air, Huiyun Miracle began to lead people to move, slowly flying towards the villa, getting closer and closer, and he could feel that his sister was right in front of him. Huiyun, who was chatting with his son in the villa. Xiaoyu suddenly frowned slightly, seeming to sense something, and then shook her head. Mom, what's wrong? Sun Tianyun asked with concern. It's okay. Keep eating. This is your favorite sweet and sour pork. Eat more. Huiyun Xiaoyu smiled and shook her head. Who? Suddenly, Sun Tianyun frowned, shouted loudly, and quickly walked out. As the son of Sun Xinyuan, Sun Tianyun also has some good talents in space. He practices the space energy method and is very sensitive to space. He sensed that there were many figures outside sneaking towards the villa. Action! After being discovered, Huiyun Miracle did not hesitate and immediately ordered action. In an instant, all the huge spiritual consciousness was deployed to find the location of his sister. Audacious to invade private property! Sun Tianyun roared, and the huge yuan power stirred up. At the same time, the terrifying consciousness swept towards the enemy like a tide. The space he was in began to stir up circles of ripples. The space kept folding, and there were terrifying space blades, faintly turning from virtual to real, the terrifying aura emanating from it. Stop! Before the two sides could fight, a beautiful figure appeared and said loudly. Huiyun Xiaoyun looked at the man in the sky with some disbelief. His eyes widened. Brother, is that you? Tears suddenly flowed out of Huiyun Xiaoyun's eyes, and his whole body began to tremble with excitement. Brother? Who are you? Sun Tianyun came to his mother's side, stood in front of her, and watched the people flying over with vigilance. You? Then, he immediately widened his eyes, and looked at the person coming. The person leading the way looked very similar to himself, and he also had fiery red clouds on his forehead. Tianyun, step back. Don't be rude to your uncle. Huiyun Xiaoyun was still looking at the figure blankly, and said sternly to Sun Tianyun, Uncle? Sun Tianyun was dumbfounded for a moment, looking at the man who was getting closer and closer. He moved his body some distance to the side, but he was still very vigilant. Elder brother! Huiyun Xiaoyun couldn't help but pounce forward, and suddenly entered Huiyun's magical embrace, and started crying. You make it easy for me to find you. Huiyun Chi knew the moment he saw his sister that she had escaped the control of the parasite, and seemed to be doing well now. Tears immediately flowed out of her eyes. Brother, it's my fault for making you worry. Huiyun Xiaoyue was like a little girl, lying quietly in her brother's arms, tears pouring out. Very excited. It's okay. It's okay. With my brother here, no one can hurt you anymore. Huiyun miraculously patted his sister's shoulder gently, and comforted her in a gentle voice. Well, my brother loves me the most. At this time, Huiyun Xiaoyun had completely transformed into a little girl who was spoiled by her brother. She was no longer the virtuous wife and loving mother she once was. Sun Tianyun, who was standing by, was stunned. Oh, right. As if remembering something, Huiyun Xiaoyun came out of his brother's arms and turned to Sun Tianyun and said, Why don't you come over and meet your uncle? Sun Tianyun was still in a daze and looked at Huiyun Chi. Just then Huiyun Chi also looked over. The two looked at each other with their eyes wide open. Uncle? Nephew? Huiyun Chi suddenly felt a little confused. Looking at Sun Tianyun, the two looked very similar. They were both tall and handsome, and the fiery red cloud pattern on their foreheads was lifelike. You kid! Why are you so rude? Please call me uncle. Huiyun Xiaoyun pulled Sun Tianyun closer to Huiyun miraculously. Both of them could see more clearly. Uncle! Sun Tianyun finally said very respectfully. What's the matter? Huiyun Chi looked at his sister and Sun Tianyun in shock. It's a long story. Come on. Let's go home and talk slowly. Huiyun Xiaoyun took his brother's hand and walked inside. The people brought by Huiyun Miracle were guarding vigilantly outside. Inside the villa, Huiyun Xiaoyun slowly began to chat with his brother. I secretly ran out to play in a willful way, but I didn't expect that I would be controlled by Zergan's parasite. Later, as Zergan's parasites fled to the Chinese Star Realm, Zergan civilization and the Yan Huang Empire fought. I was rescued by Tianyun's father, because I didn't know the Yan Huang Empire's position in the universe, and because the Yan Huang Empire's technological level was limited at the time. It was unable to create a powerful spaceship, so I chose to stay here. Later on, I married Tianyun's father, had my own family, and lived in the empire. Hui Yun Qiuyue roughly told her story over the years, and even she couldn't help but hesitate for a moment. I've really wronged you. Hui Yun Qiqi sighed after hearing this. It is really amazing to encounter such things in life. A princess from a level 8 universe civilization actually got married and gave birth to a child at the edge of the universe. No, brother. I have been very happy these years. Hui Yun Qiuyue smiled and shook her head. Living in the empire and living an ordinary life was actually very good. Brother, Tianyun and you look really alike. My nephew looks like my uncle. The ancients never deceived me. While chatting about Hui Yun Qiuyue started talking about her son, looked at the two of them carefully, and said with a smile. Son Tianyun and Hui Yun Qiuyue looked at each other, and Hui Yun Qiuyue also nodded with a smile. Tianyun? You got a good name. Well, your Yuanli cultivation is also quite good. Looking at Sun Tianyun, Hui Yun Miracle also liked him more and more the more he looked at him. Although the contact was short, he had just seen Sun Tianyun's powerful and terrifying Yuanli cultivation. My uncle is overly praised. Among my contemporaries, I can only be considered above average. Sun Tianyun said modestly. Are you a Yuanli monk from the space department? Well, the fire system and the space system. The fire system has been cultivated to immortality, and the space system is relatively average. Immortal? Hui Yun Qiqi was slightly surprised, and soon the two of them became more and more engaged in chatting, and they were very close to each other. Chapter 726. Li Fu's uneasiness. It was already very late at night, but in Tianyun Villa, several people became more and more happy as they chatted, and laughter could be heard from time to time. Brother, if you come here this time, stay with me for a while. Tianyun and I will accompany you to walk around and have fun. Hui Yun Qiuyue felt very happy at this time, and said while making tea, This tea is good. I didn't expect to be able to taste something with such flavor here. Hui Yun miraculously tasted it carefully, then squinted his eyes and praised it. Since uncle likes it, I will bring more back when the time comes. Sun Tianyun now called his uncle, but it was very smooth. Sister, are you really not planning to return to the empire? Hui Yun Qiqi put down the teacup and said solemnly that he had already seen that his sister was living a very happy life and had no intention of returning to the Tianyun Empire. I will definitely go back, but I won't stay for long. I'm used to living here. Hui Yun Qiuyue smiled and nodded. Forget it. A daughter is not allowed to stay. Since you are already married, it is also your duty to support your husband and raise your children. However, you have to make arrangements and bring your family with you. You have to go back to the empire to meet your father and queen. They are also very interested. I miss you, and I have told them the news. They are very happy to hear that you are doing well. And more importantly, they also want to meet my good nephew. Hui Yun miraculously nodded. It was obviously impossible to force his sister to go back. Moreover, he saw that his sister was living a good life now, and he did not feel that he had to return to the Tianyun Empire to live a happier life. Well, I've told Xin Yuan that he will be back soon. Hui Yun Qiuyue nodded. She must go back to the Tianyun Empire. Now that she has contact with the Tianyun Empire and has the advanced spaceships of the Tianyun Empire, it will be very convenient to sail in the universe in the future. Although the universe is huge, it cannot stop the progress of level 8 cosmic civilization. Hui Yun Qiuyue and the others were chatting enthusiastically here. The Milky Way is only less than 10 million light years away from the Sculptor Galaxy. After receiving the news, Li Fu convened an emergency high-level meeting. People from level 8 cosmic civilizations had actually lurked among themselves. It's right under my nose, and I don't even know it yet. Fortunately, this time it was a good relative who came here and did not say that he had any evil intentions towards the Empire. However, if he encountered an enemy lurking under his nose in the future, Li Fu felt that he would not be able to sleep well. In a virtual conference hall, figures kept flashing. Each of the Empire's senior officials and elders had received the news in advance. At this time, their faces were not very good-looking, especially after seeing Li Fu's face. The other one was silent, knowing that Li Fu was on fire. Your Majesty, everyone is here. The meeting can begin. Tu Zuilia saw everyone had arrived and went to Li Fu's side to remind him. Everyone should have received the news. A fleet of level 8 cosmic civilization has lurked into the hinterland of our empire without any sound. If our empire is to be decapitated, I think everyone present will be like me, having trouble sleeping and eating. Li Fu spoke again and again. His voice seemed cold. I removed the person in charge of the central military region. Everyone is at home, and they haven't discovered anything. How can they guard the country? Hearing Li Fu's words, the military leaders Luo Xiaoyao and Zhang Fei also sighed helplessly. Sometimes it's not that you really don't do well. It's just that you have to admit that you are unlucky. Brother Fu, since the people from the Tianyuan Empire have arrived, should we make contact with them and take advantage of this opportunity to officially enter the big stage of the universe? Qinbin looked at Li Fu's face and looked at the other people present. At this time, only a few elders dared to come forward to speak. Seeing that the others had no intention of speaking, Qinbin stood up and changed the topic first. What does everyone think? Li Fu nodded, thought for a while and asked. We definitely need to make contact. Now the conditions for our empire to enter the big stage of the universe are almost mature. The entire Kyushu Star continent has basically been included in the territory of our empire. We can also naturally declare our sovereignty over the Kyushu Star continent. It's just that with this level 8 cosmic civilization, we still have to be more careful and cautious when contacting them. It's best to let Sun Qinyuan and Huiyun Qiuyue Tantanfeng first. As the Prime Minister of the Cabinet, Tu Zuilia was the first to speak. He was always steady and considerate in his work, which made Li Fu and other high-ranking officials in the empire feel at ease. We must have a unified opinion on the matter of the Zergan civilization. That is, as we have publicized, the Zergan civilization was defeated by our empire. As for where it fled to, we don't know. We must not let the Tianyuan Empire know that we control the Zergan civilization. Otherwise, I estimate there will be a lot of trouble. In addition, judging from today's incident, the level 8 cosmic civilization is much more advanced than our technology. It has quietly lurked into the heart of our empire. So I think we should reconsider the protection of our technology and be more thorough. Yu Liang, who has always been carefree, also rarely shared his views. I think with the arrival of the level 8 cosmic civilization Tianyuan Empire, our empire can basically officially enter the cosmic stage. Therefore, in terms of national defense of our empire, our defense goals should also start to be as powerful as the one in the universe. Civilization adapted and reprogrammed for hypothetical goals. At least we must be able to ensure the safety of the hinterland of the empire and prevent people from entering an uninhabited land. In this regard, we think we can cultivate the Starry Sky Behemoth Core. They have a very keen sense of space. If there is a Starry Sky Behemoth Core, if so, even slight spatial fluctuations cannot escape their perception. Luo Xiaoyao, as the head of the imperial military, also spoke. As Li Fu's most trusted military leader, he wanted to share Li Fu's worries. Li Fu now said that he had trouble sleeping and eating, so he naturally had to find a way to solve this problem. Of course, in terms of the overall situation, the enemies that the empire needs to face in the future will definitely be powerful civilizations in the universe, rather than low-level cosmic civilizations limited to one-star realm. The pressure on the empire's military has also suddenly increased. Much bigger. Our empire's technology and space technology is still not good, especially compared with these powerful cosmic civilizations. It highlights the weaknesses of our empire. I think we should pay more attention to the development of space technology in the future. And at the same time we must find ways to use other technologies to make up for our empire's shortcomings in this area. Li Fu's expression became slightly better as he listened to the words of the empire's senior officials and elders. From all aspects, the empire had reached a new historical turning point. In the past, it was the boss of the Kyushu Xingzhou Empire. It was invincible and swept across star realms. However, compared with the powerful civilizations in the universe, the empire was still very young. There were too many areas that needed to be developed. Every step we took had to be more powerful. Be careful and adopt the attitude of walking on thin ice before. It is up to you, Xueli, to arrange the contact with the Tianyuan Empire. Well, if possible, let's see if the Tianyuan Empire is willing to establish formal diplomatic relations with our empire. After thinking about it, Li Fu handed over the contact with the Tianyuan Empire to Tu Xueliang. Tu Xueliang was the prime minister of the empire. He was of high enough rank and experienced in doing things. Li Fu was relieved. In terms of the transformation of the empire's national defense, Luo Xiaoyao and Zhang Fei will be responsible for it. I have only one request. I don't want things like today to happen again in the future. Even if the other party is a spacecraft of a level 9 cosmic civilization. As long as it comes we need to discover and know it as soon as possible. Li Fu turned around and gave orders to Luo Xiaoyao and Zhang Fei. Li Fu's words made the two of them immediately feel that Alexander The huge gap in technology will not be so easy to make up for in a while. But there is no way. Li Fu's order must go execution. If something like this happens again, the black hats on the heads of both people may be in danger. In addition, regarding the Zero civilization, everyone who knows about this matter must keep the highest level of confidentiality. Before our empire has strong enough strength, this matter will be permanently kept under the highest level of confidentiality. I will inform the empire. Let's take care of it here at the Samurai Warrior Temple. After thinking about it, Li Fu also decided to keep the affairs of Zergan civilization in the highest level of confidentiality, and lock the memories of all those who knew about it through the Yuanli Warrior Temple. Just like the Yuanli cultivation in the empire. It's the same as the method. You know this in your brain, but you can't say it out loud. And if someone wants to forcefully control your soul, you won't leak it. Li Fu is still very scared. Although the empire's biotechnology is great. To be honest, Li Fu knows from the seeds of civilization how powerful and terrifying these technological civilizations are that control space and time. Space-time technology is also a broad road to super civilization. When attacking, defense and other aspects are very powerful. Li Fujua's current empire's biotechnology does not have much confidence to face a powerful cosmic civilization. Although biotechnology is also very powerful, how will it fare against powerful level 7 and level 8 cosmic civilizations? It's hard to say because it's never happened. Fortunately, we chose to save Wei Yun Qiuyu at the beginning. Otherwise, it would be really difficult for us to explain to the Tianyan Empire now. Even if it is not our empire's fault, we are still afraid that the Tianyan Empire will turn its anger on us. Now that Wei Yun Qiuyu is married to Sun Xinyuan, we can be considered as married to the Tianyan Empire. We should play the family card well and try our best to have a good relationship with the Tianyan Empire. We have just entered the big stage of the universe. Our empire still need a strong friend. Chapter 727. Miracle of the Universe. Jinling Star. The most prosperous core of the Sculptor Galaxy. Fire Cloud Miracle has lived in Tianyun Villa in a very generous manner since he met his sister. The fleet that came with the prince was also arranged by the empire, parked in the spaceport. But Huiyun Miracle has really not been in a hurry to meet the people from the empire, and instead stayed in the villa for leisure and entertainment. I didn't expect that my brother-in-law is actually a rare space element warrior, and he is cultivated to such an advanced level. If my brother-in-law is willing to go to our Tianyan Empire, I can make you a great noble directly. By the lake at the foot of Tianyan Villa, Sun Xinyuan was fishing and drinking tea with Huiyun Qiqi. The days were very leisurely. Huiyun Qiqi looked at the man next to him. Except for the sign of clouds on his forehead, he felt after frowning. He was satisfied with everything else. Of course, the most satisfying part is Sun Xinyuan's identity as a space element warrior. Sun Xinyuan, who has already cultivated to the immortal level, can't feel the slightest breath or even the slightest fluctuation even when he stands next to Huiyun Miracle. No, if he hadn't seen someone there, he would have thought that Sun Xinyuan was virtual and non-existent. Yuanli warriors of the space system and time system are the most valuable talents in the entire universe. Especially those like Sun Xinyuan, who have cultivated to an advanced level and are even more national treasure level talents. Even for level 8 and level 9 cosmic civilizations. So true. Huiyun Mingqi has always wanted to abduct his brother-in-law and nephew to the Tianyan Empire. Sun Xinyuan and Sun Tianyan both have space talents, and they have cultivated to an extremely advanced level. Thank you for your love, brother. But I am used to living in the empire. I was born and raised here, and I will not leave the empire. Sun Xinyuan responded with a smile. Of course, he knew what his brother-in-law was thinking. He had no choice but to turn him over and take his sister back with him. However, Sun Xinyuan had now received orders from Li Fu, and was doing everything possible to fight with Tianyun, build good relations with the empire, and make friends for the empire in the universe. It's up to you. When you have free time in the future, just take Qiuyu and the children back for a walk. Huiyun Qiming is also a smart person. He knows that there will definitely be no way to abduct them for a while. So he is not in a hurry and will retreat to advance. As long as they go to the Tianyan Empire and feel the power of the Tianyan Empire's level 8 cosmic civilization, he will naturally fall in love with her in the future. He has this confidence. Uncle, did you catch a fish? My mother said that it is waiting to be used for cooking. At this time, Sun Tianyan walked down the stone steps. Huiyun Qiuyu was very happy with the magical arrival of Huiyun. He cooked by himself every day and could not finish all kinds of delicacies. It looks like the Air Force is here today. So it looks like it's going to be hungry. Hui Yun miraculously pulled up his basket, which was empty, and said with a slight embarrassment. In fact, his mind was on chatting with Sun Xinyuan, and he didn't care about fishing at all. The few times he caught the fish, he ran away. Uncle, people from our empire want to meet you. Do you think we should meet you as soon as possible? This way we can go to Tianyuan Empire to meet Grandpa and Grandma as soon as possible. Hui Yun Chi has been refusing to formally meet Tu Zuilia. The Empire has no choice but to let Sun Tianyuan intercede. After all, he is his nephew, so words will naturally be more effective. Ha, that's fine. Uncle will meet the Prime Minister of your empire tomorrow. Hui Yun Chi couldn't help but like his nephew when he saw it. He looked so similar to himself, and was very promising. Naturally, he liked him very much. Of course. In fact, he felt that he had the same airs as a level 8 cosmic civilization prince. Now, it was time to meet the people from the Yanwang Empire. So I happily agreed. In a virtual world, Hui Yun Miracle is listening to Ziyun Celestial Phenomenon's investigation report. Now it has been made public with the Yanwang Empire. Being able to connect to the Yanwang Empire's network will naturally make it easier to obtain information. For Yanwang, the Empire also has a deeper understanding. Your Highness, through various channels, we have conducted a comprehensive investigation into the Yanwang Empire. Now I can only describe my feelings by saying that the Yanwang Empire is a miracle of the universe. Ziyun Tianxiang handed an investigation report to Hui Yun Miracle, and then said with some sigh, "Oh, tell me." Hui Yun Chi did not read the report. As the prince of the Tianyuan Empire, he had been trained as the future successor of the Tianyuan Empire since he was a child. When doing things, he was also used to listening first, seeing first, and then making decisions. The Yanwang Empire has a history of less than 80 million years from its most primitive stage so far. The origin of the Yanwang Empire is in the Milky Way near the river system where we are now. In less than 100 million years, the Yanwang Empire has developed from a level 2 cosmic civilization that just left its home star to the present. It has reached the level of a level 6 cosmic civilization in terms of space technology alone. It is worth noting that the technology of the Yanwang Empire is not based on space technology, but on biotechnology. The Yanwang Empire was able to defeat the Zergan civilization because of biotechnology. Hui Yun Tianxiang began to tell the details of his investigation. Wait a minute. Are you saying that the Yanwang Empire is mainly based on biotechnology? Then what level has their biological technology developed to? Hui Yun Miraculous heard this, and immediately grasped the key point. It is true that there are no civilizations taking this path in biotechnology in the universe. But most of them are very low level, and have little combat effectiveness. It is basically difficult to stand out. Based on our investigation, combined with the fact that the Yanwang Empire defeated the Zergan civilization, the biotechnology level of the Yanwang Empire should have reached level 7. Otherwise it would be impossible to defeat the Zergan civilization. The team led by Ziyun Tianxiang conducted in-depth research and investigation, carefully analyzed and deduced, and concluded that the level of biotechnology in the Yanwang Empire has reached level 7. Level 7 biotechnology level? Keep talking. Hui Yun Miraculous raised his eyebrows. When the civilization level reaches the level of 7th level cosmic civilization, it belongs to the advanced cosmic civilization. It stands at the top of countless civilized races in the universe. Every civilization that can develop to this step is not simple. The favored child of the universe. The most famous and outstanding representative work of Yanwang Empire's biotechnology is the Yanwang Empire's biological warfare soldiers. The Yanwang Empire almost unified the entire Kyushu Star continent relying on biological warfare soldiers. The biological soldiers of the Yanwang Empire are very terrifying. Their attacks are quite strange, and there are no signs. The enemy's huge fleet was swallowed up by the biological soldiers without any sound. They unified the entire Jojo Star continent, and almost no one left. Spend one soldier and one soldier. As for the specific parameters of the biological warfare soldiers, we don't know yet. But one thing is certain. In terms of biotechnology, I estimate that there is no civilization in the entire universe that is more advanced and powerful than the Yanwang Empire. Ziyun Tianxiang continued, greatly appreciating the Yanwang Empire's biotechnology, and spoke highly of it. It seems that we should have a good contact with the Yanwang Empire, but we don't know how this biological soldier will fare against our space battleship. If it has good combat effectiveness and proves to be of sufficient value, our Tianyuan Empire you can also consider focusing on the development of biotechnology. On the road of time technology, our Tianyun Empire has not made any progress for a long time. Hui Yun magically touched his chin. In fact, from the bottom of his heart, he still felt that time and space technology was the king. However, the development speed of time technology in the Tianyun Empire was very slow. It was only through the accumulation of many years that it became what it is today. Everything. The space-time technology of the Tianyun Empire has not made any progress for a long time, which has also made everyone in the Tianyun Empire very worried. After all, the Tianyun Empire, which is a level 8 cosmic civilization, also has enemies in the universe. And the enemies' your strength is still very strong. If you don't make progress for a long time, your enemies may surpass you, and you will definitely be bullied by your enemies in the future. Your Highness should have good contact with the Yanwang Empire. According to our investigation, the Emperor of the Yanwang Empire, Li Fu, must have great opportunities. He single-handedly established the Yanwang Empire and led their tribe to dominate the universe. China is rising at an extremely frightening speed. He has cultivated to the immortal level a long time ago. But in the history of the Yanwang Empire, there were no Yuanli warriors before. So it can be inferred that the Yanwang Empire should have received the inheritance of a powerful civilization. So only then can we continue to develop rapidly until now. According to our inference, this inheritance is still a very high-level inheritance, with a very complete Yuanli cultivation system inheritance and advanced technology inheritance. Driven by the two, the Yanwang Empire was able to develop so rapidly in the universe. Grow. Otherwise, it would have been absolutely impossible to reach this point in less than 100 million years. Even if all the grace of the entire universe was concentrated in one body. Ziyun Tianxiang expressed his boldest inference here. It is not uncommon to obtain the inheritance of a powerful cosmic civilization in the universe. But it is usually a very low-level inheritance. The more advanced the cosmic civilization, the stronger it is. The stronger it is, the harder it will naturally be to perish. There is no need to leave its own civilization inheritance to other civilized races. A very advanced inheritance? Now my interest is even stronger. It has developed so quickly to this point. I am very curious about what kind of inheritance the Yanwang Empire has obtained. Hui Yunmingqi suddenly became interested and showed a strong interest. Chapter 728. Meeting. The magical meeting between Imperial Prime Minister Tu Shuoyang and Tianyun Empire Prince Hui Yun was arranged at the Summer Palace of Jinling Star. The Summer Palace is the most luxurious place for vacation, leisure and entertainment on Jinling Star. Now it has been cleared and used exclusively as a meeting place. In the luxurious Summer Palace, the Imperial Prime Minister Tu Zuilia finally met Hui Yun after many rounds of inspections miraculously. This level 8 cosmic civilization prince showed off all his airs. Even in the Empire, the Imperial Cabinet Prime Minister wanted to see Hui Yun. On his side, there are still many difficulties. However, Tu Shuoyang seemed very easygoing. He didn't seem to be angry at all. He always had a smile on his face. There was no way. Now the Empire had just entered the big stage of the universe. There were too many things to know. More importantly, it is necessary to have a good relationship with the Tianyun Empire. If there is a level 8 cosmic civilization as a friend, the Empire can better spend this period in the universe. Tu Zuilia is obviously a qualified politician, and he always only has the interests of the Empire in his eyes. As long as the Empire's goals can be achieved, everything else does not matter. Tu Shuoyang, Prime Minister of the Yanwang Empire, has met His Highness the Prince. Tu Zuilia's attitude was neither humble nor arrogant, and he always had a smile on his face. Your Excellency, Prime Minister, you are polite. Please sit down. Although Hui Yunqi was putting on airs, the Yanwang Empire saved his sister's life no matter what. So he didn't really have a condescending attitude, but he had a smile on his face. His Highness has come all the way. Our empire should have given a grand welcome to the whole country. But things were a little sudden, and there was some neglect. Please atone for your sins. Tu Zuilia was slightly happy when he saw Hui Yun's magical smile. In any case, the relationship between the two parties is still relatively harmonious, which is very conducive to the Empire's next plan. You are so polite. When I say thank you, I should be the one thanking your empire for defeating the Zergan civilization and rescuing my sister from the Sea of Misery. When Hui Yun said this, Miraculous said it sincerely. For him, his sister is the most important. As for his relationship with the Empire, he doesn't care. After all, the Tianyun Empire is a level 8 cosmic civilization, which involves time. A powerful civilization of technology. This is what we should do. when we rescued Her Highness Chiyoyue. We did not expect that she would be the princess of a level 8 cosmic civilization. Tu Zuilia smiled and shook his head. And Huiyun Chi was polite. This was probably the wisest choice he made at the time. If he hadn't been saved at that time, the consequences might have been disastrous. Our Tianyuan Empire pays attention to repaying kindness and repaying hatred. Since your Yanhuang Empire has saved my sister, I can't say anything. I think this time the Prime Minister comes here. There should be something. As long as I can do my best in any case. I am willing to help your empire. Huiyun Chi nodded with a smile. And then changed the topic, and went directly to the topic. Tu Zuilia did not come. He and Ziyun Tianxiang had already guessed that the empire would definitely look for him. And they would definitely there is something going on. Our empire has no intention of seeking credit or reward. And His Highness does not need to keep this matter in mind. Tu Zuilia smiled and shook his head. The empire did not have this intention when it saved Huiyun Chiyoyu. If a huge empire wanted to dominate the universe by doing this, it would definitely not be able to last long. I believe this. But if your empire needs help in any way, I am also willing to help. Huiyun Chi didn't want to owe the empire any favors. After all, the empire had saved his sister's life anyway. Moreover, now his sister was married to someone from the Yin Huang Empire. It was so confusing that he couldn't deal with it. When I came to visit His Highness this time, I actually wanted to ask for 2 things. Tu Xiaoyang thought for a while, and then spoke slowly. But it doesn't matter. Huiyun miraculously nodded, as if he were talking casually. The first thing is that our Yin Huang Empire has developed to a level 7 cosmic civilization. However, because the location is too remote, we have never been in contact with any powerful cosmic civilization. So our empire hopes in order to obtain a piece of information about each powerful civilization in the universe from your empire. Of course, it is best to have a star map of the universe that can let our empire know its location. The first thing Tu Xueli said was actually put forward by the Imperial Intelligent Group after repeated thinking. The empire knew too little about the universe. This information was nothing to the civilization in the universe. As long as the confusion after a while, everyone basically knows about it. So Huiyun Miracle's side should be happy to agree. Of course, there is no problem with this. Even if your empire doesn't tell you, we are still sharing this information with you. As expected, Huiyun Miracle agreed without much thought. This information about the bad streets in the universe is still very precious to civilizations that have just entered the universe. But for civilizations that have been in the universe for a long time, nothing at all. As for the second thing, our Yin Huang Empire hopes to become friends and establish friendly diplomatic relations with the Tianyuan Empire. The Tianyuan Empire is a powerful level 8 cosmic civilization. A powerful civilization that stands on the top of the universe is very worthy of the people of the Yin Huang Empire to make friends with and learn from. Tu Zuilia organized his thoughts and said the most important thing. He also praised the Tianyuan Empire in his words, which made Huiyun Miracle feel slightly proud after hearing this. However, Huiyun Miracle did not agree directly. Instead, he pondered for a while and thought carefully in his mind for a long time before slowly responding. Logically speaking, with the development level of your empire's level 7 cosmic civilization, it is enough to establish diplomatic relations with our empire. However, I am only a prince of the Tianyuan Empire. For such a major matter involving national affairs, I can't make the decision. The interaction between civilizations in the universe also depends on strength. Just like people, powerful civilizations will only make friends with powerful civilizations. For those weak civilizations, they will not lower themselves to interact with each other. Because that is often the case, it will reduce the prestige of the self-degrading civilization. Level 7 cosmic civilization is already considered an advanced civilization in the universe. It is possible to establish diplomatic relations with level 9 cosmic civilization. Of course, in front of level 9 cosmic civilization, level 7 cosmic civilization is nothing, and its status is very low. Valued. Some powerful level 9 cosmic civilizations have many level 7 cosmic civilizations as their subordinates, following behind the level 9 cosmic civilizations, acting as horse boys and the like. Although this little brother still doesn't have much status, if there is any advantage, the big brother of the level 9 universe civilization eats meat, and these little brothers can follow him to drink soup. And they are also the carnivorous class in the universe. As for these civilizations below level 6, they are not worth mentioning in the eyes of level 9 cosmic civilizations. They are not even qualified to be younger brothers. They are meat in the eyes of these powerful cosmic civilizations. Meat that can be slaughtered at will. Slaves. and slaves enslaved at will. For level 8 cosmic civilization, sandwiched between level 7 and level 9. The weaker level 8 cosmic civilization still has to follow behind the level 9 cosmic civilization, while the powerful level 8 cosmic civilization has already established itself. He is the boss at the top of the mountain, and he also has a group of level 7 cosmic civilizations under his command as the underlings. The level 8 cosmic civilization Tianyan Empire is not strong enough to start a mountain and become the boss, but it is also ambitious and wants to be the boss. Therefore, for the level 7 cosmic civilization, the Tianyan Empire also wants to recruit a group of people to be its subordinates. Of course, for any level 8 cosmic civilization, the juniors of the level 7 cosmic civilization also want to recruit more. But it is not so easy to be the boss when fighting for territory. If the strength is not strong enough, the juniors under him will not be able to accept more. Even if someone hacks him to death, he will still walk away. Now the Empire actively wants to make friends with the Tianyan Empire, a level 8 cosmic civilization. According to the rules of the universe, from now on the Empire will be the pony boy of the Tianyan Empire, and he will follow the Tianyan Empire. However, although I cannot make the decision, I will explain this matter to our Tianyan Empire as soon as possible. I think our Tianyan Empire is still very happy to establish friendly diplomatic relations with your empire. Hui Yunqiqi continued with a smile, thinking a lot in his mind. The Yanhuang Empire has developed to this point in such a short period of time. No one can say what will happen in the future. Moreover, it is mainly based on biotechnology and has a variety of powerful biological soldiers. The way of fighting is completely different from other level 7 cosmic civilizations. It may have amazing performance in future cosmic hegemony. Thank you so much, Your Highness. Tu Zulia always had a smile on his face, and the other party did not agree directly. This was also expected. Major diplomatic matters are not just a prince's decision. The most important thing is the opinion of the top management of the Tianyan Empire. You're welcome. Your empire has been able to develop to a level 7 cosmic civilization in less than 100 million years. As far as I know, no civilization in the entire universe has been able to do this. It shows that your empire has the potential of civilized races is quite astonishing. And they are also favored by the universe. After talking about the business, Hui Yun and Qi Qi seemed to be chatting very casually. In fact, they also wanted to inquire about some situations in the Yanhuang Empire. The most curious thing among them was naturally the mystery of the rapid rise of the Yanhuang Empire. Our empire has been able to reach today. On the one hand, it is naturally because we, the descendants of the Yanhuang dynasty, are a very excellent civilized race. On the other hand, it is also because of several basic national policies that our empire has established since the founding of the country. One is to focus on science and technology. The other thing about founding a country is to vigorously encourage childbirth. The population of our empire is growing very fast, and countless talents emerge every year. Naturally, the scientific and technological development of our empire is also very rapid. Tu Zulia responded with a smile. The empire had long realized that the rapid rise of the empire would definitely attract attention. So it had also summed up a few excuses to the outside world very early. Regardless of whether the other party believed it or not, he would believe it first. Build a country through science and technology? Strongly encourage childbirth? Hui Yunqiqi raised his eyebrows, although he definitely didn't believe Tu Zuilia's words in his heart. But thinking about it carefully, it seems to make sense. Technology and population are also important indicators to measure the strength of a civilization. Chapter 729. Position in the Universe. The magical first meeting between Imperial Cabinet Prime Minister Tu Zuilia and Tianyan Empire Prince Hui Yun was obviously very fruitful. The empire got what it wanted. As for whether it can establish diplomatic relations with the Tianyan Empire, it still needs to wait. Reply from the Cloud Empire base camp. In a huge virtual conference hall, figures flashed one after another, including Li Fu, Yu Liang, Chen Bin, Tu Xueliang, Chao Haidao, Yang Yiping, Luo Xiaoyao, Zhang Fei, Sun Xinyuan, Yin Jia, and other high-ranking officials and officials from the empire. The elders appeared one after another in the huge conference hall. In the center of the conference hall, a huge star map was played. Looking at it as a whole, it looked like a huge spherical shape. It was extremely huge. There were countless bright spots inside, like star sand, some evenly dispersed, and some evenly distributed, gathered together. It is very dazzling. As soon as everyone appeared in the virtual conference room, They were immediately attracted by this star map. Everyone looked at this star map intently, constantly comparing it with the current star map of the Empire in their minds, trying to figure out from this vast star map, find the location of the Empire on the star map. Is this the star map of the universe? Tang Weiyuan, who studies cosmic astronomy, opened his eyes wide and sparkling, looking at this star map as if he was admiring a rare treasure. Yes, this is the cosmic star map that Prince Weiyuan Magic from Tianyun Empire just sent to our empire. This star map contains all the cosmic star continents collected by Tianyun Empire so far. Tu Zuilia nodded. The Tianyun Empire was still very efficient in doing things. After the meeting with Weiyuan Magic Prince ended that day, they quickly sent a lot of information to the empire, the most important of which was this picture. Star map of the universe. Where is the place of our empire? Tang Weiyuan asked anxiously, because the empire's position could not be found on this vast star map of the universe. This star map was so vast and boundless, like it was made up of countless stars and sand. According to the information provided by the Tianyun Empire, the universe is very vast. The current diameter of the universe is about 100 trillion light-years. Starting from the center of the universe, the entire universe can be divided into 8 quadrants. However, it is customary to civilized people in the universe have artificially divided the universe into 9 major regions. One region is divided into a range of 1,000 trillion around the center of the universe, which is called the 9-star region. The other 8 quadrants are divided into the 1st to 9-star regions. Tu Xueli, who had already roughly read the information, acted as a temporary commentator and began to explain. As he explained, red lines also appeared on the cosmic star map, dividing the 9-star regions and the core. The 9-star sector of the region is marked in red. Why should the core area be listed separately as the 9-star region? Someone asked doubtfully. The 9-star region is the first area where the universe was born. In the early days of our universe, the scope of the universe was only 1,000 trillion light-years in diameter. As time goes by, the universe is constantly colliding. Now, its diameter has expanded to 100 trillion light-years. Because the 9th district is the first area where the universe was born, the resources in the 9-star district are the richest. It is the richest place in the entire universe. And it is also the place where the most civilizations are born in the entire universe. 70% of the matter in the entire universe is concentrated in the 9th-star district. 80% of the civilizations in the universe were born in the 9th-star district. And 90% of the advanced civilizations above level 7 in the entire universe were born in the 9th-star district. 9-star area. Although the other 8-star regions are vast and huge, together they are not as rich and powerful as the 9th-star region. Therefore, the advanced cosmic civilizations in the universe separately list this area as the 9th-star district. Tu Zuilia listed a series of numbers. This situation is somewhat similar to that in a river system. The closer to the core area, the more concentrated the material is, the more civilizations are born. The earlier they are, and the more powerful they are. After hearing this, everyone was not too surprised and nodded. The Empire has almost occupied the Kyushu Star continent, which is considered a relatively large area. Their understanding of the universe and astronomy is also getting deeper and deeper, and they can almost infer some of the universe. Condition. The location of our empire is here, at the very edge of the universe in the 8th sector. Then Tu Xueli pointed out the location of the empire. As he spoke, the star map continued to zoom in. A point on the cosmic star map was a huge star continent. And this point, at a glance, was almost difficult to count. The area of the 8th star district is constantly enlarging, and countless stars flash in the field of vision, until at the edge of the 8th star district, there is a very small red dot. This is the Kyushu Star continent where the empire is located. It is indeed at the edge of the universe. Tang Weiyuan let out a long sigh. A huge star continent is just a small dot on the cosmic star map. It needs to be magnified many times to be displayed. As for the Chinese star realm where the empire's base camp, the Milky Way, is located, there is no way to see it in the universe. As shown on the star map, the smallest unit is the star continent. It seems that it is not easy for us to go to the center of the universe. It is too far away. Yu Liang looked at the huge star map. A red line connected the empire's location to the 9th-star sector in the center of the universe. Looking at the distance, he couldn't help but touch his head and said, "If you want to travel in the universe, generally speaking, you have to be at least at the level of a level 7 cosmic civilization. The space technology mastered by a level 6 cosmic civilization is simply not enough to travel in the vast universe. Because the universe is too vast, If the speed and distance of space transmission are not good, it will be difficult for you to move around in the universe. And the range obtained is too small. Only when level 7 cosmic civilizations have matured their space teleportation technology and can teleport very far distances at once, can they barely survive in the universe. This is why only civilizations above level 7 can be called advanced cosmic civilizations. Reason. Zulia continued with a smile. The vastness of the universe is indeed fascinating. But if the technology is not good, you can only be a frog sitting in a well and looking at the sky, never being able to get out of the small circle you are in. How many advanced cosmic civilizations are there in the universe? Speaking of advanced cosmic civilization, Li Fu also asked with great concern. As far as the Tianyan Empire knows in the entire universe, there are about 2 million level 7 cosmic civilizations, because among the 8 vast star regions, there are many areas that have not yet been connected to other civilizations in the universe. Or even if they are, it has developed to a level 7 cosmic civilization, but it has been hidden by some powerful civilizations. So the number of level 7 cosmic civilizations in the universe can only be roughly estimated. The Tianyan Empire has about 2 million level 7 cosmic civilizations. This number will only be better, not lower. Tu Xueli reported the figure of 2 million, which also shocked the high-ranking officials of the empire present. Holy crap. There are more than 2 million level 7 cosmic civilizations. Why do I think our empire is still so average? Yu Liang curled his lips and said, 2 million level 7 cosmic civilizations. In terms of quantity alone, the empire seems to be nothing. The number of level 7 cosmic civilizations alone is more than 2 million. And there are also level 8 and 9 civilizations above them. Super cosmic civilization. It is not easy for a civilization to develop to level 7 cosmic civilization. They are all excellent civilized races that have gathered the luck of the cosmos and are favored by the universe. You must know that the number of middle and low-level cosmic civilizations in the universe is basically as many as the number of cosmic civilizations in the universe. There are as many stars as there are, and it's hard to count them. And there are only over 2 million level 7 cosmic civilizations in the entire universe. Tu Zulia smiled and shook his head. Level 7 cosmic civilization is already an advanced cosmic civilization and has a high status in the universe. It is not a mainland thing. What about the number of level 8 cosmic civilizations? Yu Liang seemed to feel a little better after hearing this. The number of level 8 cosmic civilizations is very rare. Each level 8 cosmic civilization is a powerful civilized race that truly stands at the top of countless civilized races in the universe. The number of level 8 cosmic civilizations in the entire universe is only 1,219. Tu Zulia continued with a smile. 1,219? Upon hearing this, everyone opened their eyes. The number of level 7 cosmic civilizations was calculated in millions, and the number of level 8 cosmic civilizations suddenly shrank to just over 1,000. No wonder the prince of the Tianyan Empire seems to have brought in 2,580,000 people. The number of level 8 cosmic civilizations is indeed very small. There are only 1,219 level 8 cosmic civilizations in the entire huge universe. It is really pitiful. The number is so rare. He is still a prince, so it's okay to put on airs. If our empire develops to level 8 cosmic civilization, I will definitely have to put on airs when I go out in the future. Yu Liang muttered to himself, which made Li Fu, Qin Bin and others couldn't help but shake their heads. Level 9 cosmic civilizations above level 8 cosmic civilizations are even rarer in number. Level 9 cosmic civilizations master time technology. Each of them is a powerful civilization race standing at the top of the entire universe. So far, the level 9 cosmic civilizations in the entire universe are even more rare. The number of mid-level 9 cosmic civilizations is only 9, which cannot even be found in 2 palms. Speaking of the level 9 cosmic civilization, Tu Zulia couldn't help but take a breath, as if he saw those incredibly powerful civilized races, relying on powerful space-time technology to traverse the entire universe, and making the powerful level 7 and 8 cosmic civilizations bow their heads and surrender, willing to be their own pony boy. This kind of civilization is the true civilization that stands on the top of the universe. And it is also the goal that Li Fu and other imperial elders have been working tirelessly to achieve. 9 level 9 cosmic civilizations? Our Yin Wang Empire will become the 10th level 9 cosmic civilization. Li Fu was full of pride at this time, stood up, and said very confidently, Chapter 730, Space Ring. Regarding whether to establish diplomatic relations with the empire, the Tianyan Empire also responded quickly. After careful inspection, the Tianyun Empire believed that the Yin Huang Empire indeed had the strength of a level 7 cosmic civilization. He was qualified to establish diplomatic relations with the level 8 cosmic civilization Tianyun Empire. So he readily agreed. The exchanges between civilizations in the universe also depend on strength. Powerful civilizations will only establish diplomatic relations with powerful civilizations. This is even more true for these advanced cosmic civilizations. It is absolutely unacceptable for advanced cosmic civilizations to only establish diplomatic relations with advanced cosmic civilizations. He would lower his status to establish diplomatic relations with a level 6 cosmic civilization. The Tianyun Empire confirms that the empire has the strength of a level 7 cosmic civilization. The main reason is that the empire defeated the Zergan civilization. And the Zergan civilization once controlled a level 7 cosmic civilization. So it can be regarded as the empire having the same level of strength. If we just look at space technology, the empire's strength is only level 6, which is not enough to establish diplomatic relations with level 8 cosmic civilizations. However, the empire's biotechnology is powerful and has demonstrated its power in actual combat. So it can also be regarded as a level 7 universe civilization. The establishment of diplomatic relations between the Yin Huang Empire and the Tianyun Empire is a major event. It is the beginning of the empire entering the big stage. Therefore, the empire also attaches great importance to this matter. The Emperor Li Fu personally came to the Xia dynasty on the Jiling star in the Sculptor Galaxy Palace, participate in witnessing this historic moment. Jiling Star Summer Palace. Journalists and media from the empire, etc. had already packed the conference hall where the diplomatic agreement was signed. Emperor Li Fu and Prime Minister Tu Zuilia attended this grand diplomatic ceremony on behalf of the Yin Huang Empire. General Assembly. On the Tianyun Empire side, Prince Huiyun Miracle and the Tianyun Empire's Grand Master Ziyun Tianxiang came to formally sign a diplomatic agreement with the Yin Huang Empire on behalf of the Tianyun Empire. On the agreement for the establishment of diplomatic relations written in the language of the Tianyun Empire and Chinese. For people took turns writing their names. And the Empire and the Tianyun Empire officially established diplomatic relations. Next, according to the usual procedures in the universe, the two parties began to exchange gifts. Generally speaking, in the exchanges between civilizations, the gifts exchanged with each other are not too expensive. But it is not said that they can just take out something and use it as a gift to their friendly countries. At least it must be something that is affordable. Preferably something that is not too expensive and the other person does not have it. Such a gift is considered the most appropriate gift. Of course, if the status of both parties is unequal, such as a level 6 cosmic civilization and a level 8 cosmic civilization, the establishment of diplomatic relations between them cannot be regarded as equals. It can only be said to be an affiliated cosmic civilization. Level 6 cosmic civilization is an affiliated cosmic civilization of level 8 cosmic civilization. In that case, level 6 cosmic civilization must give out enough wealth as a gift to the suzerain country. And this tributes are paid on a regular basis, which is the price to pay for supporting a level 8 cosmic civilization. The Empire and the Tianyun Empire have equal diplomatic relations, so they are naturally equal in this regard. The gifts exchanged between the two parties will not have any impact on the Empire. However, for a huge level 8 cosmic civilization that stretches across the universe, the Empire has very little to offer that the other side does not have. In the end, the Imperial Cabinet thought about it for a long time, and finally came up with 100 biological soldiers as a gift to the Yin Huang Empire. There are many types of these 100 biological soldiers, including representatives of the most outstanding biological soldiers in each series of the Empire, such as Silver Ring Tiger Peak, Blue-Eyed Thunder Eagle, Red Flame Fire Crow, Earth Violent Bear, Ice Octopus, etc., etc. A pair of all kinds of biological soldiers were gathered. And finally 100 biological soldiers were collected and presented to the Tianyun Empire. Biological soldiers are a representative work of the Empire's biotechnology. They definitely don't exist in the Tianyun Empire. It is estimated that they are only available in the Empire in the entire universe. It is considered unique and can be used. The Tianyun Empire also attaches great importance to the Yin Huang Empire, a powerful civilization that has developed into a level 7 cosmic civilization in less than 100 million years. In any case, this civilized race is also very outstanding and is worth making friends with. Maybe the current Yin Huang Empire is only a level 7 cosmic civilization, not as good as the level 8 Tianyun Empire. But what about the future? No one can be sure that something like this has happened in the universe. A level 7 cosmic civilization established diplomatic relations with a level 6 cosmic civilization and was ridiculed by the advanced cosmic civilizations in the entire universe. But no one expected that this level 6 cosmic civilization would later be like a cheat. It had a smooth journey and would develop to the peak of level 8 cosmic civilization after hundreds of thousands of epochs. It was only one step away from level 9 cosmic civilization. Far away. Things like catching up from behind are also happening in the universe. The Yin Wang Empire has developed to its current level in less than 100 million years. It is very possible to develop to level 8 or 9 in the future. So the Tianyun Empire is also quite pay attention to establishing diplomatic relations with the empire. As for the gift to the empire, the Tianyun Empire took out a space storage device as a gift to the empire. The space storage device was made using the space storage technology and space technology. Although it was only the size of a ring given to the empire. Space storage device? But the space contained in it is very large. The space ring created by a level 8 cosmic civilization that has mastered space technology has an internal space as large as the entire solar system and can hold countless supplies. So don't look at Wu Yun, Prince of the Tianyun Empire. The fleet led by Qi Qiu only has more than 10,000 space battleships. And these space battleships are also very small. Only equivalent to the Empire's small spaceships. They seem to be small in scale and have little combat effectiveness. Weak look. But the more this is the case, the more it proves the power of the level 8 space civilization Tianyun Empire. Space technology can already be applied very maturely. This space battleship looks small. But on the space battleship, space technology is everywhere. Hidden world. If there really was a fight, these 10,000 space battleships would be enough to sweep across the void. It has been a long time since Huiyun Qiuyu have finally arrived in the universe. But the fleet led by Huiyun Miracle is still very rich in supplies. And the energy seems to be inexhaustible. Because the fleet's space battleships have a large amount of space storage equipment. The material carried by any one ring is enough to fill a solar system. It is conceivable that if the materials and all the space storage equipment in the fleet are taken out, it will definitely be very huge. Among middle and low-level cosmic civilizations, the larger the space battleship is, the more advanced the technology of this civilization is. Because only civilizations with more advanced technology can build larger battleships. But in the universe, among advanced cosmic civilizations, the smaller the space battleship is made, the more advanced the technological level of this civilization is. With the comprehensive application of space technology and time technology, space battleships and spaceships are getting smaller and smaller. But the combat effectiveness is getting stronger and stronger. In the back garden of the Galaxy Empire Palace, Li Fu couldn't help but take out the space ring given by the Tianyun Empire after returning home, and played with it carefully. This space ring is completely black, with a faint flow of luster. It doesn't look too strange. For someone like Li Fu, who has seen all kinds of rare treasures, he really doesn't think it's anything special. The place, however, when Li Fu's huge spiritual consciousness enveloped the ring, he immediately sensed that there was a universe hidden inside the space ring. There was a very huge space inside. This space was huge enough to fit the entire solar system. But now this space is empty. There is nothing. Space storage technology? With such a huge space, the level 8 cosmic civilization Tianyun Empire has already achieved very deep knowledge in space technology. Li Fu played with it carefully, and his huge spiritual consciousness sensed the huge space inside, which was also very hot. If the Empire could achieve some achievements in space storage technology, it could also create corresponding space storage equipment. Such a ring should be worth a lot of money even if it is placed in a level 8 cosmic civilization. It is quite interesting to the Tianyun Empire. Li Fu combined the information in the seeds of his own civilization and roughly knew that this ring was still very precious. Such a huge space would definitely not be available even among level 8 cosmic civilizations. And it would not be available to ordinary people. How to use this space ring? Li Fu studied it carefully. The Tianyun Empire only gave the space ring as a gift, but did not tell the Empire how to use the space ring. Perhaps in their opinion, the Empire should know how to use it. Li Fu's huge spiritual consciousness poured into the space ring, and the dark ring began to glow with bursts of light. And then the surrounding space began to ripple. Put the table in, Li Fu thought in his mind. And then there was a halo of mist on the space ring that enveloped the table in front of Li Fu. And then the surrounding space began to fluctuate faintly. Then a magical scene appeared. The table in front of Li Fu continued to shrink in his field of vision. The closer it was to the space ring, the smaller it became. and finally turned into a stream of light and entered the space ring. Li Fu's consciousness penetrated into the space ring, and he soon sensed that there was a table sitting quietly in the corner of the huge space ring. "Come out!" There was a smile on Li Fu's lips. And then, with a thought, another halo of misty light shot out. From the space ring, a stream of light shot out. In Li Fu's field of vision, the table grew from small to large, and finally returned to normal size, reappearing above the lawn. "Ha ha! Interesting. It's really convenient." A smile appeared on Li Fu's face, and he began to play with it like a child. He would put the thing away for a while, and then release it again. Chapter 731. Heading to Tianyan Empire. In the vast void of the universe, a fleet is advancing rapidly in the void. The powerful space transmission technology allows this fleet to continuously cross distant distances. On one of the space battleships, Sun Xinyuan looked at the speeding starry sky outside, with a lot of thoughts. This time, following the fire cloud, the magical fleet of the 10,000 Sky Cloud Empire. It almost spanned half of the universe. The distance was really unimaginable. Just hearing about the astronomical distance will inevitably make you retreat. Looking at the direction of the Empire's Kyushu star continent, it was no longer possible to find which one was lit in the vast starry sky. The light from the Kyushu star continent had long since disappeared into the dark starry sky of the universe. "The universe is really too vast. I don't know when I will be able to come back." Sun Xinyuan let out a long sigh in his heart. With the Empire's current technological level, it is still unable to build a powerful space battleship that can traverse the universe. If he wants to come back from the Tianyan Empire, he can only rely on the Tianyan Empire's spaceship. But in that case, if so, it's not up to you to decide. When the Empire establishes diplomatic relations with the Tianyan Empire, it is natural to send ambassadors to the Tianyan Empire. In addition, if the Empire wants to integrate into the big stage of the universe, it also needs to have more knowledge about the universe and needs to contact more powerful civilizations in the universe. Hui Yunmingqi is about to return to the Tianyan Empire. The Empire has also sent a team of ambassadors to the Tianyan Empire, and Sun Xinyuan is the first imperial ambassador to the Tianyan Empire. The reason why Sun Xinyuan was chosen as the ambassador was that the Empire's senior officials had given it repeated consideration. Anyway, Sun Xinyuan would definitely go to the Tianyan Empire for a visit. If Sun Xinyuan was allowed to be the ambassador, he would use his special status to get things done. It will also be more convenient. In any case, he is also the son-in-law of the current emperor of Tianyan Empire. Regardless of the empire's face, the emperor of Tianyan Empire also cares about his daughter's face, so he is the most suitable candidate. As for Sun Xinyuan's departure, it is certain that the development of the empire's space technology will be affected. However, there are more and more Yuanli warriors in the Empire's space system. Among them, Su Qianji has already broken through to immortality. He is not much different from Sun Xinyuan. Even if Sun Xinyuan is gone, the Empire's space technology can continue to develop. Looking at the way he came, he could no longer find any trace of his hometown. Sun Xinyuan shook his head, smiled slightly, put away his little emotions, and began to think about how to carry out his work after arriving in the Tianyan Empire. After thinking for a while, I didn't have much ideas. We are still far away from the Tianyan Empire. Even with the most advanced space battleship of the Tianyan Empire, the time it takes to reach the Tianyan Empire from the edge of the 8-star district where the Empire is located is still less. What is calculated over thousands of years cannot be reached in a short while. Walking around the battleship very casually, the Tianyan Empire, which has mastered space technology, also has a lot of eye-catching features in the design of the space battleship. The space battleship looks small on the outside, but it is very vast on the inside. Each area on the battleship has a large amount of folding and storage space. Although sailing in the universe seems boring, it will not be so on the Tianyan Empire's space battleship. Many huge original ecological areas have been built on the space battleship, including vast forests, vast oceans. The grassland with prosperous animals is just short of moving the living planets directly into the space battleship. If it weren't for the occasional area where you could see the dark starry sky outside, you would even think that you were living on the starry sky continent, and you wouldn't feel like you were living on a space battleship at all. On this point alone, the Empire is far behind, no matter how advanced and large the Empire's space battleships are. At least for now, they still cannot get rid of the form of a space battleship. As for the Tianyan Empire's space battleships, apart from their appearance, it looks like the outside of a space battleship, but the inside is like a cave in a mythical novel. It is huge and prosperous, and contains the world of heaven and earth. Navigating in the universe on such a space battleship will not be boring at all. And it is no different from normal life on the planet. There is even a strong vitality in this huge space that is folded and stored. You can still practice normally. It's incredible. Is this still a space battleship? Sun Xinyuan was deeply shocked. The battleships of level 8 space civilization had far exceeded his understanding of battleships and spacecraft. At this time, Sun Xinyuan came to the storage space of a wide grassland. He saw groups of animals living very freely on the grassland. Powerful beasts were chasing their prey. Basically, these animals living on the grassland where they are all fire clouds rare animals from a magical private collection. There are beasts with 2 heads, sharp teeth, and terrifying tension, one bite of which can easily crush a zebra on the earth. There are also large birds of prey with wings and huge bodies that swoop in the sky to hunt, and more there are terrifying carnivorous insects that look very strange, like giant bugs. Even these animals that eat herbivores and are preyed upon are not simple. There are antelope-like animals with red bodies and no stray hairs. There are also super large animals that are as big as a house, but have very gentle personalities, etc. These are all animals collected by Hui Yunmingqi when he was wandering around the universe. Among them are some very precious and rare animals. And many are even national treasures within certain civilizations. Collecting all kinds of rare animals is a little hobby of Hui Yun magic. For a person with a level 8 cosmic civilization, it is really a little hobby, especially since he is still a prince. Tianyun. Our Tianyun Empire is a powerful level 8 cosmic civilization. You have the noble blood of our empire's royal family. So everything you say and do must be reasonable and appropriate, and must not lose the majesty of our empire's royal family. After walking around, Sun Xinyuan came to a new space. This space is where Hui Yun magically lives. The entire huge space has been carefully designed, and a huge palace was built in the central area. At this time in the palace, Hui Yunmingqi is teaching Sun Tianyun the royal etiquette of the Tianyun Empire. From the perspective of Hui Yunqiqi, his nephew is good at everything, but he is just like a wild boy from a poor family. He does not understand many etiquette things at all. This is not good, especially when he is still dripping with Tianyun, the bloodline of the imperial family, with a fiery red cloud on his forehead. So along the way, Hui Yunmingqiu personally became a teacher, holding on to Sun Tianyun and letting him learn the complicated court etiquette of the Tianyun Empire. When eating, you must chew a few mouthfuls of food, and you can only eat a few mouthfuls of each dish. When tasting fine wine, you must clearly taste the origin, variety, brand, etc. of the fine wine. There are too many and complicated things. There are many different etiquettes for every aspect, every occasion, and every environment. There is a lot to learn, and it's very cumbersome. Sun Tianyun drooped his ears at this time and looked listless. These complicated things seemed to him to have no meaning and effect at all, and he had no need to learn at all. First of all, he is not from the Tianyun Empire. Secondly, even though he is considered to be from the Tianyun Empire according to his uncle, deep down he is repulsed by learning these things. He has also come into contact with members of the imperial family, and I have never heard of the imperial royal family having such complicated and various etiquette. However, his uncle Hui Yunqiqi was serious and taught very seriously and strictly. Sun Tianyun also had to learn these things, but he didn't have any spirit to learn. As a scientist, scientific research is so boring. He could endure everything, but learning these etiquettes really seemed too boring to him. There's really no need for this to happen to your brother. Sun Xinyuan came to his wife Hui Yunqiu and said helplessly, looking at his son. He had similar thoughts to Sun Tianyun. These things are really useless and too cumbersome. But they are not easy on Hui Yun magical. Say it straight. Let him go. Anyway, there is nothing to do along the way. Learning these things can be considered as passing the time. Hui Yunqiu also smiled. After living in the empire for a long time, she has become a commoner, and her understanding has also undergone tremendous changes. She knows very well that everything in the Yin Wang Empire is practical, and it also emphasizes equality. Fair. However, in the Tianyun Empire, which has a very long history, the social strata are relatively solid and the classes are quite clear. For them, these etiquette and the like are just things that are used to affirm their noble status, and they are also necessary. Something to master. Moreover, it is a level 8 cosmic civilization. There are not many civilizations in the universe that are stronger than the Tianyun Empire. Most of the time, the civilizations we encounter are lower than the Tianyun Empire. In front of these low-level cosmic civilizations, we must also show our level 8 civilization. The posture of cosmic civilization comes out. In the Tianyan Empire, even ordinary citizens will learn these things, and they can also use them when dealing with the outside world. In addition, there are countless affiliated universe civilizations within the Tianyan Empire. For these affiliated universe civilizations, people in Tianyan Empire are all aloof. So naturally they have to show their extraordinariness. Just looking at Tianyan's listless look, I feel distressed. If you ask me to learn these things, I will probably fall asleep. Sun Xinyuan smiled helplessly. By the way, where are we now? Our current location is probably in the Clota Star continent in the 8th sector. After flying for more than 100 years, we can reach the level 7 cosmic civilization Vatican Empire. It will take another 100 years? Chapter 732. Ventus Empire. Huiyun the magical fleet sailed rapidly in the vast void of the universe. More than 100 years have passed in the blink of an eye. But at this time, it is still very far away from the 9th star sector, where the Tianyan Empire is located. But it is finally there. Arriving at the Ventus Empire, a level 7 cosmic civilization. Of course, it doesn't mean that we didn't encounter other civilizations along the way. We passed through many star continents all the way. And all of these star continents have owners. They are at least level 7 cosmic civilizations. Some are level 8 cosmic civilizations. And even the territory of level 9 cosmic civilization. However, the relationship between these civilizations and the Tianyan Empire is not very good. Some of them are even the territory of the Tianyan Empire's sworn enemy. As the favorite prince of the current emperor of the Tianyan Empire, Huiyun Miracle does not dare to risk staying in the territory of these civilizations. Superior. Although the probability and possibility of telling the truth are low. In other people's territory, if the other party humiliates you on a whim or deliberately makes fun of you, it will not be easy to deal with it at that time. It is better not to stay in these places at all. The Ventus Empire is a level 7 cosmic civilization that has officially established diplomatic relations with the Tianyan Empire. The relationship between the two empires has always been very good. If you stay and rest in the Ventus Empire, your safety in all aspects will definitely be guaranteed. The Ventus Empire is a level 7 cosmic civilization with a relatively long history. Its strength can only be considered average among level 7 cosmic civilizations. However, because of its relatively long history, the Ventus Empire has slowly gained strength over the long years. A fairly vast territory, centered on the Ventus star continent, the core of the Ventus Empire. The vast starry sky of dozens of surrounding star continents all belong to the territory of the Ventus Empire. Among the level 7 cosmic civilizations in the surrounding area, it is considered a vast territory. In the void somewhere in the Ventus star continent, accompanied by waves of space fluctuations, fire clouds and magical fleets appeared in the most prosperous and core of the Ventus star continent, specially used to receive foreign caravans and fleets. In the Kali star realm, we finally arrived at the Vatican Empire, a level 7 cosmic civilization. I want to take a good look at how prosperous this level 7 cosmic civilization is. Sun Xinyuan looked at the place that was gradually getting brighter in the void. At this time, the fleet was flying towards a huge starry sky continent. This starry sky continent was so vast that it could be seen even from a distant place. It was used to illuminate this starry sky continent. There are so many stars, like shining pearls, shining brightly in the dark sky. Starry sky continent. Almost all advanced cosmic civilizations will build starry sky continent. Use advanced space freezing technology to directly freeze a void, and then build huge starry sky continents to support a huge population. In the field of vision, the huge starry sky continent continues to expand, and gradually the entire field of vision is filled with this huge starry sky continent. Surrounding the starry sky continent, huge spaceports are neatly arranged, and countless spaceships, etc. It's been very busy with ups and downs. In the void further away, there is a large area of void that has been cleaned up. This is an area specially used for space teleportation. With the fluctuations of space, circles of ripples are surging in the void. Countless ripples are surging in the void. Unknown spaceships, space battleships, etc. are constantly leaving here or arriving here from some distant void. Isn't this starry sky continent too huge? It's many times larger than our empire's starry sky continent in the Qihong star boundary. The largest starry sky continent in the Qihong star boundary is only a few light years long and wide. This starry sky continent is, I think it's at least dozens of light years long and wide. At this time, we are still far away from the starry sky continent, But in our field of vision, the huge starry sky continent already stretches across the void. The starry void universe has disappeared. And there is only this huge starry sky continent in our field of vision. The shock of such a huge starry sky continent can be imagined. At this time, Sun Xinyuan and other people in the Empire also widened their eyes and looked at it carefully with great novelty. Bumpkin. Although the people in the Tianyun Empire didn't say anything, their eyes revealed such contempt, and some even had a slight smile on their lips. This smile was obviously not a friendly smile. For the well-informed Tianyun Empire people, what kind of starry sky continent has they not seen before? Such a starry sky continent is really ordinary among advanced cosmic civilizations. It is no wonder that they will show contempt for Sun Xinyuan and others. Tianyun. After arriving in the Vantis Empire, you must pay attention to your identity and not embarrass our Tianyun Empire. There is a space ring here, and there is some money in it for you to use. Hui Yunqiqi looked at his nephew, looking a little helpless. But there was no other way. He was still his nephew no matter what. He held a space ring in his hand and handed it to Sun Tianyun. Uncle, is this not good? Sun Tianyun was a little dazed for a moment, not knowing whether he should answer it or not. After long-term contact, he also knew a lot of things. Walking in the universe, to see whether a person comes from an advanced cosmic civilization, he only needs to look at the other person's space storage device. The more advanced the cosmic civilization is, the smaller its space storage equipment will be. Because only the more advanced the technology can create smaller space storage devices. The average level 7 cosmic civilization cannot even create a space storage device that can be carried around. Only the top level 7 cosmic civilizations can create small space storage devices. Storage, such as space belt, space wallet, space handbag, etc. As for civilizations that can create very small space storage devices such as space rings, space earrings, and space pendants, they are generally only level 8 or above. The Empire established diplomatic relations with the Tianyun Empire. The Tianyun Empire presented a space ring to the Empire. It can be imagined that this space ring is very precious. Now Huiyun Miracle directly threw one over, which made Sun Tianyun a little overwhelmed. Take what is given to you, and be polite to your uncle. I will be angry. Huiyun Qiqi pretended to be slightly angry and said, looking at himself, his beloved nephew. He had no choice. No matter what. He was his nephew, and could not be looked down upon by people from a level 7 cosmic civilization. What's more, Sun Tianyun is a perfect member of the Tianyun Empire in every aspect, especially the fiery red cloud mark on his forehead. People from the Vatican Empire can tell at a glance that he is a member of the Tianyun Empire's royal family. If some jokes were made, the Tianyun Empire's royal family would lose face. Sun Tianyun could only helplessly pick up the ring, and his spiritual consciousness spread into the space ring. He instantly knew that the space of this ring was very huge, enough to hold a solar system. There were countless things in it, including many-8 the currency of level 9 cosmic civilization. This is considered as the pocket money given by Huiyun Ningqi. Sun Xinyuan silently lowered his chin, and his eyes were a little fiery. He also wanted something like a space ring, but he didn't want to ask his brother-in-law for it. Huiyun Miracle was definitely not as good to his brother-in-law as he was to his nephew. Moreover, Sun Xinyuan represents the Yin Wang Empire, and things cannot be given to Sun Xinyuan casually, because this may mean that he looks down on the Yin Wang Empire. It seems that if you don't have any money to spend in the future, you can borrow it from your son. What's the borrowing? It seems to be natural for me to use my son. Sun Xinyuan could only comfort himself in this way, looking at the huge starry sky continent outside. Fire Cloud, the magical fleet, was flying very fast. It was getting closer and closer to this huge starry sky continent. They could already see the starry sky continent. There are very large cities, vast oceans, and tall mountains that reach into the sky. As we get closer and closer to the starry sky continent, the originally empty void begins to become congested. Countless spaceships, space battleships, etc. are lined up in the void, flying inertially at a relatively slow speed. The larger these spaceships and space battleships are, the longer the queues are. Each spaceship is imprinted with various symbols, but basically they belong to civilizations that have no reputation in the universe. Logo. As for spaceships, space battleships, etc. from level 7 space civilizations, there is no need to queue at all. There are channels in the void specially designed for level 7 spacecrafts and fleets to travel together. These channels can go straight to every empty space. The spaceport does not need to be like those spaceships of low and middle-level space civilizations, which have to wait in line slowly and wait for spaceports to arrange them. Huiyun, the treatment enjoyed by the magical fleet is naturally even more different. Knowing that the Tianyan Empire's fleet has arrived, the Vantis civilization is also very proactive and sends spaceships forward in the void. Come to greet them. Lead the team in the void in front, and directly welcome the magical fleet of Huiyun to the spaceport closest to the Starry Sky continent to park. You must know that this Starry Sky continent is too huge, with too many people living there. It is also a Starry Sky continent open to the outside world by the Vatican Empire. There are too many caravans, fleets, etc. from the universe. Outside the Starry Sky continent, there are also a large number of spaceports. Some spaceports are actually very far away from the Starry Sky continent, dozens of light years away. Some spaceports are very close to the Starry Sky continent. It is very close. It is built directly in the space outside the Starry Sky continent. You can fly directly into the Starry Sky continent by taking a small spaceship. There is no doubt that the closer the spaceport is to the Starry Sky continent, the ordinary fleets and fleets are not qualified to park in it. Only the fleets and fleets of level 8 cosmic civilizations, like the Tianyan Empire, are allowed to park in these spaces. Port. Chapter 733. Need to prove. Fire Cloud. The magical fleet slowly docked in the spaceport of the Vantis Empire. The previously quiet spaceport also began to become busy. Fleets from the level 8 cosmic civilization Tianyan Empire and the Vantis Empire also they attach great importance to it. After all, in terms of civilization level, the Tianyan Empire is at level 8 and the Vantis Empire is at level 7. What's more, the Tianyan Empire and the Vantis Empire have always had a very good relationship. The space battleship where Huiyun Chi and others were parked alone in a spaceport. This spaceport was very huge. It looked like a huge monster. This monster was called the Vantis Holy Beast, which is the Vatican. It is the national treasure of the Vantis Empire and the spiritual symbol of the Vantis Empire. In the Vantis Empire, the Vantis Holy Beast means mother, harbor, dignity, etc. The spaceport built in the shape of the Vantis Holy Beast has always been reserved for the most distinguished guests. The entire huge spaceport is built lifelike, as if it is really a huge Vantis Holy Beast standing in the void. The Holy Beast has huge wings and a pair of snow-white hands, and the hands are in a hugging posture. In the middle is a parking position for a spaceship. There is only this one location in the entire huge port, and this location seems very small. It cannot accommodate a slightly larger spaceship. It is obvious that only those powerful advanced space civilization spacecraft and battleships can park in it. Welcome your highness to our Vantis Empire. Huiyun Miracle walked into this huge spaceport first. When the staff of the Vatican Empire saw the fiery red cloud on Huiyun Miracle's forehead, they immediately came up and were very attentive. Welcome. Well, there's a reward. Huiyun miraculously nodded with satisfaction and said to the people around him. And then someone immediately threw something like a coin to the other person. As soon as the other party saw this coin-like thing, his eyes immediately lit up, and he quickly caught it. When he took a closer look, the smile on his face immediately became wider. Help our highness book a palace, and our fleet needs to replenish some supplies. Okay, I'll make arrangements right away. Huiyun the people under Miraculous began to contact the people from the Vantis Empire, telling each other the list of things they needed, and asking them to gather them together. The fleet sailed in the void of the universe, and the consumption was still very huge, and it needed to be replenished. There are still a lot of supplies. Of course, this does not mean that the fleet does not have enough supplies. Judging from the space technology of the Tianyan Empire, the fleet carries enough supplies to fly for a long time. It is just a habit for them to replenish supplies when they arrive at a place for repairs. Keep the fleet in perfect condition. Of course, the other one is to carry out space trade. Even though there are only 10,000 space battleships, the extensive use of space technology brings an unknown amount of goods. A trip in the universe is naturally not in vain. It is indispensable. Doing business in various places. After all, even as the prince of the Tianyan Empire, Huiyun Miracle has a lot to spend money on. And he also needs to know how to manage it so that he can have a steady stream of funds. Of course, Huiyun Miao doesn't have to worry about these things, and his subordinates will do a good job and do things properly. After returning to the Tianyan Empire, he only needs to know how much he earned during this trip. Money will do. At this time, Huiyun Qiuyun and Qiuyu, Sun Tianyun, Sun Xinyuan and others had transferred to a small spaceship and flew towards a palace on the Starry Sky continent. In a short period of time, the Vatican Empire was a palace has been cleared to receive Huiyun Miraculous. Of course, it is also very likely that the palace itself is specially used to receive VIPs, and no one lives in it at ordinary times. Sun Xinyuan followed Huiyun Miracle, and lived on the Starry Sky continent very smoothly, and entered a luxurious palace. On the other side, the Empire's huge envoy to the Tianyuan Empire found everything inconvenient. Although we boarded the Tianyuan Empire's space battleship together, when applying for the access permission level, the people on the Tianyuan Empire seemed to intentionally make things difficult for the people on the Empire's side. Or perhaps they had clearly defined the boundaries from the beginning, so it didn't help the people on the Empire's side to handle it at all. In a spaceport, "We are from the Tianyuan Empire. Please help us handle the relevant matters. Oh, by the way, these people are not from our Tianyuan Empire, but they also want to enter your empire, so I have to help with the process." A person in charge of the Tianyuan Empire, with a blue cloud symbol on his forehead, said to the people of the Vantis Empire with a playful smile on his face, "Mr. Zhang, I can only help you up to this point. You still need to handle the rest of the related matters yourself." Turning around, the Tianyuan Empire smiled and said to Zhang Zhongyang, the deputy ambassador of the empire to the Tianyuan Empire, "Thank you very much Lan Yun Mr. Xingwen for your help. We can handle it ourselves next." Zhang Zhongyang smiled and expressed his gratitude. "Well, I'll leave first then." Lan Yun Xingwang nodded with a smile, and left first with the people from the Tianyuan Empire. In a short period of time, the people from the Vantis Empire had helped them handle all the relevant procedures, including accommodation. All other related matters were handled properly. "Are you really not from the Tianyuan Empire?" The people of the Vantis Empire also look like a humanoid race. They are not too tall, have thick hair, a pair of wings, and white hands. At this time, the staff of the Vantis Empire carefully looked at Zhang Zhongyang and others, and they seemed a little it's unbelievable, because the imperial people and the people from the Tianyuan Empire look almost exactly the same. "No, we are from the Yinhuang Empire. Please help us with the relevant procedures." Zhang Zhongyang smiled and shook his head, looking a little overwhelmed because he didn't know what to do next. After all, he had never been to other advanced cosmic civilizations and didn't know many things. Yinhuang Empire? Just a moment. I need to find relevant information. I have never heard of your civilization before. I have an impression of all the advanced cosmic civilizations in the entire universe. The other party began to query relevant data from the computer. "Sorry, your relevant data is not found in the computer. It is very likely that we will not be able to handle the relevant procedures for you." Soon, with the query results, the smile on the other party's face dropped, because the computer did not find any information about the Yinhuang Empire at all. It's normal that it can't be found. Our empire is a newly promoted level 7 cosmic civilization, and it was also a civilization that established diplomatic relations with the Tianyuan Empire not long ago. Zhang Zhongyang continued with a smile. New level 7 cosmic civilization? When the other party heard this, he couldn't help but raise his eyes and take a closer look. His eyes were full of disbelief. This level 7 cosmic civilization is not a bad street. If you say it is new, it will be new. Who believes it? A certain person has appeared before. Some people from low-level cosmic civilizations pretend to be high-level cosmic civilizations and defraud people of food, drink, money, etc. in the universe. What proof do you have that your Yinhuang Empire is a newly promoted level 7 cosmic civilization? I am here to receive distinguished guests from advanced cosmic civilizations. If your Yinhuang Empire is not an advanced cosmic civilization, I will not be able to receive you here. Although the other party did not believe it, he did not directly drive Zhang Zhongyang and others out. Proof? I am the deputy ambassador of the Yinhuang Empire to the Tianyuan Empire. You just saw that we arrived here together on the Tianyuan Empire's space battleship. Zhang Zhongyang frowned slightly, thought for a while and said, "We saw you arriving here on the Tianyuan Empire space battleship, but we still need to confirm your identity. If your Yinhuang Empire is really a level 7 cosmic civilization, we can help you handle the relevant matters. If your Yinhuang Empire is if you have not reached level 7 cosmic civilization, we only need to ask you to transfer to the spaceport that receives middle and low-level cosmic civilizations to handle related matters." The other party still said very coldly, "The spaceport here is very close to the Starry Sky continent, and all the guests received are VIPs from advanced cosmic civilizations. Naturally, They will not be polite to people who are not from advanced cosmic civilizations. I have already said that our Yin Wang Empire is a newly promoted level 7 cosmic civilization. What do you want us to prove? Zhang Zhongyang frowned. He didn't know what the advanced cosmic civilization had to prove himself. He also looked very angry in his words. Then what proof is your business? People in advanced cosmic civilizations naturally have things and methods to prove themselves. If you are not, then I will have to ask someone to move you to another place. There was a sneer on the other side's lips, as if he was watching a good show. This civilization from the Yin Wang Empire, which did not know which corner of the universe, actually brazenly said that it was a newly promoted level 7 universe civilization. You have to be prepared to pretend. It will only work if it looks like something. And it will be okay if it has a space memory or something like that. If you want to prove it, then I will prove it to you. Zhang Zhongyang became angry when he saw that the other party refused to accommodate him to death. He was the ambassador of the empire to the outside world and represented the face of the empire. Now, he was being deliberately made things difficult for him. Of course, in Zhang Zhongyang's view, it was deliberately making things difficult. In the view of the other party, it was possible it's a normal procedure. But no matter what, the fact that the other party ignored and looked down upon the existence of the empire was like a huge insult to diplomats like him. And he began to get angry. As his words fell, Zhang Zhongyang's aura began to soar continuously. The majestic yuan power was stirring. The surrounding space began to tremble faintly. The entire spaceport began to shake, as if it was invisibly shaken by a wave of energy, like being enveloped by huge power. Chapter 734. It will be different immediately. Powerful energy fluctuations rose from Zhang Zhongyang's body, and a terrifying aura swept over him. Zhang Zhongyang, who seemed to be very ordinary at first, had completely changed. He was like a god exuding a terrifying pressure that made people endure. He couldn't help but kneel down and worship immediately. In the entire spaceport, everyone in the Vantis Empire widened their eyes at this time, looking at Zhang Zhongyang at the center of the fluctuation. They felt like a tiny ant, swaying in the strong wind and waves. Yuanli warriors are also very common in advanced cosmic civilizations. Yuanli cultivation is also quite popular in the Vantis Empire. But there are not many Yuanli who have practiced Yuanli to such a terrifying level as Zhang Zhongyang. As the deputy diplomatic envoy of the empire to the Tianyan Empire, Zhang Zhongyang's Yuanli cultivation has already reached the immortal level. He is not far behind Sun Qin Yuan. Everyone in the entire diplomatic corps also has advanced Yuanli cultivation. All of them are advanced Yuanli monks who have reached the immortal level. After all, these people represent the empire, and it is the first time that the empire appears on the big stage of the universe. So each one has been carefully selected. And the most basic requirement is to achieve immortality in personal Yuanli cultivation. The entire huge spaceport is like a small boat in the sea. As the huge aura of Zhang Zhongyang continues to fluctuate, in the eyes of the people of the Vantis Empire, the entire world seems to have disappeared. Only Zhang Zhongyang, who is like a god, exudes with divine power as deep as abyss and prison. Buzz! The piercing sirens began to sound one after another. In the surrounding void, figures flashed rapidly towards the spaceport where Zhang Zhongyang and others were. On the huge starry sky continent, terrifying auras continued to rise. Powerful figures rose from the starry sky continent, and also rushed here. Friend! If you have something to say, you have something to say! In Zhang Zhongyang's mind, a gentle voice sounded. Someone from the Vantis Empire, who had advanced cultivation, had already developed Zhang Zhongyang, who was showing great power, and quickly persuaded him. If a Yuanli monk who has reached the immortal level really shows his power, it will be quite terrifying. A single act of pressure is enough to completely destroy the spaceports, spaceships, etc. in the surrounding void. It is powerful. Once his magical power is unleashed, this huge starry sky continent will most likely be destroyed. Your Vantis Empire must give me an explanation today. Zhang Zhongyang's cold snort was like a thunderbolt hitting the minds of the surrounding Vatican Empire people. Suddenly, each of them felt that their heads were buzzing. Their headaches were splitting, and they were in excruciating pain. Friends! Why should we embarrass these ignorant people? Soon, a figure flashed to Zhang Zhongyang's side. With a smile on his face, he said to Zhang Zhongyang in a friendly manner. He already knew very well that the cultivation level of the person in front of him was really unfathomable. Not even the entire Vatican Empire. How many people have such terrifying Yuanli cultivation? After hearing this, Zhang Zhongyang slowly restrained his majestic aura, and the surrounding void gradually calmed down. Soon, everything returned to the same state as before, as if nothing had happened. But the people from the Vatican Empire around him saw when Zhang Zhongyang looked at him. He was in awe as if he were seeing a god. My name is Lias. I'm glad to meet you. I wonder where our Vantis Empire has neglected us to make you so unhappy. My friend? Lias was secretly surprised when he looked at the man in front of him, who didn't have any fluctuations in his aura. His aura had completely converged without any fluctuations. He looked like a very ordinary person. If he hadn't just seen him with a big hair, it was so powerful that he could hardly believe his eyes. My name is Zhang Zhongyang. I come from the Yin 1 Empire, a level 7 cosmic civilization. I am the deputy envoy of our Yin 1 Empire to the Tianyan Empire, a level 8 cosmic civilization. I want to enter your empire to rest and recuperate, but your personnel deliberately make things difficult for us and ask us to give something. Prove it. Zhang Zhongyang was not polite in his words, and simply told the cause of the matter. Yin 1 Empire, ambassador to the Tianyan Empire, a level 8 cosmic civilization? Lias looked around at his staff. Is this the case? Sir, we can't find the Yin 1 Empire in our computer at all. They say they are a newly promoted level 7 cosmic civilization, but we don't know about this at all. The staff in the spaceport said bravely. No matter how he said this, he would definitely not end well today. When Lias heard this, he immediately knew what was going on. He simply looked down on the Yin 1 Empire people in front of him. This kind of thing is very common among high-level cosmic civilizations. For people from middle and low-level cosmic civilizations, people from high-level cosmic civilizations simply don't care. We'll go take a look more. The newly promoted level 7 cosmic civilization, regardless of whether the Yin 1 Empire is a level 7 cosmic civilization or not, at least from the perspective of Yuanli cultivation, it is quite terrifying. Such a person is a VIP even among advanced cosmic civilizations. Lias already had a solution in mind, and soon a smile appeared on his face. Your Excellency, Ambassador, I am truly sorry that our staff were blind and contemptuous, and wasted your precious time. I will ask someone to quickly handle the relevant procedures for you. I hope to gain your forgiveness, Ambassador. Well, that's my problem. Mr. Lias. Seeing that the matter could be solved, Zhang Zhongyang had no intention of continuing to cause trouble. He also had a smile on his face, and said to Lias very politely, Hurry up and go through the relevant procedures. Lias turned to scold the staff of the spaceport, and then started chatting with Zhang Zhongyang with a smile on his face. It's really gratifying. There is another powerful advanced cosmic civilization in our universe. I think the reputation of your empire will soon spread throughout the universe. Mr. Lias is overly praised. Our empire has only just advanced to level 7 cosmic civilization. It is still far behind your empire. Your empire's reputation is astonishing. The Vantis Empire has a very long history. It is also one of the civilizations with the longest history in the entire 8-star district. Since Lias was very polite to him, Zhang Zhongyang also smiled and chatted with him. As a diplomat, he had already memorized the relevant information of various advanced cosmic civilizations in the universe. Regarding the Vatican Empire, naturally, I also know the history and can talk about it. Ha ha. Thank you. Thank you, Ambassador. We might as well find a place to sit down and chat together. I admire your cultivation very much. You must have cultivated to the immortal level. Right. Lias laughed happily when he saw Zhang Zhongyang was very polite. He glanced at the person next to him, and someone immediately went to arrange the reception room. I broke through to immortality more than 10 million years ago. Your Excellency is truly gifted. You can break through to immortality. From now on, you no longer have to worry about lifespan. You have endless years. It is really enviable. Ha ha. I see that your cultivation is also quite profound. You should be able to break through to immortality quickly and have an endless lifespan. It can't be that easy. I'm still full of countless doubts about cultivation. I don't know if I can ask you for advice. Of course you can, but I'm afraid there is a limit to how much I can help. Zhang Zhongyang and Lias chatted very casually. The staff in the spaceport here also quickly completed the relevant procedures for Zhang Zhongyang and others in the Empire. Even accommodation was arranged, completely in accordance with the level 7 cosmic civilization. Get the treatment you deserve. In the conference hall of the spaceport, Lias and Zhang Zhongyang had a very pleasant chat. Zhang Zhongyang obtained a lot of useful information from Lias about powerful civilizations in the universe. And Lias also got some guidance from Zhang Zhongyang on Yuanli cultivation, which was quite inspiring. Your Excellency Ambassador, it is rare that you come to our Vantis Empire this time. We are destined to meet each other. Please don't refuse. Let me be the host and fulfill my friendship as a landlord. Because Laius was inspired by his cultivation, he was in a very good mood at this time. His relationship with Zhang Zhongyang was different. At this time, he regarded himself as a younger brother and a junior. After all, in the Vatican Empire, Yuanli cultivation to achieve immortality. They are very rare, and each one is a national treasure of the Vantis Empire. It is not easy to get advice from such a big man, and the price it costs is very huge. This time he got Zhang Zhongyang's advice at almost no cost. He vaguely felt that he had not made a breakthrough during the new year. The realm may be broken through soon. Naturally, he was overjoyed. And at the same time, he sincerely wanted to make friends with Zhang Zhongyang. If he had any questions in the future, he could ask for advice. After all, being able to make friends with a powerful immortal level Yuanli monk was something that countless people dreamed of. Haha. If that's the case, I won't bother you. Mr. Laius and I also hit it off immediately. Zhang Zhongyang thought for a while and agreed. If the Empire wanted to enter the space stage of the universe, it would naturally have to have more contact with other advanced cosmic civilizations and have a deeper understanding of the universe. As a diplomat, he naturally had to pay more attention to this aspect. No interruption. No interruption. It's my honor to invite you. Laius was very happy when Zhang Zhongyang agreed. He immediately looked at the people around him, and his subordinates started to make arrangements. The Vantis people attach great importance to receiving distinguished guests, and all kinds of things must be carefully prepared. Only in this way can they show respect for the guests, and can also demonstrate the prosperity and strength of the Level 7 Cosmic Civilization Vantis Empire. Chapter 735. The Unreachable Space Backpack. The huge starry sky continent is very prosperous. The huge cities are like huge ant nests. Countless people are like ants busy in this huge nest. At Zhang Zhongyang's request, Laius became a tour guide and took Zhang Zhongyang to visit this huge starry sky continent. In a huge shopping mall, there is a constant flow of people. People from all civilizations in the universe gather here. All kinds of civilizations and races speak various languages. There are products from all over the universe, and all kinds of strange things. The weird stuff is dazzling and dizzying. Mr. Zhang, this mall is the largest mall in the entire starry sky continent. Basically, you can find anything you want to buy here. The first floor is the space slave trading market. There are all kinds of slaves. You can also customize slaves according to the needs of customers. Of course, the slaves that can appear here are high-end goods, and the prices are generally relatively expensive. The second floor is the commodity trading area. There are merchants from all over the universe and various commodities. If you have a good eye, you can still find some good things. Of course, you must remember to bargain. The merchants inside are basically lions, open wide. As for the third floor, it is the arms trade area. It is mainly for intermediate cosmic civilizations. The arms trade between advanced cosmic civilizations is generally one-on-one trade between civilizations. However, there are also a small number of high-level cosmic civilization arms and weapons. But the price is extremely expensive. There is no need to buy it. Laius introduced to Zhang Zhongyang very enthusiastically that this huge shopping mall covers an extremely vast area, and each floor is also very high. Although there are only 3 floors, it is up to 100 meters high, and each floor is subdivided. There are many small floors, many shops, and a huge flow of people coming in and out of a shop. Do you all use virtual shopping here? Zhang Zhongyang looked at the huge flow of people. Although the mall was huge, the stores were actually not too big. For a huge level 7 cosmic civilization, there were a lot of types of products, let alone a small product. Even the entire shopping mall may not be able to accommodate it. If you use void shopping, these problems will not exist. Well, most of us use virtual shopping, but there are also physical items on display in every store here. I'll take you in and take a look and you'll understand. Laius nodded. No matter how big the mall is, it cannot accommodate all the goods. The mall is only used as a display place, and more transactions are still completed in the virtual world. Zhang Zhongyang followed Laius to a slave trading shop on the first floor. There was a very handsome humanoid interstellar slave at the door of the shop. When he saw Zhang Zhongyang and others coming in, he immediately expressed a warm welcome with a smile on his face. Sir, welcome to our store. How can I serve you? Someone rushed up and said enthusiastically. The clerk obviously had very good eyesight. He could tell that Lias, Zhang Zhongyang and his party were very popular. It seemed that they were all people from advanced cosmic civilizations. Well, let's come in and take a look, Lias said arrogantly. Without even looking at the other party, he led the other party into the goods. The door of the store was only a few meters wide, but as soon as Zhang Zhongyang entered the goods, it felt like the field of vision in front of me suddenly broadened. And I was actually in a huge square. The square was bustling with people, and there were a large number of businessmen constantly bargaining with groups of interstellar slaves. Is this an application of space technology? Although Zhang Zhongyang had no expression on the surface, he was really shocked in his heart. The outside of the store was small, but the inside used space storage technology. It was extraordinary. There was actually a huge square. Slaves from all over the universe. All kinds of people. There are all kinds of races here. The space technology of our Vatican Empire can only be regarded as average. This space is not very big. I have been to the Tianyun Empire and witnessed the space technology of the Tianyun Empire. The space created is enough to hold a planet. Seeing Zhang Zhongyang's expressionless face, Lias started to explain, slightly embarrassed. I also admire the Tianyun Empire's space technology. I have seen the space rings they wear. The space inside is enough to hold a galaxy. Zhang Zhongyang smiled and nodded. When it came to space storage technology, he was extremely envious. He was thinking about how to get a space ring to use it. A space ring that can hold a galaxy? That's really amazing. Just one ring is priceless. When Lias heard this, his eyes widened. The space technology of the Vantis Empire could only be considered average. It was impossible to create such a compact space storage device as a space ring. It could only create space backpacks, space bags and the like. Memory. Lias is carrying a big bag at this time, which is the space memory he carries with him. I have wanted to buy a space ring for a long time. But these space rings are all made by level 8 cosmic civilizations. Very few of them are leaked to our level 7 cosmic civilizations. Even if they are, each one will cause competition for incentives. The price is extremely expensive. And although I am relatively wealthy, I can't afford a space ring even with all my wealth. As for a space ring that can hold a galaxy as large as you said, I estimate that it is very rare among level 8 cosmic civilizations. Such space rings are even more valuable. Each one is enough to sell. The price is sky high. And the price is still high. Lias patted the space storage bag on his back. It looked ugly no matter how he looked at it. If he went to a level 8 universe civilization, he would be embarrassed to carry a bag, because then others would know that you are from a level 7 universe. Civilized. Your civilized space technology is not good. You can't even make a space ring. I only saw it once. And I really want a space ring. But like you said, it seems to be an unattainable dream. Zhang Zhongyang smiled and shook his head. However, after seeing the space ring, he looked at the space backpack Lias was carrying. It seemed really ugly and a little hard to handle. He thought that he would rather not bring space storage when he went to Tianyun Empire in the future. Don't be embarrassed about your equipment either. Mr. Zhang is being too modest. As an immortal level Yuanli monk, Mr. Zhang will be treated as a VIP whenever he goes to a high-level cosmic civilization. Even if he goes to a level 9 cosmic civilization, he will still receive VIP treatment. It will definitely be very convenient to get a space ring. It's easy. If you can in the future, please help me get one for my little brother. I'll definitely satisfy you about the price. This space ring doesn't need to be too big. Lias smiled and shook his head. The other party obviously did not realize the dignity of his status. Immortal level Yuanli monks are not bad people. They are very few among advanced cosmic civilizations. They all have a distinguished status. Big shot. It's easy to get a space ring. Easy to say. Easy to say. If there is a chance, I will not forget to help you get a space ring. Zhang Zhongyang laughed happily when he heard this. Regarding getting a space ring, Zhang Zhongyang also felt that he should be able to get it. And he would not be so miserable. Thank you so much. Come on. I'll show you around this slave shop. Seeing that Zhang Zhongyang agreed, Lias was very happy and became even more enthusiastic. He has really longed for the space ring for a long time. This space backpack is really hard to get rid of. In a level 7 cosmic civilization, it can still be carried out. If when meeting people with level 7 cosmic civilizations who have advanced space storage technology, they will naturally be laughed at. Two adults. The slaves in our shop come from the entire universe. We have carefully selected slaves of more than 10 billion varieties. You are guaranteed to be satisfied. Moreover, we can also carry out specialized slave cultivation and custody according to your needs and requirements. You buy the slave you want. The clerk, who was leading the way, heard the conversation between the two and happily began to introduce the slave products in his store. The slaves who appeared here were all high-end slaves who had been carefully selected. And there were no more slave varieties. Put it in, because even if this space is very large, it cannot hold tens of billions of interstellar slaves. Following the guidance of the clerk, Zhang Zhongyang also began to look with interest. The cosmic slave trade is very prosperous in the universe. Almost every civilization has slaves. Especially these advanced cosmic civilizations have an even greater demand for slaves. Taking the level 7 cosmic civilization of the Vantis Empire as an example, every citizen of the Vantis Empire will be given 10 slaves from birth to serve them. This is a free gift from the Empire level. Just when he was born, he was given 10 slaves to provide him with food, clothing, housing, and transportation. As the age grows, the Vantis Empire will also give more interstellar slaves to each of its citizens. These slaves are involved in almost every aspect of the lives of the citizens of the Vantis Empire. Almost all jobs can be performed by these interstellar slaves. Go and finish. Of course, it has developed to level 7 cosmic civilization. The Vantis Empire's control methods over interstellar slaves are also quite powerful. Every interstellar slave has a biochip in its head. Life and death are in the hands of the master. They can control everything in a single thought. Interstellar slaves die. Therefore, although interstellar slaves widely exist in all aspects of the Vantis Empire, there have never been any major problems. Moreover, in the core fields of key technology, military, politics, education, etc., there is no such thing in the Vantis Empire. Lose to ensure the stability and development of their own Vantis Empire. Chapter 736. Space Pirates. The population of the Vantis Empire, a level 7 cosmic civilization alone, is so huge, all measured in capital. And the demand for the slave market in the entire Vantis Empire is astonishing. Even with the lowest configuration calculating 1 citizen with 10 slaves, you also need slaves that are 10 times the population of the Vantis Empire. Slavery exists widely in all levels of civilization in the universe. Not only in advanced cosmic civilizations, but also in middle and low-level cosmic civilizations. Slaves also exist in large numbers. These civilized races in the universe are not like the European and American virgins in the previous Earth era who think that slavery is a backward system. The large number of slaves is used to reduce the number of their own citizens to do some low-level jobs. And it is also a kind of welfare. As citizens of an advanced cosmic civilization, they already have enough food and clothing from the moment they are born. They do not need to worry about anything. Everything has been taken care of by their own civilization and country. The large number of slaves plays a key role. The role of sex. If, as was the case in the previous Earth age, every single one of them was a holy mother and served refugees and the descendants of former slaves as their masters, the advanced cosmic civilization in the entire universe would be in chaos. The law of the jungle is the law of nature of the universe. Anyone who violates this law will in the end. They will all be eliminated by history. Whether it is the history of the previous Earth or the history of countless cosmic civilizations in the universe, countless civilized races have clearly illustrated this point with their own blood and tears. The huge space square was buzzing with people, and various slaves looked at the well-dressed free people around them with numb eyes. Perhaps these interstellar slaves could only pray that they would be sold to a better master. Mr. Zhang, there is a race here that is very similar to yours. I wonder if you are interested in buying some back. Laya saw a group of slaves who were naked and looked very similar to the imperial people, except that their ears were very pointed, stood up high, and had green hair, and said with a smile, "These slaves look like elves from Nordic mythology on Earth. All of them are tall, with fair skin, tall noses, sapphire-like eyes, and pointed ears raised high. The men are handsome, while the women are exquisite, charming and full of temptation. Oh, I really want to, but I haven't settled down yet. Let's talk about it later." Zhang Zhongyang looked at it carefully and said with a smile. When he looked at the group of elven slaves, they all saw Zhang Zhongyang and couldn't help but widen their eyes. There was a hint of expectation in their eyes. "Ha ha, after you settle down in Tianyan Empire, you must tell me, and I will give you a badge. Although this cosmic slave is not something of aesthetic value, You still need luck to meet someone who looks very similar to your own civilized race. These slaves should be sold specifically to the Tianyuan Empire. The Tianyuan Empire looks like the people of your Yenwang Empire. They are almost exactly the same. If you hadn't told me, I would have thought you were from the Tianyuan Empire. To be honest, we were both in a daze when we first met. The two of them were casually strolling around and chatting. One wanted to accompany him, and the other wanted to take the opportunity to learn about the affairs of advanced cosmic civilizations. Lias is a qualified tour guide. He took Zhang Zhongyang on a tour of the entire Starry Sky continent, allowing Zhang Zhongyang to experience the luxury of a powerful and advanced cosmic civilization. Space technology is widely used in every corner of the entire empire. For the people of the Vantis Empire, wherever they go, they will basically enter a space world. The homes of the citizens of the Vatican Empire are basically built in space worlds with huge areas. Even ordinary people have built huge lakes, landscapes, manors, palaces, etc. in their own space worlds. There are a large number of slaves of all kinds available to serve you anytime and anywhere. From citizens' residences to company offices, production factories, meeting places, entertainment venues, etc. Almost all are set up in carefully crafted spatial worlds. Some powerful game companies have actually constructed game space worlds specifically for playing games, such as gun battle games, using a large number of slaves for live ammunition shooting, etc. I don't know how many people there are at any time. Slaves died in the Vantis pursuit of pleasure, while Zhang Zhongyang, Sun Xinyuan, Hui Yunqiuyue and others were resting on the Starry Sky continent of the Vantis Empire. Somewhere in the void far away from this Starry Sky continent, a huge fleet was rushing through the void. Progress. The scale of this fleet is very large. The huge battleship group stretches across a large void universe, like a huge ocean of battleships. All space battleships are not large in size. They are larger than the space battleships of the Tianyuan Empire, but they have not yet reached the scale of the Empire's medium-sized space battleships. The battleship is branded with the imprint of the Red Skull. If anyone who is familiar with various things in the universe sees it, they will immediately know that this is the Red Skull Space Pirate Group, which is famous in the entire universe. The Red Skull Space Pirates have always been famous throughout the universe for their boldness, ruthlessness, quick actions, and fast, ruthless, and accurate crime goals. They are an existence that has made countless cosmic civilizations talk about it. You must know that the Red Skull Pirates are continuously level 8 cosmic civilizations dare to loot. In the entire universe, the only ones the Red Skull Space Pirates dare not provoke are the 9 level 9 cosmic civilizations. In addition to being ruthless and committing crimes quickly, the Red Skull Space Pirates are also very mysterious. No one knows where their lair is. The level 8 cosmic civilization that was once looted has been hunted all over the universe, and the Red Skull Space Pirates have not been found. Instead, their home base was robbed of several huge Starry Sky continents, and then gradually died down. The Red Skull Pirates are not only ruthless, but also very vindictive. If they rob you once, they will generally not rob you a second time in a short period of time. But if you want to fight with the Red Skull Pirates, they will come and rob you one after another until you give up completely. This is the really scary thing about the Red Skull Pirates. They are barefoot and are not afraid of wearing shoes. They come and go without a trace. These advanced cosmic civilizations have a big business. If they really fight with the Red Skull Pirates, they will only he suffered heavy losses. The huge Red Skull Pirates fleet was advancing rapidly in the void, still flying towards the Starry Sky continent where Zhang Zhongyang, Sun Xinyuan and others were. The Vantis Empire is average in strength among level 7 cosmic civilizations. Although it has a relatively long history, it has always been a favorite target of space pirates. Some of these cosmic pirate groups that traverse the universe are disguised by some advanced cosmic civilizations themselves. Some are advanced cosmic civilizations that were defeated and became space pirate groups. And some are supported by some advanced cosmic civilizations. In short, behind these space pirate groups, there are actually shadows of advanced cosmic civilizations. Without strong technological strength, there is no way to control the universe. This is for sure. So these space pirate groups are regarded as the shameful power of some advanced cosmic civilizations. No matter what, this power cannot expose the civilization behind it, because there are too many advanced cosmic civilizations poisoned by space pirates in the universe. Once people know about it, they will definitely be exposed by many advanced cosmic civilizations. Besieged? Of course, truly powerful advanced cosmic civilizations will not do these things. Nor will level 7 cosmic civilizations with too low strength, because they simply cannot defeat the fleets of other civilizations. Those who do this kind of thing are some level 8 cosmic civilizations, or extremely powerful level 7 cosmic civilizations. They have only one purpose, and that is to plunder the starry sky continent that other civilizations have worked hard to build. Each huge starry sky continent is a huge treasure. It was built by an advanced cosmic civilization that concentrated a lot of manpower, material resources and time. However, through this method, it only takes a short period of time to plunder all the wealth that the opponent has worked so hard to build. This is the fundamental reason why the space pirate group can never be completely wiped out in the universe. Although the risks are high, the rewards are also quite rich. With the widespread application of space technology, it is also very simple to empty a huge starry sky continent. The space battleships of the Red Skull Pirates are extremely fast. The advanced space transmission technology allows the huge battleship group to ignore any natural dangers in the universe. Each space transmission can span very long distances. The huge group of battleships did not fly in a straight line in the void. Instead, they circled in the void from time to time. They seemed to have a very clear understanding of the internal defenses of the Vantis Empire. Every time they circled, they could accurately avoid one. The Vantis Empire fleet patrolling in the vast void and monitoring areas everywhere. In the void somewhere in the Kali Star realm of the Vantis Empire, with waves of space turmoil, the huge fleet of the Red Skull Space Pirates finally arrived here, and then headed non-stop towards Sun Xinyuan and others in the Kali Star realm. The starry sky continent space where it is located is teleported. Because of the existence of space pirates, advanced cosmic civilizations are also very strict in protecting the starry sky continent that they have worked so hard to build. A huge monitoring system has been deployed in the very vast void area around the starry sky continent. Any space fluctuations will cause an immediate alarm. Buzz buzz! Bursts of piercing sirens sounded in every corner of the starry sky continent. At the same time, in the spaceports and space buildings around the starry sky continent, the sirens also began to sound non-stop, making everyone who heard the sound suddenly panic. The child changes color. Chapter 737. Chaos. Buzz buzz! The piercing sirens sounded one after another in every corner of the starry sky continent, and everyone who was familiar with the sirens was suddenly shocked. What's wrong? Did something happen? Zhang Zhongyang looked at Lias, whose expression changed drastically, and asked quickly. Something big is going to happen. Space pirates are coming to attack. Lias came back to his senses and suddenly panicked, not knowing what to do. His eyes flashed with fear, and he started walking around like a headless fly, seeming to be thinking about what to do next. Manage. Space pirates? Are there still pirates in the universe? Zhang Zhongyang shouted out all of a sudden. As the empire developed, it only encountered pirates in the Milky Way. However, the scale was very small, and most of them were insignificant. They were connected by space-time ocean currents. Space pirates were not that easy to mess around with. Yes, every advanced cosmic civilization in the universe has mastered powerful space transmission technology. So it is not surprising that space pirates are born. After thinking about it carefully, Zhang Zhongyang soon felt relieved. With powerful space transmission technology, space pirates could come and go without a trace. Taking up this ancient profession of robbing families and homes seemed to be a good business with huge profits. Mr. Zhang, I have to say goodbye in advance. If I can avoid this disaster, I will contact you again in the future. After thinking about it, Lias hurriedly said goodbye to Zhang Zhongyang and began to deal with the urgent matters at hand, transferring his wealth to the storage space, or hiding his important relatives in the storage space, waiting and so on. Mr. Lias must be lucky enough to survive this disaster smoothly. Hope so. After Lias finished speaking, his whole figure began to flash on the starry sky continent. At this time, the entire starry sky continent was in chaos. Countless spacecraft were like a group of frightened sparrows, flying towards space covering the sky. Go. And at the same time, there are figures flashing directly in the air, rushing towards the spaceport in space. In space, the spaceports are also in chaos. Everyone is hurriedly flying to their spaceships and space battleships, trying to quickly teleport away from this place of right and wrong before the space pirates arrive. Because there are so many various spacecraft that even the sunlight in the sky is blocked. A system is usually needed to manage the waterways. Now, they are scrambling to leave, and countless spacecrafts are constantly trying to escape from each other. They collided together, and balls of flames rose up in the sky and space. Before the space pirates came, The place was completely in chaos. Everyone come to me at once! Just when Zhang Zhongyang was thinking about what to do next, Sun Xinyuan's voice sounded in his mind. Zhang Zhongyang immediately released his huge spiritual consciousness to cover the entire huge starry sky continent, and soon discovered Sun Xinyuan's figure. And then the figure began to become blurry, flashing quickly on the starry sky continent. In a famous scenic spot in the starry sky continent, Huiyun Miracle is waiting anxiously, walking around uneasily. He did not expect that he was so unlucky. After resting here for a while, he unexpectedly encountered space pirates. Now everywhere it is not easy to retreat safely in such a chaotic situation. One after another figures shot out from a distance, and the figures turned from virtual to real. The first ones to rush over were actually people from the Empire. Tianyun Empire. Huiyun the magical elite guards were not as fast as Zhang Zhongyang and others. People? Our people are all here. What should we do next? As Sun Xinyuan's deputy, Zhang Zhongyang handled many tasks. With a glance of his consciousness, he knew that all the more than 100 people in the ambassador's delegation had arrived. And he said to Sun Xinyuan anxiously, "There's no rush. We'll listen to His Highness the Prince's arrangements." Sun Xinyuan seemed unhurried, but he was not intimidated by the so-called space pirates. The most important thing now is to return to our space battleship. As long as we can enter the space battleship of our Tianyun Empire, it may be a bit difficult to deal with these space pirates, but escaping will definitely be no problem. Huiyun Qiqi looked at the people from the Yanhuang Empire next to him. His eyes lit up. He didn't think they were so powerful at first, but now he realized that any person's Yuanli cultivation is unfathomable and so powerful. With the help of his strength, he naturally feels a little more confident if he wants to leave safely. There is also chaos in space now, but the spaceport where our battleship is parked is very close. I suggest that we fly to the battleship now, and everyone should hurry back to their battleships. As for whether I can break out, I don't think I care too much. If there is no way out, just fight my way out. Sun Xinyuan's huge spiritual consciousness enveloped the void, and he could clearly see the chaotic situation in space. Well, Master Astronomy, please notify everyone else and fly towards your space battleship immediately. Huiyun miraculously nodded and gave instructions to Ziyun's celestial elephant beside him. And then his figure rose from the ground and flew directly towards space. Protect His Highness! Sun Xinyuan also followed Huiyun miraculously, and notified his people to give orders. His huge space energy began to envelope one side, and the surrounding space began to ripple. The space continued to fold and agitate, and soon formed a huge space cage protected everyone. As if walking in a world of nothingness, the sky was densely packed, almost blocking out the sun, and from time to time, there were huge explosions that collided with each other and had no impact at all on Sun Xinyuan and others. Immortal space energy monks are really powerful. Huiyunqi looked at the spacecraft that was clearly beside him. But the spacecraft passed through his position and had no impact on him at all. His eyes lit up. And Ziyun on the side also praised Tianxiang. Soon, without the slightest obstruction, everyone arrived at the spaceport where their own space battleships were parked. Because of the spaceport where distinguished guests were parked, there were only fire clouds in the entire spaceport, a magical space battleship. And the people in the spaceport also there are very few. So it's not as chaotic as other places. However, the surrounding space is too chaotic. From time to time, spaceships and other spaceships bump into it like headless flies. So that this huge spaceport that looks like the Vantis sacred beast has been hit and appeared one by one. Big holes and explosions from time to time caused the spaceport to shake violently. With almost no pause, everyone entered the space battleship directly. Activate the space defense system. The battleship was quickly activated. As the space defense system was activated, Huiyun Qiqi and others also secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The void around the battleship began to stir and fold, and a space defense that was invisible to the naked eye began. Protect the space battleship. What's the situation with the other battleships? As the battleship started, various situations in the surrounding void began to appear in front of everyone's eyes. The virtual presentation played out all the messy scenes in space. The surrounding spaceports were greatly impacted, and many spaceports produced, there was a huge explosion, and the collision between spacecraft produced countless fragments. These fragments continued to impact more aircraft, causing more explosions. It was like a nuclear fission reaction. It was very chaotic. Only those who activated space defense, only the spaceports, spaceships, etc. can survive. The situation is very bad. So far, Less than 1,000 space battleships have been activated, and almost half of the space battleships have been destroyed in the chaotic scene. Let others immediately move their targets and get to the activated space battleships. We can't wait any longer. I estimate that with the speed of the space pirates, they will almost arrive. Hui Yunqiqi frowned. Not because he felt sorry for these space battleships, nor because he was afraid that the remaining space battleships would not be enough. With the extensive use of space technology, although the space battleships are small, their capacity is very powerful. He is worried about space pirates. Space pirates don't care whether you are a prince from a level 8 universe civilization. For those who rob homes, there is no difference at all. Maybe they are a person from a level 9 universe civilization, so they will still worry about it. It is best to hurry up and immediately. His words had just fallen in the void not too far away from the starry sky continent. With waves of space fluctuations, the space battleships of the Red Skull Pirates began to appear in the void on a large scale. They actually appeared in a very short time. Within a short period of time, he broke through the guards of the Vantis Empire army and reached the starry sky continent. Ha ha! Panic, little birds. We are the Red Skull Pirates. If you don't want to die, just stay where you are. We only steal money but not your life. If you don't obey, we don't mind turning you into cosmic dust. A very rough voice sounded in everyone's mind. It was obvious that there were powerful Yuanli monks in the Red Skull Pirate group who were using their huge spiritual consciousness to cover the void and transmit the sound to everyone through their spiritual consciousness. The Red Skull Pirates? It turns out to be the Red Skull Pirates. That's great. It turns out to be the Red Skull Pirates. As long as you listen to them and hand over your money, you'll be fine. Fortunately, it's the Red Skull Pirates, not the Black Hole Pirates. Otherwise we would all be dead. The Red Skull Pirates only seek wealth and will not kill innocent people indiscriminately. In Sun Xinyuan's spiritual sense, countless people breathed out one by one when they heard that it was the Red Skull Pirates. Then the crowd that had been running for their lives began to calm down, and actually started to follow the requirements of the Red Skull Pirates. They stopped escaping. Some spaceships had already started up and started to shut down. The aircraft flying randomly in space and sky actually started to return home. Huh? There is such a thing! Chapter 738. Spacetime Ring. In Sun Xinyuan's induction, the originally chaotic scene suddenly became quiet due to the arrival of the Red Skull Space Pirates. People who were eager to escape seemed to heave a sigh of relief. At the same time, they were all thankful that they met the Red Skull Space Pirates. Skeleton Space Pirate. Aren't everyone afraid of the Red Skull Space Pirates? Sun Xinyuan was a little confused, so he asked Hui Yun magically beside him. It's not that I'm not afraid. It's that I'm extremely afraid. So no one from the Red Skull Pirate group dares to run away with just one word. The Red Skull Pirates have always been famous for their ruthlessness. Of course, if you cooperate with their robberies, your personal safety is guaranteed. They only seek wealth. But if they dare to resist, even level 8 cosmic civilizations will start a bloody massacre. Revenge. It is precisely because of the bloody killings that everyone in the entire universe knows how terrible they are. When encountering the Red Skull Pirates, if they wisely choose to hand over their money, at least their lives can be saved. Hui Yunqiqi's face looked better now. Hearing that it was the Red Skull Pirates, at least there was no need to worry about his life. As for the money, he was the prince of the Tianyan Empire, and the little money he carried with him was simply not worth it. Didn't care. I really want to meet the Red Skull Pirates. When Sun Xinyuan heard this, he immediately became interested. I advise you to be like everyone else and hand over the money obediently. Don't implicate His Highness. Your Highness's safety is the most important thing. Ziyun Tianxiang immediately issued a warning as soon as he heard this, for fear that Sun Xinyuan would do something stupid and implicate Hui Yunqiqi and others. When Sun Xinyuan heard this, he was speechless. After all, you are also members of the 8th level cosmic civilization. You are just a space pirate. Do you need to be so afraid? It seems that this Red Skull Pirate group is really scary. As if to verify Sun Xinyuan's words, in Sun Xinyuan's induction, in a spacecraft, in a series of spaceports, on the huge starry sky continent, people from various civilizations in the universe began to use space storage equipment to store themselves. The money and other things are stored in it. Some acquisitions, wealth, etc., that were originally stored in space storage devices have begun to be sorted out. Some materials needed for daily life have been taken out and valuable goods have been put in. After these things were done, Everyone consciously gathered their space memories together and put them in one place, as if they were waiting for the Red Skull pirates to tell them to take away the space memories. Some unwilling people looked at their space storage reluctantly and wanted to hide it. But when they thought of the horror of the Red Skull space pirates, they were frightened to death. They could only keep their hard work with blood and tears in their eyes. The wealth accumulated through hard work was handed over. Among the space battleships aboard Sun Xinyuan and others, Ziyun Tianxiang also very consciously began to sort out the wealth carried by Huiyun Mingfeng and his group. Except for some energy and things needed for life, almost everything could fill the space. Among the storage devices, those who owned space storage rings reluctantly took off their space rings and gave them to Ziyun Tianxiang. Even people from level 8 cosmic civilization are so self-aware. The Red Skull pirates are so awesome. Zhang Zhongyang's voice sounded in Sun Xinyuan's mind. It's not just a cow. It's simply terrifying. It makes everyone so self-conscious. It's unbelievable. Sun Xinyuan also sighed slightly, finding it unbelievable. Very good. Everyone seems to be obedient. I like obedient people. But after all, some people love money more than their lives. Don't blame me for being rude. The arrogant voice sounded in everyone's minds again. And at the same time, waves of space ripples continued to surge in the void. A large number of Red Skull space battleships descended into the void, where the Starry Sky continent is located. And small spaceships came from the Red Skull space pirates one after another. The space battleships spread out and flew towards each space battleship and spaceport. At the same time, more spaceships flew towards the entire huge Starry Sky continent. As soon as the arrogant and indifferent voice fell in everyone's minds, terrifying fireballs began to rise in the void and on the Starry Sky continent. It seemed that the Red Skull space pirates were punishing those who hid their wealth. There are really some tricks. It seems that there are powerful Yuanli monks who use their spiritual consciousness to cover this void to know whether those people have acted according to their requirements. Zhang Zhongyang and Sun Xinyuan chatted with each other using their spiritual consciousness. I guess it's possible that it's killing the chicken to scare the monkeys. I see that there is still a pattern in the places that are deliberately destroyed. Almost every place can feel that the surrounding spacecraft, spaceports, cities, etc. have been destroyed. Sun Xinyuan sensed carefully, and soon sensed a tall figure among the Red Skull space pirates. There were 2 small horns on his head, and thick hair all over his body. At this time, his face was indifferent. With a smile, he just used his powerful Yuan power to kill chickens and scare monkeys. Seemingly sensing the terror of the Red Skull space pirates, some people who originally wanted to hide some of their finances gritted their teeth and took out the hidden precious things, fearing that they would become the next target of being massacred. The Red Skull space pirates, it seems that people can know everyone's every move, and there is no way to hide it from them. Sensing that there were frightened and obedient people in this void, the figure also showed a smile, seeming a little proud. The Red Skull space pirates relied on this method to obtain the most at the minimum cost every time. Harvest. Compared to those space pirate groups that can only kill, the Red Skull space pirates are really quite smart. A small spaceship soon arrived at the space battleship where Sun Xinyuan and others were. Huiyun Miracle directly let the pirates in the spaceship in. Soon, hundreds of them were not tall, but looked fierce. A very scary-looking person came to the control center of the spacecraft. Ha ha! Your Highness the Prince of the Tianyan Empire! You shouldn't be hiding anything. Right. The leader looked at the space storage equipment all over the place, and said to Huiyun miraculously with a playful smile, my life is worth much more than these things. Fire Cloud, a magical and indifferent meeting. It's good to know. The other party smiled faintly, and then a misty light shot out from a ring on his finger, covering the many spatial memories placed on the ground. The spatial memories slowly became smaller, and finally turned into a stream of light and entered his ring. Walk! After collecting these spatial memories, the other party didn't waste any time and just left, flying towards the next target. If I don't have the foundation, this space storage cannot charge other space storage. Why can the ring in their hand do it? Sun Xinyuan saw the scene that just happened, and asked Huiyun magically, full of doubts. Along the way, he and Huiyun Miracle also talked about many topics, including the topic of space storage. He knew that space storage technology and space technology has its own limitations, and one space storage cannot be used to charge another space storage, because that will collapse the space in the space storage. But what I just saw clearly broke this iron law. I saw with my own eyes that the other party used a space ring to take away a large number of space storage devices. At the same time, In Sun Xinyuan's consciousness, such things were happening in space battleships, spaceships, spaceports, and cities on the starry sky continent. Of course, not many people have such space rings. Many times, people who are robbed consciously gather their space memories together. Then these pirates transport the space memories away and gather them together. Then someone uses the same ring. Take away all the space storage together. Obviously, these space pirates have noticed that the space battleships of the Tianyuan Empire must carry a lot of wealth. So they focus on coming here first, and slowly collect other places. This kind of space ring is a space ring made by a level 9 cosmic civilization. It uses powerful time technology. This can be done by using powerful time technology. It can be used to store up space memories that do not contain time technology. Such a space ring containing time technology is called a space-time ring. It is countless times more precious than a space ring. Even our Tianyuan Empire does not have many. Every space-time ring is very expensive. Unexpectedly, these Red Skull Space Pirates group, the pirates are so rich. Huiyun Mingqing is obviously well informed. He has seen this kind of space-time ring before. And he also knows that the power of this kind of space-time ring is that it contains time technology. Only the combination of space technology and time technology can create it. Space-time rings. Only the superior level 9 cosmic civilization in the entire universe can find this kind of time-space rings. Space-time ring? Sun Xinyuan and others widened their eyes. They thought that the space ring was already very awesome. But they did not expect that there is an even more awesome space-time ring that can directly collect other space objects. The wealth that this space-time ring carries, it will be so huge that just thinking about it makes people feel suffocated. Mama Pai! I really want to steal their time and space rings! Zhang Zhongyang was drooling at this time. And in the huge spiritual sense, these pirates were using space-time rings to continuously install a large amount of space storage. And they didn't know how much wealth they had collected. Ha ha! Don't be impatient. Let's wait until they are done with their work. This time we are going to have a black eye and let them know that there is no reason why they don't love knives when they are always hanging out in the world. Sun Xinyuan's eyes were also red at this time. And he was thinking exactly as Zhang Zhongyang was thinking. Preparing to make a capital-free transaction. Chapter 739. It's a big deal. No wonder Sun Xinyuan and Zhang Zhongyang are jealous. A level 7 cosmic civilization. The Starry Sky Continent has such a huge population. It is also a Starry Sky Continent that is open to the entire universe. It brings together cosmic merchants from all over the universe. No one knows how huge the wealth here is. In the awareness of the two people, countless space memories were gathered together, and then put away by the space-time ring. Everyone was very conscious. For the sake of their own lives, they even took the initiative to see the space memories gathered together. Just wait for the pirates to come and collect it. Sun Xinyuan and others are now poor. Not to mention how much wealth they have. They don't even have space storage. They have long been eager to have their own space storage. Now seeing this scene, everyone is drooling. Ha ha. Very good. Everyone is very cooperative. Those who handed over their wealth can get out. In his mind, the voice began to sound again. As he fell, the people in the outer area felt relieved and began to escape in a hurry. Sun Xinyuan and others were too close to the Starry Sky Continent. The surrounding void was filled with chaos due to the chaos ahead. Now everyone is leaving in a hurry. But it will be difficult to get out for a while. The Red Skull Space Pirates group has a very large number of people. I don't know how many space battleships surround this void. The surrounding void is full of small spaceships of the Red Skull Space Pirates group. These spaceships are full of space memory. Small spaceships gathered on the space battleship one after another. On the space battleship, there were people using time and space rings constantly busy. Like a black hole. And no one knew how many space memories had been taken away. At the same time, on the huge Starry Sky Continent, after handing over their space storage, countless spacecrafts took off continuously from the Starry Sky Continent, hurriedly leaving here, because space battleships have arrived in this huge Starry Sky Continent one after another, and are using powerful space-cutting weapons from the edge area of the Starry Sky Continent to start cutting the Starry Sky Continent like cutting cakes. Areas of the Starry Sky Continent that were frozen by space were cut off. The freezing of space did not end, so exploration did not take place. On each spacecraft, halos of mist enveloped the cut areas, and soon slowly the reduction is charged to the spatial memory. Countless space battleships are like ants busy on the huge Starry Sky Continent. They move very quickly, and have a clear division of labor. Those who cut are responsible for cutting, and those who collect are responsible for collecting. The starry sky continent is constantly shrinking at a terrifying speed. This huge starry sky continent is the most precious wealth. Compared with other things, this starry sky continent took the Vantis Empire for an unknown number of years to build. And it is unknown how many rivers were hollowed out. Only then did the system build such a starry sky continent. As the Red Skull space pirates only seek wealth. They don't really care about other things. This huge starry sky continent is what they want most. From the moment they arrived here, they began to act quickly, constantly cutting up the huge starry sky continent, and then packing it away. With the existence of space storage and time and space rings, no matter how huge the starry sky continent was, they could easily pack it away. With the actions of the pirates, the entire starry sky continent began to boil. Countless people desperately took their spacecraft to leave the starry sky continent, for fear that they would be taken away with the starry sky continent. Once taken away, the pointing maybe he might become a slave to the universe or die somewhere in the universe. The entire starry sky continent was like a huge hornet's nest, as if it was shaken by something at this time. Countless spacecrafts flew out of it in a hurry, but they didn't dare to trouble the space pirates and could only keep running for their lives. It's really powerful. Even the starry sky continent is not spared. Such a huge starry sky continent can be snatched away. Sun Xinyuan's huge spiritual consciousness enveloped the void, and he could clearly see everything that happened on the starry sky continent. These pirates of the Red Skull space pirates moved too fast and were very numerous. The starry sky continent continued to shrink at a terrifying speed. Because there were so many spacecrafts taking off on the starry sky continent, the entire void began to become densely packed with various spacecrafts everywhere. Hu Yunqiqiu and others had no way to get out at once, so they had to looking at the messy void. He was extremely anxious. However, Sun Xinyuan and Zhang Zhongyang looked at each other and smiled. If you vote big, we will get rich. This matter cannot be known to people in the Tianyuan Empire. It is best for you and me to know. Well, find an excuse and go back to your room to rest. The two used their spiritual senses to communicate with each other, and soon they were paying attention. Your Highness, I'm going back to rest first. If anything happens, please send someone to notify me. Sun Xinyuan and Zhang Zhongyang just found an excuse to return to their rooms. They said they were rooms, but in fact they were a world of space. There was a lot of space inside, and there were dedicated slaves to serve them. The two returned to the space world for a while, and then went out. Then they disappeared into the space battleship and rushed towards the space battleship, where the immortal level Yuanli monk from the Red Skull space pirate group was located. Both of them had very deep cultivation, leaving no trace at all when they flashed in the void. And the chaotic void around them had no impact on them at all, especially Sun Xinyuan. As a Yuanli monk of the space system, his whereabouts are even more unpredictable. There is no trace at all. He is like a fish in water in the void, as if he is an elf in this space, without even a trace of fluctuation. Soon, the two came to the space battleship where the figure was located. At this time, the man with horns seemed to be very comfortable. While drinking some kind of drink, he enveloped the void with huge spiritual consciousness. Closely pay attention to every move here. The people of the Tianyuan Empire are really stupid. After all, you are a prince and you are so obedient. Anyway, in this case, I will let you live. Otherwise, I don't mind collecting the body of a Tianyuan Empire prince. He murmured to himself, noticing the prince of Tianyuan Empire and his group very early on. He is one of the 9 leaders of the Red Skull space pirates. Ranked 8th. Bane Bloodhoof. A name that scares countless people. You guys, hurry up. The Vantis Empire's army is expected to arrive soon. We need to get out of the way as soon as possible. At the same time, he frowned slightly when he noticed the pirate army dismantling the starry sky continent, and began to send messages to these pirates, asking them to move faster. Small spaceships kept flying towards the space battleship where he was located. Each spaceship had a large number of space memories. After arriving here, a dedicated person used a space-time ring to collect these space memories. Time passed slowly, and soon, a pirate came to Neen Bloodhoof with a space-time ring. Leader, this space-time ring is already full. The pirate handed over the space-time ring very respectfully. Bane Bloodhoof took the ring, nodded with satisfaction, and then put the space-time ring on one of his fingers. After the first space-time ring was delivered, more filled space-time rings were delivered sporadically. He wore space-time rings on each finger, and there were already 5 or 6 in number. Leader, the Vantis Empire's army is about to attack. and we can't hold it back for too long. At this time, someone hurriedly came over to report the situation of the armies of the Vantis Empire. The Vantis Empire responded very quickly, constantly mobilizing the surrounding armies. After all, the pirates had all come to their own homes. No matter what, you are such a terrible pirate, you will definitely go to great lengths to kill your family members. Everyone should hurry up and finish the work. We can take everything away as soon as possible, and forget about those who can't. Save some face for the Vantis Empire. Bane Bloodhoof's huge spiritual consciousness reflected that the originally huge starry sky continent had been reduced to a very small size. Only the size of a solar system. Countless pirate space battleships were still busy. Soon, several more time and space rings were sent to Bane Bloodhoof. He already wore 8 time and space rings on his fingers, and there was a time and space ring on almost every finger. The scene in front of them was seen by Sun Qinyuan and Zhang Zhongyang. The cultivation level of the two people was much deeper than that of Bane Bloodhoof, and his consciousness could not detect them at all. It hasn't been long since he entered the immortal level, but I don't know which advanced cosmic civilization is behind him. There is no difficulty in capturing him. The key is whether to kill him. If not, it will be a bit troublesome. You need to attack him with souls to hypnotize him. Can't kill. Soul attack hypnotizes him. The two used their spiritual consciousness to communicate with each other and quickly discussed a plan of action. It's almost there. There are already 8 space-time rings. Their battleships have begun to retreat. Huiyun Miracle has also started to activate the space battleships. We can't wait any longer. Take action. Following Sun Qinyuan's order, the two people's huge spiritual consciousness instantly hit the space battleship. Sun Qinyuan was responsible for controlling Bane Bloodhoof, and Zhang Zhongyang was responsible for taking care of the other people on the battleship. Almost without knowing it, the people on the entire space battleship were controlled by the two people without any reaction. Bane and Bloodhoof were targeted by Sun Qinyuan, who only struggled for a moment as he had just reached the immortal level. Give me the space-time ring. Sun Qinyuan's figure appeared next to Bane and Bloodhoof. His figure was blurry like a shadow, and could not be seen clearly at all. As he finished speaking, Bane and Bloodhoof were very obedient, and took off all the space-time rings on his fingers, and handed them to Sun Qinyuan's hands. Order your fleet to go back now. Sun Qinyuan held the space-time ring in his hand, feeling hot in his heart. But he did not forget to deal with the follow-up matters. Got it. Let's go! The figures of Sun Qinyuan and Zhang Zhongyang began to disappear from the battleship, and they flew quickly towards Huiyun the magical space battleship. The speed was very fast, because here Huiyun the magical space battleship had already started to start, and was slowly moving in the void. After flying, once it reaches a stable area of space, it will immediately start space teleportation and leave this place of right and wrong. I'm finally back! After a chase, the two finally returned to the space battleship without anyone noticing. At this time, they could not hide their excitement. They wanted to check out the huge wealth in these time and space rings right now. But the two of them held back. Now, this time and place are obviously very inappropriate. On the other side, after Sun Qinyuan and Zhang Zhongyang left, Bane and Bloodhoof also issued a retreat order according to Sun Qinyuan's order, and the huge red skull space pirates flew towards the unknown void like a tide. In a void not far away, Bane and Bloodhoof slowly regained consciousness. He looked around at the unfamiliar environment with some confusion. He had no memory of what happened before, and didn't understand what happened. What? Did I order a retreat? He shook his head, never remembering that he had ordered a retreat, even though it was almost time to retreat. Looking at the star map on the virtual image, he had already left the void where the starry sky continent was. Did I give the order to retreat? He asked the men beside him. You gave the order to retreat, so we retreated, the subordinate said with great certainty. Did I really order a retreat? Bane Bloodhoof touched the horns on his head and frowned. As a powerful immortal level Yuanli monk, he has a very clear memory of everything he experiences every day. This kind of inability to remember should not happen. It's a phenomenon of something happening. Not to mention that it's only happened not long ago. Forget it. Don't worry about it. Just retreat. Anyway, it's almost time to retreat. The harvest this time is not bad. I moved a starry sky continent. If I sell it, I can make a lot of money. I can make a lot of money when I go back. Add some advanced weapons from level 9 cosmic civilization, and you can rob the starry sky continent of level 8 cosmic civilization in the future. This level 7 cosmic civilization is still too poor, and does not have much oil and water. Bane Bloodhoof shook his head, and did not continue to think about what had just happened. Anyway, he was almost about to order a retreat. He thought to himself that he was probably the one who ordered the retreat. So he began to consider the gains this time. Then he touched his fingers habitually, but did not touch the space-time ring. He touched it twice more, then raised his hands in front of his eyes, and then widened his bull's eyes with an expression as if he had seen a ghost. "Where is my space-time ring?" He was completely dumbfounded. At this time, the space ring was obviously worn on his finger, but now it was empty, with nothing on it. Then he touched into the pocket of his clothes, and it was also empty. "What's the matter?" Chapter 740. Getting Rich. In the vast void of the universe, the magical fleet of Huiyun was rapidly advancing in the void. With the fluctuations of space, it continued to fly across vast distances towards the 9th star sector, where the Tianyuan Empire was located. In a space battleship, Sun Xinyuan still couldn't hide his inner shock at this time. With a smile on his face, from time to time, he kept silent about the 8 space-time rings in his bag. He wished he could find a quiet place to carefully examine these rings. How much wealth is contained in the 8 rings? Let's not talk about anything else. Each of these 8 space-time rings is priceless. And this city means the starry sky continent of the advanced universe. Not a city. The Red Skull space pirates did not know how much wealth they had robbed. Only then were they able to obtain some space-time rings from the level 9 cosmic civilization, which were specially used to kill people, set fire, and rob homes in the universe. In itself, the value of these 8 space-time rings is more valuable than everything in here. You must know that even the 8th level cosmic civilization Prince Huiyun Magic does not have a space-time ring. You can imagine how precious these time-space rings are. Well, this is not a popular product like a space ring. A space-time ring that contains time technology can be used to collect other space memories that do not contain time technology. The things that a space-time ring can hold are simply unimaginable. Calm down! Sun Xinyuan tried his best to calm down. Not to be like a country bumpkin who has never seen the world. After all, he is also a powerful Yuanli monk. This thing is nothing, because he carries the space-time ring with him. Sun Xinyuan cannot enter his own space world at all now, because doing so will cause the space world to collapse. So now, he can only wander around on the battleship. I touch the 8 space-time rings from time to time, wanting to check them carefully, but it is obviously not allowed on the Huiyun magical space battleship. This is like showing that there is delicious food around me, but I am very hungry. But I can't eat it. It's like a cat's claws scratching itself. Very uncomfortable. First look at how much space storage is inside. Looking for a place where no one was around, he took out a space-time ring, and the huge spiritual consciousness penetrated into it. Contrary to what he expected, the space in the space-time ring was not too big, far less than what the Tianyuan Empire had given him. A space as huge as the Empire's space ring. The length, width and height of the space inside are the same. Only 10 kilometers. Compared with the huge space storage, it can be said to be very, very small, and it can't be compared with others. However, this small space is filled with all kinds of space storage devices. Space backpacks, space wallets, space satchels, etc. are the most common. There are also high-end products such as space rings, space earrings, space bracelets, and space necklaces. Quite a few. All kinds of space storage devices fill this small space with a dazzling array. Sun Xinyuan's huge consciousness could not calculate the exact number of them at the moment. Get rich. Get rich. Even Sun Xinyuan can be considered a person who has seen the world and is a high-level figure in the Empire. But when he saw this huge stack of space memories, he still couldn't help but feel ecstatic. Apart from anything else, these space memories alone are very important to the current situation. It is also very precious to the Empire. And this is just a space-time ring. There are 7 other such space-time rings. Think about how much wealth there is in it. It is estimated that Sun Xinyuan alone cannot count it. It will definitely require the Empire to organize manpower to be able to count them all. Take inventory. Look at the second one. Sun Xinyuan took out another space-time ring, and the huge spiritual sense entered it. The space was about the same size as the previous space-time ring, and it was also filled with all kinds of dazzling space storage devices. There was no extra space in the entire space. Yes, yes, these space pirates still cherish space. And they have enough space. Sun Xinyuan had a smile on his face and couldn't help but nod. Regarding those space pirates, he wished he could kiss them now. The space in the space-time ring was really not wasted at all. Come out! Under Sun Xinyuan's control, The space-time ring emits a halo of mist. From this halo, a small dot continues to enlarge, and soon turns into an antique space ring engraved with strange patterns. It slowly enlarges. Appeared in Sun Xinyuan's hands. Let's see what good things are inside. This space ring can only be owned by very powerful people in level 7 cosmic civilizations. Even Lias has not been able to get a space ring, which is more popular among level 8 cosmic civilizations. People from level 8 cosmic civilization must be doing business or something when they come to this level 7 cosmic civilization. Sun Xinyuan was thinking in his mind. But the movements in his hands were not slow at all. And the huge spiritual consciousness penetrated into the space ring. The space of this space ring is very large, comparable to the space ring given to the Empire by the Tianyan Empire. It should be regarded as the most advanced space ring, enough to accommodate the next galaxy. This huge space is filled with cargo, which occupies a void according to type. The volume of a pile of cargo is enough to easily accommodate millions of Earths. And this space ring is filled with various kinds of cargo. The pile is full, leaving only a few spaces to divide areas. TSK. Not bad. Not bad. The space is big enough and there are enough goods. Although Sun Xinyuan didn't recognize most of these goods, the amount was so large that Sun Xinyuan nodded happily. Dong dong. At this time, there was a knock on the door, and Sun Xinyuan sensed it, only to find Zhang Zhongyang, who looked a little sneaky outside the door. The other party seemed to be a little impatient to see what he had gained this time. How is it going? Sun Xinyuan opened the door and let the other party in. Zhang Zhongyang asked hurriedly as soon as he came in. I just looked at 2 rings. You came just in time. Help me look at them together. Sun Xinyuan gave Zhang Zhongyang 3 space-time rings and started to get busy again. As a misty light appeared, Sun Xinyuan used the space-time ring in his hand to take back the space ring he had just released. Then took out another space ring and began to examine the contents of the space ring. Get rich. Get rich. Zhang Zhongyang's reaction here was almost the same as that of Sun Xinyuan. When he picked up a space-time ring and saw the space memory piled inside the space-time ring, he couldn't help but scream out, Calm down! Calm down! Sun Xinyuan completely forgot about the scene where he was not calm just now. And now he looked calm and calm. But the smile on his face betrayed him. I can't calm down. They are all space storage devices. There are many space rings in them. Lias can't even get a single space ring. This space ring is very valuable. Zhang Zhongyang also imitated Sun Xinyuan and released the space ring in the space-time ring, and couldn't help but start checking it. TSK. This space ring is actually filled with spaceships. I estimate that these are all spaceships of level 8 space civilizations. Hey, our empire now has spaceships to use. If we want to return to the empire, we can only look at the sky. The empire's face turned pale. Hey, my ring contains a lot of currencies of advanced cosmic civilizations. Many of them are the currencies of level 9 cosmic civilizations that are common in the entire universe. In the future, you can be more generous with your money. If you see what you want to buy, buy it. Let me go. This ring is actually full of weapons. Could it be that some advanced cosmic civilization wants to start a war and buy it from other advanced cosmic civilizations? Take it back to the Empire and let our Empire scientists study it carefully. The number of singularity bombs is so huge. This ring is no good. There are too many miscellaneous things, many of which I don't recognize. Is there anything particularly precious? Don't check space storage devices such as space belts. They are only used by poor people from level 7 cosmic civilizations. Someone actually installed a space belt to steal. I really don't know what to think. The two of them were like children discovering the new century. They kept taking out the space rings one after another to check the contents inside. Whenever they made a new discovery, they would immediately shout out, with the smiles on their faces no matter what. Can't cover it up. It's just that there are too many space memories in the space-time ring. Even if you check them twice, you will never be able to check them all. You can only specially select those space rings to check. The number of space rings is rare, and most of the goods inside are precious goods. The goods from various advanced cosmic civilizations in the universe are an eye-opener for the two of them. Many things they do not recognize, so they have to use a computer to check. But in the Empire's database, there are also many things in it that cannot be found at all, and it is impossible to estimate the value of these things for a while. The ancients did not deceive me. This character is not rich if he makes a fortune, and his horse will not grow fat without night grass. This is indeed the truth. Such a huge wealth. let alone us personally. Even our empire, with its current strength, is almost impossible to obtain such a huge wealth. Just this huge starry sky continent. The empire is also it's hard to build. After a long time, the two of them seemed to be a little tired of it, and did not continue to check. There were too many, and they could not be checked in a while. Zhang Zhongyang said with some emotion. Well, it's no wonder that space pirates are so popular in this universe. This business of robbing families and having no capital is really a good way to get rich. Maybe in the future we can just keep an eye on these space pirates and have some fun. Sun Xinyuan touched his chin, as if he was addicted to both eating and drinking. Chapter 741. A universe filled with constant strife. For the rest of the trip, Yu Mingqiu and his group became more cautious. They did not intend to stop along the way, and flew directly towards the area where the Tianyun Empire was located in the 9-star region. Of course, on the one hand, it may be for his own safety, and on the other hand, he is afraid of losing face. After all, he is also the prince of the Tianyun Empire, a dignified level 8 cosmic civilization. But now, except for these more than 1,000 space battleships, he can be said to be a pauper. The space battleship only left some food and water for daily life, as well as the energy needed for the space battleship to sail, and all the other wealth it carried. Ziyun Tianxiang very honestly handed over all of it. Now it is really poor jingle. There is no way in the universe to obtain funds from the Tianyun Empire through bank transfers. The most trade in the universe is in the form of barter. Everyone does not like to accept each other's currency, and only everyone is reluctant to accept the currency of a level 9 cosmic civilization. So now he is simply embarrassed to stay in other civilized places. When the time comes, he won't even be able to get a small reward. It is estimated that the Tianyun Empire will also be laughed at. And he can't sell the space battleship. Even if you sell the space battleship, you won't get much money. Although level 8 cosmic civilizations are rare, there are still many in the universe. The price of level 8 cosmic civilization warships is quite expensive, but they are not enough for Huiyun miraculous handy. As for the expenses, it is better to return to Tianyun Empire first. It's better not to do embarrassing things. And don't let people know about it if you don't have money. At least you can pretend to be a level 8 cosmic civilization prince. The void of the universe is very vast. The fleet is constantly advancing in the universe. Thousands of years have passed in the blink of an eye. At this time, it is relatively close to the 9-star sector in the center of the universe. In the entire huge universe, the closer you are to the center of the universe, the more concentrated the matter is, and the more prosperous and rich it is. Each huge star continent is very close to each other. In the edge of the 8-star sector where the empire is located, the distance between the star realms in Dongza is measured in billions of light years. The distance between the Chinese star continent where the empire is located and the nearest star continent is even dozens of times, with a distance of hundreds of millions of light years. It can be said that they are widely separated from each other. However, as the 9-star region in the center of the universe gets closer and closer, the distance between star continents is also constantly shortening. Many closed star continents are only tens of millions of light years apart from each other, not even as far as the distance between the star realms in the empire's 9 provinces star continent. In addition to being close to each other, every star continent is very prosperous, just like a kingdom where gods live, constantly emitting endless dazzling light into the void of the universe. Of course, the closer you are to the center of the universe, the more powerful civilizations you will encounter. In these areas that were born very early, each civilization has a very long history, a high level of development, and strong technological strength. In other words, it is very appropriate to say that level 7 is everywhere. Level 8 is flying all over the sky, and level 6 is not as good as a dog. There are a lot of level 6 cosmic civilizations in any star continent, but all these level 6 cosmic civilizations are an affiliated civilization of advanced cosmic civilization, and is the prey of advanced cosmic civilization. There are also many level 7 cosmic civilizations, and this is also the hometown and old base of many level 7 cosmic civilizations. Because of the relationship between the enemy and ourselves, the magical fleets of Huiyun have to start circling around the universe. Avoid areas with some hostile forces. Ahead is the sphere of influence of the Agamemnon Federation, our mortal enemy of the Tianyun Empire, and we must avoid it. If we are unlucky enough to encounter the Agamemnon Federation space battleship, they will definitely attack us without hesitation. Huiyun, the magical space battleship command center. Ziyun Tianxiang looked at the huge star map, and there was a large area marked in red. He said in a positive tone, Humph, Achaemenid Federation. One day I will beat you to a pulp. When it comes to the Achaemenid Federation, Huayun Miracle, who has always had a good temper, actually showed an angry look on his face and said with some gritted teeth, Your Highness, we only have more than 1,000 space battleships now. We cannot take risks. It is safer to avoid them. Well, let's go around it and redesign the route. Sun Xinyuan on the side has been watching quietly, but thinking silently in his heart. As it gets closer to the 9th sector of the universe, the fleet's navigation becomes less and less smooth. It has to detour from time to time and avoid areas. It seems that there are still many enemies in the Tianyan Empire, and there are many powerful civilizations. They did not dare to enter the controlled area for fear of being beaten into cosmic dust. This is completely different from what Sun Xinyuan experienced during the previous journey. When he stayed in the Vatican Empire, he felt that the level 8 cosmic civilization was still very awesome, and the treatment he enjoyed was completely different. Unexpectedly, he seems to be a little timid now. He is afraid of that. It seems that there are enemies everywhere. It seems that the universe is not peaceful, or that the Tianyan Empire has too many enemies. Honey, do the Tianyan Empire and the Achaemenid Federation have any deep hatred? Sun Xinyuan's spiritual consciousness sent a message to his wife Huayun Qiuyu asked. There is a deep grudge. In history, another emperor of our Tianyan Empire died at the hands of the Achaemenid Federation. In addition, our two civilizations have been competing for several star continents. For this reason, both we have been fighting for who knows how many years, and the hatred between each other cannot be finished in 1 or 2 days. When two civilized people meet, whether they are in the army or ordinary people, they will attack each other without hesitation until one of them dies. In this way, you should know the relationship between us. Bar. Huayun Qiuyu nodded, and she seemed to be gritting her teeth when talking about the long history of hatred between the Tianyan Empire and Achaemenid. Till death. Sun Xinyuan frowned for a moment. He did not expect that in the universe. The relationship between advanced cosmic civilizations would be so bad, and it had already reached such a point. That's right. Even if we fight to the death, all the emperors of our Tianyan Empire have destroyed my own lifelong wish of the Achaemenid Federation. And they are almost the same. The conflict between our two level 8 cosmic civilizations has also been passed on to their respective younger brothers. So the level 7 cosmic civilization that is with our Tianyan Empire, and the level 7 cosmic civilization that is with the Achaemenid Federation are also hostile to each other. Although the star continent ahead is not a star continent of the Achaemenid Federation. It is a star continent belonging to the level 7 cosmic civilization below them. We dare not enter it. Once they are discovered, it will be very dangerous. You should pay more attention to this point in the future, because all the people who have established diplomatic relations with the Tianyan Empire between the Yin Huang Empire and the Tianyan Empire belong to one camp of the Tianyan Empire. Once the advanced cosmic civilizations in the hostile camp know about the existence of the empire, they will definitely target the empire of Huayun Qiuyu shook her head as she spoke. Wherever there are people, there will be rivers and lakes. And where there are civilizations, there will be disputes. The further you go to the center of the universe, the more intense the disputes between advanced cosmic civilizations will be, competing for the dominance of star continents, competing for important scarce resources, and fighting for the honor and prestige of their own civilizations, etc. In short, the relationship between advanced cosmic civilizations is not as harmonious as the relationship between various countries in the previous Earth era. There are more disputes and wars that will never stop. The further you go to the center of the universe, the richer the resources and the denser the powerful cosmic civilizations are, the more conflicts and disputes there will be between them. The disputes between high-level cosmic civilizations will also lead to the disputes between the middle and low-level cosmic civilizations below. All in all, it was very chaotic, and there were flames of war everywhere. After listening to Huayun Qiuyu's words, Sun Xinyuan couldn't help but frown. The Empire actually just wanted to enter the big stage of the universe, and did not want to get involved in the quagmire of disputes between these advanced universe civilizations. After all, the Empire and these advanced universes compared with civilization, it must be small arms and legs. No matter which aspect you look at, the Empire is still very weak compared with other advanced cosmic civilizations. The accumulation of economy, military, population, technology, territory, etc. is still too weak. Getting involved now would not bring any benefit to the Empire. In addition, the Empire is in a corner and will be targeted by hostile forces. It will be difficult for our own allies to come to support. It's a blessing. Not a curse. It's a curse that cannot be avoided. Sun Xinyuan let out a long sigh in his heart. All this was obviously different from what the Empire had expected. As for what would happen in the future, that was all he could do to comfort himself now. All advanced cosmic civilizations in the entire universe belong to one camp. Those who belong to the level 9 cosmic civilization camp are naturally the most powerful. But the enemies they face are also advanced cosmic civilizations from the level 9 cosmic civilization camp. The Tianyun Empire is not very powerful among level 8 cosmic civilizations. And the rival forces in the Tianyun Empire are all about the same strength. This is actually a good thing for the Empire. Every advanced cosmic civilization has its own camp. The key is to look at the situation of the camp. I know what you are thinking. For the Empire, it definitely hopes to remain neutral now. But this is impossible. Establishing diplomatic relations with any civilization will offend the hostile civilization. This is true for the entire universe. The same. Huiyun Qiuyue seemed to see the worry in Sun Xinyuan's heart and said with a smile, "This seems to make sense. After all, it is better to be hostile to a level 8 cosmic civilization than to be hostile to a level 9 cosmic civilization. But the Empire is still too weak now." Sun Xinyuan thought about it and nodded. Chapter 742. Time accelerates. Fire Cloud, the magical fleet, keeps advancing in the void. As it gets closer and closer to the center of the universe, it begins to become prosperous and noisy. Even if it is not anchored in any area, you can still feel the prosperity of the center of the universe. Through space transmission time and time again, you can occasionally encounter fleets of other advanced cosmic civilizations during the intervals. Some of them are friendly to the Tianyun Empire, and even send friendly messages. By passing through the previous star continents belonging to the level 7 cosmic civilization Ihur civilization, we have officially entered the 9-star region, the most prosperous and core of the universe. Ziyun Tianxiang looked at the huge star map. At this time, he was very close to the 9-star district, and very close to the Tianyun Empire. His heart that had been hanging around was slowly relaxing. This was already we are almost at the door of our house. So naturally there is not much to worry about. The Ihur civilization is an ally of our Tianyun Empire. We should be safe within the territory of the Ihur civilization. So there is no need to take a detour. Then he added that the closer you are to the Tianyun Empire, the greater the influence of the Tianyun Empire. Many level 7 cosmic civilizations around the Tianyun Empire are allies of the Tianyun Empire. I hope so. Sun Xinyuan is not that optimistic, because Sun Xinyuan seems to have a faint feeling of panic, as if something big is about to happen. This kind of situation has not happened to him for a long time. After all, there are very few things that can threaten his life. Rare. The last time he encountered space pirates in the Vantis Empire, Sun Xinyuan's powerful sixth sense did not issue a warning. But now, he felt very uncomfortable. Does Ambassador Sun have any bad premonitions? Resources. When Tian Xiangjin heard Sun Xinyuan's words, he immediately became vigilant. Sun Xinyuan was rarely like this along the way. For the sake of Prince Huiyun's magical safety, he did not dare to be careless in the slightest. The master is the national master of the Tianyun Empire. He is proficient in the art of divination. You can do some divination as usual. Anyway, my sixth sense always vaguely feels that something big is about to happen. I feel that something is very bad. Sun Xinyuan nodded solemnly and expressed his hunch. It is estimated that the only powerful technological weapons that can threaten Sun Xinyuan are these level 8 and level 7 cosmic civilizations. Hearing Sun Xinyuan's words, Xinxiang didn't hesitate, and quickly made a prediction. His face suddenly changed, as if he had predicted a bad outcome. Your Highness, my prophecy and Master Sun's sixth sense indicate that the road ahead seems very dangerous. Should we take a detour? Ziyun Tianxiang cautiously suggested to Huiyun Miraculous. Ahead is the Ihur civilization. It has already reached the doorstep of our Tianyun Empire. What threat can we still have? Even if there is any danger, with Master Sun and others here, we can avoid the danger and avoid detours. If we make further detours, it will take us many more years. You should contact our Imperial Kaiyun Legion here and ask them to send some troops to help. If nothing happens, it's best. If something happens, then we can wipe out the enemy together. Huiyun Qiqi frowned and thought carefully. He actually believed in Ziyun Tianxiang Imperial Master, but he really didn't want to take another detour. Along the way, he was robbed of all his money in the Vantis Empire. The fleet did not continue to anchor anywhere. He, a dignified prince of level 8 cosmic civilization, was so poor that he was embarrassed to park and pretend to be 13. He had had enough of this day. He wants to return to the Tianyan Empire as soon as possible. And this is the territory of the Tianyan Empire's allies. And it is close enough to the Tianyan Empire, so safety should be guaranteed. In addition, he is finally planning to contact the Tianyan Empire's Kaiyuan Legion's army to come and take over. There is nothing to worry about. Okay. Ziyun Tianxiang thought about it carefully and nodded in agreement. He also felt that with this arrangement, there should be no problems. The fleet continued to advance within the territory of the Ihur civilization. Everything seemed calm, but the ominous premonition in Sun Xinyuan's heart became stronger and stronger. Boom! One day, the fleet was undergoing space teleportation. Suddenly, a terrible space fluctuation was transmitted, causing the battleships to begin to shake violently, and soon return to the normal void from the state of space teleportation. As soon as they returned to the normal void, the fleet seemed to be in the middle of a violent storm. In the surrounding void, terrifying space fluctuations hit the battleships one after another, causing the battleships to follow the fluctuations of space. Constant shaking. At the same time, space cracks and space storms also spread, and the terrifying power of space acted on the space battleship, causing ripples to surge around the battleship. The battleship's own powerful defense system competed with the power of space. In the void, two huge fleets are constantly launching terrifying attacks against each other. The application of powerful space technology has reached its peak. Each space battleship is like a giant aircraft carrier in the sea, standing among the rough space fluctuations, sending out terrifying attacks one after another. This is the fleet of the Ihur civilization. That is the fleet of the Sith Empire. A level 7 cosmic civilization on the side of the Agamemnid Federation. Our mortal enemy of the Tianyan Empire. Ziyun Tianxiang recognized the two warring parties immediately and shouted immediately. This is the base camp of the Ihur civilization. Is this Sith Empire's fleet seeking death? Although the Sith Empire is more powerful than the Ihur Empire, it is simply impossible to defeat the Ihur civilization in the base camp of the Ihur civilization. Following Ziyun Tianxiang's words, Sun Xinyuan thought of the resources of the Sith Empire. The Sith Empire is a powerful level 7 cosmic civilization, which belongs to the kind of powerful level 7 cosmic civilization that has integrated space technology to a certain extent. Both the Ihur civilization and the Vantis Empire belong to the general level 7 cosmic civilization. That is, the mass level 7 cosmic civilization that has developed all space technology, but has made no achievements in the integration of space technology. It seems that the Tianyan Empire is not having a very good life. The enemies are coming to the doorstep and bullying their allies. Sun Xinyuan touched his chin and frowned. Kill these Sith Empire fleets! Huiyun Miracle did not hesitate at all and issued the order to attack. As his order was issued, more than 1,000 space battleships under his command began to show the terrifying side of the powerful space battleships of his level 8 cosmic civilization. After hearing this, Sun Xinyuan also widened his eyes and looked into the void with expectation. I want to see how powerful and terrifying the level 8 cosmic civilization is. Soon, a space blade turned from virtual to real in the void, like a huge scimitar appearing in front of the space battleship on which Sun Xinyuan and others were riding. With the appearance of this scimitar, the space continued to make shattering sounds and crackling sounds. Surrounding this terrifying space blade, the surrounding space continued to fluctuate faintly, and the power of space was twisting and tearing space. At the same time, around the space blade, there is a shining stream of light. This stream of light seems virtual and real, flowing around the space blade, and it looks very mysterious. Then the terrifying space blade suddenly shot out, disappeared into the void, and attacked the Sith Empire's battleship group in front at an extremely terrifying speed. 10 times faster than the speed of light. Sun Xinyuan's eyes suddenly lit up. He is a profound Yuanli monk in the space department, and he is the most sensitive to space. With his induction, he can be sure that this is a space-cutting attack in space technology. But the space-cutting attack also contains several space technologies such as space strangulation, space teleportation, and space freezing. None of this made Sun Xinyuan's eyes brighten. What really made his eyes brighten was that in his perception, this terrifying space actually exceeded the speed of light in the normal void, and it reached 10 times the speed of light. Degree: the normal speed of light in the void cannot be surpassed. This is certain, unless you are in a void where space is frozen. If you want to exceed the speed of light, you will definitely use space teleportation, space folding, etc. in space technology. The space attack launched by the Tianyun Empire space battleship actually exceeded the speed of light in the normal void. And the surrounding space was not frozen. The attack launch could not be said to be space teleportation or space folding. In that case, one would not know the attack. Where it goes. This is what really attracted Sun Qinyuan's attention. Even if it exceeds the speed of light in the normal void, there is another possibility. And that is to use time technology. Time accelerates! Sun Qinyuan murmured to himself, his eyes widening. In his huge spiritual sense, this terrifying attack was at a speed exceeding 10 times the speed of light. Normal sight could not see it at all. And it was no longer possible to see an attack exceeding 10 times the speed of light. This space blade was like the sharpest blade that swept through the Sith Empire's battleship group. Thousands of space battleships in the straight line of attack were cut in half instantly. While being cut in half, the terrifying power of space also acted on the space battleship, instantly smashing the two halves of the space battleship into pieces, and turning them completely into cosmic dust. A space attack in front of here has just been sent out. And another space blade on the space battleship has turned from virtual to real. The attack speed is very fast. In the faint space battleship, where the Tianyun Empire is located, the time around it seems to have changed. It's the same. There is a stream of light surrounding the space battleship. And the time and space in this void are undergoing huge changes. Another powerful space blade attacks the enemy at a speed exceeding 10 times the speed of light. Chapter 743. The power of space that traverses the void. In the empty void, the armies of the three parties are desperately using powerful attacks. The powerful space attacks launched by the Ihur civilization, the Sith Empire, and the Tianyun Empire have caused constant violent turmoil in this void, and terrifying attack fluctuations. Wave after wave ripples in all directions. The powerful power of space constantly distorts one side of the void, and the terrifying space cracks tear apart the planets, stars, etc. in this side of the void. The powerful energy fluctuations form terrifying energy tides. As the space continues to shatter, healing, the colorful ocean of time and space constantly appears and disappears. The more than 1,000 space battleships of Tianyun Empire, Huayun-Chi-Chi, and others seem to be bathed in a layer of light. And the surrounding time and space changed dramatically. Although there were only more than 1,000 space battleships, the attacks they launched were as fierce as the tide. Mercury poured down the ground. Dams burst. Clouds flowed. And terrifying various space attack methods were constantly displayed. There are terrifying space blades that distort time and space, like extremely sharp blades. Wherever they pass, everything is easily cut in half, and then torn apart and shattered by the powerful force of space. There are powerful light groups shooting out. This light group is condensed with terrible control. It is like a terrible gunpowder keg. The powerful space power inside seems to explode at any time. When it comes to the west after the Sea Empire battleship group, all the power of space was released instantly. With these light clusters as the center, the surrounding space began to collapse. The terrifying power of space tore everything in a large area to pieces. The terrifying space cracks were like spider webs, and were very dense toward the distant universe. The depths spread. There are also beams of light condensed from the power of space. In these beams of light speed, it seems that extremely powerful power of space has been condensed. And there are faintly colorful streams of light looming in them. This powerful beam of light condensed entirely from the power of space shot into the Sith Empire's battleships at an unimaginable speed. Like a gourd, it penetrated many Sith Empire space battleships at once, and then was attacked. The arriving space battleship looked like it was extremely decayed, as if it had gone through a long period of time. It was instantly torn apart by the power of space, and shattered into countless fragments that were scattered in the void with the fluctuations of space. Space technology can be so terrifying, and powerful. Zhang Zhongyang's huge spiritual consciousness enveloped the void, and he could very clearly sense the power of space that was constantly crisscrossing and wreaking havoc in the void. He couldn't help but marvel. The Empire is mainly based on biotechnology. Although the development of space technology is good, it has not developed to such a powerful and terrifying point. He has never seen such a terrifying, violent, and ferocious space attack. It's terrible! Even Sun Qinyuan nodded solemnly. At this time, his eyes were shining, and he had a lot of new experiences and understandings of space. This space technology and the practice of space elemental power are actually the same in nature. They both use space. He also benefited a lot from the mystery of space and felt the power of vertical and horizontal space in the void, gaining a lot of enlightenment and inspiration. Here, more than 1,000 space battleships from the Tianyun Empire suddenly appeared and launched powerful and terrifying attacks, which immediately attracted the attention of the fleets of the Sith Empire and the Ihur civilization, which were fighting each other. Haha, the army of the Level 8 Cosmic Civilization Tianyun Empire, our ally of the Ihur civilization, has come to support us. The bastards of the Sith Empire. Wait until they become dust in the universe. The people of the Ihur civilization naturally began to cheer, and their morale was instantly boosted, and they began to roar arrogantly at the people of the Sith Empire. The Tianyun Empire is fighting the Tianyun Empire. The Sith Empire didn't seem to have anything to fear, and they actually started to allocate part of their troops to attack Huiyun the magical fleet. After all, only has more than 1,000 space battleships. You must know that the number of battleships currently fighting between the two sides is based on calculated in millions. These more than 1,000 space battleships are simply insignificant, even if they are space battleships of the Level 8 Space Civilization Tianyun Empire. Looking for death. You dare to attack our allies of the Tianyun Empire. The Kaiyun Legion of our Tianyun Empire is coming soon. By then, none of you can even think of running away. Ziyun Tianxiang was also angry, but he felt a little guilty because the enemy's battleship group was too large. He guessed that there were only more than 1,000 space battleships, even though there was a huge ally Ihur civilization in the surrounding void battleship group. But there is Huiyun here, the magical prince is here, and his safety is the most important. With his noble status, he cannot easily enter this dangerous battlefield. Although he has no choice but to enter the battlefield now. You must also find a way to get away from the battlefield as much as possible. And the best way is to scare the enemy away. Fortunately, I had already contacted Kaiyun Legion beforehand, and asked Kaiyun Legion to send a large army to come over. It was not a deliberate attempt to scare, but Ziyun Tianxiang really didn't want Huiyun Miracle to be involved in danger, and wanted to end this situation as soon as possible. Fighting. Even if we run away, we must first kill the people from your Tianyun Empire. The other party seemed to have a deep hatred for the Tianyun Empire, and even mobilized more space battleships to attack Huiyun's magical fleet. Powerful space attacks cut through the void one after another, attacking directly towards Huiyun the magical more than 1,000 space battleships. Each attack contained powerful space technology. With the attack, the space distance fluctuated, creating a huge crack spreads in all directions, like a spider web. It's like a terrifying force acting on the ice. The ice is constantly breaking and turning into countless small pieces. The space in the void is constantly twisting and breaking. The powerful space attack has already turned people's faces before it arrives. Protect His Highness! Ziyun Tianxiang looked at the large number of space battleships that were being killed on the surveillance screen, as well as the attacks that were already attacking mightily in the void. With a solemn look on his face, he gave orders to the other space battleships. Soon, more than 1,000 space battleships began to move, firmly protecting the magical space battleship Huiyun in the middle, using their own bodies to resist the incoming attack. The difference between Level 8 Cosmic Civilization and Level 7 Cosmic Civilization lies in time technology. In time technology, time stasis is used for defense. Tianyun Empire has only mastered time acceleration, and it can only accelerate time 10 times, so the main means of defense still relies on space technology. A powerful space attack descended on Huiyun the magical fleet, and the powerful power of space began to tear apart everything around it. However, the achievements of Level 8 Cosmic Civilization in space technology are definitely greater than any Level 7 Cosmic Civilization. The space near the space battleship is constantly twisted, broken, and folded. The two forces compete with each other and consume each other. The surrounding space fluctuates violently and is constantly broken, revealing the colorful ocean of time and space. The sun, moon, and stars in the void, etc., all were torn to pieces. However, Huiyun's magical fleet was ultimately intact and survived this wave of attacks. Fortunately, I got through it. The space technology of the Sith Empire has not yet reached its peak. Otherwise, Ziyun Tianxiang breathed a long sigh of relief. He had never been on the battlefield. Although he had confidence in his empire's technology, he also knew that if he didn't listen, he would inevitably die. Time speeds up to avoid attacks. Fight back. Huiyun Miqi was relatively calm at this time, and gave orders quite calmly. The speed of more than 1,000 space battleships began to soar. On the one hand, the power system of the battleships began to activate at full speed. On the other hand, it was the application of time technology. with powerful time acceleration. Only 1 second passed in other areas, but here it is already after 10 seconds. The speed suddenly increased by 10 times. The speed increases tenfold. For the most advanced space battleships of level 8 cosmic civilization, they can easily exceed the speed of light. More than 1,000 space battleships cannot be seen in the void because the speed has exceeded the speed of light. This is considered to be the same as the speed of light. Just like the Tianyan Empire, they only mastered a method commonly used by level 8 cosmic civilizations of time acceleration to avoid attacks. Covering attack. The army of the Sith Empire is still experienced in dealing with battleships of level 8 cosmic civilization. They know that they have entered a state of accelerated time. Based on the continuous attacks, they can still lock the approximate area of the enemy battleship, and then use covering large-scale attacks can still be effective. A series of large-scale space attacks began to wreak havoc in the void. The powerful power of space enveloped a large area of void, causing the void to continue to break, revealing a huge and colorful ocean of time and space. The powerful space defense on the Tianyan Empire space battleship within the attack range stirred up ripples and circles. The powerful space forces constantly offset each other, leaving the battleship safe and sound. However, as the attacks from the Sith Empire poured in like a tide, the faces of Ziyun Tianxiang and other Tianyan Empire people became increasingly ugly. The space defense power of this battleship was not unlimited. On the one hand, it was very consumption energy. On the other hand, requires a large consumption of space power. Once one of the two is consumed, the space defense system will collapse, and everyone will inevitably die. Why can level 7 cosmic civilization be called an advanced cosmic civilization? Even level 8 and level 9 cosmic civilizations have to win over these level 7 cosmic civilizations to be their pawns. This is because a level 7 cosmic civilization that has mastered powerful space technology can level 8 and 9 cosmic civilizations pose a threat. Although the threat becomes smaller as time and technology are mastered, at least it can be a threat. And it is not like there is no threat at all like middle and low-level civilizations. Chapter 744. Sun Xinyuan's terrifying. Powerful space attacks came one after another to the area where Huiyun the magical fleet was located. Even with the acceleration of time technology, the speed of the battleships became extremely fast. But in the face of such large-scale attacks, there were still many attacks falling on the battleships. The space defense system of the battleship and the space power in the void are stuck with each other and are constantly consuming each other. Fortunately, the Tianyan Empire is a level 8 cosmic civilization after all, and its achievements in space technology are much stronger than the Sith Empire. The Sith Empire, the Empire's attack, could not break through the battleship's defense. However, the consumption of space power and energy is still very terrible. The number of enemy warships is too huge. If you divide it into a few, there will be tens of thousands of space warships attacking. And Huiyun Miracle's side only has less than 1,000. Just a space battleship. I didn't expect that we had only been out for a long time. But the situation had already deteriorated to this extent. The civilizations on the Agamemnon Federation side have already dared to kill the Ivor civilization. Damn Zergan parasites! Huiyun Miracle clenched his fist at this time. The feud between the Tianyan Empire and the Agamemnon Federation has lasted for a long time. The two sides have always been on par with each other and have about the same strength. However, the Tianyan Empire has suffered serious losses due to the Zergan civilization, and its strength has been unprecedentedly weak. Compared with the Agamemnon Federation, the original balance of balance has been broken. In recent years, new wars have been launched against the Tianyan Empire. Now they have all reached the home star continent of the Ihur Empire. It can be seen how starving the situation has become. This has never happened before. You must know that there are many civilizations in the universe waiting to take advantage of them. Once the Tianyan Empire has too many obvious disadvantages, other advanced civilizations will also take advantage of it. Once that point is reached, even the level 8 cosmic civilization is likely to disappear. In the history of the universe, it is no wonder that Huiyun Mingqi hates the Zerkian civilization to the core. And it is no wonder that the Tianyan Empire will continue to hunt down the Zerkian civilization. Because the damage to the Tianyan Empire, that time was indeed a bit serious. How long will it take for our Kaiyun Legion to come to support us? After venting his emotions, Huiyun miraculously regained his composure and asked Ziyun's celestial elephant next to him. It will take some time. I estimate that if this situation continues, it will be difficult for us to support the arrival of the Kaiyun Legion. Ziyun Tianxiang shook his head helplessly, always paying attention to the space power and energy of the battleship defense system. As more and more space battleships from the opponent joined the attack sequence, the consumption became more intense. I want the Ihur Empire to send some troops to protect His Highness first. Ambassador Sun, I wonder if you can help. We are now grasshoppers in the same boat. Turning around, he said to Sun Xinyuan, people in advanced cosmic civilizations are very aware of the power of space system Yuanli monks, especially those who have cultivated to the point of Sun Xinyuan, who already possesses terrifying magical powers that reach the heavens and the earth. Just one person can. They are all powerful enough to dominate the interstellar and cosmic battlefields, just like human-shaped super singularity bombs. The advanced cosmic civilizations in the universe have great respect for advanced Yuanli monks, even level 9 cosmic civilizations, because every Yuanli monk with advanced cultivation contains extremely terrifying and powerful energy that can destroy a starry sky. There is no difficulty in the mainland either. The most important thing is that most Yuanli monks are elusive and difficult to detect even if they lurk in your hinterland. The name of humanoid singularity bomb is not an exaggeration at all. Don't worry. I will take action when it's time to take action, Sun Xinyuan said lightly. In fact, he didn't need to say that Sun Xinyuan was unambiguous when it was time to take action. After all, several members of Sun Xinyuan's family were on the battleship. Powerful space attacks continued to wreak havoc in the void. The morale of the Ihur civilization was greatly boosted. The attacks poured in wave after wave towards the army of the Sith Empire. In terms of the number of rescuers, the number of battleships of the Ihur civilization was huge. Even bigger. There are relatively few Ihur civilizations nest here, and there are a steady stream of troops coming from all directions to support them. It is even known from Ziyun Tianxiang that there is a distinguished prince of the Tianyun Empire on the battlefield. So the Ihur civilization also attaches great importance to it. I don't dare to let Huiyun Miracle suffer losses on his own territory. Otherwise it will be difficult to explain to the Tianyun Empire. There must be big names on these more than 1,000 space battleships of the Tianyun Empire. Otherwise the Ihur civilization would not be so crazy. Humph. Use the secret weapon given to us by the Agamemnon Federation and kill them in one fell swoop. The people on the Sith Empire are not fools. They pay attention to the movements around them in time and space. They know that the Ihur civilization has a large army that is rapidly coming to support them. At the same time, the fighting army is also heading towards the Tianyun Empire's more than 1,000 space battleships. Think about it. There is a hidden meaning of protection in it. Therefore, the Sith Empire quickly judged that among these more than 1,000 space battleships, there must be important figures from the Tianyun Empire. If it were an ordinary space battleship army, it would definitely rush over and fight desperately with the Sith Empire's army. Together, the Agamemnon Federation is very interested in the big shots in the Tianyun Empire. As long as they can kill them, they will definitely be rewarded if they return to the Agamemnon Federation, which will also be a heavy blow to the Tianyun Empire. There was nothing to hesitate. A strange bomb was launched. The speed of this bomb was extremely fast. Time and space around it were faintly changed, and its existence could not be seen with the naked eye. This is the secret weapon that the Agamemnon Federation gives to its subordinates. It is also a powerful weapon that the Agamemnon Federation has developed after making progress in time and technology over the years. It has never been used externally before. The weakening strength of the Tianyun Empire is on the one hand, but the technological advancement of the Agamemnon Federation is the real reason why they dare to fight near the hometown of the Tianyun Empire. Not good. Sun Xinyuan, who was always paying attention to the battlefield, suddenly felt creepy. In his powerful spiritual sense, there was a target attacking at a speed exceeding the speed of light. This thing made Sun Xinyuan feel very scary and frightening, and could threaten him. Life. His figure suddenly disappeared into the battleship, and then appeared directly in the void outside the battleship. The distance in the surrounding void was turbulent, and the powerful force of space was tearing everything apart. However, the void where Sun Xinyuan was like a very safe harbor. Just like a port in a violent storm. All the storms calmed down instantly when they reached his vicinity, and had no impact on him at all. The stars have changed! Sun Xinyuan shouted violently. An extremely powerful power and aura began to surge from his body. Like a wild beast that was awakening, the terrifying power of space surrounded him. In an instant, the surrounding starlight completely disappeared, and all the space the attack also seemed to completely dissipate. There was only one majestic figure in the entire void, showing its terrifying power as if it were an abyss or a prison. It was like a black hole, attracting everyone's attention. Who is he? to be able to survive such a powerful wave of attacks and remain intact. This is definitely an extremely powerful Yuanli monk. People from Tianyun Empire? Is this the big shot? People from the Sith Empire and the Ihur civilization all noticed this majestic body in the void. And question marks suddenly rang in everyone's minds. Sun Xinyuan had a dignified body on his face. And powerful space power continued to rise from his body. A large void seemed to become extremely quiet all of a sudden. The space power in the surrounding void was so terrifying. He suddenly became quiet in front of the powerful force. The space energy in the body was operating to the extreme. And the aura emanating from Sun Xinyuan became even more powerful, making countless people worship him as if they were worshipping gods. Only this godlike figure could be seen. Drink! Sun Xinyuan shouted loudly. With him as the center, the surrounding space began to solidify. And at the same time it began to fold continuously. In just a moment, the surrounding space had already folded in countless layers. And the space continued to twist and fold, frozen, forming a picture that makes people feel extremely contradictory. In Sun Xinyuan's induction, the secret weapon sent by the Sith Empire quickly attacked his position, directly hitting his folded area. Its speed was constantly slowing down. And at the same time, under the control of Sun Xinyuan, its direction was also changing little by little. This change in the smile, accumulated into small things, eventually caused this thing to completely change its direction, heading towards fly away in the direction you came from. Repay the other person with his own way. Sun Xinyuan's eyes radiated light, and he controlled the powerful force of space to accelerate the bomb. All of a sudden, its speed began to radiate, and it was reflected back at a speed far exceeding the speed of light. Huh? After completing this series of actions, Sun Xinyuan couldn't help but gasp, and quickly used the energy in his body to calm down. He hadn't gone all out like this for a long time. Sensing the bomb that shot back, he breathed a sigh of relief, and the vigilance from his sixth sense became smaller and smaller, which showed that that thing was the real threat to his life. Of course, in the eyes of others, Sun Xinyuan showed extremely powerful energy in the void, and then roared a few words loudly. It seemed that nothing happened, and he was already out of breath, which made people stunned. Chapter 745. The situation in Tianyun Empire seems not good. Is he here to be funny? Maybe. I thought he was very powerful, but he just yelled for a few words and then became weak. Just now, he was as powerful and terrifying as a god. And even the surrounding void became calm. And then this is it? In the surrounding void, everyone who noticed this scene was dumbfounded, especially the people from the Ihur civilization. They thought that this powerful practitioner from the Tianyun Empire was going to use terrifying supernatural powers to wipe out the people of the Sith Empire in one fell swoop. And everything that just started to show seemed to be like this. But it suddenly became weak, and even the powerful aura disappeared, as if it was just for fun. Ha ha. Are the people of the Tianyun Empire like this? The momentum is quite satisfactory. But these are just a few moments just for fun. The people in the Sith Empire were shocked at first, but soon they couldn't help laughing. Looking at the panting Sun Xinyuan in the void, they began to laugh at the Tianyun Empire's incompetence. Ambassador Sun, what is this? Ziyun Tianxiang frowned. From the moment he heard Sun Xinyuan's bad words to what happened now, only a few moments had happened. At first, he thought something big was really going to happen. And then Sun Xinyuan appeared in the void, revealing it showed his strong side. But in the end, it was anticlimactic, making people confused about what happened. Something big must have happened. Otherwise he wouldn't be like this. He hasn't used all his strength like this for a long time. Huiyun, who was familiar with Sun Xinyuan Qiuyue, looked at Sun Xinyuan's majestic body. Her eyes were full of little stars. He has always admired her husband very much. In terms of practice, Sun Xinyuan is her master. To be able to break through to immortality, Sun Xinyuan is indispensable. Of guidance. Just wait and see the good show. Zhang Zhongyang was wearing a mysterious smile at this time. Just now, his hair stood on end. However, his reaction was not as fast as that of Sun Xinyuan. And he was not a Yuanli monk of the space system. It would be more difficult to cope with it than Sun Xinyuan. But he knew that the danger was far away and was heading towards the Sith Empire's army camp. Hearing Zhang Zhongyang's words, everyone on the Tianyun Empire side widened their eyes. And at the same time, they secretly admired in their hearts. Although the Yinhuang Empire civilization level is only level 7, it seems to be better than the Tianyun Empire in terms of Yuanli cultivation. It is much more powerful, and has a very complete cultivation system and method. Although Yuanli cultivators are also prevalent in the Tianyuan Empire, there seems to be a huge gap compared to the Yin-Huang Empire. The people from the Yin-Huang Empire present here are all unfathomable, and the slightest hint of aura makes people tremble. Because of Sun Xinyuan's appearance, the originally lively void suddenly became quiet, especially when he revealed a powerful aura like a god. Almost everyone was looking at him, as if worshipping a god. Just fell to his knees. The void is calm and dark. Vast and vast. The armies of the three parties are located in 3 locations in the void. The huge space battleship groups of the Sith Empire are continuous, forming a large ocean of steel. Each powerful space battleship is murderous and menacing. The secret and powerful weapon launched by the Sith Empire shot back at a speed far exceeding the speed of light. However, no one on the Sith Empire discovered this. Its speed was too fast. Under the influence of time technology, its speed exceeds dozens of times the speed of light. Gotcha. Like the sound of breaking egg sh. It was transmitted very clearly to everyone's ears. And the bomb that quickly shot back to the Sith Empire's army camp suddenly shattered. The surrounding space was completely shattered almost instantly. The sound of the shattering space was crisp and loud, forming a texture like a dense spider web. Among the gaps in the texture was a colorful ocean of time and space. Along with the sound of space shattering, there was a stream of light in the area centered on it. And the surrounding time seemed to suddenly become chaotic. In everyone's field of vision, there were some space battleships following their original trajectories. While continuing to fly forward, some space battleships suddenly changed direction very abruptly. This feeling is so mysterious that it is impossible to describe it in words. Originally everything was in order, but in the blink of an eye it became chaotic. The power of space and time combined to distort the surrounding time and space. A sphere-like area is expanding rapidly. The expansion speed is beyond imagination, far exceeding the speed of light. It feels like the Big Bang of the universe. In an instant, it expands to a large area and envelopes the army of the Sith Empire. Within the envelope, there are streams of light that are constantly twisting and flashing, as if they are controlled by some powerful force. Time and space were originally very illusory and difficult to observe and measure. But now, the most powerful of the two universes, all the powerful forces are revealed. The power of time and space work together to crush everything within the range, like a huge millstone, crushing everything back to its most primitive and original state. Even the light and the void and energy were not spared, being crushed by these two extremely powerful forces and completely disappearing. A large area suddenly dimmed, pitch black, comparable to the darkest abyss of darkness, with no light at all, because even photons returned to their original state under the influence of the power of time and space. Dark, dim, and cold, everything disappeared. Only this darkness seemed to come from the beginning of the universe, from the eternal dark abyss, and like a terrifying dark beast, rapidly expanding, destroying everything within the range. Swallow it clean. Escape. Sun Xinyuan's figure appeared very suddenly in the space battleship. Before he could take a breath, he said loudly, under his violent shout. Huiyun Miracle quickly commanded his fleet to quickly move away from this expanding dark beast as time accelerated. Some space battleships of the Ihur civilization were slow to react. And of course, they did not have the assistance of time acceleration. They had no time to escape and were instantly submerged in pitch darkness, without any contact with them. After a long time, in the distant void, the magical fleet of fire clouds finally stopped, because they found that the darkness was gradually dissipating, and the light from the surrounding stars began to regain their world. When the weather calmed down and the entire area was filled with light again, everyone looked back at the originally dark area. The entire area was very clean and empty, and everything had completely disappeared. Not even a little bit of the universe. No dust at all. The originally mighty and menacing Sith Empire army all disappeared, leaving no trace, no fluctuations in space, and no residual heat of energy. What on earth is this? It's definitely not a singularity bomb. If it is a singularity bomb, the range must be more than this. The singularity bomb is enough to easily destroy a river system. But I can say with certainty that its power is even more terrifying than the singularity bomb. The starting point bomb is just an application of space technology. It can be completely withstood by the space battleship defense system of our Tianyuan Empire. But we have never seen this kind of weapon before. It is so terrifyingly powerful. I have no doubt that it can easily turn us into dust in the universe and knock us back to the basic state of matter. Ziyun Tianxiang was already covered in cold sweat at this time. He had witnessed everything in front of him, and was completely frightened. If Master Sun hadn't appeared just now, we would all have died under this terrible weapon. The space system is indeed the most powerful system among all the systems. It is like a god, able to block such a terrifying attack. At this time, Huiyun Chi-Chi and others had almost figured out the situation. The attack had just been launched from the Sith Empire, and was blocked by Sun Xinyuan. He retaliated in the same way, wiping out the Sith Empire in one fell swoop. Army. No wonder the Agamemnon Federation dared to go to war with us, and even came to our empire's doorstep. They actually have such powerful weapons. It seems that they have made new progress in time technology. Huiyun Chi-Chi also broke into a cold sweat at this time, but he was considering the entire situation. He seemed to have figured out various situations, and knew why the Sith Empire's army appeared on the Ihur civilization. The situation in Tianyan Empire seems really bad. The Sith Empire actually has such powerful weapons in its hands. It must have been given by the Agamemnon Federation behind the Sith Empire. If all the armies of the Agamemnon Federation have such terrifying weapons, even Tianyan, if the Empire's own army encounters them, the losses will be heavy. Sun Xinyuan also saw a lot of things. Although he was a temporary diplomat, it was not difficult for him to analyze these things. At this time, he frowned. The situation in the Tianyan Empire was not good, and this was not a good thing for the Empire. After all, the Empire and the Tianyan Empire had established diplomatic relations. According to the rules of the universe, the Empire would have joined the Tianyan Empire. His camp is regarded as Pony Boy of Tianyan Empire. Now that the Tianyan Empire has been attacked at its doorstep, and it is still fearless and possesses terrifyingly powerful advanced weapons, the boss is having a hard time, and it is impossible for him, the younger brother who just joined, to have an easy time. If the news spreads to the universe, these civilizations in the hostile camp may launch large-scale legions to deal with the Empire. By then, the Empire will be in a corner, and the Tianyan Empire will not be able to protect itself. These days will not be easy. Better. Thinking of this, Sun Xinyuan frowned, and for a while, he couldn't think of any way to deal with it. Chapter 746. Internal and External Troubles. Witnessing the great changes that took place in the void, everyone present was silent, thinking in their hearts, especially the people on the level 7 cosmic civilization Ihur civilization, who were silent. If the people from the Sith Empire had used this weapon just now, would they still be alive to this day? Even a discerning person can already see that the Agamemnon Federation must have made another huge breakthrough in time technology, and is much stronger than before. Only then can they confidently attack the Tianyan Empire's home. Come to the door. As Ma Zai of the Tianyan Empire, what will be his future destiny? What everyone in the Ihur civilization sees now is similar to what Sun Xinyuan sees. It seems to be dark, and not much light can be seen. In particular, the Ihur civilization is located so close to the 9th star sector in the center of the universe. It is one of the advanced civilizations closest to the Tianyan Empire. It is also the only place where the hostile force Agamemnon Federation attacks the Tianyan Empire. In the future the situation is even worse. I am Huiyun, Prince of Tianyan Empire Miracle, and I would like to have a call with you. Huiyun Chi-Chi is a qualified prince, and has been trained as a successor since childhood. He knows what to do at this time, and takes the initiative to contact other people in the Ihur Empire. Soon a figure appeared in the virtual image call. A person from the Ihur Empire had thick tiger-striped hair, which almost completely covered his face. Dear His Highness the Prince, I, Saren, commander of the fleet number GY-2389 of the Red Tiger Legion of the Ihur civilization, am very honored to be able to fight side by side with His Highness here. Saren is very respectful to Huiyun Miracle, fully showing his respect for Huiyun Miracle and the Tianyan Empire. General Saren, what is the current situation? Why have all the armies of the Sith Empire arrived in your civilization? Huiyun miraculously nodded, and then began to ask. He immediately felt that the Empire had some time, and many things were not clear. It was possible that the Tianyan Empire did not tell him, or that there was a huge change in the situation, and there were internal hostile forces. Troubleshooting. So he must get more information from the Ihur civilization. Your Highness, don't you know any news? Saren was also very surprised. The other party was the Prince of the Tianyan Empire, and he had no news at all. This was surprising. I have been chasing the Zergan civilization in the universe, so I am not sure about the situation in the Empire. Please let me know. General. Huiyun Miracle immediately felt that something was wrong. Judging from the current situation, The Tianyun Empire must be hiding something from Huiyun Miracle. As for why Huiyun Miracle was hidden from Huiyun Miracle, there are many things worth pondering. Your Highness, the current situation is very unfavorable to us. The party headed by the Agamemnid Federation keeps launching large-scale wars against us for some unknown reason. We have had several wars with them before, and each time it ended in failure, and now we have to shrink everything. The Tianyun Empire even had to give up several star continents that had disputes with the Agamemnid Federation due to the failure of these wars. But even so, the Agamemnid Federation does not seem to have any plans. Let's stop here and still attack our homeland. Not only our Ihur civilization, but also the Agamemnid Federation's army in your Tianyun Empire. Now in our camp, only some civilizations in remote areas have not been attacked. Saren thought for a while before speaking slowly. As soon as his words came out, the expressions of the surrounding Tianyun Empire people suddenly changed. They had already guessed that the situation might be unfavorable, but they did not expect that the situation would be so bad. The Tianyun Empire not only lost several star continents that were in dispute with the Agamemnid Federation, but the other party has now come to its own home, and its subordinates are also setting fire to everywhere. The situation is extremely bad. How long ago did these things happen? Huiyun Michi frowned and clenched his fists tightly. It also happened within the last few thousand years. The last few thousand years? Huiyun Chichi narrowed his eyes when he heard this. This period of time was not the time when he forgot to return from the 8th-star sector of the universe. During this period, he had not many contacts with the Tianyun Empire. But it was not that there were no contacts, but the message received was indeed peaceful. Thank you, General, for telling the truth. I'll take the first step if I have something else to do. Next time I'm free to come to Tianyun Empire as a guest. Please be sure to let me know. After ending the call with the other party, everyone in the Tianyun Empire around Huiyun Yaoqi fell silent. Something big must have happened within the Tianyun Empire. Otherwise Huiyun Yaoqi would not have been kept a secret. Go back. Go back as quickly as possible. Huiyun, the mysterious cold voice, gave the order. Soon the fleet started up again. With a burst of space fluctuations, the fleet completely disappeared into the void and rushed back towards the Tianyun Empire. Sure enough, something big has happened in your country. Your Highness. In a space world with no outsiders, Ziyun Tianxiang said with worry. What news did you get from people here? Huiyun Chichi heard this and quickly asked. The fleet is connected with the Tianyun Empire. Now that he knows that he has been deliberately concealed, Huiyun Chichi will naturally find ways to use other methods to obtain domestic information. Condition 1 is the defeat of the Empire in its foreign wars. Several successive wars ended in disastrous defeats. The Empire's army suffered heavy losses. And so did our allies. We also lost the territory of several star continents. The other thing I heard is that His Majesty seems to be in poor health. Ziyun Tianxiang told the news he had found out. Impossible. Although my father is diligent in state affairs, and not as diligent in cultivation as before. How can he be in poor health with his Yuanli cultivation? Huiyun Chichi heard this, and immediately said loudly. Then he seemed to have thought of something and asked quickly. When did the news about my father's poor health begin? It seems to be something that happened within the last few thousand years. The last few thousand years. Huiyun's eyes suddenly widened. And then he fell silent, thinking carefully. In the past few thousand years, the Tianyun Empire has suffered continuous defeats in foreign wars, losing cities and territory. And even its subordinates suffered heavy losses. And at this exact moment, the Emperor of the Tianyun Empire was not in good health. Is it too coincidental? There must be something happening that I don't know about. Is there any special news or news in China over the past few years? Huiyun Chichi thought for a while and asked. On the one hand, this external defeat may be because the Agamemnid Federation has made progress in time technology, and its strength has greatly increased. So the Tianyun Empire cannot win. But now it seems that it is very likely that there is an internal problem. Otherwise, even if the enemy's strength increases, the Tianyun Empire will not be so completely defeated. Historically, there were times when there was an imbalance of power between the Tianyun Empire and the Agamemnid Federation. But it was not to such a serious level. Even if they could not defeat them, they would not be killed at home. It seems that Huiyun His Highness Jingqian's reputation in the Empire is getting higher and higher, because he has led the Imperial Army to achieve several major victories, which has restored some morale for our Tianyun Empire. Fire Cloud Jingtian? When Huiyun Chichi heard this, he immediately frowned. Huiyun Jingtian was the most mediocre among the many princes in the Tianyun Empire. He had never attracted much attention. He was mediocre in every aspect. But now he actually leads Tianyun. The Yun Empire's army has won several battles, which is really incredible. The Tianyun Empire has many talents, and there are countless outstanding generals in the army alone. However, many outstanding generals have been retreating steadily. But Huiyun Jingtian, a mediocre prince, has been able to win several great victories, among which there are too many doubts. There are internal and external troubles. Huiyun miraculously let out a long sigh. He seemed to have seen the situation the Tianyun Empire was facing now. This was definitely not just an attack by the Achaemenid Federation from outside, but also a huge hidden danger from within. The more turbulent the situation is, all kinds of monsters will jump out one after another. The more unsatisfactory the situation is, the internal problems will be highlighted. Your Highness, what should we do? Ziyun Tianxiang also nodded in deep agreement. Even a fool can see something unusual in these things. It seems that the communicator we carry is no longer safe. Our every move may be in the enemy's sight. However, they probably did not expect that there are people from the Yin Huang Empire on our fleet. Next, we will use the Empire's the communicator continue to pretend nothing happened. The other aspect is to use the Yin Huang Empire's communicator to communicate with the country to understand the situation in the country as soon as possible before making a decision. Now it seems that we don't have to rush back to the central star continent of the Empire. Let's go to Hongxia Star first. Continent! Huiyun Miracle kept walking around, thinking in his mind. After a long time, he seemed to have made a decision, and gave instructions to Ziyun Celestial Elephant. Hongxia Xingzhou? When Ziyun Tianxiang heard this, he thought about it, and nodded quickly. This Hongxia Xingzhou is considered an old base of Huiyun magic. Huiyun magic's grandpa is very powerful here, and Huiyun magic used to be I have been working here for a while, and have a wide network of contacts. Of course, the most important thing is that in Hongxia Star Continent, there is a very powerful army of the Tianyun Empire, the Hongxia Legion. This Hongxia Legion is controlled by Huiyun's magical grandfather, and his grandfather has always been loyal to the Tianyun Empire, and very good at conquering and fighting. Chapter 747. I need your help. In the Hongxia Star Continent of the Tianyun Empire in the 9-star region of the universe, Huiyun Miracle's fleet hardly alerted anyone and entered Hongxia Star Continent in a very low-key manner. Then Huiyun Miracle visited him very secretly. Grandpa Huangyun Baijian. Huangyun, the commander-in-chief of Hongxia Legion in Hongxia Star Continent, is the residence of Baijian. Huangyun. Baijian is already very busy at this time. The Achaemenid side is attacking the Tianyun Empire one after another. Strong. Now they even dare to attack the starry sky continent of the Tianyun Empire. Looking confident, as the commander of the Hongxia Legion, he controls the powerful Hongxia Legion of the Tianyun Empire, and is also responsible for guarding one side. Not only the Hongxia Star Continent, but also several surrounding star continents are under his military jurisdiction. Every place has been attacked by the enemy. On the one hand, we must defend, and on the other hand, we must find a way to drive the enemy out completely. But these are not the things that really trouble and worry him. As a veteran who has experienced hundreds of battles, he has traveled across the universe for countless years, and has fought against countless enemies of advanced cosmic civilizations. The situation is just a little bad now. But it is far from bad, to the point where it bothered him immensely. What really bothered him was that he came from the Tianyun Empire Central Committee. There was a big problem with the core of the Tianyun Empire Central Committee, and they could not give him a clear instruction. Moreover, it seemed that the Emperor of the Tianyun Empire did not trust him, and there was a vague intention to deprive him of his military power. Meaning, they even dispatched a war supervising team to Hongxia Xingzhou. This aspect made him feel extremely chilled. He was loyal to the Empire, and he was also very loyal to the Emperor of the Tianyun Empire. Everything about him could be doubted, but his loyalty to the Tianyun Empire could not be doubted. On the other hand, it also made him constrained in combat, unable to really let go of his hands and feet to deal with the attack of the Achaemenid Federation. The war supervisors were a group of people who did not understand military affairs at all, and they were indiscriminately pointing fingers at Huangyun Baijian. But he was holding Shang Fang's sword, which made him very helpless. Oh, it's been such a troubled time. But now it's like this above. How on earth should our Tianyun Empire survive this disaster? Huangyun Baijian looked at the blue sky and white clouds outside and let out a long sigh. Sir, the visitor wants to see you. I've said it before. I don't want to see guests now. No one. Huangyun and Baijian became irritated as soon as they heard that there were guests. They were extremely busy here. And on the other side, there were so many guests of all kinds, many of whom had great backgrounds and came with their own purposes. The guest asked me to give this thing to you. He said that you will definitely meet him after seeing this thing. The attendant handed over something like a jade pendant. Wang Yunbaijian took it and took a look. His eyes immediately narrowed. Then he walked back and forth in the room and thought about it carefully. Take the guests to the secret meeting room. My good nephew, you are finally back. Wang Yunbaijian suddenly became energetic after clenching the things in his hands. Soon, in the secret conference room of the mansion, Wang Yun and Baijian looked at the people in the conference room, slightly stunned, and then burst into tears. Qiuyue, is it really you? It's me, Grandpa. Huiyun Qiuyue suddenly threw herself into her grandfather's arms, and couldn't help crying. You are really my Qiuyue. I miss you so much. I thought I would never see you again in this life. Just come back. Just come back. Miraculous. You did a great job and finally saved your sister. Wang Yunbaijian Lao burst into tears. He had only one daughter at his knees all his life. He was married to the emperor of the empire. He had loved his nephew and niece since he was a child. Who are these? After bursting into tears, Wang Yunbaijian looked at Sun Xinyuan, Sun Tianyun, and Zhang Zhongyang and asked full of doubts. Grandpa, this is my lover, Sun Xinyuan. This is my son Sun Tianyun. And this is Zhang Zhongyang, the deputy ambassador of the Yin Huang Empire to our Tianyun Empire. Huiyun Qiuyue introduced with a slightly blushing face, looking very embarrassed. Are you married? Have children? Wang Yunbaijian was immediately dumbfounded. In just a blink of an eye, his good niece actually got married and had a child. You must know that the average life expectancy of people in the Tianyun Empire is very long. They get married and have children very late. Many people even non-marriagists. And why haven't I heard of the Yin Huang Empire before? It's a long story, so I'll just tell you a little bit. Huiyun Qiuyue smiled and recounted her experience again. Her words made Wang Yunbaijian couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Life is impermanent, and fate is changeable. Grandpa, now is not the time to talk about these things. This time, I did not go back directly to the Central Plain Star Continent, but came to your place first. I just want to know some of the current situation in our empire. Huiyun Qiqi said that they were almost done talking, and said a little anxiously, It seems that you have already noticed that you made the right decision to come to Hongxia Star Continent. If you rashly return to Central Star Continent now, I guess it will be more bad than good. Wang Yunbaijian sighed, and said in a different tone. Is it already that bad? Huiyun Qiqi frowned immediately after hearing this. It's very bad. His Majesty has not shown up for a long time. I have repeatedly requested to meet with His Majesty in the virtual world, but have not been approved. I think His Majesty may have been controlled by someone or has. This is impossible. My father is protected by the most powerful Tianyun warriors. There is absolutely no way anything will happen to him. Huiyun miraculously said categorically. Everything is possible, especially when someone collaborates with the enemy. Although our Tianyun warriors are powerful, there are equally powerful forces outside. Of course, this is just my speculation. It is not yet clear what the specific situation is. However, the situation in our empire has changed suddenly. As far as I know, several princes died suddenly one after another in a short period of time. This is also that's why I said that if you return to the Central Star Continent, you will be in bad luck. Wang Yunbaijian shook his head, and then revealed something even more surprising. What? Killing the royal family? Killing each other? Huiyun's miraculous eyes widened immediately after hearing this, and then he walked back and forth in the room. Although the Tianyun Empire is an advanced cosmic civilization, in terms of power, there is not much difference between the Tianyun Empire and ordinary middle and low-level cosmic civilizations. The difference is that the emperor's power was too concentrated, which also caused turmoil between the government and the public during the change of power. Of course, people in the Tianyun Empire have long lifespans, and power changes only happen once in a long time. Moreover, the emperors of the Tianyun Empire are not fools. They basically make sound arrangements and preparations, and learn from other civilization systems. In fact, the change of power in the Tianyun Empire has always been relatively stable, with few turmoils. As for the cases of brothers fighting each other, they are very rare. Did Wei and Jingtian do it? Just him? Liang doesn't have the guts. I guess it was the power behind him that did it. As for who it is, I'm not sure yet. But one thing is certain. It must be someone from the Achaemenid Federation. Collusion. Otherwise, this loser Hu Yunjingtian can also win battles one after another. Wang Yunbaijian shook his head, then nodded and said, Our Tianyan Empire has reached the point of life and death. There are still people who dare to collude with foreign enemies. It is really abominable. Do we want to bring death to our Tianyan Empire and be happy after being destroyed? No. I will not sit idly by. The Tianyan Empire was built by countless people of our Tianyan Empire with blood and sweat for countless years. It must not be destroyed in the hands of these people. Hu Yunqiqi walked back and forth in the room, looking very uneasy, and then quickly stopped, as if he had made some decision, clenched his fists and said, Grandpa, Master Sun and Ambassador Zhang, I need your help. Turning his head, he spoke very seriously to the people present. Grandpa will definitely support you. When our Tianyan Empire is at a critical moment of life and death, someone must step forward to eliminate spies internally and eliminate powerful enemies externally. Turn the tide, help the building from falling, and preserve the foundation of our Tianyan Empire. Wang Yunbaijian didn't hesitate at all. At this time, he knew exactly what he should do. He would support Hu Yun both in public and in private. Miraculously, in private he was supporting his nephew, and in public he was doing it for Tianyun. The Age of Empire. Our Yin Huang Empire has established diplomatic relations with the Tianyun Empire. A strong and stable Tianyun Empire is also very important to our Yin Huang Empire. I think our empire should also agree that we support you. However, before obtaining the consent of the empire, I am willing to help His Highness rebuild the Tianyan Empire in a private capacity. Sun Xinyuan thought for a while, and finally nodded. In fact, the empire should not get involved in this quagmire at this time. He knew this very well. So he did not make his words absolute. If it was a big deal, it would still be up to the empire's top brass. It's up to him to make a decision. But he is Hu Yun's magical brother-in-law, so he has to help his brother-in-law. Okay, with your help. The big thing is half done. Let's discuss carefully first what to do next. Since ancient times, the most important thing is military power. Grandpa, you should be able to mobilize the Hongxiao army here. Right. Hu Yunqiqi laughed happily as soon as he heard this, and then quickly stopped his smile and began to think about the next step. It's okay, but a war supervisory group has been sent over from above. My every move is being monitored. If we want to completely take control of the Hongxiao Legion, this war supervisory group must be eliminated first. Otherwise, we will not be able to let go. Use your hands and feet to do the work. Well, the first thing is to get rid of them and control the Hongxiao army first. Chapter 748. Orange Cloud Ghost Fox. As a powerful and important legion within the Tianyan Empire, the Hongxiao Legion is responsible for guarding several star continents and has a very large force. This fleet alone is enough to easily sweep through many level 7 cosmic civilizations. In order to meet the daily life and training needs of the Hongxiao Legion, the Tianyan Empire built a huge starry sky continent in Hongxiao Star Continent specifically for the Hongxiao Legion to use as a military base. In the outer space of the huge starry sky continent, there are huge military spaceports in neat rows. It is difficult to count the space battleships coming and going. The spacecraft rising and falling on the starry sky continent are like locusts, faintly blocking the sky and the sun trend. Compared with ordinary starry sky continents, this starry sky continent specially used as a military base is busier. However, although it is busy, everything is in order, with the unique style of military iron plate, even the ports and flights in space. The same is true for spacecraft and so on. There is a huge palace on the starry sky continent. This palace is built very luxuriously. This palace is completely different from the style of soldiers. It has always been used to entertain ambassadors, dignitaries, etc. sent by the upper levels of the Tianyan Empire. At this time, in this palace, the people who supervise the battle group are discussing something with each other. Wang Yunbaijian, an old man, is really tolerant. He's already like this and still listens to us. Until now, we still can't find an excuse to kill him and can't completely control the Hongxiao army. The leader of the war supervising group, Ziyun Shuiguang, said angrily to the people around him. He came here under orders from his superiors. Supervising the war was just a formality. The real purpose was to control Hong Kong. Xiao Legion. This Wang Yunbaijian has a high prestige among the Hongxiao Legion, and even among the entire empire's army. If we don't find enough reasons and excuses, we have no way to take action against him. Because then, it will be very detrimental to our control of the army. Next to them, Lan Yun and Yuan Ji also nodded. Now the situation has suddenly changed. The power behind them wants to control the Tianyun Empire. This army is the most important force. This old guy doesn't take soft and hard advice. We have already hinted it countless times. But he just pretends not to see it. When the world is settled, we must take care of him. What's the use of talking about this now? We should find a way to seize the military power of Hongxiao Legion. Recently, the Agumenid Federation's attacks here in Hongxiao Star Continent have rarely been fierce. Can we find a reason to seize his military power from these aspects? No. Although the Agumenid Federation attacks fiercely, compared with other places, the situation here in Hongxiao Star Continent is much better. This Huang Yun Baijian is worthy of being a veteran of the empire. In terms of military, the entire empire there are not many people who can surpass him. Then just accuse him of corruption, perverting the law, and malpractice for personal gain. In short, just find a reason to get him down. Time is running out. No. Huang Yun, he is a soldier in hundreds of battles. He has almost no stain in his private life. He almost lives in a military camp. This won't work. And that won't work either. Do we still have to complete the tasks assigned by the superiors? Don't worry. We still have time. Our people are now in various important positions in the Hongxiao Legion. We all know Huang Yun Baijian's words and deeds. If it really comes to a critical moment, we can take it with us. We have to convince the rest of the Hongxiao army. Otherwise, taking Huang Yun Baijian will make the Hongxiao army lose control. In the conference room, several people were discussing and arguing with each other. No one noticed that beside them, Sun Xinyuan's family heard their conversation clearly. It seems that these people are not just here to supervise the war. They are here to seize military power. The situation is very serious. It seems that there is a big problem at the core of the Tianyun Empire. The emperor has already lost control of the entire empire. Sun Xinyuan silently thought in his heart that based on the current situation, the main reason for Tianyun Empire's current situation is internal problems. Otherwise, even if the Agumenid Federation's strength increases greatly, it will not be able to kill Tianyun. Coming from the hinterland of the empire, the army in the hands of the Tianyun Empire is not just for free. After all, it is still a level 8 cosmic civilization. You guys have been thinking about this for so long. I think you must be tired. You might as well go with me somewhere to rest. Sun Xinyuan's voice rang in the ears of Ziyun Xueguang, Lan Yuanji and others. Suddenly, their eyes widened, and they looked at Sun Xinyuan walking out of nothingness, as if they were seeing a ghost. Who are you? How did you get in? Ziyun, the bloodlight is a little unbelievable. But more of it is fear. It is really scary to be able to sneak in silently at this time. It doesn't matter who I am. As for how I got in, of course I just walked in. Sun Xinyuan smiled. In fact, among advanced cosmic civilizations, very important areas are very tightly guarded, and various high-tech detectors are working all the time. It is really difficult for an ant or a fly to don't even think about coming in. Slight fluctuations in space, energy, and air will attract the attention of the guards. And the most important thing is that there will be powerful Yuanli warriors guarding it. It is almost impossible to sneak in silently. But for a profound Yuanli monk like Sun Xinyuan, the universe is so big that there is no way at all. If the place can be blocked, you can go and come whenever you want. Okay, I've answered your questions. Go to sleep. Sun Xinyuan had no intention of continuing the nonsense, and used his powerful spiritual consciousness to attack the soul, causing everyone in the conference room to fall into coma one by one. Take it back and see if you can find out any other information. Sun Xinyuan's figure gradually blurred, and the figures of other people in the room also disappeared, as if they had never appeared. Huang Yun Baijian's mansion. In the underground conference room, as people from the Imperial Ambassador's delegation continued to return, each one brought back more or less people. Looks like I'm the last one. Sun Xinyuan walked out of nothingness, brought out the members of the war supervising team, who were fascinated by him, and said with a smile on his face, "The people of the Yin-Huang Empire are so terrifying. Their cultivation level is comparable to that of the most powerful Tianyun warrior of our Tianyun Empire. They were so mysterious that they managed to capture the members of the war group alive in such a short period of time." Huang Yun Baijian narrowed his eyes at this time. At first, he looked down upon the Yin-Huang Empire, which was only a level 7 cosmic civilization. But now, He felt more and more that the Yin Wang Empire was quite extraordinary. Very good without the supervisory group. We have completely taken control of the Hongxiao Legion and have a foothold. Hui Yun Chi nodded happily and began to think about the next action again. I just got some useful information from them. Many of these people came to supervise the battle. In fact, they came to seize power. They were all thinking of finding an excuse to kill Huang Yun, the veteran general of Baijian, so as to seize power of the Hongxiao army. Control. Sun Qinyuan spoke out the information he just heard. The empire has reached the point of life and death, and these people still only want to fight for power and gain, regardless of the life and death of the empire. Damn it! Huang Yun when Baijian heard this. He clenched his fists angrily, wishing he could lead people to kill the people behind them now. Grandpa, don't worry. I almost know who is behind the trouble. During this time, I have contacted the hidden line here in Central Star Continent. Hui Yun Miracle seems a little confident at this time. With the support of Hongxiao Legion, great things can be expected. Who is it? Huang Yun Baijian asked quickly after hearing this. It's Cheng Yun, the right minister of the empire Ghost Fox. He is the one behind all this. What's more important is that in order to seize power, he even colluded with the Agamemnon Federation. Only by cooperating internally and externally did our empire arrive. Such a bad situation right now. Cheng Yun Ghost Fox? I guessed it might be him at first, but I didn't expect it was really him. He was so confused. Our Tianyun Empire should also be in this difficulty. I saw the ambition of this Cheng Yun Ghost Fox early on. Bo, I have suggested to His Majesty not to reuse this person. But still, Huang Yun Baijian let out a long sigh upon hearing this. Exactly as he expected. Hui Yun Jingtian is just a puppet he supported. With my brother's abilities, he is definitely good at eating, drinking and having fun. He doesn't know how to play advanced things like politics. But look at his current image. Brave, strategic, filial, and extremely intelligent. He is simply the most perfect candidate to succeed the empire. Hui Yun Chi smiled and continued. Cheng Yun Ghost Fox is planning behind this. He is Hui Yun Jingtian's grandfather. I guess he must first eliminate his competitors, support this good brother of mine to come to power, and then take charge of the power behind the scenes. The time is ripe. When the time comes, you can kick it away and successfully occupy the magpie's nest. He thinks so well. The empire is not an empire for one family, but an empire for the entire Tianyun Empire. He is so disregarding the life and death of the empire and colluding with foreign enemies. Even if he is allowed to sit in that position, he cannot sit still. Yes, no one will support him. Huang Yun when Baijian heard this, he snorted coldly. He was really loyal to the Tianyun Empire. To him, the Tianyun Empire was the most important. As for who would rule this empire, as long as he truly served the empire if it is strong, he will support it. If it is not, he will definitely oppose it to the end. His good days are coming to an end. I have contacted other important senior officials in the empire, and many people have clearly expressed their support. However, I am worried about my father. There is no news about his life or death yet. Hui Yun miraculously nodded. In terms of education in the Tianyun Empire, patriotism is the first priority, and loyalty to the emperor is second. Therefore, it has always been difficult to be the emperor of the Tianyun Empire. If you do not do well, you will be scolded to death. However, you are helpless. If you do well, that is your duty. If you sit in that position, you should lead the Tianyun Empire to become more powerful in the universe. If you do not do well, the people of the empire will not be stingy with their scolding. The imperial royal family Huiyun family has produced countless generations of masters since they became the emperor of the Tianyun Empire. They have led the Tianyun Empire step by step from a weak 1 to a powerful level 8 cosmic civilization. Their prestige in the Tianyun Empire is very deep, and is also loved and respected by the people of Tianyun Empire. Your Majesty, he has his own destiny, and he will definitely be safe and sound. Moreover, I think Cheng Yun Ghost Fox doesn't dare to do anything to your Majesty. He is probably imprisoned in some secret place. The one on the stage now. It's definitely fake. I'm sure of that. Huang Yun Baijian prayed silently in his heart. The troubled political situation in Tianyun Empire must be stabilized as soon as possible. Only in this way can he concentrate his strength to respond to the attack of the Agamemnon Federation. If it takes too long, not only he will lose. It's tragic. What's more important is that these younger brothers on your side may all be dealt with by others, and no one will be willing to hang out with you in the future. Then we will directly carry out the beheading operation according to the plan. This will cause trouble to Master Sunday. Chapter 749. Protection System of Tianyun Starry Sky Continent. The Central Star Continent at the core of the Tianyun Empire in the 9-star district of the universe. As an 8th-level cosmic civilization, the Tianyun Empire also occupies more than a dozen prosperous and huge star continents in the 9-star district. The most prosperous and richest. The core central planet is not only the origin of the Tianyun Empire, but also the most prosperous place of the Tianyun Empire. On a spaceship that leads from the Hongxia Star Continent to the Tianyun Starry Sky Continent at the core of the Central Star Continent, Sun Xinyuan looked at the bustling scene outside and truly felt the prosperity of an ancient and powerful level 8 cosmic civilization. And rich. At this time, we are still tens of millions of light years away from Tianyun Starry Sky Continent. But the spaceship can no longer fly forward. In the empty void, there are huge spaceport groups everywhere, from all over the universe. Spaceships in the direction fell into these spaceports like tired birds returning to the forest. At the same time, there are a large number of spaceships in the spaceport that are constantly taking off and leaving. It is very busy and lively. Spaceships form a long queue on the channels in the void. Farther away in the void, in the center of the Tianyun Empire, the Legion space battleships are constantly patrolling. And almost every inch of the void is under their control. The Tianyun Empire is attacked by the Agamemnid Federation's troops everywhere. But here in the Central Star Continent, even the Agamemnid troops do not dare to appear here. It has not been plundered by war for countless years. The prosperity remains as before, with no sign of any sudden change. For the safety of the Central Starry Sky Continent, the Tianyun Empire requires that all spaceships entering the Starry Sky Continent must park in an area tens of millions of light years away. And only then can they enter the Central Starry Sky Continent by transferring to a spaceship provided by the Tianyun Empire itself. In the Cosmic Age, the technology mastered by advanced cosmic civilizations is very powerful and terrifying. Even the singularity bomb mastered by a level 7 cosmic civilization is enough to easily destroy a huge river system. It is too easy to destroy a starry sky continent. Such regulations are not limited to the Tianyun Empire. Almost every advanced cosmic civilization attaches great importance to its central location and will never allow foreign space battleships or spaceships to enter. You have to park and transfer to the spaceship they provide. After changing to a new spaceship, Sun Xinyuan continued to move towards Tianyun Starry Sky Continent. His current identity is an ordinary businessman from Hongxia Star Continent, and he came to do business here in Tianyun Starry Sky Continent. Of course, this identity must be fake. It's an identity arranged by Huiyun Miracle. He definitely came here not to do business, but to assassinate Chongyun Ghost Fox. The transferred spaceships are constantly teleporting through space in the void and flying towards Tianyun Starry Sky Continent. This spaceship is not randomly teleporting through space. It is all controlled by the Central Legion. Every spaceship is controlled by the Central Legion. The coordinates of the space teleportation by the spacecraft are completely different, and they are constantly teleporting at each coordinate point, slowly arriving at the core Tianyun Starry Sky Continent. In the vast void of tens of millions of light years in the periphery, the Tianyun Empire has deployed countless powerful weapons and singularity bombs for the safety of its core. Once an aircraft does not pass by the Central Legion responsible for guarding, if you fly into this area according to the guidance, it is almost 100% likely to touch these things and be completely destroyed. A powerful monitoring system, a tightly guarded void, a large number of patrol fleets, various random motion detectors, and a powerful space monitoring system. All the things that can be used are used here without hesitation. Just for the sake of the Tianyun Empire, didn't even know how much manpower and material resources it spent to build this huge system. Any spacecraft that enters this area without permission and authorization will be regarded as an invasion of the Tianyun Empire. And the Tianyun Empire will not hesitate to carry out a devastating blow. Of course, ordinary people will not foolishly send their own when a spacecraft moves in. Even if the Tianyun Empire's army does not attack. The various traps, killing arrays, singularity bombs, etc. densely scattered in the void are enough to make you narrowly escape death. The transferred spaceship is constantly moving forward in the void. This spaceship is also controlled by an automatic system. It will not know where the next space transfer point is until it advances to an area. The technological level of these spacecrafts alone is very high, because space transmission needs to be very precise. Once an error occurs, and the transmission is deviated, It will be tragic if the singularity bomb is triggered by the transmission to other areas. Therefore, these spaceships are the most advanced spaceships in the Tianyun Empire. They can achieve perfect accuracy in space transmission. Of course, for this starry sky, the Tianyun Empire has already understood every inch of space here. Only in this way can millions of space transmissions be made without errors. We are getting closer and closer to Tianyun Starry Sky Continent. But there is still a checkpoint that needs to be passed before entering Tianyun Starry Sky Continent. This checkpoint is the large-scale space defense system that protects Tianyun Starry Sky Continent. With the Tianyun Starry Sky Continent as the center and a surrounding area of millions of light years, the Tianyun Empire spared no expense to build an extremely large space defense system. Only by passing this defense system can we truly enter the Tianyun Starry Sky Continent. In the void, the space defense system is a mainland product among advanced cosmic civilizations. Every advanced cosmic civilization will install a space defense system. And basically all spaceships and space battleships will install it. But not everyone can build a super large space defense system that covers a range of millions of light years. 1,000,000 light years is larger than the Milky Way, and is comparable to the vastness of the Sculptor Galaxy. If you want to use a space defense system to protect such a large area, this is not only something that requires a lot of manpower and material resources. Manpower and material resources are nothing to advanced cosmic civilizations. Each one has a huge entrance and occupies with the vast starry sky, rich resources, and long history. No matter how big the project is, it can be completed slowly. The most important thing about this ultra-large space defense system is technology. It must have a deep enough understanding of space technology. Only a civilization that has almost integrated all aspects of space technology can build an ultra-large space defense system. Generally speaking, such large civilizations are basically level 8 cosmic civilizations, or the most peak civilization among level 7 cosmic civilizations. Level 7 cosmic civilizations such as the Ihur civilization, the Sith Empire, the Vantis Empire, etc. all do this. No, because these cosmic civilizations are still very shallow in the integration of space technology, and they simply cannot build such a large space defense system. The super large space defense system is like a giant egg SH.L, firmly protecting Tianyun Starry Sky Continent inside the edge.L. Anyone who wants to attack Tianyun Starry Sky Continent cannot bypass this powerful defense system. It's really spectacular! Getting closer and closer to the super large space defense system, Sun Xinyuan also stared out the window with his eyes widened, as if a huge wall was blocking the way of the spaceship. On this giant wall, there must be a star at a certain distance. From a distance, it looks like a huge chessboard, and the stars are like bright chess pieces on it. The energy light beams are connected to each other, forming a crisscrossing, huge light curtain with no end or edge in sight. Near this light curtain, the void is constantly stirring, and circles of ripples are constantly stirring. When people look at the world behind the light curtain, they will have an illusion that it does not seem to exist in the same space. It feels unreal. A ray of light shot out from the huge light curtain and fell on the spacecraft. The spacecraft was instantly captured and pulled by this light. And then, it was pulled closer and closer to the light curtain. The closer you get to the light curtain, the smaller you feel like an ant, as if you are on top of a huge light curtain. While sighing at your own insignificance, you can't help but express your disdain for the Tianyun Empire's super-large space defense system. A long exclamation of exclamation. Pulled by the speed of light, the spacecraft slowly flew into the light curtain, and it suddenly seemed as if it had entered another world in space. There were vaguely colorful streams of light flashing around the spacecraft. It was as if he had entered an extremely lonely space, and the spaceship had been flying in it for a long time. However, before Sun Xinyuan could fully feel the powerful defense system, his vision suddenly returned to normal. Suddenly, there was a bright light in the void in front. The bright and dazzling light made people couldn't help but squint their eyes, as if they were about to arrive at the kingdom of God where the gods live. It was filled with infinite light, and all the darkness disappeared. It can even make people feel ashamed and want to bathe and change clothes before they dare to enter this kingdom of God. The vision gradually returned to clarity, and a huge starry sky continent first came into view. This starry sky continent was larger than any starry sky continent Sun Xinyuan had ever seen. Of course, Sun Xinyuan had not seen many starry sky continents now. The Tianyun Starry Sky Continent and the entire Tianyun Empire took nearly 100 billion years to build. I don't know how much starry sky was hollowed out to build The starry sky continent alone is thousands of light years long and hundreds of light years wide, dozens of light years high. Even the smallest edge is the size of a starry sky continent elsewhere. This starry sky continent is vast and boundless, like a prehistoric world, with an ancient and eternal atmosphere, which makes people unable to help but be fascinated by it. Chapter 750. Unstable Factors. The huge and vast Tianyun starry sky continent is very prosperous and has a very large area. But the land here is still very expensive. Almost all the powerful people in the entire Tianyun Empire will want to buy a house here in Tianyun starry sky continent. Set up property. Because this is the safest place in the entire Tianyun Empire. And it is also the core of the Tianyun Empire. Sun Xinyuan was walking on the lively streets of a city in the Tianyun Empire. The place was still prosperous, and there seemed to be no turmoil. The carefree people of the Tianyun Empire still lived a life of luxury and wealth. As a level 8 cosmic civilization, the Tianyun Empire has countless affiliated cosmic civilizations. The annual tribute from the affiliated cosmic civilizations alone is enough for the people of the Tianyun Empire to live a relaxed and comfortable life. The widespread existence of slavery has allowed every person in the Tianyun Empire to live a life of being served by others from the moment they were born. Their life is relaxed and comfortable, without worries and worries. At this time, although there were already undercurrents and turbulent waves within the Tianyun Empire, and the storm was about to come, and the Achaemenid Federation, the old enemy of the Tianyun Empire, even attacked the mainland of the Tianyun Empire. But at the core of the Tianyun Empire, it seems that no wind or wave can blow here. Everything is as prosperous and lively as it has been for countless years. Perhaps it will be the same after our empire has gone through an extremely long period of time. Sun Xinyuan sighed softly, and then his figure slowly turned from real to ethereal, and finally turned into emptiness, completely disappearing into the bustling urban streets. In Huiyun's magical plan, there are two very important links. One is to assassinate Chongyun Ghost Fox. Everything has proved that the current situation of Tianyun Empire is that Chongyun Ghost Fox is causing trouble behind. He conspired to take advantage of the current turbulent situation to control the power of the entire Tianyun Empire, and eventually replace the Huiyun family. The other one is to find the Emperor of Tianyun Empire, and confirm whether the Emperor of Tianyun Empire is still alive. If possible, it is best to rescue the Emperor of Tianyun Empire. Both plans are very difficult to complete. Chongyun Ghost Fox, as the right minister of the Tianyun Empire, is a master of Yuanli cultivation. In addition, there are many powerful masters around him to protect him, no matter where he goes. The protection is also very tight. It is very, very difficult to assassinate him, and it is almost impossible. The other one, all signs have shown that the Emperor of the Tianyun Empire has now been controlled by Chongyun Ghost Fox. As for whether he was killed or where he was imprisoned, it is still unknown. I want to know the Emperor of the Tianyun Empire. It's also very, very difficult. However, all of this is not hopeless for Sun Xinyuan. As a powerful space system monk, his cultivation has reached the level of Sun Xinyuan. The universe is so big that there is no place that can stop him, as long as he wants to go, let alone the core place of level 8 cosmic civilization. He can still go there even if it is the home base of level 9 cosmic civilization. This is why Huiyun Miracle needs Sun Xinyuan's help very much. Because with Sun Xinyuan, he can save thousands of troops, and can also formulate the simplest, most effective, and least harmful method to the Tianyun Empire to quickly clean up the internal hidden dangers, and then concentrate the power of the Tianyun Empire to deal with the attack of the Achaemenid Federation. This is also the reason why the major advanced cosmic civilizations in the universe regard space system Yuanli cultivators as treasures, and each of them will treat space system Yuanli cultivators as honored guests. Because the deeper the space system Yuanli cultivators are, the more terrifying they are more difficult to deal with, and more unpredictable than Yuanli monks from other departments. It is basically impossible to fail if you want to assassinate someone. The mansion of the right chancellor of the Tianyun Empire is very huge. The entire mansion covers an area as large as the surface of the earth. There are powerful space defense devices on the periphery of the mansion. Any disturbance will be detected by various monitors. The huge residence of the right prime minister not only has various high-tech monitoring systems, but also has a large number of guards. These guards are the most elite troops of the Tianyun Empire, and there are a large number of Tianyun warriors among them. Sit on one side. The Tianyun warriors are the most powerful people in the Tianyun Empire. As long as they reach the immortal level, the Tianyun Empire will grant the opponent the title of Tianyun warrior. Every Tianyun warrior is a national treasure of the Tianyun Empire. The Tianyun warriors are also the most powerful and mysterious force in the Tianyun Empire. However, all this was in vain for Sun Xinyuan. He was walking in the residence of the right prime minister, as if strolling in a leisurely garden. People walked around him from time to time, but he could not be seen at all. TSK. TSK. It is indeed the residence of the right minister of the Tianyun Empire. I can't even describe everything here in words. Sun Xinyuan was like Grandma Lu entering the Grandview Garden. He kept looking around. The entire mansion was huge and divided into huge areas, which were used to breed various exotic flowers and plants and new exotic animals. There were specially built and entertainment areas. The entire huge area is full of strange mountains, rivers, and waterfalls. The guards are quite tight. These people should be the so-called Tianyun warriors. It seems that the Tianyun Empire's Yuanli cultivation method is not very good. This level is just unsatisfactory. Sun Xinyuan's huge consciousness enveloped the entire mansion, and he easily discovered the Tianyun warriors responsible for guarding everywhere. These people did not notice Sun Xinyuan at all, and were still doing their duties according to their duties. Found you. Here. Soon. Sun Xinyuan found Chungyun Ghost Fox, and his figure began to flash in the huge mansion, heading towards the area where Chungyun Ghost Fox was. In a huge and luxurious palace, Chungyun Ghost Fox was looking at pieces of intelligence information. He was frowning, thinking hard, and seemed to be thinking about something. The military power currently under our control is still too little, especially for the Hongxiao Legion and Huangyun. After 100 battles, we won't give in to hard and soft tactics. We can't delay it like this. We must win it as soon as possible. The Achaemenid Federation's attacks are becoming more and more powerful. Even if it takes the power, it will end up being advantageous to the Achaemenid Federation. This is not my original intention. I must take the power into my own hands as soon as possible. In hand. Thinking of this, a look of determination flashed across Chungyun Ghost's face, as if he had made up his mind. If there is really no other way, we can only go on a killing spree. The matter is urgent, and we can't take care of that much. The Achaemenid Federation is also not keeping its word. The current offensive situation seems to really destroy us. The Tianyun Empire has been destroyed. The Imperial Left Chancellor, Huan Yun of Hongxiao Legion, Bai Zhan, Zi Jin Xingzhou Huiyun, and Prince Zi Jin are all very difficult to deal with. It seems that we can only find a way to get rid of them. He took out a piece of paper and wrote names on it. Each name made him frown. They were all objects that he could not deal with. He used various means to win over, bribe, or threaten. He has basically controlled most of the people in the government and the opposition. But these people on the list are all important and core figures who have real power. But they can't handle it. I can't care about that much anymore. I can only find any excuse to get rid of these troublemakers. Fortunately, now I can use the Emperor to control the princes. With a single order, I can easily win key positions one by one. When thinking of this, Chungyun Ghost Fox couldn't help but smile. He had worked hard for many years and married his daughter to the Emperor of the Empire. He had always been loyal to the Emperor of the Tianyun Empire, and in exchange for the other's absolute trust. Then the Emperor of Tianyun Empire was controlled. After controlling the Emperor of the Tianyun Empire, other things became much easier to handle. The power he controlled became more and more powerful, and now it seemed that he was only one step away from success. There is news that Huiyun Chi has come back. But why did he suddenly completely lose sight of him? This is an unstable factor. He must be found and eliminated as soon as possible. His grandfather is Huangyun Baizhan. If they come together, with Huiyun's magical appeal, a civil war will inevitably start. Even if they win in the end, they will end up taking advantage of the Achaemenid Federation. Does he already know the situation in the country? If he hid it deliberately, where would he hide it? The magical existence of Huiyun also made Chungyun Ghost Fox always feel that it was a huge unstable factor. Faintly, he even felt that his big event might be destroyed in the hands of Huiyun magic. Huiyun Chi is one of the favorite princes of the current Emperor of Tianyun Empire, and has always been familiar to the people of Tianyun Empire for his wisdom, intelligence, bravery, etc. He is very popular with many ministers, elders, etc. of Tianyun Empire, a promising successor. In addition, Huiyun's magical grandfather is the famous and undefeated Huangyun Baizhan from Hongxiao Star Continent, a general with military power, which poses a huge threat to Chungyun Ghost Fox's plan. Thinking of this, Chungyun Ghost Fox couldn't help but start walking around the room, frowning, thinking hard about countermeasures. The vague uneasiness in his heart seemed to get worse, as if something big was about to happen. Same. It made him sit on pins and needles, and had trouble sleeping and eating. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that his plan was perfect. But he didn't take Huiyun miracle into consideration. When Huiyun miraculously left the Tianyun Empire to hunt down the Zergan civilization, it took a long time. He originally expected that it would be impossible to come back in a short time. Unexpectedly, at this critical moment return. We must find him as soon as possible, and then find someone to kill him. He must have noticed the undercurrent within the Empire, and may even be hiding in a corner of the Empire, contacting other people to deal with me. Chapter 751. A Generation of Heroes. Chungyun Ghost Fox's eyes flashed with cold light. At this time, he could not care too much. Anyway, the princes of Tianyun Empire had not killed one or two. The princes here in Tianyun Starry Sky continent. As long as they were anyone he felt was a threat, basically found a reason for Huiyun Jingtian to get rid of them. There is nothing magical about getting rid of another Huiyun, and he has already calculated it in his heart. After he truly takes over the great land of Tianyun Empire, he will definitely uproot the Huiyun family. Sooner or later. Cleared. The Huiyun family has been running the Tianyun Empire for a long time. It can almost be said that since the Tianyun Empire entered the interstellar universe, the emperor of the Tianyun Empire belongs to the Huiyun family. The Huiyun family has produced countless Tang sects in the past, as outstanding emperors as Emperor Song Zhu and Emperor Qin and Han Wu. The Huiyun family is still highly respected in the hearts of the people of the Tianyun Empire. It is not easy to replace them. Even if they are really replaced, it is not so easy to rule the entire Tianyun Empire. The influence of the Huiyun family cannot be eliminated in a day or two. The entire empire has a strong influence on the Huiyun Empire. There are countless loyal people in the Yun family. This is the reason why Chungyun Ghost Fox has been acting cautiously, and wants to support the puppet Huiyun Jingtian. In his plan, he also needs to make Huiyun Jingtian's absurdity, stupidity, incompetence, etc. happen after he becomes the emperor. Only after he gradually loses the support of the people of the empire will he sit in that position in due course. Otherwise, even if he kills all the members of the Huiyun family, he will not be able to sit firmly in the position of emperor of the Tianyun Empire. This position is not something that anyone can sit in if they want to. It's time to meet my good majesty. It's been a few days since I've had a chat with his majesty. Walking around the room, he seemed to think of something again, and then left with a smile on his face. He walked steadily and walked around the mansion, and soon came to a villa. This villa was very remote, hidden among the huge surrounding buildings, and the path was very unattractive. There is also a maze set up by Yuanli masters. If you don't know the path, it will be difficult to find this small courtyard. There are many experts guarding the courtyard around the house day and night, and all of them are Tianyun warrior level experts. Each one is like a sculpture, looking at the nose and heart, motionless, but vaguely. This every move that happens in the other courtyard is under their control. In the small courtyard, a tall man with a fiery red cloud sign between his eyebrows looked very bored at this time. He put his hands behind his back and looked at the blue sky and white clouds outside, like a caged bird admiring the outside. The vast sea and sky are the same. He was dressed plainly, and his face was not very good looking. There was a faint green and black color flowing through it. From time to time, he would frown in pain, but he didn't seem to take it too seriously. It seemed that there was something more in his heart. Many things made him frown, without a trace of smile. He has a tall and straight posture, even though there is inviolable majesty in his eyes. Just standing there, his strong aura makes people have to kneel down to worship him. He is Huiyun, the emperor of Tianyun Empire today dusk. Your Majesty, you seem to be in a pretty good mood. Chungyun Ghost Fox walked in and saw Huiyun Dusk standing with his hands behind his hands, looking at the blue sky and white clouds outside, and said with a joking smile, I didn't even announce when I came in. Huiyun Huangli snorted coldly to express his dissatisfaction. There was no one to talk to now. Otherwise, he would never talk to Chungyun Ghost Fox. Your Majesty, this is not your Tianyun shrine. I think your Majesty is eager to fly freely like the birds outside. I'm afraid that your Majesty has no hope of leaving this villa again in this life. Why don't you take advantage of it? It's better to extinguish this idea. Chungyun Ghost Fox is not angry at all. His face is always full of smiles, but his words are proud and unrestrained of a generation of heroes. Once in front of him, He knelt down and counted so many times. Looking at him now, he couldn't help but want to laugh loudly. If you want to kill or behead him, please do as you wish. If you don't want to say anything else, don't say anything else. I will not bow to my own dog, Huiyun Huangwang said lightly. Even if people are now fighting for each other, he has no intention of bowing his head, because he knows very well that even if he begs him in vain, it will only make him more proud. He was happier, and since he was absolutely bound to die, he might as well die with some dignity. Ha ha! Your Majesty is your Majesty. At least, he has not lost the face of your Huiyun family. I came here today to report something to your Majesty. Chungyun Ghost Fox chuckled, then ended the boring topic and started talking about business. Now that the Empire is under your control, even my life and death, you still need to report to me. Huiyun Huangui sneered and said, this Chungyun Ghost Fox is like this. He was blind at first, so he slowly handed over the power of the Empire to his hands step by step. Now that he thinks about it, he is really ashamed of God. The previous kings of the Yun Empire were unworthy of the support and love of countless people of the Tianyun Empire. No, I think your Majesty is bored. I think you also want to know some situations outside. The Agamemnid Federation has already reached the mainland of our Tianyun Empire. Hongxia Star Continent, Purple Gold Star Continent, Blue Sky Star Continent, etc. The war has been raging, and several Starry Sky continents have even been lost and destroyed by the Agamemnid Federation. In addition, several of your Majesty's princes suffered from serious illnesses a few days ago and left in such a hurry. It is really a pity. Also, Heiyun, the commander-in-chief of the Central Star Continent's Central Army, Guangzhou was killed for disobedience and rebellion because he disobeyed His Majesty's orders. Chungyun Ghost Fox began to talk about things one by one like a family treasure. Every time he said something, he would pay attention to Huiyun Huanghui's expression. When he saw him clenching his fists, he looked extremely angry. He couldn't help but smile proudly. Huh? Huiyun Dusk gradually loosened his clenched fists and exhaled for a long time. His heart was bleeding vaguely, and the green and black color on his face became more and more intense, as if he was unable to dissolve the blue and black color. Same as ink. You are playing with fire and burning yourself. The Agamemnid Federation is eyeing our empire, now that its strength has increased greatly. Even when our empire was at its peak, we may not be their opponent. So what if you get the throne? Maybe it's for they are just wedding clothes for others. I know. So I have to speed up my pace. There is no way. What I want is a powerful level 8 cosmic civilization Tianyun Empire, not a ruined civilization. So, Your Majesty, if you don't want to see your people being plundered by the flames of war again, and you don't want to see the great rivers and mountains of our Tianyun Empire being attacked by soldiers, I think it's best for your Majesty to cooperate with me and transfer all the Empire's resources hand over all military power, especially the military power of the Tianyun warriors. Chungyun Ghost Fox smiled and continued. He had kept Huiyun Dusk not because he didn't want to kill him, but because he had many uses, especially the military power in his hands. All the military power of the entire empire is in his hands. Only he knows how to mobilize the armies in various places. And only he knows how to mobilize the Tianyun warriors of the Tianyun warriors. This is the ability of all emperors of the Tianyun Empire. Known secrets have been passed down from father to son since ancient times, and are only passed on to the next generation of emperors who succeed them. Although Chungyun Ghost Fox had defrauded a lot of power through various means in the past, Huiyun Dusk has never let go of military power. So Chungyun Ghost Fox has never held the most important military power. Even if it was the military power of the Central Star Continent, he only controlled this military power by killing Heiyun Light Zhan through special means. In addition, the Tianyun warriors have always been very mysterious in the Tianyun Empire. No one knows where the Tianyun warriors are and how to mobilize these Tianyun warriors. There have been coups in history, but the Tianyun warriors have never done so. This time he turned the tide and reversed the overall situation, which allowed the Tianyun Empire's throne to be passed down for such a long time. Chungyun, although there are some powerful Tianyun warriors under Ghost Fox, these are just those he tried to bribe and win over. He has always wanted to control the Tianyun warriors, but only the ones who know how to mobilize the Tianyun warriors are Emperor of Tianyun Empire. Ha ha. What you said is of no use to me. Handing the Empire to you is the real way I feel sorry for the people of the Empire. Even if I die, you will never get these things from me. As usual, Huiyun Wu Huang is as tough-talking as ever. Of course, maybe it's really what he said. Or maybe he knows very well that this is his death-free gold medal. Once he hands it over, he won't have a few days to live. He'll die. Yes, he can continue to live. Over the years, Chungyun Ghost Fox has used countless means and tried all kinds of methods to get these things. But all failed. Even if he invited Yuanli masters to enchant the soul, he still couldn't get him. Wanting something. All the information in Huiyun Huanghui's brain was encrypted and controlled by Yuanli masters using Yuanli means. Unless he is willing to say it himself, no one will be able to obtain this information. Even if a forced search is conducted, Huiyun Huanghui will not be able to obtain this information if he loses his life. You are truly worthy of being a tycoon in the area. He narrows the Emperor's orders and narrows the dawn of the world to force the Emperor. In the dark, Sun Qinyuan witnessed all this with his own eyes, and he couldn't help but admire Chungyun Ghost Fox. Chapter 752. The agency is too clever. It seems that His Majesty is unwilling to cooperate without suffering some hardships. Why bother? Do you really want to watch the people of Tianyan Empire being tortured by the enemy? Hearing Huiyun Huanghui's decisive refusal again, Chungyun Ghost Fox was also a little angry. In the past, he still had the mood and time to slowly grind with him. But now, the situation has reached a very dangerous point. If the Empire could no longer concentrate its efforts to deal with foreign enemies, the Agamemnid Federation might actually be destroyed. Use whatever means you have. And handing over the world to you is the only way I truly feel sorry for the common people. Our Tianyan Empire has been standing in the universe for countless years. And with the blessing of the universe, we will definitely be able to survive this disaster. Huiyun Huang had a smile on his face, not caring at all about the threat in the other party's words. In order to obtain military power, he had already exhausted all kinds of means. But he still had nothing to fear. Not to mention several of his own beau sons died in the hands of the other party. If he handed over the military power, the entire royal family might be killed. Okay, very good. Since your majesty will not drink wine as a penalty when toasting, then don't blame me for being rude. I hope your majesty will still be so tough-spoken by then. Chungyun Ghost Fox sneered after hearing this. He really lost his patience, and he really didn't have time to grind it out slowly. After he finished speaking, he clapped his hands, and immediately several people came in. Each of them held various strange-shaped knives, axes, saws, etc. in their hands. Each of them had an indifferent expression, like a cold machine. Your Majesty, let me introduce to you. These are tools I obtained from a primitive feudal civilization. These tools can dismember a person cleanly. They can even break the bones and extract the marrow inside. Well, although the tools are a bit primitive and cannot be compared with the advanced tools of our empire, the advantage is that they are specially used to serve the treacherous rebels. Your Majesty can enjoy it. When you want to say something, you can inform us at any time. Say it to me. Chungyun Ghost Fox pointed at a pile of tools and introduced them with a smile. Ha ha. It seems that your Majesty has even found the tools to execute himself. This will leave your Majesty with a lot of trouble. Just when Chungyun Ghost Fox was getting carried away with his pride, an extremely bold voice sounded in everyone's ears. Who? Come here. There's an assassin. Chungyun, when the Ghost Fox heard this, his eyes widened immediately, and then he screamed loudly. Ha ha. You can shout whatever you want. If anyone hears it, I lose. Sun Qinyuan's figure slowly turned from nothingness to reality, and soon appeared in the small courtyard, looking at the people in the courtyard with a smile on his face. Kill! Chungyun the Ghost Fox immediately shouted coldly when he saw Sun Qinyuan. The few people who came in were like machines that were started. They looked at Sun Qinyuan with a fierce look in their eyes, and then they exploded and killed them one by one. It's ridiculous. The light of a grain of rice dares to compete with the bright moon. Sun Qinyuan didn't pay attention at all, and didn't see any movement from him. Star-like rays of light flashed past in his eyes. Before they could move 100 steps away, they were torn into pieces by the power of space in an instant. The courtyard, the strong smell of blood began to permeate the air. Who are you? Chungyun Ghost Fox and Huiyun Dusk both had their eyes wide open, looking in disbelief. Especially Chungyun Ghost Fox suddenly felt that something was wrong. The man in front of him was killed with just a look. A few of the dead warriors, who had been carefully cultivated by themselves, had silently passed through the numerous guards to find this place. It was extremely terrifying just thinking about it. Let me introduce myself. Sun Qinyuan, the first ambassador of the Yin Wang Empire to the Tianyun Empire, has met your Majesty. Sun Qinyuan turned to Huiyun Huanghui and introduced himself very respectfully. Yin Wang Empire? Is this the Yin Wang Empire that I met over there? When Hui Yun Huang heard this, he immediately became energetic. Before he was imprisoned by the Yin Wang Empire, he had personally approved the establishment of diplomatic relations with the Yin Wang Empire, so the impression was quite deep. Yes, Your Majesty. Your Majesty came here this time, just under the orders of His Majesty Hui Yun Miracle. Please rest assured, Your Majesty, I will take you out safely. His Majesty has taken control of the Hongxia army, and contact the left minister of the empire. Prince Zijin and others are ready to wipe out the evil spirits within the empire in one fell swoop. Sun Xinyuan nodded solemnly, and then said that he took out a token. This token was a pen. When Hui Yun left the Tianyun Empire magically, Hui Yun met him in the study at dusk and gave him a pen. Give him the pen, and only the two of them know about it. Ha ha! God will not kill me. Thank you to the universe for its blessing. The moment he saw the token, Hui Yun Dusk was sure that Sun Xinyuan was definitely sent by Hui Yun magically, and not some trick played by Chungyun Ghost Fox to gain trust. And he immediately laughed happily. Ambassador of the Yin Wang Empire, this is our Tianyun Empire's own business. You have no right to interfere. You, a small level 7 cosmic civilization, are not afraid of being annihilated because of this. Chungyun Ghost Fox on the side was already panicking and threatened without any confidence. Ha ha. You should first think about how you will die. Sun Xinyuan turned around and smiled. Then his eyes flashed with misty clear light, and a very tiny thing was taken out directly from Chungyun Ghost Fox's right hand. This was the biological computer he had implanted in his body. It is only about the size of a sesame seed, but it uses the most advanced space technology and contains the universe. With this little thing, he can contact his subordinates at any time. In fact, every high-ranking figure in the Tianyun Empire will have such a thing. Hui Yun Dusk also had it, but it was later taken out. So he completely lost control of the empire and was imprisoned here. Of course, with the advanced cosmic civilization of the Tianyun Empire, there must be many protection measures. But no matter how good it is, as long as someone knows how to crack it, there will still be problems. Even if it is a creature carried by the emperor of the Tianyun Empire, the same goes for computers. After the biocomputer was forcibly taken out of the body, Chungyun Ghost Fox couldn't help but cry out in pain. His eyes filled with fear. He could be regarded as an accomplished Yuanli practitioner. But facing Sun Xinyuan, he seemed to be at the mercy of others. Like an ox or a sheep, there was no resistance at all. Sun Xinyuan's cultivation was already incredibly powerful. How did you get in? This place is heavily guarded. I don't believe that someone could sneak in here silently. Chungyun Ghost Fox is still thinking of ways to delay time. He knows that if he delays longer, the people responsible for guarding outside will come in when they notice the movement inside, and he will be saved. Of course, he also knew that this person must have used some means to seal off this place. Otherwise, the moment he appeared, the people in charge of guarding around him should have known about it, and they should have killed him now. How did I get in? Of course I did. There's nothing blocking me from where I want to go. Sun Xinyuan had a confident smile on his face. You are a Yuanli cultivator of the space system, and you have at least reached the level of Tianyun warrior. Chungyun Ghost Fox was thinking silently in his heart that his men would come to rescue him quickly. But on the other hand, he was constantly looking for topics to delay. It seems that the right Prime Minister still has a very sharp vision. It's all obvious. Sun Xinyuan chatted very casually, as if he did not notice the other party's attempt to delay time. But in fact he already knew that the abnormality here had been discovered by the person responsible for guarding. It's just that Sun Xinyuan had already isolated this space and swept it with powerful spiritual consciousness. The people responsible for guarding the surroundings were killed by Sun Xinyuan in an instant. At this time, he was in the mood to see the other party's final struggle. Master Sun, I think we should leave first. This is not a place to stay for a long time. Hui Yun Dusk on the side saw Chungyun Ghost Fox's plan, so he said a little anxiously, Yes, Your Majesty. I will take you away right away. Sun Xinyuan quickly said yes, no matter what. The man in front of him is also his father-in-law. Don't look at the monk and look at the wife. Otherwise he will sleep on the floor when he goes back. Sun Xinyuan's huge spatial energy enveloped the space where the three of them were. And then the scenery in front of the three of them began to change dramatically. They were still in the courtyard just now, and immediately left the courtyard, and then changed rapidly in the huge mansion, and soon came to the entrance and exit gate of the mansion, almost as if entering a deserted place. and walked out in an upright manner. There are assassins. There are assassins. Chung Yun Go's fox looked at his subordinates around him and kept shouting. But no matter how boring he shouted, the people under him didn't seem to hear or see anything at all. And they didn't notice the three of them at all. Traces. I told you before. It's useless even if you scream. Your death is coming. Sun Xinyuan looked at Chung Yun Go's fox next to him with a sneer on his face. If he was asked to send a message in his own space, Sun Xinyuan would probably be laughed to death by other space system Yuanli cultivators. Huiyun on the side dusk was also amazed at this time. Just now, he was even more worried, fearing that he would be discovered and imprisoned in that campus again. Now after hearing Sun Xinyuan's words, he immediately felt at ease, and his mind began to thinking about how to quickly remove the power of Chung Yun Go's fox, and how to save the current crisis of Tianyun Empire. Oh! God won't help me. Chung Yun Go's fox, have tried all his tricks. I'm too smart. I didn't expect that I would be defeated by Huiyun's magical hands in the end. Chung Yun the ghost fox soon spread down. His eyes became dull, as if he had lost everything all of a sudden. Chapter 753. Calm down. Tianyun Empire Hongxia Star Continent. Of course, when Sun Xinyuan returned successfully, with Huiyun Dusk and Chung Yun Go's fox, everyone had expressions of surprise on their faces. Originally they just had the attitude of giving it a try. But in fact, I don't think Sun Xinyuan is really capable of completing both tasks. But now Sun Xinyuan not only completed the task, but also completed the task perfectly, capturing Chung Yun Go's fox alive, and rescuing Tianyun Empire Emperor Huiyun Dusk. Your Majesty, I am incompetent, and you have suffered. Huang Yun Baijian knelt down at the feet of Huiyun Dusk, with tears streaming down his face, looking at Huiyun Dusk in front of him. He didn't know how much he had lost weight. What's more important was that his face was still green and black. To move, he was obviously poisoned by some kind of terrible poison. Father! My son's rescue came too late. Please punish me! Huiyun Qiuyu also had mixed feelings, and tears were shining in his eyes. Huiyun Qiuyu suddenly threw herself into her father's arms and cried into tears. Haha, okay. Okay. God bless my Tianyun Empire. Huiyun Dusk was inevitably bursting into tears at this time. But his words restored his former imperial aura. He helped everyone up one by one, and then started chatting. Only after Huiyun's miraculous introduction did he know that the rescuer he turned out to be his good son-in-law. When he saw his grandson, he was even more delighted and praised him repeatedly. Father! The situation is quite serious now. There is an attack by the Agamemnon Federation. Many allies of our Tianyun Empire are also asking us for help because we have been unable to rescue them. Now some of them have switched to other level 8 cosmic civilizations. The rebellion led by Orange Cloud Ghost Fox inside is still making waves. We must reorganize the government as soon as possible, concentrate our efforts to repel foreign enemies, and support the building from falling. After chatting about some chores, Huiyun Qiqi was also very anxious to report to Huiyun Dusk about the current situation faced by the Tianyun Empire, and requested that a solution be found as soon as possible. Oh! It's all my fault for deceiving this Chung Yun the Ghost Foxes in this difficult situation now, causing all the people in the world to be plundered by the flames of war. I am ashamed of the past kings and the subjects of the empire. Huiyun Huanghui sighed deeply, and said with deep self-reproach, Your Majesty, no one is perfect, incompetent and faultless. What's more, this Chung Yun Ghost Fox is extremely cunning. No one thought that he would be so ambitious. You don't have to blame yourself. What's more, the Empire is in troubled times now. It is not the time to blame ourselves. It should quickly quell the internal troubles in the country, and then concentrate on eliminating the foreign invaders. Huang Yun is a minister. Baijian naturally went up to persuade him. You're right. When I came back, I heard from Ambassador Sun that you had contacted the right Chancellor of the Empire, Prince Zijin, and others? Huiyun Dusk nodded, and then began to regain the decisiveness of a generation of emperors. The contact has been made, but they still don't believe me. Now that I have rescued your Majesty, everything is easy to handle. As long as your Majesty gives the order, I believe that all parts of the country will flock to me. Well, I have never handed over the military power, but they have taken over the power of the Central Army Corps and killed Heiyun Guangzhan. This matter must be discussed carefully. How to get rid of the internal troubles at the minimum cost. With Chung Yun Ghost Fox in hand, these monsters and demons have no brains and cannot make any trouble at all. However, such a huge change has occurred within our empire. It is best not to let outsiders know. So I think we should keep it as secret as possible. Eliminate the internal troubles. Well, contact the right chancellor, Prince Zijin, the Imperial Tianyan warriors, and the local army generals to eliminate traitors internally and eliminate enemy bandits externally. Huiyun Dusk, Huiyun Miracle, Huangyan Baijian, Ziyun Tianxiang and others began to discuss carefully. And there was no problem at all in wiping out these rebellious people inside. They rescued Huiyun Dusk and captured them alive. Chungyun Go's fox can completely eliminate internal hidden dangers quickly. The key is how to minimize losses as much as possible while keeping it secret and not letting outsiders know that huge changes have occurred in Tianyan Empire. This is what needs to be done carefully. Arrange. The thick dark clouds that shrouded the Tianyan Empire seemed to be blown away by the strong wind. Under the careful arrangements of Huiyun Dusk, Huiyun Qiqi and others, coupled with the disappearance of Chungyun Go's fox, the rebels were leaderless, as if a plate of loose sand. With almost no effort, Huiyun Dusk quickly returned to Tianyan Palace in Tianyan Starry Sky Continent and regained control of the entire empire. Of course, in the process, the people who were killed secretly did not know that there were how many. Chungyun Go's fox has been operating for I don't know how many years for this rebellion, and bribed countless people overtly and covertly. When I was able to poison the emperor of Tianyan Empire, Huiyun everyone around Dusk has basically been 77 or 88 who were bribed by Chungyun Go's fox. Otherwise, it would be impossible to control every move of Huiyun Dusk. Poison him, imprison him in his own mansion, and replace him with a puppet. There are millions of people involved in this alone. In addition, due to these the number of people who have been implicated is even greater. There are also ministers from both the government and the public in the Tianyan Empire. Through the sole search of Chungyun Go's fox, none of the officials bribed by him can escape. In fact, many people have already seen that there is something wrong with the puppet emperor. In addition, many the sudden death of the prince, etc. All of this must not escape the eyes of the government and the public. But many people pretend not to know or ask, and have already colluded with Chungyun Go's fox. Countless blood is flowing throughout the Tianyan Empire. Of course, looking from the outside, the Tianyan Empire is still the same as before. But the personnel changes in the government and the public have been huge. A large number of important ministers were suddenly replaced. The empire's right-hand man Chungyun the Ghost Fox also suddenly disappeared from the eyes of the people of the Tianyan Empire for some unknown reason. Of course, these are for ordinary people to see. The people of the Tianyan Empire who really knew the inside story were so frightened that they did not dare to speak out. Especially those who had been related to Chungyun Go's fox before. They felt like when the apocalypse comes, some people are so frightened that they commit suicide in advance. The bloody storm in the dark was so intense that it was suffocating. Huiyun Huanghui, the emperor of the Tianyan Empire, was not just angry this time. His own son was almost killed, and the empire suffered an extremely heavy blow. And all this stems from the conspiracy and rebellion of Chungyun Go's fox and others. In addition, I don't know how much suffering I have suffered in this small courtyard. And I have already hated these rebellious people in my heart. A long time ago, the Tianyan Empire had abolished the joint sitting system. According to the law, if a person breaks the law, his family, relatives and friends will not be implicated. But this time, he did not have the slightest scruple to betray Chungyun, Guihu and others. The entire family is implicated. The ancients said that the implicated 9 clans were already very scary. But in the Tianyan Empire, the average lifespan of people was very long. And the population of a large family was very large. And it was unknown how many generations they had reproduced. Chungyun Go's fox's Chungyun family is a very ancient and famous family in the Tianyan Empire. It has a large population and strong strength. This is the reason why he dares to take over the world. For such a huge family, almost all the people in the family were killed almost overnight. As for how many people died, it is impossible to count. When the emperor of the advanced cosmic civilization was angry, then it definitely can't be eliminated by laying down millions of corpses. The autumn wind sweeps away the fallen leaves and the remaining clouds. The hidden dangers within the Tianyan Empire were calmed down as quickly as possible. Although the people of the entire Tianyan Empire were somewhat aware of the bloody storm, their attention was quickly diverted by the attack of the Achaemenid Federation force. Without internal worries, Huiyun Dusk began to concentrate the power of the entire Tianyan Empire to fight against the Achaemenid Federation's attack. Under the leadership of Tianyan Empire veterans Huangyan Baijian and Prince Zijin, The Tianyun Empire's army relied on taking advantage of its own local operations. It bravely fought back against the invasion of the Achaemenid Federation. In the counterattack war that lasted for more than 1,000 years, he successively experienced major battles such as the Battle of Hongxia-Xingzhou, the Battle of Zijin, and the Battle of Aihuar Civilization. With countless blood and his own courage, he finally slowly reversed the situation of the war, pushed the flames of war outside the Tianyun Empire. Of course, it is impossible to truly defeat the Achaemenid Federation. The Achaemenid Federation is now at its peak, while the Tianyun Empire is recovering from a serious illness. The strength comparison between the two sides is huge, and they can defeat the enemy. It's pretty good just to get out. The two sides fought back and forth, and gradually the Achaemenid Federation also discovered that it was impossible to destroy the Tianyun Empire. The Tianyun Empire was now monolithic, although it was still far behind its own strength. But it can also be said that it was easily destroyed. It will be of no benefit to the Achaemenid Federation to continue fighting all the wars like this, and it is very likely that other advanced cosmic civilizations will benefit in the end. Anyway, this time the Achaemenid Federation can be considered a great victory. Not only did it gain several large and prosperous star continents, but it also severely damaged the Tianyun Empire, causing it to lose cities and territory. Many of his level 7 cosmic civilization allies have turned to other level 8 cosmic civilizations. Suffering such a huge blow, it will be difficult to confront the Achaemenid Federation in the future. Its strength has been greatly weakened. The Achaemenid Federation only needs to slowly digest the gains of this war, and its strength will only become stronger. Being powerful, the Tianyun Empire is not something to be afraid of at all. The Tianyun Empire is now unable to continue fighting, and urgently needs time to slowly recover its strength. Therefore, even though several of its star continents have been occupied, and even though its own country has been invaded, it still has to choose to slowly fight with the other party. A tacit ceasefire. Chapter 754. Li Fu's sense of urgency. The Tianyun Empire gradually returned to calm, because Sun Qinyuan and others played a vital role in this major event that swept the Tianyun Empire, and was related to the life and death of the entire Tianyun Empire. Therefore, the Tianyun Empire was also very concerned about its interactions with the Empire. He attached great importance to it, and presented a small starry sky continent to the Empire in a very grand manner, as the residence of the Empire's ambassador to the Tianyun Empire. At the same time, the Emperor of the Tianyun Empire also conferred upon Sun Qinyuan the noble hereditary status of Earl of Dinghai in the Tianyun Empire, and gave Sun Qinyuan the treatment of a permanent honorary resident of the Tianyun Empire. Of course, in fact, Emperor Huiyun of Tianyun Empire hopes that Sun Qinyuan can stay in Tianyun Empire forever, and serve for Tianyun Empire. After all, he has witnessed with his own eyes the power and terror of a powerful space system Yuanli monk, and Sun Qinyuan's existence. The enemy, no matter how powerful he is, he can never escape his assassination. It's just that Sun Qinyuan has never agreed to join the Tianyun Empire. He has never forgotten that he is a member of the descendants of Yan and Huang, so he always rejects the olive branch offered by the Tianyun Empire without hesitation. On the one hand, helping the Tianyun Empire is out of personal reasons. He is the son-in-law of the current emperor of the Tianyun Empire. It makes sense for a son-in-law to help his father-in-law anyway. Secondly, it is also for the benefit of the empire. Once the Tianyun Empire is destroyed, it is also a heavy blow to the empire's strategy of entering the big stage of the universe. So the Tianyun Empire cannot fall. At least now the empire still needs the Tianyun Empire. Time is slowly passing by, and everything seems to be gradually returning to normal, except for the central star continent. Almost every star continent in the Tianyun Empire has been plundered by war, and there are many assassinations waiting to be done. There are broken starry sky continents, starry sky filled with countless wreckage, huge old battlefields that are still in turmoil, and space distance fluctuates, and terrifying singularity bombs filled in the void, etc. These all require people from the Tianyun Empire to slowly clean up and recover slowly. However, the Tianyun Empire is also a powerful level 8 cosmic civilization. Although its vitality is severely damaged at this time, the entire Tianyun Empire's national strength is strong, with a huge population and a vast territory. The recovery speed is also very fast with everyone working together. Your Majesty, the situation in the Tianyun Empire has stabilized. The Tianyun Empire is also opening routes to the Empire. I am preparing to return to the Empire with the first batch of caravans arriving in the Empire. I recommend Zhang Zhongyang as the second ambassador. In Sun Xinyuan's office, Sun Xinyuan was talking to Li Fu in the 8th sector through a virtual image, reporting to him what had happened in the Tianyun Empire over the years, and at the same time making it clear that he would never be betrayed by the Tianyun Empire. Winning over. Focusing on the Empire. Eager to return to the Empire. Sun Xinyuan is a smart man. He knows his own importance. In addition, he has grown up in the educational environment of the Empire. There is no doubt about his loyalty to the Empire. He does not want to let the Empire's senior officials, because of Tianyu Empire's recruitment. There is doubt about him here. So he must show at this time that he is a descendant of Yin and Huang at all times. Xinyuan, you don't have to be in a hurry to come back. I have never had any doubts about your loyalty to the Empire. The Empire knows too little about things in the universe. You can get as much information as possible by staying in the Tianyun Empire. And intelligence, which is very conducive to our Empire truly integrating into the big stage of the universe. In addition, our Empire is currently located in a corner and is weak in power. Therefore, when contacting other advanced cosmic civilizations in the universe, we must be careful and cautious. As powerful as the 8th level cosmic civilization Tianyun Empire, even one who is not careful we were almost killed. So we should be even more careful. Li Fu had a solemn expression on his face. He knew almost everything that happened in the Tianyun Empire. Even if Sun Xinyuan did not report to Li Fu, someone else would give a complete report to Li Fu. After carefully analyzing and viewing the whole incident from beginning to end, Li Fu was also frightened into a cold sweat. He suddenly felt that he was still too reckless. The current strength of the Empire was still too weak, and could not withstand the strong winds and waves in the universe. It is better to develop well in your own remote territory with peace of mind. And it will not be too late to go out after growing your strength. Yes, Your Majesty. I will be as careful and discreet as possible to avoid attracting attention. Sun Xinyuan also breathed a sigh of relief, and then nodded very solemnly. Far away in the 8th sector of the Milky Way, in the Imperial Palace of the Empire, Li Fu ended his call with Sun Xinyuan and walked slowly and quietly around the palace, thinking carefully about the next path for the Empire. This time, Li Fu was really frightened, or felt huge pressure. At first, Li Fu felt that the Tianyun Empire of the 8th level cosmic civilization should be very powerful, and it would be difficult for anything to threaten it. To Tianyun Empire. But what happened this time showed him that even a level 8 cosmic civilization is still very fragile. Just some internal problems, and the attack of external enemies almost caused the Tianyun Empire to be completely destroyed. It can be seen that even if the civilization has developed to level 8 cosmic civilization is actually still very fragile. In addition, there are a lot of space pirates in the universe, and most of them are powerful. This is also a point that Li Fu is very worried about. The Empire has just entered the cosmic stage, and it is the freshest target of these space pirates. When the time comes, there will be several waves of space pirates. If pirates were involved, the Empire would definitely suffer heavy losses. The huge starry sky continent built by the Vantis Empire, a level 7 cosmic civilization, was completely looted by space pirates almost in the blink of an eye. With the Empire's current space technology, there was not much resistance at all when encountering these space pirates. Force. Of course, the Empire itself has not built any starry sky continent, so there is no need to worry about losing too much population and wealth all at once. But the threat of space pirates still gives Li Fu a huge headache. Although biotechnology is powerful, and can also lead directly to super cosmic civilization, in some aspects biotechnology is really not as useful and practical as spacetime technology. It can be used to attack and retreat to defend. The deficiencies of biotechnology in defense are still obvious. If a war breaks out that sweeps the entire universe, judging from the current situation of the Empire, it will really be like a candle in a storm. Li Fu was even more worried when he thought about the invasion of extra-universe civilizations, cosmic wars, and other things that had occurred in the universe of the super-civilized Han technological empire recorded among the civilized races. As the saying goes, where there are people, there will be rivers and lakes. And where there are interests, there will be wars. Although the universe is large, wars between advanced cosmic civilizations have never stopped. Wars like the war between the Agamemid Federation and the Tianyun Empire are very common in the universe. The wars between level 8 cosmic civilizations and level 8 cosmic civilizations, and between level 7 cosmic civilizations and level 7 cosmic civilizations are taking place in every corner of the universe almost every moment. The long history of the universe is a history of the continuous rise and fall of civilizations. Countless powerful civilized races slowly disappeared in the long river of history, and then disappeared again in the long river of history. There are countless new and powerful civilized races that are constantly rising in the universe. Of course, behind the turmoil in the universe, although there are competing interests among various civilizations and races, the 9 most powerful level 9 cosmic civilizations are definitely adding fuel to the flames. After all, these level 7 and level 8 cosmic civilizations are the subordinates of the level 9 cosmic civilization. They are not only for their own interests, but sometimes also for the interests of the level 9 cosmic civilization behind them. The war that swept through the universe has occurred 9 times in history. Each time it was a catastrophe for the civilization in the entire universe. Like a wildfire in the wasteland, burning the old civilized races, clean and make room for the development of new civilized races. Of course, in this process, each time there is the sudden rise of some powerful civilized races. In every cosmic war, a new level 9 cosmic civilization will be born. The 9 cosmic wars gave birth to 9 level 9 cosmic civilizations, and the distance, a long time has passed since the last cosmic war. This information was all obtained by Li Fu from the Tianyun Empire. The Tianyun Empire had not told the Empire before, but this time Sun Qinyuan and others from the Empire have made great contributions. So the Tianyun Empire also attaches great importance to the Empire. A lot of care was given, and some things about the space war were also revealed to the Empire. 9 cosmic wars gave birth to 9 level 9 cosmic civilizations. Almost 50,000 epochs have passed since the last cosmic war. After calculation, it seems that the universe has almost reached the time of another cosmic war. Li Fu carefully calculated this in his mind. In the universe, a cosmic war will break out almost every 50,000 epochs. After the universe entered the prosperous period of civilization, during the years of nearly 500,000 epochs, the former 9 cosmic wars occurred before and after. Calculated, almost 50,000 epochs have passed since the last cosmic war. The number of civilizations in the universe has become more prosperous and powerful, and the competition for interests between them has become more intense. It seems that the 10th cosmic war it's all about being ready to come out. Cosmic wars. Cosmic wars. Every cosmic war is like a cold wave, causing all the flowers in the garden of the universe to wither almost overnight. Even a powerful as high as level 8 cosmic civilization. In all previous cosmic wars, I don't know how many of them have disappeared in the long river of history. The Empire's strength is still too weak. It must increase its strength as soon as possible. The Empire's fate can only be controlled by the Empire itself. Chapter 755. River of Life. Thinking of many things in the universe, Li Fu had trouble sleeping and eating. He kept walking around in the palace, thinking about how to increase the strength of the Empire, so that he could be in the next phase of the war that was likely to come at any time. He has been able to survive 10 cosmic wars with ease. At any time, only the strong can better control their own destiny. This is especially true for a civilization. Only when it is strong enough can it remain invincible in the face of various storms. In the war sweeping the universe, even level 8 cosmic civilizations do not know how many civilizations have disappeared in the long river of history. As for level 7 cosmic civilizations, and even middle and low-level cosmic civilizations, they are like candles in the strong wind. If you are not careful, they will be destroyed. It will be easily destroyed by a powerful civilization. Go to the Institute of Biological Sciences. After much deliberation, I haven't thought of any good way to quickly increase the strength of the Empire. The development of this technology requires one step at a time. Only when you take it steadily can you develop to a higher level. The Empire's technology has developed to the current level. If you continue to improve. On the one hand, it requires countless emerging geniuses to constantly climb up the road of scientific research. On the other hand, it takes time to slowly accumulate. In the end, quantitative changes lead to qualitative changes. As for relying on external forces, even if there is a level 9 cosmic civilization that tells the Empire what time technology is and what it is like, the Empire's current technological level is simply like a Bible and cannot understand it. You must know that the Empire does not even have space technology yet. It has been thoroughly researched, and space technology is still being integrated with each other. It is simply a fantasy to understand time technology. Li Fu's exclusive space battleship is advancing in the vast void of the universe. The Empire has now unified the entire Kyushu star continent, with more than 1 million huge star realms, and each star has hundreds of thousands of river systems. The Empire, the central galaxy, is just a drop in the ocean to the vast territory of the current Empire. Because the territory is too vast, The population of the empire is now very sparse. So that in many star realms, the population is very sparse. Even if many policies to encourage immigration are introduced, no one is willing to go there. The empire still has the largest population, the central Chinese star realm. Unfortunately, the headquarters of the Imperial Biological Research Institute has long been moved to a certain river system that is kept secret and hidden from the outside world. It is a full 60 million light-years away from the Milky Way. The Life River is on the star map published by the Empire. It is impossible to find it in the world. Even scientists, staff and others living in the Life River have no idea where they are in the Empire. Only a few high-level people in the Empire can really know this river system and accurately know its location. Even the Prime Minister of the government does not know. He is responsible for government affairs. The scientific research system is an independent system and does not under the jurisdiction of the government. Of course, not only the river system, where the main institute of the Institute of Biological Sciences is located, but also the places where the Imperial Institute of Space and Time Science, the Imperial Institute of Astronomical Science, and other important scientific institutes are located are also highly confidential to the outside world. And few people know about it. Rare. For the safety of scientists and the confidentiality of the Empire's science and technology, Li Fu worked hard in this regard. A small starry sky continent in the center of the Life River system is shining with a halo of life in the void. This starry sky continent is very small, not to mention compared with the Tianyun continent of the 8th level cosmic civilization Tianyun Empire. Even the Vatican there is no way to compare with the starry sky continent of the Sea Empire. It is only over 1 million kilometers long and only over 500,000 kilometers wide. It is very small, even when compared to the starry sky continent built by the starry sky behemoths. But this starry sky continent was built by the Empire's scientists. With breakthroughs in space freezing technology, the Empire has been able to build its own starry sky continent. Of course, the current technology is still very primitive and backward, and the starry sky continent is very small. If this starry sky continent is placed on the Tianyun starry sky continent of the Tianyun Empire, it will probably be the same as the surface area of a leaf compared to the entire Earth. Although it is small, this is a new beginning. With the development of the Empire's space technology, the Empire can also build an increasingly larger starry sky continent in the future. It may be small compared with other starry sky continents, but compared with the living planet, it is still a very huge behemoth. Its two main sides have a single area of 500 billion square kilometers. The two sides combined have a vast area of 1 trillion square kilometers. You must know that the surface area of the Earth is only 510 million square kilometers. The area of this starry sky continent is almost equivalent to the surface area of 2,000 Earths. You can imagine what a huge population the starry sky continent can support. The starry sky continent is very busy. Huge cities have been built on it. There is a huge spaceport in the outer space. Various private spacecraft are constantly rising and falling. There are sky factories and spaceships in space. Farmland, space cities, etc. are distributed very regularly. This is the headquarters of the Imperial Institute of Biological Sciences, which is responsible for the management of all biological science institutes in the entire life system, the determination of research projects, the allocation of funds, the assessment of scientific researchers, the conversion of scientific research results, etc. The scientific research system, it is also a very large system. A perfect and positive system is the key to promoting the improvement of the entire scientific research level. In this regard, Li Fu pays great attention to creating a fair, open, just, transparent, and shared scientific research environment as much as possible, so that scientists can devote themselves to scientific research. When you invest in scientific research, you don't have to worry about miscellaneous things. Your Majesty, why do you have time to come to our Institute of Biological Sciences? Yin Jia, who was in charge of the Institute of Biological Sciences, hurried over when she heard about Li Fu's arrival. Her words were obviously not welcoming. She was conducting an experiment, but she had to pause because of Li Fu's arrival. Naturally, she didn't look good. Show it to Li Fu. I feel a little bored thinking about a lot of things, so I came to see if you have any new results here. Li Fu touched his chin. It was the most direct way to deal with scientists. Unwelcome was written on his face. Li Fu had not been unwelcome once or twice, but Li Fu could understand it because he himself carried out certain tasks. It's also when I'm doing research and experiments that I'm most bothered by interruptions. Your Majesty is so free. How can he have anything to worry about? Study pouted, feeling helpless at the Emperor who is not doing his job properly. Li Fu is probably the laziest emperor in Chinese history since ancient times. The empire has a very complete system. Each system performs its own duties, and things are handled in an orderly manner. In order, the empire was developing prosperously. Li Fu basically ignored things and only grasped the strategic direction of the empire's development. The entire empire was very similar to the company system. There are many things that worry me. The empire still has too much strength now. Not long ago, the Tianyan Empire, a level 8 cosmic civilization, was almost destroyed because of some things. Our empire is far behind compared to the Tianyan Empire. What's more, judging from the history of the universe, the smoke of the 10th Cosmic War may start at any time. The empire has too much strength. In the coming storm, it will be like a small boat. It may be submerged at any time. Now I can't sleep or eat well. Li Fu sighed. He didn't want to talk about these things originally, but when he was with scientists who were straightforward, Li Fu also liked to be straightforward and talk out his troubles. Your Majesty, there is no need to worry too much. Our empire is located in a remote location and is developing rapidly. I believe we can control our own destiny. After Yin Jiao listened, she thought about it carefully and seemed to feel that Li Fu was quite pitiful. Sitting in the position of the emperor, he had many things to consider. He seemed very leisurely, but he had to worry about the future of the empire. Have you made any new achievements recently? Li Fu smiled, did not continue, and returned to the topic. There are naturally a lot of various small achievements, but most of them are some progress based on the original foundation. But there are no results that can really quickly increase the empire's strength. Yin Jia shook his head. The Institute of Biological Sciences is developing very rapidly, and the empire attaches great importance to it. There are many talents of all kinds, and various scientific research results are emerging one after another. However, now it is a process of accumulation, and there are no particularly significant results at all. Yin Jia doesn't want to talk about the general small results, and Li Fu is probably not interested either, and they will not have much effect on the growth of the empire's strength. It seems that my trip was in vain. Forget it. I went to the Imperial Spacetime Science Research Institute to have a look. I heard that they have begun to melt space cutting and space teleportation. I guess they should have developed some powerful weapons. Bar. Li Fu didn't feel disappointed after hearing this. The scientific research results were also reported regularly. He knew a little bit about it. He didn't have much hope in coming here. He just came out to look around. If he heard nothing, he didn't plan to stay. Wait, Your Majesty. I remembered. Li Shuquan has a very good research idea here. Although no big progress has been made so far, I estimate that if there is a breakthrough in the future, it will definitely greatly increase the strength of the empire. When Yin Jia saw Li Fu turning around to leave, she thought about it and said again, Oh, does this kid who is a bookworm have a new research goal? I really want to go and see it. Well, since I'm here, let's go and see it. What aspect of research is it about? Li Fu immediately perked up when he heard this. Li Shuquang and Yin Jia were the two Everests in the world of bioscience in the empire. His research topics could make the empire's biotechnology take a big step forward every time. Chapter 756. The Magical Brain. Research on spiritual power and spiritual consciousness. Yin Jia led the way and introduced Li Fu first. Psychic power? Divine consciousness? When Li Fu heard this, he became more energetic instantly. Creatures are very special and peculiar, especially intelligent creatures. The intelligent genes in intelligent creatures give them unlimited possibilities. From a very primitive civilization, they can gradually and slowly develop into a powerful and terrifying cosmic civilization that spans the universe and destroys the heaven and earth. It's like getting a plug-in. The gap between intelligent creatures and non-intelligent creatures is as vast as clouds and mud. There is no comparability at all. With wisdom, you have the possibility to break out of the cage and shackles that restrict yourself. Without wisdom, it will never be able to break out of its own shackles, and will always be bound by the cages of heaven, earth, and the universe. The most powerful part of intelligent life is the brain. The brain contains spiritual power, spiritual consciousness, and the ability to think and explore. All these allow intelligent life to continuously leap forward and develop. Humans have been conducting research on mental power and spiritual consciousness a long time ago. Even in ancient times, humans were trying to uncover the secrets of the brain. Both the human brain and the brains of other intelligent creatures are very magical and profound. Like a new universe, full of countless unknowns. Even though the Empire's technology has developed to this day, especially in the field of biological sciences, which is estimated to be number one in the entire universe. The Empire's scientists still have little understanding of the study of the human brain. There are too many unknown things waiting for scientists. Let us study and discover, especially in the area of mental power and spiritual consciousness. Scientists are unable to figure out the principles and keys. Why do these cells in the brain come together to give birth to wisdom, mental power, and spiritual consciousness? That's right. I'm studying physical strength here, and he's studying mental power and consciousness. They are now the two latest research directions in the Empire's biological sciences. Yanjia nodded. And the small spaceship they were riding in flew rapidly on the starry sky continent, heading towards Li Shuquang's research institute. Physical strength? Mental strength and consciousness? After listening, Li Fu thought carefully in his mind, and then nodded. The two most important parts of a living thing are actually the body, mental power, and spiritual consciousness. Both of them are indispensable. They coexist and prosper each other, and they form a complete life. Body. The Empire's biological sciences have developed to this point, and genetic research has reached its peak. Now it is slowly returning to its original roots and reorganizing the direction of the Empire's biological sciences, dividing biological sciences into physical strength research and mental strength and consciousness research. Two aspects. Well, this is the latest research direction division. As our understanding of biology becomes deeper and deeper, we also have a deeper understanding of life, and the research direction is constantly being adjusted. Yanjia nodded. The spaceship was moving very fast, and soon arrived at the city where Li Shuquang Research Institute was located. The spaceship continued to land downwards. The two got off the spaceship and came to the institute. There were various brain-shaped models, images, etc. placed everywhere in the institute, including those of human beings and other intelligent biological races. Along the way, various, almost none the same. Some intelligent creatures have very large brains, as big as a round table. These are the brains of giant civilized races in the universe. Other civilized races have very small brains, only the size of walnuts. This type is like the Zergan civilization, the brain of such a miniature civilized race. Obviously, in order to study mental power and consciousness, Li Shuquang did not know how much such brain data was collected. The larger the data, the higher the accuracy of the research. But accordingly a larger team is needed. Auxiliary. Li Fu did not notify Li Shuquang of his arrival. Like other scientists, the two of them walked very quietly in the laboratory, looking around and walking around, and soon arrived at Li Shuquang's location. At this time, Li Shuquang was assembling a strange device with others. The device looked almost like the brain of a creature, with a lot of ravines and bumps. It looked very strange, and its size was also very strange. It is very huge, as big as a football field. When viewed as a whole, it looks like a biological brain that has been enlarged many times. The assembly speed was very fast, and it only took less than 10 minutes to assemble it. Obviously, they did not assemble this device once or twice, and they were very skilled. The 102,349th test of the mental power simulator will begin soon. All units should be prepared. Li Shuquang started testing without stopping, and the scientists from various research units under him also began to return to various positions and became busy. Group 1 is ready. Group 2 is ready. Soon each team was ready, and various scientific instruments were started, recording the data and images of various experiments at all times for later review. Start! There was a trace of bloodshot eyes in Li Shuquang's eyes. Obviously for this research, he should not have had a good rest for a while. Otherwise, with his profound Yuanli cultivation, he would not rest for several days and nights. There is nothing at all. Although he was a little tired, he was still very excited, staring at the huge device with his eyes. In this huge device, more than 10 Yuanli warriors with profound Yuanli cultivation were already starting to operate the energy in his body. Yuanli and majestic aura rise from these people's bodies. Following Li Shuquang's order, lines of energy shot out from the bodies of these more than 10 people. These lines of energy gathered together and finally shot to a certain position on the device. Oh! It actually uses Yuanli as energy source, which is interesting. When Li Fu saw this scene, his eyes lit up and he showed strong interest, as more than a dozen Yuanli monks continued to inject their Yuanli into the strange device. Li Fu suddenly felt that a new breath of life was slowly awakening, which made Li Fu's eyes suddenly staring wide. He hurriedly looked at the huge device. That huge device was originally a dead object without any life. Li Fu was very sure of this. Li Fu could remember the life breath of everyone in the entire laboratory almost instantly. And there was no such device at all. Even if there is life hidden in it. Li Fu's powerful Yuanli cultivation and spiritual consciousness can detect it. And there is no way to hide it from Li Fu. But now, in Li Fu's induction, a new breath of life is slowly being born. And the breath gradually changes from weak to strong. As if it is waking up. Incredible! Li Fu couldn't help shouting. Life is a very complex system. This device can actually give birth to new life. This achievement alone is enough to shock the imperial scientists. However, the matter was not over yet. As more than a dozen advanced Yuanli monks continued to inject Yuanli, this strange device began to emit weak mental energy fluctuations. It was very weak. But Li Fu could sense it very clearly. Concentrate your mental power to attack. At this time, Li Shuquang's voice sounded again. There were balloons around the huge device. As his order was given, the surrounding balloons exploded one after another, as if they had been punctured by needles. Bang bang. Such sounds kept ringing in the silent laboratory. Very good. Li Shuquang showed a satisfied smile on his face. And then, he didn't wait long for him to be happy. Cokes. There was a loud noise. And the huge brain-like device exploded directly. More than a dozen Yuanli monks responsible for transporting Yuanli seemed to have been prepared, and began to control the huge Yuanli to offset this huge explosive power. In Li Fu's consciousness, the life breath emitted by the device completely disappeared and turned into a pile of cold, lifeless things. What's the problem? Why can the simulated one only have this little mental power now? And it can't last for a long time? Li Shuquang was not discouraged. He had experienced such failure scenes countless times. He frowned and began to think carefully. He summarized the experience of previous experiments, looked for areas of failure, continued to improve, and finally discovered that scientific truth on the surface of everything. Li Shuquang, you have made great progress. When you came here last time, you seemed to be unable to puncture the balloon with your mental power. Yin Jia smiled and said to Li Shuquang, causing Li Shuquang, who had been immersed in his research, to look over. When he saw that Li Fu was also beside him, he hurriedly walked over. Ancestor, why do you have time to come here? Li Shuquang's tone of voice was almost exactly the same as Yin Jia's, and he didn't seem to welcome Li Fu's arrival. I heard from Yin Jia that you have new results here, so I came here to take a look. Li Fu touched his chin again to determine whether he had changed in any way and why he was so unpopular. It's not about results. It's just my new ideas. Because the spiritual consciousness of Yuanli monks is very powerful. A thought is not limited by time and space. As long as the spiritual consciousness is strong enough, it can cover the range that can be sensed by his spiritual consciousness almost instantly. The attack of divine consciousness is very strange and unpredictable. There are no signs at all, apart from having strong spiritual consciousness to defend against. There is no other way to defend against it. So I thought, if we can create a spiritual attack weapon, it will definitely be very powerful and terrifying. Chapter 757. Divine Weapon. Li Shuquang introduced his research ideas to Li Fu. Divine consciousness, as a unique method of Yuanli warriors, has always been very strange and powerful. Yuanli warriors with strong spiritual consciousness can easily kill people with a single thought, and their souls control those with weak spiritual consciousness, which shows how powerful and terrifying this spiritual consciousness is. The scientists of the Empire have wanted to develop related weapons a long time ago. But this is the brain where spiritual consciousness or spiritual thoughts are involved. The most profound part of life. The difficulty of research is not much easier than studying space and time technology. Go. As for the use of ordinary technological means, there is no way to create technological weapons with spiritual consciousness. Because divine consciousness and spiritual awareness are unique to living things. And there is nothing that does not possess spiritual consciousness. And if this divine consciousness can be used as a weapon, its power must be comparable to that of a powerful Yuanli monk. Otherwise, if it is similar to ordinary divine consciousness, it will have no meaning at all. As the Empire continues to develop in the field of biotechnology, the Empire's understanding of life becomes more and more profound. In addition, the Empire has many powerful Yuanli warriors to assist in research, which also makes this kind of weapon that exists in theory have a sense. The feeling of coming out. Divine weapon? Divine weapon? Li Fu couldn't help but light up his eyes after hearing this. With Li Fu's current cultivation level, it is estimated that only Li Fu himself knows how huge his spiritual consciousness is. With a thought of Li Fu, The void within the scope of his spiritual consciousness is to transform. The sun and moon will rotate, and the universe will change color. By being able to create similar weapons in this way, the Empire will have a truly terrifying and powerful trump card in its hands. When facing the armies of other advanced cosmic civilizations, the Empire will also be more confident. In the 10th time that may come in the future, you can also have greater self-protection power in a cosmic war. How far has the research gone so far? You have also seen that at present, it is only possible to create spiritual thoughts from these cold things. But it is still very weak. It can only puncture balloons. In addition, it requires more than 10 immortal level Yuanli monks to instill it together. Yuanli, at the same time, does not last long, so it can only be said to be a good start. Li Shuquang shook his head helplessly, and said that he was still not satisfied with the current research situation. But he was not too discouraged, and was still full of confidence in the future. Don't be anxious. Take your time. It's good to have a good start. Li Fu nodded. Although he really wanted to have a powerful spiritual weapon as soon as possible, this thing really cannot be created in a short time. Even the seeds of super civilization do not have any reference in this regard. And guidance. It's completely dark. And the Empire needs to slowly explore it on its own. In terms of biotechnology, the Empire's level has surpassed the super civilized Han technology empire. It's dark ahead, and it needs to be slowly illuminated by itself. I'm simulating the structure of the human brain and using the unique familiarity of Yuanli to stimulate spiritual thoughts. However, I always feel that something is wrong in some aspects. Let's talk about it. Everyone adds fuel to the fire. Yin Jia is also here. She is also a leader in the field of biological research. Maybe she can give you some inspiration. Yes. One is that I always feel that the current materials are not very suitable for the characteristics of living things. Whether they are metal materials, resin materials, plant materials, chemical materials, etc. These things themselves are not familiar to living things. So here I think it should be a big problem. Then can we try animal materials, such as the skeletons of starry sky beasts, silicon-based creatures, or something else? Li Shuquang talked about some of the problems he encountered during his research. Li Fu and Yin Jiaka were both leading figures in the field of imperial biology, and they also had their own unique views on life. When they discussed it with each other, they immediately became interested in each other. There are also new inspirations and gains. This is the importance of academic exchanges. If ideas and wisdom are exchanged with each other, then each other can gain more knowledge. This may be the exchange that is truly beneficial to both parties among all exchanges. This is also the reason why the imperial scientific community often holds various academic exchanges. Exchanges within disciplines are almost a daily occurrence. Interdisciplinary exchanges are also very frequent. Looking at something or something from a physical perspective is completely different from looking at it from a chemical perspective, and the conclusions drawn will be different. However, the things themselves show there is no difference in the phenomenon. Li Shuquang's research on spiritual weapons received strong support from Li Fu. Under Li Fu's call, more and more scientists joined the research on spiritual weapons. Various new ideas about spiritual weapons. New ideas in progress are constantly emerging, which also greatly promotes the research of imperial spiritual weapons. 1,000 years pass by in the blink of an eye. It used to be a very long time. But for the current empire, 1,000 years is really a short time. Various development plans of the empire, etc. Basically, thousands of years have been used as a time period. For the vast universe, 1,000 years is just a fleeting moment. Very insignificant. Of course, within 1,000 years, no one knows how many civilizations were born in the universe. And no one knows how many civilizations disappeared. In the vast river of history, no one cares about weak civilizations at all. Powerful civilizations are like gods living in the kingdom of God. The vicissitudes of time have no impact at all on these powerful civilizations. The advanced cosmic civilizations in the universe seem to have jumped out of the 3 realms, not in the 5 elements. I watched the ups and downs of the weak civilizations in the universe with a very relaxed and comfortable smile. Sometimes on a whim, I would extend my own hand of God and intervene in the changes of the game situation among these weak civilizations. In a remote and distant river system in the Jojo star continent, where the 8-star sector empire of the universe is located, accompanied by waves of space fluctuations, space battleships came here across the distant starry sky. Each space battleship is branded with the logo of the Imperial Institute of Biological Sciences, exuding a powerful and terrifying aura. These space battleships seem to be alive, not cold steel. Every team is ready. The testing of the first-generation spiritual weapon will begin immediately. Li Shuquan looked at the starry void, with a smile on his face, and began to give instructions to his men. Chapter 758. First Generation. As Li Shuquan's order was issued, the entire fleet began to be busy. Small spaceships were constantly taking off from some battleships, spreading various monitors into the void for accurate control. All data for telekinesis weapons. At the same time, there are space battleships flying into the void everywhere, from near to far, with very regular intervals between each other. These spaceships are all targets for testing. There are also various creatures, plants, and even some intelligent life forms used for testing on these spaceships. They are all people from middle and low-level cosmic civilizations. And there are even some who have good Yuanli cultivation. People. The entire team had a clear division of labor and acted quickly. All preparations were quickly completed, and they were waiting for Li Shuquan's order to test the first-generation spiritual weapon. Among the many space battleships, there is a very peculiar space battleship. This space battleship still maintains the characteristics of the Imperial Biological Space Battleship in appearance. But if you carefully compare it with the surrounding space battleships, you will find that this space battleship, the shape of the battleship looks a bit like a biological brain that has been enlarged many times. It shows bumps, convex, and countless folds and ravines, just like folded tissue or cloth. The color is gray-brown, and it blends in perfectly in the dark environment of the universe. This strange battleship is the first-generation spiritual weapon that the Imperial biological scientists spent thousands of years, and countless scientific circles worked hard and painstakingly for countless days and months. Bit by bit, it is both a spiritual weapon and a space battleship. Of course, to be precise, it is a combination of a spaceship and a spiritual weapon. The materials used throughout the body are not a combination of traditional degenerate materials and alloy materials. Most of the materials of this space battleship are made of the bones of the Starry Sky Beast. The Empire scientists first grind the bones of the Starry Sky Beast into powder, then shape the powder into shape, and then combine it with many bioscience and technology finally created such a space battleship. At this time, in this space battleship, 1,008 powerful immortal-level Yuanli monks were dividing up in various positions on the battleship in a very regular manner, faintly forming a completed energy field array. These Yuanli monks are all used to transport Yuanli to spiritual weapons. Although the technology of divine weapons is constantly improving and developing, the fact that countless Yuanli are needed to transport Yuanli has not changed. Because scientists have discovered that leaving without Yuanli, everything else is empty talk. And no matter how hard you try, you can't change this. Do you think this spiritual weapon is that powerful? I always feel a little doubtful. After all, this spiritual weapon is something exclusive to Yuanli warriors. If it can be produced in the future, among the many space battleships that came to watch, on one of the space battleships, Yu Liang grinned and expressed his doubts about the spiritual weapon. Technology is omnipotent. If there is something it cannot do, it only means that the level of technological development is not enough. It is just creating divine thoughts. Chin Bin on the side took it for granted, looking at the bright starry sky outside, seeming to be thinking about something. Spiritual weapons. If we really make major achievements in spiritual weapons, we still don't know how powerful the level 9 cosmic civilization is. But for the level 8 cosmic civilization, I guess our empire will not have to be afraid in the future. Li Fu was in a good mood at this time, with a smile on his face. The stronger the empire, the happier he would be, because only strong strength can make the empire stand firm in the coming waves. If this spiritual weapon has 1/10 of the strength of your divine will, Brother Fu, I think it's still okay. After all, just activating it requires 1,008 immortal-level Yuanli monks. Although our empire has many immortal-level Yuanli monks, but it's not like it's everywhere. If you don't even have 1/10 of Brother Fu, this divine weapon won't have much meaning. These more than 1,000 immortal-level Yuanli monks thrown into the tank are very terrifying existences. They themselves, his divine thoughts, are already powerful and terrifying enough. Yu Liang said to Li Fu with a smile. He knew how terrifying Li Fu's current cultivation level was. Li Fu's divine thoughts were enough to cover the entire Kyushu star continent, and a single thought was enough to completely destroy a large area of void. Net. Li Fu's Yuanli cultivation has surpassed the immortal level and reached a higher level of Yuansheng realm. Although he has only entered the Yuansheng realm for the first time, compared to the immortal level, this is a qualitative leap and a leap in the level of life. I think 1/10 is a bit difficult. If you can achieve 1,000 or 1/10,000, it is considered a success. After all, this is just the first generation of spiritual weapons. You can't expect too much. Chinbin thought for a while, and shook his head with a smile. But his estimate was very conservative, which was his usual style. The test begins! At this time, Li Shuquang's voice rang out from the broadcast on the spacecraft. Everyone immediately ended the discussion, and each of them began to release their huge spiritual consciousness to cover the surrounding void. They used their spiritual consciousness to sense their spiritual consciousness, and carefully felt their spiritual weapons. Test results. As Li Shuquang's order was issued, on the strange space battleship, 1008 immortal level Yuanli monks began to transform their Yuanli. The majestic breath and energy rose from their bodies. Soon, one by one, they all released their own energy and transported it towards the energy transmission channel around them. As the Yuanli monks stepped forward to deliver Yuanli at the same time, the Yuanli on the space battleship continued to flow, intersect, merge, and operate with each other. Soon, the originally lifeless space battleship began to exude vitality, just like a dead tree coming back to life. And the life aura on the battleship continued to surge at a terrifying speed. For this breath alone, it has reached the level of immortality. Someone felt its life breath. Their eyes widened. And then, they said in disbelief, the powerful breath of life is constantly rising. And at the same time, the energy fluctuations are beginning to spread out in all directions, causing the surrounding void to faintly begin to tremble, fold, and twist, like a powerful man who is using his full power. The monk gave people a terrifying aura. Life strength. Level 7. Energy intensity. Level 6. Various detectors densely scattered in the void test its life strength and energy strength very accurately. And the number is still rising. Attack the first target. Chapter 759. Absolutely terrifying. As Li Shuquang's voice sounded again on the broadcast, everyone began to quiet down. One by one, they either looked at the surveillance screen, or released their huge spiritual consciousness to sense what was about to happen in the void. A group of space battleships used for testing are only 100 astronomical units apart. This distance is roughly equivalent to the range of a galaxy. On each battleship, all kinds of animals and plants live very leisurely, as well as various intelligent and civilized races that are controlled, as well as some aliens with Yuanli cultivation. On the Shenyan space battleship, the immortal level Yuanli warriors began to increase the delivery of Yuan force. The aura of the Shenyan space battleship was still rising, and the surrounding void seemed to become blurry and turbulent. The ripples of the circle rippled in all directions. Attack! A huge divine thought rises from the divine thought space battleship. The divine thought is invisible and colorless, without any fluctuations. Its speed can no longer be described in any words, because the moment the divine thought rises, it instantly envelopes a space battleship used for testing. This is the really scary thing about the spiritual weapon. As long as the spiritual thought can cover the range, no matter how far away it is, it can arrive instantly. Just like human thinking, imagination in the brain can transcend the limitations of time and space. Looking at the same bright moon, we can imagine the heroic scene of the great ancient poet Li by discussing the geometry of life while drinking and singing. We can also imagine the sad and graceful expression of the poets of the Song dynasty on the moon. We can also imagine the scene in the future when the moon is affected by the cosmic war and is annihilated. This is the magic of consciousness. Time and space have no effect in front of it. The universe is so vast. But humans can imagine the prosperity at the center of the universe in an instant. The attack speed of the spiritual weapon is definitely the fastest among all weapons. The moment the spiritual thought comes to mind, the attack of the spiritual weapon has already come to you. And because of the special nature of the spiritual weapon, even if your space defense is no longer powerful, no matter how terrifying the time defense is, it has no effect on the attacks of spiritual weapons. Divine thoughts ignore time and space, and are completely different from traditional technological weapons. The only thing that can defend against spiritual weapons is the powerful spiritual thoughts of the Yuanli warriors themselves. Nothing else can defend against the attack of spiritual weapons. Ignoring all the unexpected defenses of spiritual thoughts, they came in an instant. The attacks were unpredictable, and the methods were changeable. This is why Li Fu attached great importance to spiritual weapons. Because with such terrifying spiritual weapons, even if the Empire is in the space-time technology, it lags behind other advanced cosmic civilizations. But there is still no need to frighten these advanced cosmic civilizations. Huge spiritual thoughts descended upon the group of space battleships being tested almost instantly. The terrifying shock waves of spiritual thoughts swept across the animals and plants on the space battleships. All the animals bleed from their orifices almost instantly, thinking completely without any reaction at all. All the plants began to wither in an instant. The plants that were still blooming one moment will have withered flowers, fallen leaves, aging trunks, and complete death in the next moment. Plants are also a kind of life, and they also have their own weak consciousness. And they are also unable to survive the attack of the spiritual weapon. The people of other civilized races on the battleship, who were used for testing, all had their eyes wide open, with ferocious expressions on their faces. At the same time, they grabbed their heads and shouted loudly. And then quickly their eyes, noses, mouths, black blood flowed from his ears, and he died completely. Among the battleships, there are some people from civilized races who have yuanli cultivation. Because of their yuanli cultivation, their spiritual consciousness is relatively strong, and they are more resistant to attacks by spiritual weapons. However, because of their strong spiritual consciousness, these people can more clearly sense the pleasure emitted by divine thoughts. Everyone hugged their own minds and screamed happily. They neither died quickly nor resisted the pleasure brought by the impact of spiritual thoughts. Soon, as the second wave of spiritual attacks landed, everyone's eyes widened. I will never be able to close my eyes until I die. Everyone who witnessed all this took a deep breath. The attack of the spiritual weapon was an instant kill for those with weak yuanli cultivation. With a spiritual impact, all enemies within the range died instantly. No matter how powerful your weapon is, no matter how terrifying your defense is, it will have no effect. It conforms to the characteristics of a large-scale attack. Without a large-scale attack method, it is not a trump card weapon. Yu Liang grinned and said one of its characteristics. The most powerful weapons in the universe are all large-scale attack weapons. If an attack falls, a large area of void will be completely destroyed. Only such a weapon can call it a powerful ace weapon. The space battleships used for testing became deathly silent, and all life was completely killed by the impact of spiritual thoughts. Even the plants withered and died. But the test is not over yet. In addition to the impact of spiritual energy, spiritual weapons have another attack method. Physical attack, destruction of divine thoughts. The huge spiritual consciousness acted on the space battleships, and the space battleships, carefully built by the Imperial scientists, began to deform. It was as if a pair of invisible big hands were tightly grasping the space battleships. The space battleships began to move towards, continuously exploring in the middle. It slowly turned into a steel ball. There are also space battleships, whose core energy and power areas were stirred by invisible forces. The energy was instantly out of balance, causing a huge explosion and turning into a huge flame rising in the void. Some space battleships seemed to have been cut in half by an invisible sharp blade, suddenly broken into two halves, and then cut into 4 or 8 pieces like a watermelon, and soon turned into a group of broken pieces. Blocks floated in the void. The gap in the wreckage is very smooth, as if it was cut in half by the sharpest space blade, without a trace of roughness. This is an extremely powerful attack method among spiritual thoughts. Wherever spiritual thoughts hit, it ignores all defenses and tears apart instantly everything. Of course, this is just a spiritual weapon. In fact, if it is the spiritual thought of a high-level yuanli warrior, it can also be used for soul control, soul search, etc. These methods are equally terrifying and very effective. However, the current methods developed by the Empire Divine Weapons obviously do not have these capabilities. But even these abilities he possesses now make the Imperial scientists present ecstatic. Such terrifying power will be put into war when the time comes, and the enemies will all die cleanly with the impact of a divine thought. Not only does it destroy the enemy, but the key is that the enemy's space battleship can also be completely captured by itself, maximizing the benefits of the war. The power of this spiritual attack is not bad. It has almost reached the peak of the immortal level yuanli monks. It can be used in war. I just don't know if it can be the same as the peak immortal level monks. The spiritual will is powerful enough to cover 10 people. Multiple star realms. Li Fu nodded with satisfaction. He had just tested it with his own spiritual thoughts, and was also struck by the divine thoughts. He knew very well what level of power the divine thoughts were. The pinnacle of an immortal level yuanli cultivator? In this case, as long as the yuanli cultivation level is lower than that of the Yuan Master, this divine thought can almost wipe out everything? Yu Liang's eyes lit up, and he said with a smile, absolutely. The spiritual thoughts of the Yuan Master level yuanli monks are stable and powerful. They can't do anything just relying on the impact of spiritual thoughts. However, judging from the news sent back by Sun Xinyuan, the Yuanli cultivators at the Yuan Master level are in the 8th level of the cosmic civilization today. There are very few of them in the Yuan Empire, so this weapon is still valuable. Li Fu nodded. Regarding the research on spiritual consciousness, the Imperial Yuanli Warrior Temple has already done thorough research. Generally speaking, the impact of spiritual consciousness requires a large realm to produce the power of an instant kill. For low-level people, the first level of spiritual impact does not have much effect. Of course, these are ordinary Yuanli monks. There are some Yuanli monks who specialize in spiritual attacks and soul attacks. Their methods are very terrifying. Even if they are at the same level and in the same realm, they can still use spiritual attacks and soul attacks. The means of attack are such that the opponent dies. The key now is to see the range it covers. If it can reach the range of a star realm, then this divine weapon will be really scary. Qinbin pondered for a while and nodded slowly. He now has some understanding of the power of the spiritual weapon. It ignores defense and distance and directly attacks the consciousness and soul. If it cannot be blocked, it will die. Take your time. This is just the first generation of spiritual weapons. As the technology slowly develops in the future, it will always become more powerful and advanced. I am full of confidence. Li Fu was in a good mood and laughed happily. He had been having trouble sleeping and eating, worrying about the future of the Empire, and worrying that the Empire would not be able to protect itself in the 10th Cosmic War that might come at any time. Now that he has spiritual weapons, Li Fu, I can finally breathe a sigh of relief temporarily. The test is still continuing, and the test distance is slowly increasing. At the current stage of the Empire's opponents in the future will all be advanced cosmic civilizations in the universe. With the technological level of advanced cosmic civilizations, the range of these attack weapons is very far. Using powerful space technology, they can reach the enemy in a short time even though they are over a very long distance. Therefore, if you want to become an ace weapon that can fight against advanced cosmic civilizations, the attack range is a very critical indicator. Only a weapon with a wide enough range, a fast enough attack speed, and a powerful enough power can be called an ace weapon. And only such a weapon can we truly control the universe. Chapter 760. You can raise your tail. In a void very far away from the void where the test was conducted, a group of space battleships were staying very quietly in the void. On the space battleships, the various animals and plants used for testing still did not know that the end was coming, and they were as comfortable as ever. Only those civilized races with wisdom are very anxious, as if they are waiting for judgment, and they are uneasy. The process of waiting for death is the most difficult process, especially when you don't know when death will come. It's disturbing. Suddenly, a terrifying spiritual shock wave descended into the void. Among the space battleships used for testing, all life instantly withered, and painful screams rang out, and then quickly disappeared again. The test range is 100 million light-years. When the computer read out this number, everyone involved in the project couldn't help but cheer loudly. A distance of 100 million light-years can almost cover a star realm. Generally, the radius of a star realm is about 100 million light-years. Even in a prosperous star realm, there are rarely more than 1 billion light-years. Now the ultimate range of the divine weapon test reaches 100 million light-years, almost covering a star realm. With such a vast range, this is definitely the weapon with the widest attack range among all the weapons in the Empire. And because of the special nature of the spiritual weapon, its attack speed will be unparalleled. Within a range of 100 million light-years, spiritual attacks can come instantly. The speed of this attack is difficult to match even by advanced cosmic civilizations that have mastered space-time technology. At least the level 8 cosmic civilization Tianyun Empire cannot do this. With such a wide attack range, it is not only very powerful in offense, but also very powerful and terrifying in defense. You only need to deploy a spiritual weapon within a range of 100 million light-years. If there is an enemy in such a vast range, if you attack, you can counterattack instantly. This can not only increase the Empire's defense capabilities, but importantly, it can also greatly save the burden on the Empire's army. In the past, the Empire's army wanted to defend the vast Kyushu star boundary, even though the Empire's army was already very large. Within the entire Kyushu star boundary, there are Imperial battleships everywhere. But the 9 provinces star boundary is so huge. There are millions of star realms, like the Huaxia star boundary, and the Qihong star boundary alone. The Empire's army must be stretched thin if it wants to defend in such a vast void. The enemy wants to. It is very easy to enter the Kyushu star realm. This is also one of the important reasons why Li Fu has been having trouble sleeping and eating. Because not to mention the space war. Even if there are some space pirates in the universe, it will be difficult to defend against the space pirates' attack with the Empire's loophole-filled defense system. When the time comes for the Empire to burn, kill, and loot, the Empire will not be able to match the opponent in terms of space technology. And there is no way to pursue them even if they want to. Now that there are spiritual weapons, it is different. If one such spiritual weapon is deployed within a 100 million light-year range, the entire vast Kyushu star continent only needs a few million of such spiritual weapons. Considering that the Empire is located on the edge of the universe, it only needs to defend the area in the center of the universe. There is no need for millions of weapons. Having hundreds of thousands of spiritual weapons can completely make the Empire's defense rest assured. Okay, everyone who participated in the project will receive lots of prizes, Li Fu shouted happily. Such a powerful spiritual weapon is really something that the Empire urgently needs now. It is really important to the Empire. Of course, the reason why this spiritual weapon was able to be developed in such a short period of time was actually due to the Empire's strong and intense expertise in biotechnology. On the road of biotechnology, all civilizations in the entire universe are not as powerful as the Empire. Even Li Fu knows very well that even the super cosmic civilization Han Technology Empire is inferior to the Empire in biotechnology. With a strong foundation of biotechnology, and the Empire's powerful Yuanli warriors, with their cooperation, the Empire's biological scientists can better study the divine mind. So this divine mind weapon was born. The super civilization seeds really did not lie to me. According to the language of the scientists of the Han Technology Empire, a civilization based on biotechnology can completely leapfrog the war. Level 7 biotechnology civilization is completely comparable to level 8 or even level 9 spacetime technology civilization. I didn't believe this at all before. Although the Empire's biotechnology is powerful, in the face of powerful spacetime technology, I have always felt that we are still it's rather imaginary. In terms of attack speed, attack range, attack power, etc., our biotechnology weapons are still far behind the time and space technology of advanced cosmic civilizations. But now, I do believe this sentence. The Empire's biotechnology has not yet achieved rapid development. It has only made breakthroughs in the application of biotechnology. But as soon as the spiritual weapons were released, the Empire's strength changed. Earth-shaking changes. This shows that we still haven't done enough in converting biotechnology into the strength of the Empire. Maybe there are still some biotechnologies that can be converted into powerful weapons to enhance the strength of the Empire. Li Fu touched his chin and kept thinking in his mind. This is just like in the Earth Age. Einstein studied the mass energy formula very early. But in decades, human beings have not based on this formula. How much can theory research add to human theory? Until the birth of the atomic bomb and the hydrogen bomb, human power achieved a huge breakthrough in an instant. Since then, human beings have had the powerful ability to flatten the Earth. The situation in the Empire is almost the same now. The Empire has gone very far in the field of biotechnology. However, without the guidance of predecessors, it has to slowly explore everything on its own. It is obvious that it already has very powerful capabilities. But I don't know how to use it. Now that the divine weapon is released, the Empire has found a way to release its powerful energy. This strength has developed by leaps and bounds in an instant. From then on, it can truly compete with other advanced cosmic civilizations. Have a contest. It's only 100 million light years, which is still too short. I thought I could have 1/10 of your spiritual consciousness. Boss! Yu Liang grinned at this time and said slightly disappointed. 1/10? There are only more than 1,000 immortal level Yuanli monks. Do you think that the total of more than 1,000 immortal levels will be 1/10 as powerful as Yuan Sheng? You are too underestimated by Yuan Sheng level monks. I think it's very impressive to be able to reach 100 million light years. If we slowly improve and develop in the future, it may not be possible to achieve what you said. It may be possible to exceed it. Qin Bin on the side smiled and shook his head. He had rarely seen Li Fu so happy. He was also aware of the worries in Li Fu's heart. Now he could feel that Li Fu had become much more relaxed. I'm just saying, Brother Fu, we have spiritual weapons. Can our empire be more high profile in the future? Although we have established diplomatic relations with the Tianyun Empire over the years, we know that our empire only has a few advanced cosmic civilizations. Are some civilizations from the Tianyun Empire? Other civilizations in the entire universe simply don't know that our empire exists in the universe. So far, I have never left the Empire to visit the ninth sector of the universe. Yu Liang smiled, then rolled his eyes, and seemed to have thought of something, and said to Li Fu, "Want to go to the ninth-star district of the universe? You need to build a powerful space battleship first. With the space battleships we have now, we don't know how long it will take to reach the ninth-star district." Li Fu smiled and shook his head helplessly. The power of space-time technology is that it can run fast. With the integration of space technology, the distance of space transmission is very far. There is no problem in running across the universe. But the Empire's biotechnology is completely different. It's still difficult to break through the limitations of the vast space of the universe. Perhaps our biotechnology also has the means to quickly cross time and space. But we have never thought of it. Are we too affected by time and space technology? Let me just say this. The reputation of our empire is indeed not very good. No civilization has ever come to visit our empire. Yu Liang curled his lips and said, "The empire is actually eager to integrate into the big stage where it encounters the advanced cosmic civilization of the universe. However, it was afraid to appear on the big stage before because it was not strong enough, and was afraid of being involved in the right and wrong of the universe. No. Now that the spiritual weapons are released and the Empire's strength has developed by leaps and bounds, the idea of contacting other advanced cosmic civilizations in the universe will become stronger and stronger. And the desire to perform on the big stage of the universe will become stronger and stronger. Now is not the time. We have to wait for a while. Wait until our spiritual weapons are more perfect, and we can create more spiritual weapons, which can at least cover our Jojo star continent. Our old base must be built solid, so that when facing the outside world, we can always be invincible and have a solid rear. But now we can start more activities and activities. We can notify Sun Qinyuan and show our presence when necessary. Now we don't even have any sense of presence in front of our friendly countries. That is to say, the Emperor of Tianyun Empire occasionally calls me on the phone, and other civilization leaders seem to have ignored me at all." Li Fu thought for a moment and nodded. The Empire had always pursued a low-key policy, and was not even familiar with its own allies. Maybe we can raise our tails a little in the future. Chapter 761. Teach the Yin Wang Empire a lesson. In the ninth sector of the universe far away from the Empire, the headquarters of the Achaemenid Federation, the leader of the Achaemenid Federation, Gangsaz, was holding a piece of information in his hand. His face was uncertain, as if he was thinking, what? If the Tianyun Empire is a typical humanoid race, then the Achaemenid Federation people are a very typical non-humanoid race. The Achaemenid people have a lizard-like head, and there are even small pieces on the head, dense scales, dark yellow eyes, like snake eyes. This Tianyun Empire is really lucky. Last time, there was a large army of our Achaemenid Federation outside, and there was a rebellion by the Prime Minister of their Tianyun Empire. At that time, I thought they were doomed. I didn't expect that they were able to suppress the civil strife in such a short period of time. And in the end, they escaped disaster. The reason behind this was actually related to the Yin Wang Empire. After thousands of years, Gonzas has finally figured out everything that happened in the Tianyun Empire. After all, the two civilizations are also old rivals. Each other has a lot of informants on each other, and they can know something about each other. Case. Originally, the last fight went very smoothly, but then his strength increased, and there was a chance of civil strife in the Tianyun Empire. Gonzas was ready to destroy the Tianyun Empire. However, at the critical moment, the Tianyun Empire calmed down the civil strife in a short period of time. And then Jixiaoguli slowly reversed the situation step by step. Although the Achaemenid Federation also gained a lot from that battle. In Gantz's view, if this golden opportunity was missed, it would be difficult to destroy the Tianyun Empire in the future. The confrontation between civilizations will continue until one side perishes. So this result is actually unacceptable to Gonzas. After years of hard work, he still failed to destroy the Tianyun Empire. Even now, even if he is in an advantage, it is impossible to destroy the Tianyun Empire. After all, the opponent, it is also a level 8 cosmic civilization. Yin Wang Empire, on the edge of the 8-star region of the universe. A level 7 cosmic civilization can be quickly born in the newly derived star realm. I am very curious about this Yin Wang Empire. The intelligence in Gonzas' hands clearly showed that the last civil strife in the Tianyun Empire was directed at Sun Qinyuan, the Yin Wang Empire's ambassador to the Tianyun Empire. It was this powerful space system Yuan Li Monk who captured him without a sound. Killed Chang'an Ghost Fox. and rescue Tianyun Empire Emperor Huiyun at dusk. The rebellious group of dragons without a leader were like a piece of loose sand, and were quickly pacified by the Tianyun Empire. A small level 7 cosmic civilization. Just stay in your 8th sector. Now it has interfered in the affairs of our Achaemenid Federation. It is simply desperate, since you have established diplomatic relations with the Tianyun Empire. Don't blame me for being rude. Anyway, if we don't deal with you now, sooner or later you will work with the Tianyun Empire to deal with our Achaemenid Federation. It's just a civilization that has just entered the level 7 cosmic civilization. Although it is far away, it may not be able to destroy you. But you can't even think about having a good life. Gonzas clenched his fists, thinking of what happened last time. He hated the Yin Huang Empire deeply, and wished he could send troops to destroy the Yin Huang Empire now. Convene an alliance meeting. In a virtual conference hall, figures kept flashing. Each figure was different, and came from a different civilized race. However, each figure was very imposing. It was obvious that each of them had been in a high position for a long time. The field is strong. Gonza's figure also flashed in the virtual conference hall, greeting each other with a smile on his face. These people are all leaders of the 7th level cosmic civilization under the Achaemenid Federation, and they are very friendly to each other. We are familiar with each other. It is natural to talk and laugh when we meet, and the atmosphere is harmonious. The number of level 7 cosmic civilizations in the entire universe is about 2 million. These 2 million level 7 cosmic civilizations basically follow the level 8 and 9 cosmic civilizations, forming small groups and small groups. Alliance. Of course, the number of subordinates under the command of level 8 cosmic civilization is relatively rare. For example, the number of subordinates under the Achaemenid Federation is only more than 100. And the number under the Tianyun Empire is almost only more than 100. Only those the extremely powerful level 8 cosmic civilization and level 9 cosmic civilization have many subordinates. Each level 9 cosmic civilization has tens to 200,000 subordinates. Those extremely powerful level 8 cosmic civilizations also have thousands or tens of thousands of subordinates. The strength of the Achaemenid Federation and the Tianyun Empire can only be considered average among level 8 cosmic civilizations. With only 100 or so followers, they can barely form a small group. Small groups are naturally more united than large groups, and their anger is also more harmonious. These civilizations are even connected to each other, and sometimes they often move around each other. At this time, they meet in the virtual world. Everyone was chatting happily. It's a pity that we didn't kill the Tianyun Empire last time. Lucky for them, we've almost reached their lair. It doesn't matter if we haven't destroyed them. The Tianyun Empire has lost several star continents, and now its vitality is severely damaged. Our Achaemenid Federation's strength has greatly improved. In the future, we can suppress them and fight. Little by little, they nibble away at it. Yes, we will nibble away at them bit by bit to see if they still dare to go against us. Gonzas had a smile on his face. As the old man of this group, he naturally knew that during the last battle with the Tianyun Empire, his Achaemenid Federation ate meat, and these younger brothers also followed suit. Less benefits. The Achaemenid Federation faced off against the Tianyun Empire, and these subordinates faced off against the younger brothers of the Tianyun Empire. Everyone followed suit and their mouths were full of oil. Ahem. Gonzas coughed lightly, and the lively virtual conference hall quickly became quiet. Everyone looked at Gonzas, knowing that he must have something to do with everyone this time. Is it worth it again? Good thing about eating meat. Everyone is here. We have been summoned here today for one thing. Although we gained a lot of benefits from attacking the Tianyun Empire last time, we were not able to destroy the Tianyun Empire in the end. It is really a pity. Originally, the Tianyun Empire's internal and external troubles were our best opportunity. Unexpectedly, they eventually calmed down the internal troubles quickly and withstood our attack. Not long ago, I have found out the truth of the matter. It is all related to a newly rising level 7 cosmic civilization, the Yin Huang Empire. As Gangsa spoke, information related to the Yin Huang Empire began to be played in the middle of the virtual conference hall. The information was not very detailed. He only knew the name of the Yin Huang Empire and its position in the universe. As for the technological level of the Yin Huang Empire, no matter what, it didn't. Yin Huang Empire, the newly rising level 7 cosmic civilization? The civilization leaders looked at it carefully one by one, and soon it was almost clear why Gonzas wanted to hold an alliance meeting this time. This Yin Huang Empire is located on the border of the 8th planet. It is a newly rising level 7 cosmic civilization. More importantly, it belongs to the Tianyan Empire. If it ruins our major affairs, we must not easily bypass this Yinhuang Empire. That's right. For a newly rising level 7 cosmic civilization, and it is on the edge of the 8th planet. Such a level 7 cosmic civilization is not afraid of death to interfere in the affairs between us and the Tianyan Empire. We must teach them enough lessons. As long as they are from the Tianyan Empire, they are our enemies. Since they are enemies, there is no need to be polite. Each civilization leader quickly started shouting. There was no need for Gonzas to say it. Everyone understood what Gonzas meant. Of course, they did not take the Yinhuang Empire to heart. It was just a newly rising level 7 cosmic civilization. The strength of the civilizations present is much stronger than it. If I remember correctly, the Sith Empire, the Mari Civilization, the Mahinzo Empire, the Harappa Federation, and the Nitro Empire. Your 5 civilizations all occupy some star continents in the 8th sector. This time we will clean up the Yinhuang Empire. I think it would be more appropriate to leave the matter to you. After all, you all have territories in the 8th star district, so you can just mobilize the army directly from those territories. Gonzas nodded with satisfaction, and then began to name 5 civilizations. Yes, our Sith Empire does have several star continents on the 8th planet, and one of them is quite close to the Yinhuang Empire. Our Sith Empire is very willing to teach this Yinhuang Empire a lesson. Let them know that things in this universe are not something that a newly emerged level 7 universe civilization like them can easily get involved in. Emperor Palpatine of the Sith Empire smiled and nodded, decisively asking Ing to leave the station. Well, it deserves to be the Sith Empire. Gonzas praised happily. The Sith Empire has always been one of his most capable subordinates in the Agamemnid Federation, and he has always been very active in doing things. We are also willing to send troops to the Yinhuang Empire to let the Yinhuang Empire know how powerful we are. The leaders of the other 4 civilizations also quickly expressed their opinions. The level 7 cosmic civilization that can compete for the star continent in the universe is actually relatively strong. These civilizations are very interested in joining forces to deal with a newly rising level 7 cosmic civilization. I didn't find it difficult at all. Very good. Gonzas nodded with satisfaction, then looked around. I will leave this task to you 5 civilizations. It must be done beautifully. If the Tianyan Empire can be sent to send troops to rescue, our chance will come. Maybe we can loot again. Ichiban Tianyan Empire and the others. Chapter 762. Here comes the person who gives experience by practicing skills. The grudge between the Tianyan Empire and the Agamemnid Federation has lasted for too long. Too long. It started when the 2 civilizations were still level 7 cosmic civilizations. They have a bloody feud with each other, and they both want to destroy each other, to teach the Yinhuang Empire a lesson. Gonzas thought it was just to attack the Tianyan Empire. If the Tianyan Empire really sent troops to rescue him, he could find an opportunity to deal with the Tianyan Empire. This was his time, the real purpose. Now that the strength of the Agamemnid Federation has greatly increased, the vitality of the Tianyan Empire has been greatly damaged. This is a once-in-a-million opportunity. If this time is missed, the Tianyan Empire slowly recovers its vitality and wants to destroy Tianyan. The Empire is difficult. Except for these 5 civilizations. All other civilizations are ready. As soon as the Tianyan Empire sends troops, we will immediately launch an attack on them. When the time comes, it will be impossible for them to send troops. And even less so if they don't send troops. If they send troops, they will not be able to protect themselves. If they don't send troops, this newly added ally will be alone, unable to withstand 4 hands with 2 fists. I wonder if other civilizations will be chilled. I wonder if they will be able to protect themselves in the future. Who dares to join their alliance? Gangsa's plan can be said to be exhaustive. Whether the Tianyan Empire sends troops or not, it is a dilemma. As a new member of the Tianyan Empire's camp, the Yinhuang Empire was attacked by a hostile civilization at this time. The Tianyan Empire, if there is no expression, it will definitely chill his younger brother. But if troops are sent out, the already stretched situation will become even more unstable. If you are not careful, the Agamemnid Federation will come back to kill them. Haha. What a good plan. I really want to see what Tianyan Empire is planning to do. I will order preparations now. If the opportunity comes this time, we cannot let them go easily. Get ready for a feast. When the other civilization leaders heard this, their eyes suddenly lit up, and they laughed when they thought of their last harvest. The 8th sector, the Sith Empire, the Mari Civilization, the Mahinzo Empire, the Harappa Federation, and the Nitro Empire. These 5 Level 7 cosmic civilizations began to continuously mobilize their armies in the territory of the 8th sector, rushing towards the Jojo Star continent where the Empire is located on the edge of the 8th Star District. Time is passing slowly. The Empire's location is too remote. Even if the overall situation is mobilized from the 8th sector, it will not be possible to reach the Empire in a short time. Thousands of years have passed in the blink of an eye. No one knew about the enemy's actions. At this time, the Empire was very peaceful, thanks to the major breakthrough of the Empire's biotechnology in the field of consciousness. The Empire's biotechnology began to develop rapidly again. In the Milky Way, the Empire's headquarters, in a conference room in the Imperial Palace, Li Fu was watching a huge star map with great interest. This was the star map of the Empire's 9 states. Ha! With this consciousness detector, no fly will even think of flying into our Empire in the future. Yu Lian looked at the virtual star map, grinning widely, looking extremely happy. The spiritual detectors and spiritual weapons he mentioned are actually based on the same principle, but one is used for detection, and the other is used for attack. The scientists of the Empire have made amazing progress in the field of spiritual consciousness since the emergence of spiritual weapons. Other related technological applications have been emerging based on the breakthrough of this technology. The spiritual detector is one of the more representative ones. And there are things like spiritual communicators, and spiritual computers are also very practical. The spiritual consciousness detector uses the ability to simulate the spiritual consciousness of profound Yuanli monks, and is a technological means to grasp the surrounding situation by emitting spiritual thoughts into the void. Because the detection range of the divine consciousness detector is very wide, and because it uses divine consciousness and spiritual thoughts, the detection effect is very good. More importantly, the detection speed is very fast, and the huge divine consciousness envelopes it in an instant. Know everything within range. At this time, everyone was looking at the huge virtual star map. Within the entire Jojo Star continent, the Empire had created a series of spiritual consciousness detectors, and all the situations in the entire Jojo Star continent were clearly reflected. Because the consciousness detector is only used for detection, and does not have functions such as attack, the range of the consciousness detector is very wide. One consciousness detector is enough to detect the light void of tens of billions of light years. The entire Jojo Star continent only covers a few 100 billion light years. 100,000 spiritual detectors are enough to detect the entire Jojo Star continent clearly. Because of the divine sense detector, the Empire had a very comprehensive understanding of the Kyushu Star continent for the first time. No one in the Empire had even been to many remote areas in the past, and it had no idea what these areas were like. This situation, but now, is crystal clear. There are a total of 1,208,723 star realms in the entire Jojo Star continent, and a total of 1,229,823, 582, 3647 river systems. Ha! We finally know where we are. Unexpectedly, there are many level 5 cosmic civilizations in some remote river systems. Exist. Chen Bin was also in a good mood at this time. He looked at the numbers on the computer, and his eyes were shining. Although he could roughly know how many star realms and river systems there were in Jojo Star continent in the past, there was absolutely no way to do it. Now this is specific to single digits. But it's different with the divine consciousness detectors, as the spiritual consciousness detectors are continuously installed and activated in the Empire. The Empire has a good understanding of the Kyushu Star continent, and knows the location of each river system very clearly. The distance between river systems. Of course, the Jojo Star continent is too huge. The star map that everyone is looking at this time does not show the river system at all. Each bright spot on it is a star realm. As for the river system, this star map needs to be just keep zooming in to find it. This consciousness detector is no worse than a spiritual weapon. It is also a great weapon for our empire. Imperial Cabinet Prime Minister Tu Zuilia also nodded solemnly. At this time, he felt that biotechnology was powerful and terrifying. With such a powerful spiritual detector, the Empire would be able to clearly know every move on the battlefield. And even the location of every space battleship can be clearly known. On the one hand, this war is fought for each other's technological strength and national power. But it is also fought for the grasp and control of the battlefield situation. This is what the information age and information war mean. If you can grasp every detail on the battlefield, you can make full use of every bit of your strength. And you can also clearly know every weakness of the enemy. It will naturally be much easier to win. We finally look like an advanced cosmic civilization. Not to mention going to the universe before. We are far from even mastering our own Kyushu star continent. Li Fu also smiled proudly, looking at the huge star map. He felt that his waist seemed to be getting harder. In the past, he always felt that his kidneys were weak, and he always had scruples when facing other advanced cosmic civilizations. Now, Li Fu, I feel as if I have nothing to fear anymore. Our deployment of spiritual weapons will also be accelerated. At least the areas facing the center of the universe will be laid out first. With spiritual weapons and spiritual detectors, our empire will be able to sit back and relax in the future. As long as it is not level 9 cosmic civilization, we don't need to be imaginary. Li Fu looked at the areas marked by red spheres on the virtual star map again. Each of these red areas is the range covered by a divine weapon. Now it is almost complete, covering the empire towards the center of the universe. It's not difficult to make spiritual weapons. The key is that we don't have that many immortal level Yuanli monks. And ordinary monks below the immortal level can't do it. Otherwise, we would have already deployed them. Luo Xiaoyao from the imperial military side said helplessly. Yuanli cultivation in the empire is very popular. But immortal level Yuanli monks are not a big deal. The empire is now both a spiritual detector and a spiritual weapon defense. Systemically, the empire's immortal level Yuanli monks are not enough. This is also a problem. The attack range of this spiritual weapon is too short, and it requires too many immortal level Yuanli monks. It needs to be developed, improved, and improved. In addition, the growth of immortal level Yuanli monks in our empire is too slow. It seems that we need to think of a way. Li Fu nodded after listening. Li Fu knew very well how many immortal level Yuanli monks there were in the empire. They had accumulated over tens of millions of years. Plus the explosive growth of the empire's population. In fact, there are still many immortal level Yuanli monks in the empire. At least they are not as rare as other advanced cosmic civilizations. At least now, spiritual thoughts and spiritual related technologies require the use of immortal level Yuanli monks, which suddenly seems to be insufficient. Buzz buzz! Suddenly, when everyone was rejoicing, a harsh sound suddenly sounded, and a red dot suddenly appeared on the huge detection system formed by the consciousness detector. The position of the red dot appeared in the area on the edge of the empire's 9 provinces star continent. The system began to automatically enlarge the star map. The light flew across the huge star map, and soon the picture gradually became clear. There is a large red area on the star map that is slowly spreading on the star map. Then the screen turns, showing that in the vast void of the universe, countless space battleships form a large ocean of battleships. Accompanied by waves of the ripples of space flew towards the core area of the empire at a very fast speed. What's going on? Our system has just been put into use. Is there something wrong? Yu Liang widened his eyes and guessed as he looked at the virtual star map. An enemy has invaded our empire. Here comes the guy who gives you experience by practicing. Li Fu's eyes flashed with cold light. Chapter 763. Look at the hearts of allies. It can't be a coincidence. Right. Yu Liang widened his eyes, looked at the huge star map, and then looked at Li Fu. The system will not make mistakes. There must be an invasion from outside. I just don't know if it is space pirates or advanced cosmic civilization. Qin Bin said with great certainty that the huge detection system composed of spiritual consciousness detectors would never lie. It had gone through countless experiments in the early stage. Boss, are you really the enemy? Chow Haidao turned to look at Li Fu. He knew that Li Fu's consciousness could now cover the entire Kyushu star continent, and he could instantly know whether there was an enemy. It's the Empire, and it's also on the side of the Agamemnid Federation. There are a total of 5 civilized armies. Li Fu closed his eyes. Just now, he had used his spiritual consciousness to confirm that it was exactly the same as the one on the detection system, without any errors. Agamemnid Federation side? We don't have any grievances against them. Why did they suddenly attack us? No grievances? We have no grievances against them. But we joined the Tianyan Empire's camp. The Tianyan Empire has a blood feud with them. The thing I have been worried about has finally come. We still have to get involved. There are strife in the universe. But fortunately, we don't have to fear them now. After thinking about it in his mind, Li Fu almost knew the general outline of the matter. It must have been gradually spread that the empire joined the Tianyan Empire. As the old rival of the Tianyan Empire, the Agamemnid Federation knew about it. It's also a normal thing. The Empire is a civilization that has just emerged as a level 7 cosmic civilization, and it is located on the edge of the 8-star region. It is much easier for them to deal with the Empire. Now, naturally, We want to take advantage of the recent victory to give the Empire a hard beating. Not to mention destroying the Empire. We must at least severely injure the Empire, and let the advanced cosmic civilizations in the entire universe know about them. Very powerful. Then boss, what should we do now? How about using spiritual weapons to destroy them directly? Let's kill the chickens and scare the monkeys. Everyone nodded after hearing this. It seemed that it was inevitable to get involved in the disputes in the universe. In this case, everyone thought about seizing this opportunity to kill chickens and monkeys, and let all advanced cosmic civilizations in the universe know about the Empire. Very powerful. Don't worry. It's a rare opportunity to fight against advanced cosmic civilizations. We can use our various weapons in turn to test them, and test the gap between us and these advanced cosmic civilizations. In addition, since we have joined the Tianyan Empire, and now we are attacked by the Achaemenid Federation, we naturally have to ask for help from the Tianyan Empire. I would like to see the Tianyan Empire. What will be done? Li Fu thought for a while, and shook his head. Inform the Imperial military to prepare for war. The army will go to the front line to have a good fight with the army of advanced cosmic civilization. Send an order to Sun Xinyuan and ask him to ask for help from the Tianyan Empire to see if our allies will save us. If they will send troops to save us, then we will naturally help them in the future. But if we don't save today then we will not be blamed for ignoring our alliance. In the Yinhuang continent, where the Tianyan Empire's embassy is located, when Sun Xinyuan received the order from the Empire's headquarters, he walked around in his room, thinking carefully and trying to figure out the Empire's headquarters. The 5 civilizations of the Achaemenid Federation jointly sent troops to attack the Empire's 9-state star continent. With the spiritual weapons currently possessed by the Empire, there is no problem at all in defeating the armies of these 5 civilizations. But now why does the Empire headquarters ask me to ask for help from the Tianyan Empire? Could it be that the headquarters wants to test the attitude of the Tianyan Empire? Sun Xinyuan quickly guessed what Li Fu was thinking, and then his eyes began to narrow. Looks like I'm going to act miserable this time. Contact the Tianyan Empire immediately. I have important matters and need to meet with His Majesty the Emperor of the Tianyan Empire. After figuring out the key, Sun Xinyuan knew what he should do in an instant. He quickly arranged the spaceship, contacted the Tianyan Empire, and hurriedly went to see the Emperor of the Tianyan Empire, Huiyun Dusk, in the Tianyan Palace where the Emperor of the Tianyan Empire lived. Huiyun Wang received Sun Xinyuan very cordially. He became more and more fond of his son-in-law and tried every means to keep him in Tianyan. Cloud Empire. Xi and Yuan, why don't you bring Tianyan to see me this time? I miss my grandson very much. Huiyun Wang looked at Sun Xinyuan with a smile and said that he liked his grandson even more. In his opinion, Sun Tianyun had perfectly inherited the bloodline of the Tianyan Empire's royal family. Your Majesty, I came in a hurry this time, so I didn't bring him with me. Moreover, this time, I came here to seek help from your Majesty because of the affairs of our Yanhuang Empire. Sun Xinyuan had an extremely serious expression on his face, and seemed to have no intention of talking to Huiyun about the relationship between his father-in-law and his son-in-law at dusk. But he did bring up the affairs of the Yanhuang Empire. Please help. Please tell me in detail. When Huiyun Huang heard this, he immediately cheered up. Since the other party came as the ambassador of the Yanhuang Empire, he naturally had to do things as the emperor of the Tianyan Empire. The Kyushu Star continent where our empire is located was attacked by 5 civilizations from the Achaemenid Federation. Now they have all invaded our Kyushu Star continent. Please consider the friendship of our alliance and send troops. Save our Yanhuang Empire. Sun Xinyuan can now be regarded as a qualified diplomat. He even shed tears as he spoke. At the same time, he used virtual imaging technology to play out the information sent from the Empire. The Sith Empire? Mari Civilization? Mahinzo Empire? Harapan Federation? Nitro Empire? Huiyun Dusk looked at the picture and instantly recognized the civilizations to which these space battleships belonged. He was very clear about the member civilizations of the Achaemenid Federation. No wonder. These 5 civilizations all have territories in the 8-star district. They can directly mobilize armies from their territories to attack your Yanhuang Empire. Fire Cloud Dust began to walk around the room, frowning and thinking. The Yanhuang Empire has newly joined the camp and is in trouble at this time. If we don't save him, who will join our Tianyan Empire in the future? We must save him. But now our Tianyan Empire is in dire straits, and there is no extra strength to rescue. If we spare the strength to rescue, the Achaemenid Federation may be waiting for the opportunity to raise troops to invade again. We can only let other civilizations within our alliance send troops to reinforce. Soon, Huiyun Dusk had already thought of a way to deal with it. The Tianyuan Empire's main army must not be moved. The last war had severely damaged the vitality of the Tianyuan Empire. If they sent out more troops and were attacked by the Achaemenid Federation, the vitality of the Tianyuan Empire will not be restored until the year of the monkey, the horse and the moon. Enter the virtual world and hold an alliance meeting. Huiyun Dusk did not hesitate any longer and quickly ordered an alliance meeting to be held. In the virtual meeting, figures appeared one after another, including Huiyun Hui and Sun Xinyuan. The two looked at the virtual meeting room and saw leaders of level 7 cosmic civilizations or ambassadors to the Tianyuan Empire. Figures began to flash out. Everyone, today's matter is very urgent, so I have called everyone here again to discuss it. Huiyun Dusk didn't waste any time and spoke directly. Our new ally, the Yanwang Empire, is now being jointly attacked by 5 civilized armies from the Achaemenid Federation. The situation is critical and urgent. Ambassador Sun Xinyuan has officially asked us for help, hoping that the alliance can send troops to rescue us. Do you know what everyone thinks? As soon as he finished speaking, the virtual conference room fell silent, and everyone was silent. The last war was actually not just the Tianyuan Empire, but also the younger brothers under the Tianyuan Empire suffered heavy losses and were severely weakened. The Tianyuan Empire was attacked by the Achaemenid Federation, and its younger brothers were also attacked by the younger brothers of the Achaemenid Federation. You must know that when Huiyun Chi and others passed through the Ihur civilization, they encountered the attacking Sri Lanka Empire. The Achaemenid Federation has given its younger brothers a lot of powerful advanced weapons and support. In addition, there are internal problems in the Tianyuan Empire, and there is no way to support and coordinate its own camp in a timely manner. The younger brothers under the Tianyuan Empire were basically all severely injured last time. Now they all want to seize the time to recover their vitality, so they are not in the mood to support the Yanwang Empire. Your Majesty, the Yanwang Empire is located on the edge of the 8-star district. Even if our army supports us, we will not be able to reach it within a while, and it will not be possible for tens of thousands of years. Besides, we are all severely injured now. We don't have any extra energy to provide support. We are also powerless. Yes, Your Majesty, our Ihur civilization was not only targeted by the Sith Empire last time, but the Achaemenid Federation also launched an attack on us. As of now, our Ihur civilization only has less than 100 stars left. Mainland. The same goes for our Bikshuni civilization. There are only 2-star continents in total. Last time, 1-star continent fell directly into the hands of the enemy, and it has not been recaptured yet. Someone started to complain, and other people started to shout too, each one more miserable than the other, and the entire virtual conference hall became like a venue for complaining. Chapter 764. Don't beg our empire from now on. Huiyun Huang's face looked a little ugly. He looked at Sun Xinyuan next to him, and found that Sun Xinyuan's face was gloomy at this time, with anger and unwillingness, like a volcano about to erupt. Hey, I really can't blame everyone at this time. Everyone is seriously injured now. It will be really difficult for them to send troops to support us. If this happens, then the Yanwang Empire will definitely have no centripetal force towards the alliance from now on. If we don't save the Yanwang Empire today, no civilization will join our Tianyu Empire in the future. Humph! Gonzes is really a formidable opponent. Huiyun Dusk thought a lot in his mind. And he also saw the plan of Gonzes, the leader of the Achaemenid Federation. But it was a conspiracy, and there was no way to deal with it. Afar, your Vantis Empire is closest to the Yanwang Empire. You should send part of your troops to rescue the Yanwang Empire. Huiyun Dusk looked at Afar, the leader of the Vantis Empire. The Vantis Empire was the closest to the Yanwang Empire, and it was also the most powerful ally in the 8th sector. Your Majesty, our Vantis Empire also suffered heavy losses last time. We were jointly attacked by several civilizations. Although we did not lose any territory, hundreds of starry sky continents were destroyed. How can we still have the troops to support Yanwang now? Empire. What's more, could this be a conspiracy of the Achaemenid Federation? If we support the past, the Achaemenid Federation may seize the opportunity to attack us again. Who will come then? Will you support our Vantis Empire? In the last war, our Vantis Empire fought alone, without any support from any civilization in the alliance. We, the Vantis Empire, also survived. Now the Yanwang Empire is under joint attack. The situation is very critical. But we are powerless now. We only hope that the Yin Wang Empire can hold on, and we will find ways to avenge them in the future. Afar shook his head helplessly. As soon as he finished speaking, other people in the virtual conference room nodded in agreement, seeming to express their own feelings. After all, I am still afraid that the vitality of my own civilization will be lost again, and I am even more afraid that the Agamemnid Federation will find opportunities to continue its development. When the time comes, it will be difficult to protect itself, and it will be worse. Your Majesty Afar, our Yin Wang Empire and Vantis Empire are both in the 8-star sector, and they are very close to each other, so we should help each other, Sun Xinyuan said reluctantly, looking very anxious. Ambassador Sun is right, but our Vantis Empire is really incompetent now. The Agamemnid Federation has been eyeing us. We are isolated, and it will be difficult to get support. If we had the last war, our Vantis Empire would if the Tiz Empire is not seriously injured. I will definitely support your Yin Wang Empire without saying a word. Afar nodded and shook his head helplessly. Your civilization. You also have territory in the 8-star district. Why don't you allocate part of your troops to support the Yin Wang Empire? Huiyun at dusk. When he saw that Afar was not getting any water, he turned helplessly to look at Huir, the ambassador of the Ihur civilization. Your Majesty, you must be well aware of the situation of our Ihur civilization. We simply don't have the strength to support us anymore. The Sith Empire is eyeing our star continent in the 8th sector. We were almost robbed by them last time. Let's go. If we send troops now, our territory may not be protected. Whirl also shook his head helplessly. The Ihur civilization was really severely damaged in the last war, even worse than the Tianyun Empire. What about the Songhai Empire? You have several huge territories in the 8-star region, and the loss last time was not too big. You can always divide some of your troops to support the Yin Wang Empire. Right. Huiyun at dusk. He turned his head and looked at Laguna, the emperor of the Songhai Empire. The Songhai Empire was an extremely powerful level 7 cosmic civilization. It had made extraordinary achievements in the integration of space technology. There were more than 2 million level 7 universes in the entire universe. Civilization. The strength of the Songhai Empire can be ranked among the top 10,000, and it can be regarded as the most powerful level 7 cosmic civilization under the Tianyun Empire. Our Songhai Empire also suffered heavy losses. We almost lost territory. However, it is not impossible to support the Yin Wang Empire. It's just that if only our Songhai Empire goes to support it, I'm afraid it will be a drop in the bucket. Laguna did not refuse outright, but offered support from a civilized area in Laguna. Your Majesty, should the Tianyun Empire send troops to support? With the powerful army of the Tianyun Empire, the support can be very fast, and it can also easily sweep away the 5 clowns such as the Sith Empire, Maheli civilization, etc. Coupled with the Songhai Empire's army, there will definitely be no problem in protecting the Yin Wang Empire. At this time, someone suggested, which immediately silenced the entire virtual venue. Everyone looked at Huiyun Dusk, and the meaning was obvious. Your Tianyun Empire is the boss. You called for this support and that support. As the boss, now your younger brother is in trouble. Shouldn't your Tianyun Empire step forward to protect your younger brother? When asked, Huiyun Dusk immediately stopped cooking. If it had been in the past, there would be no need for others to tell him. He must have ordered the Tianyun Empire's army to support him. But now, to be honest, the Tianyun Empire is also powerless. As someone said before, once the support of this army is sent out, there is no guarantee that the Agamemnid Federation will raise troops to invade again. By that time, the Tianyun Empire itself will also be when the clay Bodhisattva crosses the river. He cannot protect himself. The Yin Wang Empire is our ally. Although we have just joined it not long ago, we still have to try our best to help. This time the 5 civilizations jointly attacked the Yin Wang Empire. They must have been implicated by us. If we don't save them, we will die. We will definitely not be able to gain a foothold in the entire Empire universe in the future. But if we launch our troops from our Tianyun Empire headquarters, when the Agamemnid Federation launches another war, our chances of winning will be even lower. If we save the Yin Wang Empire, our entire alliance will be in danger. Gonzas probably saw this clearly, so they sent people to attack the Yin Wang Empire. At this time, I think it is most appropriate for you to send troops to save the Yin Wang Empire. Huiyun Huang said a lot of words, but the actual meaning was very simple. The Tianyun Empire could not send troops to save the Yin Wang Empire. Sun Xinyuan had been watching with cold eyes and said nothing. He knew what the Empire headquarters meant. Now that the Empire's strength has grown, so has its ambition. The Empire's current strength has no problem dealing with level 8 cosmic civilizations. Sooner or later, it will break away from the Tianyan Empire's camp and become the boss, leading a group of younger brothers. Now none of the allies of the Tianyan Empire are willing to support the Empire. Then the Empire can also refuse to support them in the future, and they will have excuses and reasons when they break away. Of course, if there are civilizations willing to support the Empire will naturally not mind having more friends. But now it seems that these civilizations were really weakened in the last war. But no matter what, since they are allies of the same camp, it is unreasonable for other civilizations to remain indifferent to the Empire now being attacked by the enemy. This does not treat the allies of the Empire. Of course, in Sun Xinyuan's view, the main problem still lies with the Tianyan Empire. The Tianyan Empire is weak and severely damaged, unable to support the Empire, and now it can only barely protect itself. However, as the leader of the alliance, he watched his younger brother being bullied by his opponent. He was indifferent and couldn't justify it either emotionally or rationally. Huiyun Dusk now seemed to have no intention of sending troops at all, but wanted to send troops to the civilized areas under his command. Although the reasons are very good, the virtual venue fell into silence. In fact, since the last defeat, the prestige of the Tianyan Empire has also been reduced to the extreme. The younger brothers are following the Tianyan Empire, naturally, for the sake of food and drink, rather than starving and freezing. No matter how bad the Tianyan Empire was in the past, it never reached this point. But due to the last internal and external troubles, the Tianyan Empire did not play the role of a leading brother at all, so that the younger brothers suffered heavy losses one by one, and many civilizations were actually destroyed. There are already plans to change the door. After all, the confrontation with the Agamemnid Federation is long-term, and the current disadvantage is obvious. If you continue to follow the Tianyan Empire, life will definitely not be easy, at least for a period of time. However, the Tianyan Empire is a level 8 cosmic civilization after all. There were times when it was powerful and glorious, and everyone reaped a lot of benefits. In addition, the replacement of the gate is not just a matter of replacement. Other level 8 cosmic civilizations may not be, then they will be willing to accept him. This little brother is not a random one, especially a little brother who used to have a boss, who can guarantee that he is not a spy or undercover sent by the other party. The most popular younger brother is naturally a newly rising level 7 cosmic civilization like the Yin Huang Empire. He has a clean foundation and has no worries. Everyone likes him and is willing to accept him. Generally speaking, this kind of newly accepted younger brother will naturally express his feelings as the boss. If he is bullied, he will definitely try his best to protect him, so that he will gradually feel a sense of belonging. But now, looking at the performance of the Tianyan Empire, it seems that they can't protect themselves. The younger brothers are not willing to listen to the Tianyan Empire's words, especially under the current circumstances, and each of them chooses to report themselves first. Very good. Our Yin Huang Empire is destined to face this difficulty. Since no one is willing to help, our empire naturally cannot force it. I just hope that you will not ask our empire for help in the future. Sun Xinyuan looked at the silent virtual venue, coldly dropped a word, and disappeared into the virtual venue. Chapter 765. Biological Legion. When Huiyun Huanghui and others saw Sun Xinyuan disappear, they all showed displeasure on their faces. As for the Yin Huang Empire, a newly rising level 7 cosmic civilization, this time it was jointly attacked by 5 old level 7 cosmic civilizations. Even if you can win by chance, you will probably suffer a serious loss of vitality. Restoring strength in the future will definitely not happen overnight. Even if it recovers, it is just a newly emerged level 7 cosmic civilization, and it is not a level 8 cosmic civilization. Naturally, everyone does not need to be afraid of anything. What is more important is that 7 super cosmic civilization is of limited help to everyone. Let's break up! Huiyun Huangwang shook his head helplessly. He, the boss, was really helpless now, and could not keep his younger brother. After this spread, I am afraid that no civilization would be willing to join him. But if he is asked to send troops, Huiyun Huang will never agree. At this time, the Tianyan Empire itself is more important than anyone else. As for the younger brother, after the Tianyan Empire recovers its strength in the future, it will fight a few more big victories. There will still be civilizations willing to come over. In the palace of Tianyan Empire, Huiyun Huang looked at Sun Xinyuan with a sad face, and didn't know what to say. Your Majesty, I take my leave. Sun Qinyuan knew that it would be useless to say anything else. So he said it very directly. Let's stay and eat together. Wu Yunhuang restrained his emotions and smiled, showing the attitude of a father-in-law towards his son-in-law. No, I can't eat. Sun Qinyuan smiled bitterly and shook his head. Are you planning to return to your Yanhuang Empire? Yes, I will go back soon. I still say the same thing. I still hope you can stay in Tianyuan Empire. It will still be very dangerous for you to go back now. I have to go back even in danger. I am a member of the Yanhuang Empire, and I will die in my hometown. In that case, let me give you some space battleships from our Tianyuan Empire. The result of Sun Qinyuan's request for help from the Alliance was quickly transmitted back to the Empire headquarters. Li Fu, Tu Zuilia, and other senior Empire officials looked at the news, and they all breathed a sigh of relief. It doesn't matter if you don't want to support them. If they do the first grade of junior high school, we can also do the 10th grade of junior high school in the future. Li Fu didn't care at all. The reason why he asked Sun Qinyuan to ask for help was to test the Alliance's attitude. Now that he knew the Alliance's attitude, it was okay. No civilization is willing to support us. It seems that in the final analysis, interests come first in the universe. Tu Zuilia also smiled and nodded. Forget it. How is the situation with Luo Xiaoyao and the others? The Empire's army has been prepared and has arrived at the predetermined area. Well, now it's time to test the strength of our empire. The huge Jojo star continent is bright and vast, and the Huarong star realm Tianfu River system, accompanied by waves of space fluctuations. Huge fleets traveled through the distant void and descended on this river system. The battleships formed a huge ocean of steel, stretching as far as the eye can see, across the void, with a majestic momentum that swallowed up thousands of miles. The hatches on the space battleships were opened one after another, and creatures inside the battleships began to emerge one after another, like huge beehives and ant nests. Soon, a huge formation was formed around the battleships. A group of biological warfare soldiers. The groups of biological soldiers continued to gather in the void, like rivers connecting the universe and the sky, slowly forming a huge ocean of biological soldiers, covering the huge void. Biological soldiers of different shapes stayed very quietly in the void. The gently flapping wings, tentacles, etc. caused ripples in the surrounding void. The ripples in the space continue to stir up and dissipate with each other. Let the empty space you are in continue to fold and pull. Scientists from the Silver Ring Tiger Peak Empire have been researching and developing the Silver Ring Tiger Peak for hundreds of generations. There are countless subspecies, etc. that have been derived. Of course, the Silver Ring Tiger that will be used against the enemy this time is naturally the Silver Ring Tiger. The most powerful representative variety among the peaks is the Super Silver Ring Tiger Peak. The Super Silver Ring Tiger Peak combines a variety of powerful spatial magical powers, and these spatial magical powers are integrated with each other, giving it an extremely powerful ability. It combines the magical powers of space cutting and space freezing, and the attack it releases is the strongest among all biological combatants. One of the most powerful attacks. The small size of the Silver Ring Tiger Peak is inconspicuous among the many huge biological soldiers around it, but its powerful aura makes other surrounding biological soldiers dare not get too close, and they are vaguely afraid of this. The small Silver Ring Tiger Peak, the God-eyed Fire Crow, the Earth-exploding Bear, and the Blue-eyed Thunder Eagle are all outstanding representative works of the Empire's biotechnology tradition. They all appear in the void one by one. These biological soldiers are even more powerful than the early biological soldiers of the Empire. The eyes of the divine Eye Fire Crow are as dazzling as two stars, blooming with a dazzling light that makes it impossible for people to look directly at it. It can't see its whole body at all. All eyes are attracted by its two eyes. There was a faint flame burning on his body, emitting an extremely hot high temperature. The void seemed to be half evaporated, and there was an extremely hot feeling. However, the temperature in the surrounding void was not at all. There is no lifting. All the heat is perfectly controlled within your body. The khaki earth explosive bears are huge in size, standing in the void, like majestic giant mountains, exuding a majestic aura, making the surrounding biological soldiers feel as heavy as Mount Tai. The blue-eyed Thunder Eagle has green eyes, and there seems to be a stream of light flashing in the eyes. It looks very aloof, like a high-ranking emperor, looking down on other biological soldiers around it. The thunder and lightning on its body appear and disappear, as if it is bathing in a thunder pool. From time to time, streaks of thunder and lightning wandered in the surrounding void, scaring the nearby biological soldiers to run away. A biological combat soldier, integrated with various powerful magical powers, is the result of countless painstaking research efforts by countless scientific communities in the Empire, and is also the crystallization of the Empire's biotechnology. Attack! As a voice rang out in the ocean of biological soldiers, the originally quiet group of biological soldiers suddenly began to become agitated. Various biological soldiers began to use their magical powers to rush towards the more distant void. Go! The fastest one is naturally the Inhuan Tiger Peak. This powerful biological combatant that combines the magical power of the space system is like a fish in water in the void of the universe. The silver-ringed tiger peaks flap their wings gently, and with the slight ripples of space, they disappeared into the void in an instant. They used space shuttle to disappear. When they reappeared, they had crossed the entire river system and entered the adjacent area, went into another river system. Although the other biological warriors do not have the as powerful spatial magical powers as Silver-Ringed Tiger Peak, their combined magical powers are still very powerful, and their speed will not be much slower. The divine eye fire crow turned into a line of fire that stretched continuously in the void, like a red laser. One moment it could be seen in the void, and the next moment it completely disappeared into the void. The blue-eyed thunder eagle spread like a bolt of lightning in the void, and the lightning connected to the end of the void of the universe. Then the lightning disappeared, and the blue-eyed thunder eagle also disappeared into the void universe. Its speed far exceeded the speed of light. Even the slowest Earth explosion bear is running rapidly in the void, as if it is stepping on a solid floor. The space stirs up terrible ripples, just like walking on a lake. The speed is getting faster and faster, and the figure is gradually moving. The blur gradually turned into a yellow shadow and disappeared into the vast void. The originally mighty sea of biological soldiers disappeared completely in the blink of an eye, rushing towards the battlefield preset by the Imperial military. When the biological soldiers left, the space battleships quickly turned around again and disappeared into the void as quickly as bursts of space fluctuations. Soon, another huge group of battleships descended from the distant void. Here, a huge group of biological warfare soldiers was released again. A scene similar to the Tianfu River system was staged throughout the Huarong Star Realm. The Huarong Star Realm was a place where the Empire's biological detectors calculated that the enemy must pass through, and it was also a place selected by the Imperial military to fight the enemy. At this time, before the enemy has arrived, the Imperial military has begun to continuously send biological warfare soldiers to various river systems throughout the Star World. In each river system, the Imperial warships continue to arrive here, and huge groups of biological warfare soldiers continue to arrive. After being released, biological warriors began to appear in each river system. The Huarong Star Realm is far away from the center of the Empire, and is a very remote area. There are not many people in the entire Star Realm. The Empire easily cleared this place as a battlefield for the war. Of course, this is also the norm in various parts of the Empire, except for the Chinese Star Realm in the center of the Empire. Most of the millions of star realms in the entire Kyushu star continent are empty of people. In the outer stars, no one has even developed it yet. The vast land area is naturally beneficial, at least for now. Even if the entire Huarong Star Realm is destroyed, it will not have any impact on the Empire. Of course, this is only now. If in hundreds of millions or billions of years, the population of the Empire continues to increase rapidly, sooner or later it will slowly develop to this point. By that time, the Empire will not dare to do what it does today. There was a war at home. In every river system and void in the entire Star Realm, the Imperial military is busy. In addition to releasing the Empire's powerful biological warfare army, another very powerful ace weapon of the Empire's biotechnology, the Fire Mechanical Army, is also there. There is a steady stream of transportation coming up. Chapter 766. Fire Mechanical Legion. Although the Fire Mechanical Legion is related to machinery, the more important thing is fire. When Imperial scientists were studying multi-helical genetic life, they accidentally created magical fire. Fire is a life that can control the life of mechanical bodies, thus opening up the field of biological research on fire in the Empire. The fire itself does not have any particularly powerful energy. It needs to rely on rocks, soil, machinery, etc. to form a body. Only after possessing a body can the fire life possess powerful abilities. Since the first fire was created by the scientists of the Empire, the scientists of the Empire have been working continuously in the field of fire biology. The fire created has become more and more powerful, and the ability to control the mechanical body has also become more and more powerful. Horrible. Fire itself is difficult to destroy, and ordinary space attacks cannot cause any substantial damage to fire. The Empire's fire creatures have a tendency to become immune to all physical and energy attacks. The fire is difficult to destroy. If the body controlled is destroyed, the combat effectiveness can be quickly restored by replacing the body, which is equivalent to having an endless mechanical army. In addition to being difficult to destroy and possessing unlimited combat capabilities, the coordination between fire sources can also be as precise as machinery. They cooperate with each other to perform extremely powerful and precise joint attacks. A single fire source of life is not very powerful, but when the number reaches a certain level, they are not afraid of death and can easily sweep across the void. At this time, in the river systems of Warong Star Realm, the Empire's space battleships descended into each river system. The battleships' hatches were wide open, and mechas were continuously being transported in the warehouses. Came out, and at the same time, individual fire seeds were released, like fireflies floating in the void. Soon, these fires naturally entered each mecha. The originally cold steel mecha began to exude the breath of life, like a resurrected and awakened steel giant, constantly familiar with its own body. These mechas specially designed for use by fire creatures are mechas carefully designed by Imperial scientists. There are many types, each with different functions. There are traditional Chonghong mechas that use energy attacks. Each Chonghong mecha is bright red, like balls. They look like red agates, emitting bursts of blush in the void. Energy attacks are very popular among middle and low-level cosmic civilizations, but they are not powerful enough to deal with high-level cosmic civilizations. However, the scientists of the Empire have never stopped researching energy technology. The Chonghong mechas gathered together in the void like beads, and soon formed huge circles. The circles were composed of millions of Chonghong mechas, lying across the void, vaguely between. The energy of each other is connected to each other, and the huge energy fluctuations are constantly surging in the void, causing the space to faintly begin to ripple. The Tian mecha that performs space attacks is crystal clear and looks a bit like some kind of beast. It uses many rare materials and is the most expensive among all mechas. It is also the most powerful mecha. The Tian mechas gathered together and began to combine with each other, just like an extremely precise machine. Soon, millions of Tian mechas formed a huge behemoth, and the behemoth seemed to it's like an elf born in space. The surrounding space is turbulent. Terrifying space cracks and space storms are surging in the surrounding void. But this giant beast composed of a Tian mecha is not even in the slightest. It is like a warrior in the waves of the sea, fearless of wind and waves, bravely going forward. A steady stream of mechas were released from space battleships and spaceships, and balls of fire were continuously attached to each mecha, just like the undead coming to the world and the undead resurrecting. The terrifying mechanical legions are constantly gathering together in the void. They do not need any communication with each other. They have a very tacit understanding with each other. Just like one body, they constantly combine with each other to form various attack formations towards each other. Advance towards the void in the distance. In the void further back, there are huge gates of time and space connecting various regions of the Empire. From the huge void, a steady stream of spaceships and space battleships continue to fly out. These spaceships and space battleships are filled with mechas, and there is also a fire box with countless fire sources staying very quietly with each other. These are not fire sources for combat. These fire sources and mechas will be released in the uninhabited river systems at the rear, specifically for the production of new combat mechas. The uninhabited river system behind was already very busy. Mining machinery dropped biological seeds for mining on planets and asteroids. Soon the biological seeds began to grow crazily, constantly devouring various metal minerals on the planet. Then fruits rich in various metals are produced. When these fruits are picked, various purified metals and minerals are harvested. There are huge space factories in the void. This space factory is also completely controlled by mechanical fire. Although it is very huge, it is orderly. Everything is like the most sophisticated machinery. Various machines have different functions, perform their duties, and cooperate with each other. On the assembly line, a steady stream of combat mechas are slowly being produced from scratch. In the last process of the assembly line, fire seeds are continuously implanted into each newly manufactured combat mecha. Above, soon, each mecha began to revive and came to life. In the void outside, from the space factories, combat mechas continued to gather together, forming huge phalanxes and starting to fly towards the battlefield ahead. The most ideal way of fighting for the fire mechanical army is like this. New mechanical armies are continuously produced from behind. The mechanical army in front is fearless, and launches wave after wave of attacks on the enemies in front. The humans see tactics of the mechanical clan. As long as there are enough resources, there will always be endless machines to kill. Of course, this is the most ideal situation. And it is also the highest level of fighting method pursued by scientists in the field of fire source in the biological science community of the Empire. It currently seems to be very immature, and is in a stage of exploration. Now there is an opportunity. Practicing their skills. The Empire scientists were unwilling to give up such an opportunity. Fire source life is very special. It is a type of life in itself. But it has its own unique properties compared with other ordinary lives. It is more like a mechanical race. However, these fire source creatures in the hands of the Empire are all without intelligence. The scientists of the Empire have never dared to add intelligent genes to these fire sources, fearing that a real machine race would be born. Although there is no intelligence, all fire source beings can be implanted with various things, like computer programs. The fire source used for fighting is embedded with combat content, and can cooperate with each other to launch powerful joint attacks. The fire source used for production is implanted into the content of production. When working with each other, it can become the most perfect robot. A huge space factory. From the mining of raw materials, smelting, processing, assembly, etc., no human presence is needed. The power of the Fire Mechanical Legion lies in the continuous attack of the army without fear of death. Therefore, such mechanical production bases must be built in the rear. The front is constantly consumed, and the rear is continuously produced, and there will never be an attack. If you don't finish it, you can't kill them all. In the river systems behind, huge mechanical legions are constantly busy, and a steady stream of mechanical armies are flying from behind towards the battlefield of Huarong Star Realm in front. In the Imperial Palace of the Chinese Star Realm, the Imperial Base Camp, Li Fu looked at the huge star map of the 9 provinces Star Realm. The 5 civilized armies of the Agamemnid Federation were getting closer and closer to the Huarong Star Realm at this time. Soon the two sides were about to contact. The war is about to break out. Do you think we can defeat the enemy if we rely solely on our biological and mechanical legions? Yu Liang touched his chin and asked Chen Bin next to him thoughtfully. I'm not sure about the biological army, but the mechanical army alone will definitely not be able to defeat it. Our fire source technology has not been developing very fast, and because we are worried about creating a real mechanical race, we have not given any of these fires add wisdom genes. Don't look at the fire source mechanical legions in the various river systems behind now. They are very busy, but I estimate that under the powerful attack of advanced cosmic civilization, they will definitely not be able to sustain it for too long, and they will not be able to keep up with the consumption at the front. Chen Bin thought for a while and said, he is very clear about the power of the biological warfare army. As for the fire source mechanical army, it is actually not very good looking. This time it is also used by the Empire to train troops. If the Empire really reaches the moment of life and death, it will definitely not will use the fire source mechanical army. I estimate that the combined odds of the biological warfare army and the fire mechanical army against the enemy are about half and half. However, if the fire source technology is truly developed, it will be very powerful and terrifying in the future. With a smile on Li Fu's face, he remembered the records and the seeds of super civilization. In the early days of the Han Technology Empire, the universe where the Han Technology Empire was located was invaded by the machine race. That machine race was the real one, terrifying and powerful. It can almost never be wiped out or completely eliminated. Even the level 9 cosmic civilization has nothing to do against the mechanical race, so that it is defeated step by step. If the Empire's fire source technology develops to that level, dealing with several level 7 cosmic civilizations would be a piece of cake for Zhang Fei. Chapter 767. Collision. In the void of Huarong Star Realm, the army of the Empire has spread throughout the Star Realm. Time is passing slowly. Everyone is paying close attention to the information detected by the consciousness detector. The Sith Empire, Mockery Civilization, Mohan, the armies of the 5 civilizations of the Zhou Empire, the Harappa Federation, and the Nitro Empire will soon arrive at the Huarong Star boundary. After this battle, the light of biotechnology will illuminate the entire universe. Luo Xiaoyao, the commander-in-chief of the Imperial Military, looked at the virtual star map. Under the detection of the consciousness detector, everything was clear. This brand new detection technology surpassed any previous detection technology. Even the situation inside the enemy warship can be detected clearly. The 5 civilizations of the Agamemnid Federation have dispatched a total of 100 standard advanced cosmic civilization legions. Each advanced cosmic civilization legion has a total of 100 fleets. Each fleet has 10 billion space battleships. One advanced cosmic civilization legion is with 1 trillion space battleships. The 5 civilizations have dispatched a total of 100 advanced space civilization legions. And the total number of battleships has reached 100 trillion space battleships. The huge group of space battleships covers an entire huge star realm. There are a certain number of battleships at certain distances, like dots, forming a huge network, covering a huge star realm. During the march, the formation of the army was not chaotic at all, and it was still very regular. They marched in an orderly manner, jumping from one star realm to another, and constantly moving towards the Chinese star realm, where the center of the Kyushu star realm is located. It seems that among these 5 civilizations, the Sith Empire should be the most powerful. Their warships are the smallest, and the most distant from each other. John Fay looked at the surveillance screen, touched his chin and analyzed it carefully. The application of space technology has made the battleships of advanced cosmic civilizations in the universe smaller and smaller. But their power is getting bigger and bigger. Look at a space battleship. The size can roughly tell the development level of this civilization. It's about to begin! Li Wandu's eyes flashed with excitement. Although he could not personally command the space battleship to fight with the enemy on the battlefield, he couldn't help but start to get excited when he looked at the extremely real virtual scene in front of him. At this time, the leading troops of the 5 civilized coalition forces have entered the Huarong Star Realm, and the subsequent large forces will soon enter the Huarong Star Realm. In the void of Huarong Star Realm, the void ripples, revealing the figures of space battleships. Although these space battleships are small in size, they are full of momentum. The surrounding space is constantly rippling, forming circles of ripples in all directions. As the turbulence continues, it seems that the space battleships are like gods in the void, and everything is rotating around it. We have all arrived at the Jojo Star Continent, where the Yanwang Empire is located. Why haven't we found anyone from the Yanwang Empire yet? Did we go to the wrong place? This place is deserted and inhabited. We haven't even encountered a civilization. The people of the coalition were full of doubts at this time, because after entering Jojo Xingzhou, they had never encountered any civilization again, and they had never encountered anyone from the Yanwang Empire. Buzz buzz! Suddenly, a piercing siren sounded continuously on the space battleships. The space detectors on the battleships discovered something. What is this? A space animal? Or a space battleship? Looking at the surveillance screen. In the screen, there are animal-like things shuttling through the space, quickly moving towards their space battleship. Inhuan Hufeng was discovered before it even got close to the enemy's space battleship. Space technology is already familiar to these advanced cosmic civilizations. They can detect the fluctuations in space at the first time. Although Inhuan Hufeng, the spatial fluctuations produced when traveling through space are very small, but they still cannot escape their monitoring. The speed of the Silver Ring Tiger peaks is very fast. The spatial magical power integrated into their genes makes them like elves born in the space. They are like a fish in water, very flexible and fast. Near a Sith Empire space battleship, a Silver Ring Tiger peak emerged from the space. As soon as it appeared in the void, its mouth opened directly, and an arc-shaped crescent moon emerged from its mouth. It shot out and gradually enlarged in the void. Wherever this crescent moon passes, the space is torn apart and the void is shattered. The terrifying power of space cutting is constantly tearing the space into pieces. At the same time, the power of space freezing is constantly freezing the space wherever it passes, making the space feel like broken ice cubes. It was shattered very thoroughly. It can actually use space technology. And it is also a space that combines space cutting and space freezing. It is incredible that there are such magical animals. There was a look of surprise on the faces of the people of the Sith Empire. They analyzed the space technology contained in this attack almost as soon as the crescent moon appeared. The powerful attack directly hit the space battleship of the Sith Empire, but it did not directly smash the battleship into pieces as expected. The space shield on the battleship was extremely tough, and the terrifying space forces collided with each other. This caused terrifying space ripples to stir up in the void where the battleship was located. The surrounding space continued to shatter and freeze, and terrifying space cracks continued to spread in the void. An unlucky star was cut by a crack in space and split into 2 halves in an instant. Then huge energy was released in the void, forming a terrifying big explosion. The energy tide impacted in all directions. Extremely gorgeous. An attack of this level cannot break through the defense of our Sith Empire. There is too little integrated space technology. The people of the Sith Empire are very confident. The Sith Empire is powerful, and has gone far in the integration of space technology. It can integrate multiple space technologies to form powerful defense and attack. Attack. The people of the Sith Empire began to fight back. On each space battleship, the terrifying power of space gathered together, and soon space blades shot out from these space battleships. These space blades seem to be condensed from the power of space. Various space powers are entangled and merged with each other. Once they appear in the void, the surrounding void seems to be surrounded by an invisible force. The power cut open, like a huge pair of scissors cutting cloth, and the surrounding space was torn in half, revealing the colorful ocean of time and space. As if sensing danger, the Silver Ring Tiger peaks immediately got into the space and used space teleportation to escape quickly. They are very sensitive to space, especially to danger. However, there are always some Silver Ring Tiger peaks that react a little slower. The terrifying power of space directly tears these Silver Ring Tiger peaks into two halves, and then the subsequent space power acts like other things in the surrounding void, torn apart and shattered, becoming the dust of the universe. Stop the Yin Tiger Peak's attack on the Sith Empire's army. Space attacks cannot break through the Sith Empire's space shield. Luo Xiaoyao had been paying close attention to every move on the battlefield. When he saw what was happening in the camp where the Sith Empire army was located, he directly ordered Yin Hufeng to withdraw from the attack on the Sith Empire without the slightest hesitation. If you cannot break through the enemy's defense, continuing to fight will lead to death. It is better to retreat and preserve your strength. Although the defense of this Sith Empire battleship cannot be broken, the space defense of the warships of several other civilizations is far inferior to that of the Sith Empire. Sharp. The Nitro Empire is a very ordinary level 7 cosmic civilization that has made no achievements in the integration of space technology. At this time, it is in the void where the Nitro Empire army is located. As crescent moons protruded from the mouths of the Silver Ring Tiger peaks and attacked the Nitro Empire army, the powerful space cutting and space freezing merged together, almost effortlessly destroying the Nitro Empire warships. The defense was broken. The terrifying power of space tore apart the space battleships and turned them into pieces of dust in the universe that were constantly floating in the void. However, the Nitro Empire is still a level 7 cosmic civilization, although it does not integrate space technology. After being attacked, the Nitro Empire space battleships also began to fight back. Space attacks shot out from the space battleship, constantly tearing apart the surrounding space, easily tearing apart asteroids, planets, stars, etc. in the void, and also destroyed some Silver Ring Tiger peaks that could not be avoided. Although the strength of the three civilizations, the Mari civilization, the Mahinzo Empire, and the Harappa Federation, are not as good as the Sith Empire, they are stronger than the Nitro Empire. Although the space defense of the battleship can block 1 or 2 attacks. But after a few more attacks, it was still destroyed. However, the attacks launched by the space battleships of these same civilizations were more powerful and terrifying than those of the Nitro Empire. Large-scale space attacks continued to surge in the void, and the terrifying power of space ravaged the void throughout the Huarong Star Realm. In each river system, the vanguard armies of the 5 civilizations and the Empire's biological warfare army began to collide continuously. There were no sparks between each other, only space ripples that continued to stir in the void, and there were the power of space that roams freely. The Empire's always invincible biological warriors met their opponents for the first time. They could no longer cause a one-sided massacre like before. They even had no effect when facing the Sith Empire's army. Even the Sith Empire's space battleships, the defenses cannot be broken, and they can only retreat in embarrassment, leaving the battlefield to other types of biological soldiers. Chapter 768. Slap him down. It seems that these are the so-called biological soldiers of the Yin Empire, which is quite impressive. Behind the 5 major civilized coalition forces, the commanders of the 5 civilized armies have received news from the front line, and the vanguard army has started fighting with the enemy's biological soldiers. The commander-in-chief of the coalition forces, Parker, who was born in the Sith Empire, looked at the picture sent back from the front line with great interest. Biological warriors are creatures that can perform space attacks. It seems that the Yin Empire still has a lot of technologies worthy of attention. The whole army has entered the Star Realm ahead. It seems that we are very close to the Yin Empire's home base. Parker thought about it but didn't pay too much attention to it. The enemy's biological soldiers couldn't even break through the defense of the Sith Empire's space battleship. They only attacked for a while in the front, but then they didn't continue to attack the Sith army. It was the armies of the other 4 allies that were fiercely attacked by the biological soldiers of the Yin Wang Empire. The battle between the two sides caused the voids of each river system to continue to stir. Space shattered, and time and space chaotic. So much so that each river system was almost torn apart by the terrifying power of space. However, the enemy's biological warfare soldiers did not have any advantage. The losses of the coalition forces were still relatively small. So Parker did not pay attention and directly ordered the entire army to continue to advance forward. In the Huarong Star realm, Yin Huan Hufeng, the fastest biological soldier, was already engaged in a fierce battle with the enemy. In the rear, other biological soldiers began to slowly catch up and engage with the enemy. In a void, a huge god-eyed fire crow spread its huge wings and soared in the void. The wings flapped gently, and the surrounding space stirred up ripples and circles. The god-eyed crow was like a red line flashed in the void. One moment it was on this side of the void, and the next moment it appeared at the end of the starry sky. Wherever it passed, the surrounding cold void began to heat up rapidly. In the void directly in front of the god-eyed fire crow, a Sith Empire space battleship is advancing rapidly. The Sith Empire people on the battleship have also said, okay, to this god-eyed fire crow. But the people of the Sea Empire were very confident and did not attack immediately. Instead, they wanted to see what this huge beast was capable of. The divine eye fire crow screamed, like a divine bird from the kingdom of God, and seemed to be the incarnation of the golden crow. Red flames erupted from the whole body, and the flames continued to linger on the body, making it look like a divine bird bathed in the holy fire. Same. Sacred bird! The people of the Sith Empire were stunned. As an advanced cosmic civilization, all kinds of strange animals, plants, etc. have long been commonplace. But at this moment, looking at the god-eyed fire crow bathing in the flames, some people still couldn't help shouting. 2 lines of fire shot out from the eyes of the divine eye fire crow. The lines of fire converged in the void directly in front, forming a small fireball. The small fireball shot towards the space battleship of the Sith Empire and floated in the void. Swelling in the wind, it turned into a fireball as huge as a planet in the blink of an eye. The temperature in the surrounding void began to rise rapidly, and in an instant, it was like being in a sea of fire. There was a living planet nearby that was still very contentedly running according to its own rules, and countless creatures on the planet were carefree survivors. But in the blink of an eye, when the fireball passed by, the entire living planet began to burn, and all the animals and plants on the living planet were evaporated in an instant. The ocean on the planet was evaporated in an instant, revealing the bottom of the ocean that had not been exposed for hundreds of millions of years. Raging fires continued to burn on the entire planet, and the entire planet continued to shrink at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the empty void, it was like a new star was born. All the starlight disappeared, leaving only the expanding fireball. Everything in the void seemed to be burning, turning into a sea of fire. Cover one side. Wow! On the Sith Empire's space battleship, the people of the Sith Empire opened their mouths and widened their eyes, looking at the scene happening in the void. The shock in their hearts could no longer be described in words. But soon, a huge fireball enveloped the Sith Empire's space battleship, and the terrifying high temperature spread towards the Sith Empire's space battleship from all directions. However, all the space battleships of the Sith Empire have space shields. There must be space folding defense in this space shield. I don't know how vast the space is folded in it. It is difficult for non-space attacks to harm the space battleships. But what makes the people of the Sith Empire dumbfounded is that the terrible heat can ignore the space defense, and can directly penetrate the space defense system, and act directly on the space battleship. The moment the terrible heat was transferred to the space battleship, the extremely hard space battleship turned out to be like a melted popsicle, with metallic liquid flowing continuously, and various non-metallic things inside began to burn blazingly. Soon, the space defense system on the battleship was completely burned. The battleship was directly exposed to the terrible high temperature, and was instantly swallowed up by the terrible sea of fire. When the sea of fire gradually disappeared, the void slowly returned to calm, and no one could see it anymore. There is no sign of the Sith Empire space battleship. Fire, water, thunder, etc. are the most common Yuanli attributes. So in the Empire, there are countless people who practice these common Yuanli attributes, and naturally countless terrifying Yuanli monks have been born. Compared with the space system, the space system may be more powerful at a comparable level, but since ancient times, only the most powerful individuals do not have the most powerful techniques and classifications. Because of the large number of people, These common elements, some extremely terrifying Yuanli monks, were born among the Force attributes. The scientists of the Empire integrated the divine genes of these people into biological soldiers. The biological soldiers that were born were as terrifying as the Silver Ring Tiger Peak, and were even more effective against targets with space defense systems. Because Inhuan Hufeng's attacks are still space-based, they cannot ignore the space defenses they deal with. However, biological soldiers such as the God-eyed Fire Crow, the Blue-eyed Thunder Eagle, and the Earth-exploding Bear, their attacks are already so powerful that half of the space defenses are not at all, to the point where it has no effect. Of course, if it is a defense formed by integrating all space technologies, the attacks of these biological soldiers will still be difficult to be effective. But the Sith Empire is obviously not strong enough to integrate all space technologies into one. Together, the screams of falcons resounded in the void, and bolts of lightning descended from the end of the dark void of the universe to the void in the blink of an eye, revealing huge blue-eyed thunder eagles. The blue-eyed thunder eagle was wrapped with thunder and lightning, just like the divine beast bathing in the thunder pool. The terrifying power of thunder and lightning surged in the void, causing the space in the surrounding void to continue to stir. The green-eyed thunder eagle spit out a bolt of lightning from its mouth, and the lightning continued to amplify in the void. In the blink of an eye, it was like a huge and boundless thunder and lightning network covering a large area of the void. Under the huge thunder and lightning net, electric snakes are coiled and thunder and lightning are wandering. The terrifying power of thunder and lightning continues to wreak havoc. Planets, asteroids, meteorites, etc. are torn apart by the power of thunder and lightning, turning into the universe. The dust in it continues to float in the void. In the universe of the Sith Empire, the power of thunder and lightning passed through the space defense system and acted on the space battleship. Almost instantly, the Sith Empire people in the battleship disappeared completely and turned into the tiniest particles. Then, the battleship exploded and scattered in all directions. Dong dong! The void was constantly trembling like the earth, making terrifying loud noises, and the space was constantly stirring, with ripples appearing in waves. Huge earth-explosive bears kept running in the void, their limbs stepping on the void, causing ripples and circles, and the space seemed to be deeply sunken. The earth-explosive bear is the slowest of all biological soldiers, and the slowest to arrive on the battlefield. But its momentum is no weaker than other biological soldiers. An earth-explosive bear stared at a Sith Empire space battleship and kept running in the void, advancing rapidly like a yellow shadow. It was still far away from the Sith Empire space battleship, but its huge bear paw gently waved down, and an invisible terrifying force enveloped the void directly in front, with a range that was as large as a galaxy. Explosion. A star that is constantly releasing light bursts instantly under this huge force. Like a crushed balloon, the terrible energy seems to be squashed, shooting towards both ends instead of in all directions. Impact. Planets, asteroids, meteorites, etc. were shattered instantly. The invisible force crushed them as easily as eggs. On the Sith Empire's space battleship, terrible power acted on the space battleship, and the space defense system caused terrible space ripples. Then the space defense system shattered instantly, and the space battleship was crushed into an iron plate almost instantly. The fusion of the god gene of the earth-explosive bear gives it powerful power. This power of the universe, heaven and earth, is a kind of potential that is unstoppable. Even the space defense system still cannot block the huge power of the potential. Of course, this is because the space defense system of the Sith Empire does not integrate enough space technology. Otherwise, this space and time can support the entire universe. There is no problem in supporting this kind of attack. The key lies in who is more powerful, and no one is necessarily stronger than the other. Chapter 769. Space Shock Bomb. Behind the coalition forces of the 5 major civilizations, Parker, the commander-in-chief of the coalition forces, looked at the pictures coming back from the front, and finally showed a solemn expression on his face. He originally thought that although the attacks of these creatures were powerful, they should not be enough to break his Sith Empire battleship defense. But now, as the space battleships were beaten into cosmic dust, the losses of the Vanguard army on the battlefield suddenly surged. The Sith Empire was still doing well, but the losses of several other civilizations were even more severe. Silver Ring Tiger Peak God is everywhere, and if the defense is insufficient, almost every attack can take away a space battleship, which is frighteningly efficient. Use the Space Shock Bomb! Thinking rapidly in his mind, Parker quickly made a decision, and an order was passed to the battlefield at the front. At this time, in the river systems of Warong Star Realm, the armies of both sides are constantly fighting. Biological soldiers are constantly flying and running in the void. Like lightning, red lines, and yellow shadows. Very fast. And very flexible. Constantly dodging the power of space that is arbitrarily crossing the space. The attacks of advanced cosmic civilizations are very powerful and terrifying. Attacks from various large-scale groups are emerging one after another. The space is constantly twisted, folded, and torn apart. Various ripples are constantly surging in the void. Space cracks, space debris, space storms, etc. have caused huge storms. The terrifying power of space shrouded a square of the void. Stars exploded, planets shattered, and even black holes in some areas were torn apart by the terrifying power of space. It was as if the end of the universe was coming and everything would be destroyed. Return to chaos. Another square of void was frozen by the terrifying force. Like water condensed into ice. Many rules and forms have undergone tremendous changes. Biological soldiers were frozen and unable to move. Then, before they had time to escape, they were trapped. The frozen space began to fragment again, turning into very small space fragments and slowly sinking into the colorful ocean of time and space. The space cracks are like huge spider webs, spreading to the end of the universe in the void, easily tearing apart river systems. The terrible space storm is like the cold current in winter blowing through the bustling area. Instantly prospering, all has fallen. And only the remnants of planets and stars are constantly drifting away. Each space battleship of the 5 major civilizations seems to be the master of the void. And all the storms are constantly rotating around it. However, these space battleships are safe and sound, bathed in the terrifying space storm, and continue to release more terrifying attacks. Although the biological warriors reacted quickly and sensitively, and flashed rapidly in the void, they still appeared to be very fragile in the face of the terrifying power of space that loomed everywhere. As long as it is attacked by the power of space, it will basically become torn into pieces. The dense space cracks cut through, and the starry sky beasts are torn apart. Under the terrible space storm, the starry sky beasts slowly sink to the ground, in the colorful ocean of time and space. However, the Empire's biological warriors had no idea what fear was, and the giant starry beasts were still wandering around in the void, releasing terrifying attacks one after another. Fireballs continued to rise in the void, rising in the wind, covering a large area of void. The terrifying high temperature burned everything within the range, and all the light in the void disappeared. Only this big fireball exuding terrible heat. Even the void was vaguely burned by the terrifying high temperature. Like bursts of smoke. Under each fireball, the space battleships of the 5 major coalition forces were like heated ice cream, quickly turning into a ball of juice. And then soon and completely, they turned into the tiniest particles floating in the void. The terrible thunder and lightning turned a square of void into a country of thunder and lightning. The powerful power of thunder and lightning destroyed everything within the range. Space battleships were entangled by thunder and lightning, and turned into a puff of smoke in the blink of an eye, completely dissipated into the void of the universe. The earth-exploding bear roared, and the terrifying bear paws were waved again and again, like giant palms from the gods, covering a square of the void. Under the terrifying pressure of the universe, heaven and earth, everything in the area was smashed into powder. The attacks between the two sides were very terrifying. The void was shattered. The stars were destroyed. And all kinds of powerful forces were running wildly in the void, slowly turning the originally prosperous star realm of Warong Star Boundary into a barren, dead place. The fighting between the two sides was evenly matched, and no one took much advantage. The attack of the 5 major coalition forces could easily eliminate the biological soldiers, and the attack of the biological soldiers could also destroy a ship very efficiently. A space battleship of the 5 major coalition forces. But soon, when the order from the coalition commander Parker was conveyed to the front line, the space battleships on the front line quickly launched space shock bombs one after another. The space shock bomb uses the power of space to affect space, causing the space to vibrate at a constant frequency, thereby forming a space weapon that attacks and affects a large range. In terms of power, it is naturally not as powerful as the singularity bomb. Once the singularity bomb comes out, unless you have a powerful space fusion protection device, you will basically not be able to escape death. However, the power of the space shock bomb is far less than that of the singularity bomb. As long as there is a space protective shield, you will basically be safe. However, the scope of the impact of the space shock bomb is very wide. A space shock bomb can easily cover the vast void of tens of millions of light years. It is most suitable for dealing with group targets without space defense. I saw the originally undulating void, and the space shock bomb exploded in the void. Instantly, with the space shock bomb as the center and origin, the void rippled in waves, undulating in all directions like waves. This kind of fluctuation is very regular, and the frequency is very high. The entire space is like the water waves on the lake surface, which is constantly rising and falling under the guidance of the tide. The stars, planets, asteroids, etc. in the void began to turbulence, like things attached to the water, rising and falling with the fluctuations. Stars began to erupt with sunspots and solar flares on a large scale. There was a huge invisible force shaking the stars, causing the nuclear fusion reaction inside the stars to produce huge fluctuations, and the terrifying energy was flowing into the void of release. However, this large-scale stellar activity did not last long. The fluctuations in space became more frequent and violent. Huge stars were the first to suffer, and their signs began to become undulating and uneven. Boom! Suddenly, stars exploded directly in the void and turned into huge flames, releasing powerful energy to form a terrifying energy tide that surged in all directions. Following the stars are large physical planets and large gaseous planets, accompanied by terrifying space fluctuations. The energy impact formed when stars explode in the void is like marshmallows blown by the wind, indicating that the thick gas it continued to dissipate, becoming smaller and smaller, slowly revealing its core, and then was quickly shattered by the shock. On the rocky planets, with huge space oscillations, the volcanoes on the planet began to erupt on a large scale, as if the end of the world was coming. There were erupting volcanoes everywhere, with hot magma, dense smoke, and some planets with water. There is also a terrible super tsunami above. The oscillations in space are still accelerating. Stars within the range are dying, and planets are beginning to shatter, like broken egg LS, falling apart, and then quickly being shattered by space oscillations again and again. The biological soldiers were desperately trying to escape in the void, but the range of the space shock bomb was too wide. The terrible space shock made the biological soldiers stagger in the void, as if they were drunk. Stand up. However, it did not last long. Each biological soldier was shattered by the shock, and the blood flow continued. Soon, even the body was shattered and turned into small pieces of flesh that vibrated in the void as the space vibrated, continuously drifting away. After a long time, the void slowly returned to calm. The originally bright and dazzling river system suddenly turned as dark and dim as a dark abyss. All the stars completely disappeared, and only the hard bodies of the universe in the void remained. Incomparable neutron stars, and stars with huge masses. I knew that space concussion bombs were very useful. Sure enough, without space defense, these biological soldiers of the Yin 1 Empire are simply vulnerable. Parker at the back saw the results teleported back from the front, and immediately laughed happily. The power of the space shock bomb was actually very limited, and it was not very effective at all when used to deal with advanced cosmic civilizations. However, it is very effective to deal with low to mid-level cosmic civilizations and those targets that have not mastered space defense. If a space shock bomb is dropped, only the coalition space battleships will be left in the void of tens of millions of light years. However, he was not happy for long, as new information was sent back from the front. In the dark and dim void universe directly ahead, on the coalition space battleships, the coalition soldiers were celebrating their victory, and very slight space fluctuations suddenly arose in the surrounding void. Silver ring tiger peaks emerged from the void, spitting out a crescent moon from their mouths. The crescent moon continued to rise against the wind in the void, and directly attacked the space battleships. The terrifying power of space acted on them. Below, the space battleships instantly became shattered. As a biological combatant of the space system, Inhuan Hufeng has strong adaptability to space, and can temporarily escape into the ocean of time and space to avoid the attack of space shock bombs. Chapter 770. The shortcomings are too obvious. Our biological combat soldiers are still not good enough. When faced with such a large-scale space attack, they will have no effect at all. At the rear, Li Fu, who was paying close attention to every move on the battlefield, frowned. The Empire's biological combat soldiers could basically be declared defeated now. Only the Silver Ring Tiger Peak was left, which had little effect on the Sith Empire's space battleships. That is, only by consuming the power of space through repeated attacks can the space battleships of the Sith Empire be destroyed. But during this process, the space battleships of the Sith Empire can kill you countless times, and they are only a threat to the space battleships of several other civilizations. Originally, I thought we could at least get a 50-50 victory. Now it seems that we still underestimate those advanced cosmic civilizations, especially those that have mastered space fusion technology. If our biological soldiers cannot resist this very ordinary, if we launch a large-scale space attack at a high level, we can basically withdraw from the battlefield in the future. Li Fu shook his head, slightly disappointed. Originally, he had great expectations for this biological soldier, but now it is quite disappointing. Even ordinary large-scale space attacks such as the opponent's space shock bomb cannot withstand it. No matter how many there are, it is not enough. The enemy poses no threat. Luo Xiaoyao has ordered that all the biological soldiers except Yinhuan Tiger Peak have begun to retreat. It costs a lot to train these biological soldiers. It is not worth giving away food for free. Jin Bin on the side looked at the battlefield displayed by the consciousness detector and nodded. The Empire's biological warfare army had begun to retreat, leaving only Yinhuan Hufeng still competing with the enemy. Tell Yin Jia to find a way to increase the strength of the biological soldiers as soon as possible. They are still too weak now, and cannot withstand even a little space shock. Otherwise, our biological soldiers can still make a difference. Li Fu thought about it, and still couldn't give up on the biological soldiers. In the battle in Huarong Star Realm, the biological soldiers also showed their powerful and terrifying side. The space protection system that even the Silver Ring and Tiger Peak could not break was in front of other biological soldiers. It's like paper, and has no effect at all. The biological combatants still caused a lot of casualties to the enemy. The attack efficiency of the biological combatants was very high. Almost every attack was able to destroy at least one enemy space battleship. It is estimated that even the Empire itself does not know how many biological warfare soldiers there are in the entire Huarong Star Realm. It was only a short period of fighting. The coalition forces of the other 5 major civilizations also suffered heavy losses. Hundreds of millions of space battleships were involved in biological warfare. It was completely destroyed under the attack of the soldiers. I guess Yin Jia must not be able to sleep now. The attack of this biological soldier is very powerful. But its defense is no different from zero in the face of the attack of advanced cosmic civilization. The shortcomings are too obvious. Sure enough, only by engaging in war can you discover your own shortcomings. Thankfully we have developed spiritual weapons. Otherwise, our empire would be really in trouble this time. Jin Bin let out a long sigh. The Empire's always invincible biological warfare soldiers had now hit a hard wall. And the problem was suddenly exposed. Used to deal with middle and low-level civilizations, biological combat soldiers are simply magical weapons. However, when faced with various powerful technological means of advanced cosmic civilizations, their weaknesses were discovered in an instant, and they had to withdraw from the battlefield. While Li Fu and others were discussing the advantages and disadvantages of biological warfare soldiers, on the battlefield of Huarong Star Realm, biological warfare soldiers began to retreat one after another. On the battlefield ahead, the warships of the 5 major coalition forces began to chase the Empire's biological warfare soldiers. Space shock bombs exploded one after another in the void, shattering a large area of void. The bustling star field turned into a place of death, and everything seemed to return to the beginning of the universe. Status at the time. However, the Imperial military's testing is not over yet, and the Empire still has the Fire Mechanical Legion that has not yet entered the battlefield. In the void of Huarong Star Realm, huge formations continued to advance rapidly in the void. Changhong Mecha formed a huge ball, which was bright red, like a huge agate, emitting terrifying energy fluctuations. Attack! An order was conveyed. The huge ball composed of many Changhong Mechas began to emit dazzling, bright light, and the majestic energy aura continued to rise in the void. The faintly huge energy made the surrounding void begin to tremble and stir. Makes ripples and circles. Rays of light flowed to each other inside the huge sphere, and were finally converged on a very small point. Then, they were instantly shot out from this small point. And a ray of hazy white light attacked towards the end of the void of the universe. Past. Traditional energy technology has been studied to the extreme by the scientists of the Empire. The majestic energy generated by the controllable antimatter reactor is used to continuously compress and recompress it, and finally condenses into a line, forming a terrifying energy attack. This white line has completely broken away from the concept of energy body. The highly condensed energy makes it indistinguishable from the actual line. The terrible energy is concentrated together, like a terrifying knife. Even the space is cut open, like a piece of cloth that has been cut open. At the end of this white line of attack, a Sith Imperial space battleship had just completed its space teleportation and arrived here. Before it had time to react, it was instantly attacked by this white line. However, the space defense device played a key role. In the vast folded space, the white line was deflected by an unknown amount, and it was impossible to attack the space battleship hidden in it. It was directly shot out from the vicinity of the universe, and continued heading towards the more distant void. Energy attack? We are too underestimated by our Sith Empire. Energy attack is such a backward attack method that it can't hurt us at all. The people from the Sith Empire on the space battleship were even frightened. After figuring out the situation, they immediately laughed without thinking. No matter how powerful the energy attack was, it could not cause substantial damage to the space defense and had no effect. Which is why advanced cosmic civilizations don't pay any attention to intermediate and low-level cosmic civilizations. Hey, soon a terrifying space attack came back. A huge ball composed of millions of Chonghong mechas was exploded in an instant. Each mecha was smashed into pieces, and balls of fire were floating in the void, trying to find it. A new body to continue fighting. Vulnerable it seems that except for some biological soldiers that can make people shine. This is the only thing about this Yin Huang Empire. The people of the Sith Empire seem to be sure of victory. Until now. The Sith Empire's army has suffered minimal losses, and it still maintains strong combat effectiveness. Naturally, it does not pay too much attention to the opponent Yin Huang Empire. There is no decent fight between giant ships and cannons. However, before they really laughed for a long time, another huge beast appeared in the void. This beast was many times bigger than the biological soldiers in front of it, and it moved towards the Sith Empire at extremely fast speeds. The army rushed over. This kind of energy battle array is outdated. A newly promoted level 7 cosmic civilization. Let us Sith Empire tell you that energy technology is used to bully the middle and low-level cosmic civilization. In the face of high-level cosmic civilization, energy technology has no effect at all. The people of the Sith Empire saw at a glance that this huge behemoth was composed of numerous spacecraft and the like. This made them look down on the Yin Huang Empire even more. And they were even more certain that the Yin Huang Empire was a newly promoted level 7 cosmic civilization. There are actually a large number of energy technology weapons and combat methods in his own army. Energy weapons, energy battle formations, etc. are signs of backwardness in the eyes of advanced cosmic civilizations. No advanced cosmic civilization will use these backward technologies to fight wars, because that means inevitable defeat. But soon, the huge beast opened its huge mouth, and a terrifying space attack shot out from it. Wherever this attack passed, the void continued to shatter, and terrifying space cracks spread towards the end of the void. The space storm blew up in the void, and wherever it passed, all kinds of celestial bodies in the void were torn apart and shattered by the power of space. This is a joint space attack performed by the Tian Mecha. The Empire has mastered space technology after all. Although it does not master all space technology now, the Empire has also been on the road to the integration of space technology from the beginning. Although it has developed in comparison, it's a little slow. But the road ahead will get smoother and smoother. It turned out to be a space attack. I thought that the Yin Huang Empire really didn't master space technology. It turns out that it has mastered some space technology. Well, it also talked about the integration of some space technology. It shouldn't be underestimated. Soon, the people of the Sith Empire analyzed the space technology emitted by this giant beast, and the space attack method produced by the fusion of time and space cutting and space strangulation. This made the people of the Sith Empire put away their contemptuous mentality. Start looking at each other. After all, there are more than 2 million level 7 cosmic civilizations in the entire universe. But the vast majority of level 7 cosmic civilizations have not mastered space fusion technology. Level 7 cosmic civilizations that can master space fusion technology can be considered powerful. Level 7 cosmic civilization. The Yin Huang Empire, a newly rising level 7 cosmic civilization, has actually integrated some space technology. This makes people look at it with admiration. At the same time, they have to face it squarely and truly treat the Yin Huang Empire as a powerful opponent. Chapter 771. Use Spiritual Weapons. The terrifying space attack launched by the Tian Mecha battle formation raged in the void. The powerful force of space stretched across all directions, and wherever it passed, all the celestial bodies in the void were shattered into pieces. However, when these attacks fell on the Sith Empire's space battleship, they did not break the defense of the Sith Empire's space battleship. The forces of space on the space shield continued to entangle and offset each other, resulting in huge space fluctuations. Terrifying space cracks spread toward the end of the starry sky. Layers of ripples are constantly surging in the void. The space is twisted, folded, and broken. The colorful ocean of time and space reveals itself. Amidst the violent storm, the space battleship of the Sith Empire is still intact. Just like the sea, the giant boat among you is not afraid of wind or rain. The Yanwang Empire's space attack power is quite good. It consumes half of our battleship space power. If we attack again, we will be suspended. On the battleship of the Sith Empire, the people of the Sith Empire looked at the void that was gradually calming down outside, and breathed a sigh of relief. Although the defense on the battleship was blocked, it consumed too much space power, and it was difficult to block it again. A wave of attacks. Fight back! Fight back immediately! With almost no hesitation, the people of the Sith Empire quickly launched their own powerful attacks. Powerful attacks that tore through the void of the universe descended on the battle formation composed of 18 mechas. In an instant, the huge battlefield was torn apart. Each mecha was fragile under the powerful force of space, and was torn apart and shattered. A fire was floating in the void. A scene similar to that of the Sith Empire's army was staged throughout the Huarong Star Realm. The armies of 4 civilizations, the Makuri Civilization, the Mihinzo Empire, the Harappa Federation, and the Nitro Empire, were also attacked by the Imperial Fire Mechanical Legion. The Sith Empire's space technology is very developed and advanced, and can block the attack of the Empire's Fire Mechanical Legion. However, the armies of several other civilizations suffered heavy losses under the attack of the Mechanical Legion. The Nitro Empire, the weakest level 7 cosmic civilization, has only mastered all space technology, but has not integrated any space technology. Whether it is attack or defense, it is not at the same level as the Sith Empire. As a giant beast sent out a terrifying space attack, it enveloped the void. In this void, the space battleships of the Nitro Empire had almost no defense, and were torn apart by the powerful force of space. A crushing. The space protection system that only relied on space folding and space freezing was like paper, completely shattered in an instant, exposing the fragile battleship. Hey, the Nitro Empire's army did not forget to fight back. Space attacks fell on the giant beasts one after another, causing circles of space ripples. The forces of space were constantly entangled with each other, making the surrounding space violently turbulent. The behemoth defense that was fragile in the face of the Sith Empire's attack was extremely tough in the face of the Nitro Empire's attack. The defense formed by the fusion of space folding and space freezing could not be broken by the Nitro Empire's attack. Rely on the human sea tactic and continuously consume the power of space to break through the defense. But in the process, the behemoth battle formation had launched countless attacks and destroyed many Nitro Empire space battleships. Throughout the Huarong Star Realm, the fighting between the armies of the two sides is still continuing. The void where the Sith Empire army is gradually calming down. Whether it is the Empire's Silver Ring Tiger Peak or the Fire Mechanical Legion and the Sith Empire's army, it's not much of an advantage. So Li Fu naturally won't continue to deliver food. The real battle is in the void where the other 4 civilized armies are located. The Empire's biological combat soldier Silver Ring Tiger Peak and Fire Machinery Legion are still rushing towards the void where the 4 civilized armies are located from behind. In the void where the two sides were fighting, the crescent moons emitted from the Silver Ring Tiger Peaks tore through the void like an extremely sharp blade, splitting the space into 2 and falling directly on the enemy's space battleships. Either it directly smashes space battleships to pieces, or it greatly consumes the space power of the defense system on the battleship. The surrounding space is violently agitated, constantly folding and shattering, and the control force continues to wreak havoc. Inhuan Hoofling released the attack and immediately dived into the ocean of time and space very cunningly, dodging the fatal attacks one after another, looking for an opportunity to appear again. Another crescent moon attacked the enemy. The Silver Ring Tiger Peaks are like elves in time and space, traveling at will on the turbulent battlefield. Sometimes, groups of Silver Ring Tiger Peaks unite to attack a space battleship, directly destroying each ship and battleship. The coalition forces were not just freeloaders. Space concussion bombs were launched into the void for free. The calm and vast void set off terrible space concussions. Rivers were turned into shapes under the attack of space concussion bombs. A place of deathly silence. Powerful attacks tore through the void, and terrifying space cracks spread like spider webs in the void, extending to the end of the starry sky. Everything in their path was torn apart by the terrifying power of space. Crush. Space cracks. Space-time storms. Broken space debris. Wanton power of space. and huge energy tides generated when stars burst. Scenes, like the end of the universe, are constantly being staged in the river systems of the Hwarong star boundary. The space battleships of several civilized coalitions are like large ships sailing in a big storm. They are not afraid of wind and waves and sail against the wind. But from time to time, they are inevitably overturned by huge waves. The Empire's biological combat soldier Inhuan Hufeng is like a son of the sea, shuttling through the wind and waves and unleashing attacks on the enemy. However, it is also inevitably torn apart by the wind and waves, turning into dust in the universe, or sinking into the vast ocean of time and space. Or it is constantly floating in the void of the universe with the fluctuations of space. The huge behemoths composed of the Fire Source Mechanical Legion kept roaring in the void, and their huge mouths kept opening, causing the void that gradually calmed down to continue to turmoil again. And the terrifying power of space continued in the void, continuously wreaking havoc. Another attack after another continued to land on the giant beast. With the collision of the power of space, the giant beast was torn apart by the power of space and shattered, and the fire sources scattered in the void. Behind the Imperial Army, the biological combat soldiers, and the Fire Source Mechanical Army are still continuously moving to the front line to support the past. This is a rare opportunity to train troops. The Imperial military also seizes the opportunity to hone the skills of the Imperial biological combat soldiers. Offensive mode. Test the combat capabilities of the Fire Source Mechanical Army. There is no need to continue researching energy weapons, unless we can master chaos energy. Otherwise, energy weapons will have no effect on the battlefield of advanced cosmic civilizations. Li Fu had been paying close attention to every move on the battlefield. He couldn't help but shake his head when he saw that the enemy easily defended the energy attack jointly unleashed by the Fire Source Mechanical Legion as Changhong Mecha. I originally thought that as long as this energy attack was powerful enough, it should be able to cause certain damage to the battleships of advanced cosmic civilizations. Now it seems that this is simply a joke. It is like trying to use attacks to damage tanks. No matter how powerful they are, the attack cannot break the tank's defense. Overall, if we do not include spiritual weapons, our technological level is probably about the same as that of the Mari civilization, the Mohenjo Empire, and the Harappa Federation, and is more powerful than the Nitro Empire. But in terms of overall national strength, we may be weaker than the Nitro Empire. Chen Bin, who was next to Li Fu, touched his chin and said that the Empire has mastered space fusion technology, and there is no pressure at all against the Nitro Empire, even compared with several other level 3 cosmic civilizations. It is comparable, but there is still a big gap compared to the Sith Empire. The Sith Empire has not only mastered all space technology, but has also made great achievements in the integration of space technology. There are no obvious shortcomings in the defense and attack of the battleships. The Empire's Silver Ring Tiger Peak and fire machinery, the Legion didn't dare to confront the Sith Empire's army, because it was not worth it, and they couldn't defeat it at all. The Achaemenid Federation has clearly thought carefully about sending these 5 civilizations to attack us. The Sith Empire is the most powerful, not to mention dealing with a newly rising level 7 cosmic civilization. Even if it is to deal with some of the old level 7 cosmic civilizations are completely absent. The Mari civilization, the Mohenjo Empire, and the Harappa Federation are average in strength and are used as the main force. As for the Nitro Empire, they are here to gather people and serve as cannon fodder to supplement the force. The Achaemenid Federation really thinks highly of our empire. It dispatched such a powerful force at once. Perhaps it is due to a blood feud with the Tianyan Empire, or it is hard to say if it is determined to destroy our empire. Imperial Cabinet Prime Minister Tu Zuilia also followed up and analyzed in detail. Although they are both advanced cosmic civilizations, the gap between them is also very huge. It is difficult for a newly promoted level 7 cosmic civilization to reach the level of the 5 established cosmic civilizations. A joint attack by level 7 cosmic civilizations, not to mention a powerful civilization like the Sith Empire. Of course, generally speaking, this is because the Empire is relatively weak and its foundation is too weak. If it is another level 7 cosmic civilization, even if it has just been promoted, its own strength is still acceptable. But what is more important is the newly promoted level 7 cosmic civilization. They will all seek refuge with one force, receive protection from their own force, and spend the transition period under the protection of their boss. But even if the Empire itself is weak, the old man who follows the Tianyan Empire cannot protect himself. He doesn't even have the most basic protection, so he can only fight on his own. If we compare it to other newly rising level 7 cosmic civilizations, It is possible that they will be destroyed this time. Even if they are not destroyed, their vitality will definitely be severely damaged, and they will not be able to survive for a long time. Want to recover? This has been the plan of the Achaemenid Federation from the beginning. It is best to destroy the Yin Wang Empire. If it cannot be destroyed, it is acceptable to severely damage the opponent's vitality. Of course, the most ideal one is to hope that the Tianyun Empire camp can send troops. Reinforcements are coming so that the Achaemenid Federation can have the opportunity to start another war. The ancestor said it well. The mountains will fall if you rely on them. And you will run if you rely on everyone. If we really count on support from the Tianyun Empire, our empire will really be in dire straits. Yu Liang, who has always been unruly, rarely expressed emotion. The top leaders of the empire are constantly analyzing the changes in the situation, the strength of the enemy and ourselves, and positioning the empire. The same is true for the Achaemenid Federation on the other side. In a virtual conference hall, representatives of many civilizations from the Achaemenid Federation gathered together one by one. They were all watching the attack of the 5 major civilization coalition forces at the front. The biological soldiers of the Yin Wang Empire are truly unique. They can even easily break through the defenses of the Sith Empire. However, thanks to General Parker of the Sith Empire, he discovered the weaknesses of these biological soldiers in time, and the space shock bomb was easily used. Solve them. The Yin Wang Empire is so exhausted that it even uses energy weapons. Things like this energy battle array are only used by middle and low-level cosmic civilizations. Who in high-level cosmic civilizations would use energy weapons? Isn't that right? After all, the Yin Wang Empire is a newly rising level 7 cosmic civilization. It is normal to retain some energy weapons. It is estimated that we will give up after repairing them severely this time. We used to it also from this stage. It seems that this Yin Wang Empire has something extraordinary. It has mastered space fusion technology. This alone is more amazing than most level 7 cosmic civilizations in the universe. Now we just take this opportunity to destroy the Yin Wang Empire. Otherwise, we will have another strong enemy in the future. If we give the Yin Wang Empire some time, they can definitely rival the Sith Empire. In the virtual conference hall, many civilized representatives from the Achaemenid Federation discussed with each other and continuously analyzed every move on the battlefield. They were also very clear here, and they gradually gained a deeper understanding of the Yin Wang Empire. It's a pity that the Tianyun Empire did not send troops to support the Yin Wang Empire this time. Hee. But it doesn't matter. After this battle, the Tianyun Empire's reputation will definitely spread throughout the universe. I'll see who will join your camp in the future. This Yin Wang Empire cannot stay. Since we have offended them this time, let's simply destroy them as much as possible. Send my order to Parker of the Sith Empire. Don't worry about the armies of other civilizations, and go straight into the hinterland of the Yin Wang Empire. Gangsaz, the leader of the Achaemenid Federation, has a gleam in his eyes. He has already offended the Yin Wang Empire, so he is not afraid of offending him to death. Now, while the Yin Wang Empire is weak and there is no one to rescue or protect him, he wants to destroy the Yin Wang Empire. Empire is the best choice. On the battlefield of Warong Star Realm, the order from Gangsaz was quickly conveyed to the Sith Empire army. The Sith Empire must obey the order of his boss, especially the current Achaemenid. The Federation is at its peak, and every one of his subordinates is following his instructions and obeying his instructions. Soon, the armies of the Sith Empire no longer helped their allies, but left the battlefield and continued to attack the hinterland of the 9 provinces Star Empire. Brother Fu, the Sith Empire army has begun to leave the battlefield and continues to attack our hinterland. With the help of the consciousness detector, every move of the Sith Empire could not escape the eyes of the Empire. Any changes in the Sith Empire's army were reported to Li Fu as soon as possible. Huarong Star Boundary is a battlefield specially opened by the Empire. Even if it is completely destroyed, it will have no impact on the Empire. However, in other star realms, the people of the Empire have not evacuated. Once the war burns over, how much will the Empire do? There will always be some losses. If the war reaches the Chinese star realm in the hinterland of the Empire, the losses will be unbearable. After all, the attack power of advanced cosmic civilization is too great. A space shock bomb can easily destroy everything within a range of tens of millions of light years. There are more than a dozen river systems within a range of tens of millions of light years. If an advanced cosmic civilization were to destroy a star realm, if so, it is not difficult at all. You can easily turn a square void into a place of death and silence. With the use of spiritual weapons, there is no need to continue the war. We have already tested everything that should be tested. It is time to end this war. Chapter 772. A Thought of Silence. With the use of spiritual weapons, there is no need to continue the war. We have already tested everything that should be tested. It is time to end this war. Li Fu looked at the virtual star map. On it, the Sith Empire's army had left the battlefield and was rushing towards the Chinese Star Realm in the hinterland of the Empire. After pondering for a while, Li Fu slowly gave an order. Both the Empire's biological warfare soldiers and the Fire Machinery Legion have fought against the armies of advanced cosmic civilizations. Li Fu is also very clear about the advantages and disadvantages of the Empire's biological warfare soldiers, and knows the division of the Empire's strength among advanced cosmic civilizations. Continuing the fight will just waste more biological soldiers and fire mechanical legions. And the key is that the Sith Empire's army has left the battlefield and gone straight to the Empire's mansion. Li Fu dare not let the Sith Empire's army leave the Huarong Star Realm. Yes! In the conference room, after hearing Li Fu's words, specialized personnel began to deal with the matter. Divine weapons are of great importance, and control has always been in Li Fu's hands. Even the Imperial military has not obtained spiritual weapons. Without Li Fu's authorization, no one can use the spiritual weapons. In a remote and quiet river system in the Beihai Star Boundary, which is only 2 star realms away from the Huarong Star Boundary, there is a huge space city in a galaxy. The entire galaxy is surrounded by scientists from the Empire using space technology to build it. Established a space defense system to protect and hide the entire galaxy. At the same time, inside the galaxy, surrounding this space city, there are Imperial space battleships on all sides of the galaxy closely guarding it, for fear of any problems happening here. In the center of this huge space city, thousands of immortal-level Yuanli monks are meditating and practicing with their eyes closed, as conveyors of the power of spiritual weapons. They usually have nothing to do. Generally, they can travel throughout the galaxy, active. But now is a special war period, and they have long been asked to return to their posts and be on standby, activating spiritual weapons at any time to defend the Empire's territory. His Majesty ordered, activate the spiritual weapon to destroy all invaders in Huarong Star Realm. A cold voice sounded in the space city, and all of a sudden, the immortal-level Yuanli monks, who were practicing with their eyes closed, opened their eyes one after another. Soon, the originally quiet space city began to become lively. Not only these immortal-level Yuanli monks, but also the scientists of the Empire began to inspect the spiritual weapons, remove other protective measures, and prepare them for spiritual weapons. Be prepared for attacks. Divine weapons are equivalent to nuclear weapons in the Earth era. They are too powerful. Therefore, the Empire also implements the strictest standards in the management of spiritual weapons. Immortal-level Yuanli monks alone cannot activate spiritual weapons. There are various protective measures outside the spiritual weapon. If the divine weapon is forcibly activated without Li Fu's authorization, the self-destruction program of the divine weapon will be activated, and the divine weapon will be destroyed automatically. The location of the spiritual weapons is kept highly confidential. No one in the entire Empire knows more than one palm. At the same time, in addition to these fixed spiritual weapons, the Empire also has mobile spiritual weapons installed on space battleships, using multiple means to protect the Empire's most powerful weapon. This is like nuclear weapons in the Earth Age. There are not only fixed nuclear bomb launching bases, but also mobile nuclear submarine launching bases to ensure that one's nuclear power will not be completely destroyed at once. The huge space city began to get busy, and the layers of protective measures began to be lifted. Immortal-level Yuanli monks began to arrive at their respective positions, constantly adjusting their breath, preparing to start inputting Yuanli. Input Yuanli! The cold voice sounded again, and upon receiving the order, a majestic aura began to rise from the bodies of the immortal-level Yuanli monks, and streams of Yuanli were shot out from the bodies of these immortal-level Yuanli monks and transported to the spiritual weapons. Soon, this huge space city seemed to be a resurrected god. Terrifying auras continued to emanate from it, and the surrounding void began to vibrate vaguely, creating circles of ripples in the void. Stir up. Throughout the galaxy, the Empire's space battleships began to become nervous and on high alert, fearing that someone would come and cause trouble at this critical moment. Of course, this is just a rule and regulation for the use of spiritual weapons. It is definitely not appropriate at this time. There will be people who will hinder the use of spiritual weapons. At the same time, in a remote and dark abyss of the Nanhua Star Realm, which is only 1 star realm away from the Huarong Star Realm, A huge space battleship has also become very busy. The Force cultivators have also assembled their troops and are on standby, ready to activate their spiritual weapons at any time. This is the reserve team. Once the space castle cannot activate the spiritual weapon to destroy the enemy, this team will accept the attack mission as soon as possible to ensure that Li Fu's order can be successfully completed. In the Huarong Star Realm, Parker, the commander-in-chief of the Sith Empire Army, is sitting on the space battleship. Parker is still paying close attention to every move on the battlefield. There is no suspense about the victory of this battle. But now the Agamemnon Federation has issued an order to destroy the Yin 1 Empire. This task is not easy to complete. It is easy to severely damage a level 7 cosmic civilization. But it is really difficult to destroy a level 7 cosmic civilization. Parker frowned, thinking hard about his next move. What happened? Suddenly, Parker felt creepy all over, and his heart suddenly became extremely panicked, as if something big was about to happen. What's going on? The last time I felt like this was when I was very young and commanded a space battleship to fight against the Tianyun Empire. That time I almost died in the hands of the Tianyun Empire. But judging from the situation in the Yin 1 Empire, there should be nothing that can threaten my life. But why do I feel uneasy and always feel like something big is about to happen? Parker walked around uneasily all of a sudden, and the feeling of uneasiness in his heart became more and more serious. As the commander of the Sith Empire's army, his own Yuanli cultivation was also quite profound. Although he had not reached immortality, he had already achieved it, having reached the level of the Yuan Lord. His spiritual sense is very powerful. Master Winger, do you feel it too? At this moment, a figure flashed in front of Parker. Parker suddenly seemed to have found his backbone and asked respectfully, "A master is about to happen. As for what big event it is, I can't feel it." Master Winger is an immortal Yuanli monk and a national treasure of the Sith Empire. This time he sets out with the army to escort the army. This is very common among the armies of advanced cosmic civilizations. The power of Yuanli warriors has long been deeply rooted in the hearts of advanced cosmic civilizations. If there are no powerful Yuanli monks to protect them, the other party can easily send high-level Yuanli monks to behead their own commanders, and so on. At this moment, a huge spiritual thought enveloped and swept over. In this huge spiritual thought, Winger and Parker felt as if they were in the undulating ocean. Like a small boat, constantly swaying. It may be swallowed by the sea at any time. How can this be? Winger couldn't help but widen his eyes. After all, he was also an immortal level Yuanli monk with immense spiritual consciousness. However, at this time, he felt that he was very weak, and compared with this huge power, compared with his spiritual thoughts, he is like an ant looking up at a high mountain. Then, before he had time to figure out the situation, he suddenly felt as if his brain was being pricked by needles. He had a splitting headache, and a mouthful of blood suddenly popped out, and his eyes widened. No! The huge spiritual thought came, and went as fast as it came, disappearing completely soon. And then Winger couldn't help shouting loudly, because under the induction of his spiritual consciousness, the bustling space battleship suddenly became extremely silent. Parker on the side was bleeding from the corner of his mouth and unconscious. As for the other people on the battleship, they all bled to death. Not just this space battleship. Among the huge group of battleships around it, on every space battleship, all the people were almost killed by the impact of this divine consciousness. And only a few Yuanli cultivation levels, those who reached the Yuan Lord level, did not die. But each one fell into a coma. Winger grabbed his head and looked at everything in front of him with dull eyes. He couldn't believe what was happening in front of him. Under the impact of a terrifying divine thought, the army of the Sith Empire was completely destroyed. On the battlefield of Huarong Star Realm, the armies of the Mari Civilization, Mahinzo Empire, Baraja Federation, and Nitro Empire were just preparing to celebrate their victory. With their bravery and wisdom, they finally defeated the Yin 1 Empire. The army is now closely following the pace of the Sith Empire army, attacking towards the central area of the Yin 1 Empire's hinterland. The terrifying divine thought swept through the entire Huarong Star Realm, like a tide sweeping through the universe. The coalition of the 5 major civilizations in the Star Realm instantly became like grains of sand being swallowed up. All life withered in an instant, and only a few Yuanli monks with deep souls died, withstood the impact of this spiritual thought. The space battleships are still moving forward, but each of the 5 civilized soldiers on the battleships has died. Even the plants and animals on the space battleships have also died together, turning into ghost battleships with no trace on them. The breath of life is only eternal silence. A thought of silence. The raging space power in the Huarong star realm gradually subsided, and everything began to become quiet. Chapter 773. I can't believe it. In the void of Huarong star realm, the space force that was raging everywhere gradually calmed down. Huge fleets moved forward in the pitch-black void universe, relying on inertia to move forward. The war of advanced cosmic civilizations has completely reduced this formerly prosperous Huarong star realm to ruins. In the entire star realm, almost all river systems have been shattered. Stars have died. Black holes have shattered. And countless celestial bodies have changed. It became cosmic dust constantly floating in the void. The few black holes that survived by chance began to use their extremely powerful gravity to attract dust and matter in the universe. Perhaps hundreds of millions of years later, this place will prosper again. However, now, the entire Huarong star realm is dark, even dimmer than the dark abyss. The death of stars has caused all the light to disappear. As for the light from other star realms, it is already very, very weak. The allied forces of the 5 major civilizations. Each space battleship is still majestic, and the mighty space fleet is so dark that at a glance, you can't see the edge or the end, stretching to the end of the universe and the other side of the starry sky. However, the space battleships are just like this starry sky, dead silent and without any life. Although the battleships are still brightly lit, and the light emitted dispels the surrounding darkness. These space battleships are like teleporters, like a ghost battleship, dead, lifeless, and chilling. In the void where the general headquarters of the civilization army is located, Winger's figure kept flashing in the void, trying to find people who were still alive. However, under the induction of his divine consciousness, the huge battleship group was dead silent. Except for a few. People with advanced Yuanli cultivation are still alive, but most of them are unconscious. Only a few people with Yuanli cultivation that have reached the immortal level are like him. Very panicked. Like headless flies, constantly looking for the living ones. People? How could there be such a terrifying person in the Yanhuang Empire? Even if there were, it would be impossible to use soul attacks on so many people at the same time. It is absolutely impossible for even a terrifying existence in a level 9 cosmic civilization to launch soul attacks on so many people at the same time. This is impossible. Impossible. Master Wenger is also a well-informed person, and he also has some understanding of the soul attacks performed by divine consciousness. In his long years, he has seen many powerful Yuanli monks, and even fought with immortals from level 9 cosmic civilizations. I have come into contact with super Yuanli monks, but I have never heard of anyone who can perform such a terrifying spiritual attack and simultaneously perform a soul attack on such a huge army. This was far beyond his cognition, causing him to have countless doubts. He clearly sensed a huge amount of divine consciousness. And then under the impact of the divine consciousness, he was also injured. But only slightly. Master Wenger is looking for survivors on one side. On the other side, in a virtual conference hall, many representatives of the Agamemnon Federation are waiting for good news from the front line. The Tianyan Empire is really capable of this. The little brother I just took and didn't even try to save him. TSK. TSK. That's amazing. How to save? It's hard for me to save myself when I cross the river. If I save my little brother, I will definitely have problems. What we are waiting for is for them to send troops to rescue. That's true. It's just a pity that the Tianyan Empire refuses to save us, which leaves us with no chance to seize it. Otherwise, we can give the Tianyan Empire a severe lesson. I don't know what's going on the front line. The Yanhuang Empire is quite unlucky. It has just risen. If it can rely on a more reliable boss, maybe it can shine in the universe in the future. After all, it has developed so far in such a short history. A level 7 cosmic civilization must be a very outstanding civilized race in terms of racial potential alone, regardless of whether the Yanhuang Empire can be destroyed or not. This time, the Yanhuang Empire will definitely have to at least peel off its skin. If it doesn't die, it will not recover in a short time. If we continue to hunt in the future, the Yanhuang Empire may be in the universe removed. Their biological warfare technology is quite good. Maybe we can create equally powerful biological warfare in the future. It can destroy the battleships of the Sith Empire. It's not easy. In the virtual conference hall, people from the Agamemnon Federation talked and laughed with each other. They already felt that the battle situation on the Yanhuang Empire was certain to win. From time to time, good news comes back. The Sith Empire's army has already marched towards the hinterland of the Yanhuang Empire. The armies of the other four civilizations have also defeated the Yin 1 Empire's biological combat soldiers and mechanical legions, and are also attacking towards the hinterland of the Yin 1 Empire. Go! The Emperor of the Sith Empire, the leader of the Mari civilization, the Emperor of the Mahenzo Empire, the Ambassador of the Baira Federation, and the diplomatic chief of the Nitro Empire all became the focus of everyone at this time, and each one of them continued to pay compliments. Gangsaz, the leader of the Agamemnid Federation, was also listening to the discussion with a smile on his face, and was calculating in his mind how to continue to cause trouble for the Tianyan Empire. Suddenly, the face of Emperor Palpatine of the Sith Empire suddenly changed, showing an incredible expression. His eyes widened, and then the leader of the Mockery Civilization, the Emperor of the Mahenzo Empire, the Ambassador of the Baira Federation, and the faces of the Toro Empire's diplomatic chiefs also changed drastically, turning pale and colorless in an instant. Suddenly, in the entire virtual conference hall, everyone who had been having a heated discussion immediately stopped the discussion, especially those who noticed the changes in the faces of a few people. When other people saw that the conference hall was quiet, they suddenly did not understand why it was so quiet, came down and looked at each other. Palpatine, what's going on? Gonzas also asked strangely. Your Majesty, something big has happened. Our 5 civilized coalition forces have been completely destroyed. Palpatine gritted his teeth and spoke out the news he had just received. The army on the front line and the base camp at the rear are in contact at any time. The base camp can grasp the real-time dynamics of the army. However, just now, the Sith Empire completely lost contact with its army in the Yin 1 Empire. Although the phone call was still possible, the Sith Empire's army became completely silent. Every space battleship can still be contacted, and it can be confirmed that these battleships are still there. But there is no echo from the battleships. Through technical monitoring, it is seen that in each space battleship, all the soldiers of the Sith Empire are bleeding to death. The Sith Empire headquarters made repeated confirmations, and soon contacted Winger and other immortal Yuanli masters. Detailed information was obtained from these surviving immortal masters. The Sith Empire's whole army was destroyed. Similar to the Sith Empire, the base camps of the other 4 civilizations also learned about everything that happened to their armies in the Yin 1 Empire at about the same time. So their expressions changed drastically, as if they were mourning their heirs. The whole army is destroyed? How is this possible? Didn't you just say that you are going to kill the Yin 1 Empire and uproot the Yin 1 Empire? In the blink of an eye, the entire army was wiped out. Even a level 9 cosmic civilization cannot do this in such a short period of time. Even the stupidest beasts can be killed standing up and killed in such a short period of time. The whole army will be destroyed within a short period of time. That is, how is it possible to annihilate the entire army? It is impossible for a level 9 cosmic civilization super weapon to do this. In the virtual conference hall, no one could believe this. Everyone said with certainty that they were all high-level figures in civilizations. Many of them were the leaders, souls, and cores of advanced cosmic civilizations. He is a person who has seen the big world. We know very well what powerful and terrifying weapons there are in the universe. And we all know that although the 5 major coalition forces are nothing in front of level 8 and level 9 cosmic civilizations, for a newly promoted level 7 cosmic civilization, 100 senior members of the 5 major coalition forces, the army of the Cosmic Civilization Legion is very powerful, enough to destroy the Yin 1 Empire. Palpatine, stop being alarmist. Gonzas frowned and said sternly, I'm not being alarmist. Our army was indeed completely destroyed. Only a few immortal-level Yuanli masters survived. According to their accounts, they sensed a huge divine consciousness at that time. And then this huge divine consciousness launched the soul attack of divine consciousness impact. Under the impact of this terrible spiritual consciousness, our entire army was destroyed. And only a few people with profound Yuanli cultivation survived. There is no lie in what I said. If you don't believe me, you can ask a few other civilized people. They must be the same as us. Palpatine said with some helplessness, telling the situation on his side of the Sith Empire. These were all narrated by the surviving immortal-level Yuanli monks. As for the specific situation, the Sith Empire is now also beginning to investigate. It is a bit unbelievable that such a huge army was destroyed in a short moment and in such a strange way. In fact, the Sith Empire headquarters also found it difficult to believe all this. But after contacting their own army, the space battleships, and the cold corpses on them explained it all. Sacred consciousness impact? In the virtual conference hall, representatives from the Mockery Civilization, Mahenzo Empire, Byra Federation, and Nitro Empire all nodded very solemnly after listening to the words of Emperor Palpatine of the Sith Empire. All of them had ugly faces and frowned. And all the troops sent to the Yin Wang Empire were gone. It was also a heavy blow to these civilizations. After the others were confirmed, their minds were filled with doubts. Can spiritual consciousness envelope the 5 major coalition forces? Can it be used on so many people at the same time? Chapter 774. A strong debut. The entire civilization of the Agamemnid Federation became panicked. A fleet rushed from the 9th sector, where the Agamemnid Federation's headquarters was located, to the edge of the 8th sector, where the Yin Huang Empire was located. They wanted to take a field trip to find out what happened. At the same time, the 5 major civilizations of the Sith Empire, Mari Civilization, Mahenzo Empire, Byra Federation, and Nitro Empire were not idle. They contacted the survivors and began to carefully inspect their armies. Try to figure out the specific situation. As time goes by, everything that happened in the Huarong Star realm of the Yin Huang Empire slowly appeared in the eyes of the Agamemnid Federation. The 100 advanced cosmic civilization legions of the 5 major coalition forces turned into a dead ghost legion. There was deathly silence on top of each space battleship, without any life. In one thought, 100 advanced cosmic civilization legions of the 5 major coalition forces were wiped out. Such a terrifying situation was placed in front of the Agamemnid Federation in real time. It was unbelievable, and at the same time extremely terrifying, because they haven't figured it out yet. Is this an attack performed by an extremely powerful Yuanli monk? Or is it some kind of powerful weapon developed by the Yin Huang Empire? Or is it developed by the Tianyan Empire? It is hard to say that powerful weapons and secret support were given to the Yin Huang Empire. If it's the former, it's better. But if it's the latter, this is a powerful and terrifying weapon. The entire Agamemnid Federation will not be able to sleep, because they will encounter such a terrifying weapon again on the future battlefield. No matter how many troops the Agamemnid Federation has, they cannot be killed by multiple parties. After all, the terrifying weapon that killed 100 advanced cosmic civilization legions in a single thought, and the huge divine thought that enveloped a huge star realm, gave people a deep sense of powerlessness and fear. The first thing to do is to confirm whether this is a weapon or just a spiritual attack performed by a powerful Yuanli monk. The second thing is, we need to confirm whether this is a person or a weapon from the Tianyan Empire, or whether it is a person or a weapon developed by the Yin Huang Empire. The third thing is how we should deal with this terrible attack in the future. Around these 3 points, more than 100 advanced cosmic civilizations in the entire Agamemnid Federation began to take action. Each of these advanced cosmic civilizations is quite extraordinary. More than 100 advanced cosmic civilizations took action together. There is even a level 8 cosmic civilization called the Agamemnid Federation. Many civilizations on the Tianyan Empire began to be surprised to find that within themselves, agents from the Agamemnid Federation began to be exposed frequently. Sometimes, in order to figure out something, even high-level agents, who had hidden deeply, they don't hesitate to expose themselves. This surprised the Tianyan Empire, and at the same time made them feel like they were facing a formidable enemy. They were afraid that the Agamemnid Federation would launch another war and attack them. Now the Tianyan Empire could not afford a war, and everyone wanted to recuperate. The Yin Huang continent, where the Empire's embassy in Tianyan Empire is located, has also become unstable. Space agents from all directions have used various means to lurk in and spy on more information about the Empire. Emperor Hui Yun of the Tianyan Empire also hurriedly summoned Sun Xinyuan over at dusk to inquire about matters within the Empire, showing that he pretended to be concerned about the situation of the 5 major civilizations attacking the Empire. But in fact, he wanted to inquire about deeper information, because it seems that he already knows some things. Of course, Sun Xinyuan knew what was happening in the Empire, but no orders had been conveyed to the Empire headquarters. So he kept silent, pretending that the Empire was retreating steadily and suffering heavy losses under the attack of the 5 major civilization coalition forces. He was unwilling to see death for the Tianyan Empire and others. Save means very angry. The Tianyan Empire and the Agamemnid Federation both wanted to continue to understand the true meaning of the matter. And slowly they seemed to understand something. The Agamemnid Federation can be sure that the Tianyan Empire is really willing to die. Everything that happened in the Yin Huang Empire has nothing to do with its mortal enemy, the Tianyan Empire. Whether it is weapons or powerful Yuanli monks. Either way, it should all be the Yin Huang Empire itself. This result made the Achaemenid Federation breathe a sigh of relief. At the same time, it also began to worry again. This Yinhuang Empire was really incomprehensible. The next step was to continue attacking the Yinhuang Empire, or to stop here. It was unclear for a while. Dilemma? The Tianyun Empire can also be sure that the Achaemenid Federation does not want to start another war. While saying this, it is curious about the specific situation of the 5 major civilizations attacking the Yinhuang Empire. It can be concluded that something big must have happened. Amid the commotion, the Yinhuang Empire's embassy in the Tianyun Empire soon sent out an invitation letter to all advanced cosmic civilizations in the entire universe, announcing that they had something important to announce. Of course, given the current status of the empire, it is unknown. The name of the empire is now only known to the civilizations on the side of the Tianyun Empire and the Achaemenid Federation, plus some advanced cosmic civilizations that have contacts with the civilizations of both sides. Very few people know about the Yinhuang Empire, a newly rising advanced cosmic civilization. In total, there may not be more than 100,000 advanced cosmic civilizations who know about the Yinhuang Empire. Therefore, after receiving the invitation from Sun Xinyuan and sending people to participate, the number of advanced cosmic civilizations was even smaller. That is, hundreds of advanced cosmic civilizations sent some people over to see what the Yinhuang Empire had. Something big has to be announced. Of course, some advanced cosmic civilizations who knew some news sent people over to see the joke. The Tianyun Empire was badly repaired by the Achaemenid Federation not long ago, not daring to rescue him. This made countless advanced cosmic civilizations in the universe laugh. There are speculations that this time, the Yinhuang Empire may very well announce that it will leave the Tianyun Empire's camp and switch to other level 8 cosmic civilizations. As for the civilizations on the side of the Tianyun Empire, they are naturally very unhappy. The Yinhuang Empire is still considered to be part of the Tianyun Empire camp anyway. If there is any big event, they should first report it to their own camp. The recent situation is extremely strange. Something big must have happened in the Yinhuang Empire. However, many civilizations in the Tianyun Empire are unaware of it. The Yinhuang Empire simply refuses to reveal anything. This makes the Tianyun Empire civilizations are very angry. Now, without everyone's permission or the alliance's consent, the Yinhuang Empire has held this kind of meeting for the entire universe without authorization. Where does this put the alliance? Emperor Huiyuan of the Tianyun Empire even had a special, call with Sun Xinyuan about this matter. He wanted to ask clearly what the Yinhuang Empire meant. If you want to withdraw from the alliance, you must obtain the consent within the alliance. If you have any issues, you must first communicate them to the alliance. Sun Xinyuan was of course doing business here, so he naturally refused to reveal even a few words. He only said that the empire was alone in facing the attack of the 5 major civilization coalitions, and the alliance had no expression. It was too late to talk about the alliance now. Huiyuan Huang was very angry after hearing this. But there was nothing he could do about it, because it was indeed the Tianyun Empire that was at fault first and failed to fulfill its obligations as a boss. Now that the Yinhuang Empire has a tendency to break away from the alliance, it is no wonder that others are to blame. On the Yinhuang Starry Sky continent of the Tianyun Empire, this day was very lively and prosperous. Hundreds of people from advanced cosmic civilizations in the universe gathered together, and each other was patiently waiting for the big event to be announced by the Yinhuang Empire. These hundreds of advanced cosmic civilizations are all civilizations that have good relations with the Tianyun Empire. Of course, there must be spies from the Achaemenid Federation among them. Soon, Sun Xinyuan arrived at the venue, with a tall and straight posture and a look of determination in his eyes. Thank you all for coming to our empire's external reception. Our Yinhuang Empire is a newly rising level 7 cosmic civilization. We have always believed in the diplomatic principle of peaceful coexistence. Sun Xinyuan didn't mean to waste time, and went straight to the topic as soon as he came. However, his words did make many people present couldn't help showing a sneer. Peaceful coexistence? There is no such thing as peaceful coexistence in the universe. Some are just interests. Some are it is only through force that truth comes. Our Yinhuang Empire is located on the edge of the 8-star region of the universe. We have never had any enmity with the major civilizations in the universe. We have always maintained due respect for other civilizations in the universe. But not long ago, the 5 major civilizations of the Achaemenid Federation, the Sith Empire, the Mahinzo Empire, the Nitro Empire, the Mari Civilization, and the Baira Federation, dispatched a total of 100 advanced cosmic civilization legions to invade our Yin Huang Empire. Want to destroy our Yin Huang Empire? Our Yin Huang Empire, without any external assistance, will annihilate all our enemies in the future. I want to solemnly say here that those who offend our strong men will be punished no matter how far away they are. Our empire will resolutely fight back any enemy who dares to invade our Yin Huang Empire. Here, on behalf of our Yin Huang Empire, I formally declare war on all civilizations in the Agamemnid Federation. We will defend our empire's sovereignty and interests to the death. In addition, I want to announce something. Starting today, our Yin Huang Empire will officially withdraw from the Tianyun Empire's camp and will no longer have any relationship with any civilization on the Tianyun Empire's side. Sun Xinyuan's words were sonorous and powerful, beating in the hearts of everyone present like a drum. At the same time, everyone present widened their eyes, unable to believe what he said. Chapter 775. Known to everyone. Those present were all representatives from Level 7 Cosmic Civilization, including people from the Level 8 Cosmic Civilization Tianyun Empire. They all belonged to the Advanced Cosmic Civilization Array, and they were all people who had seen the world. But behind these people present, no civilization dares to shout loudly to all civilizations in the entire universe, like the Yin Huang Empire. Anyone who offends our strong men will be punished no matter how far away they are. Not everyone dares to shout such a slogan. Even Level 8 cosmic civilizations such as the Tianyun Empire and the Agamemnid Federation dare not shout such a slogan. Because the powerful forces in the universe, there are countless civilizations. And there are 9 Level 9 cosmic civilizations high up, overlooking countless civilizations. You, a newly rising Level 7 cosmic civilization, dare to shout such a slogan. In the eyes of everyone, this is more of an ignorant and fearless person. Because of ignorance, there is no fear. A small Level 7 cosmic civilization, let alone the newly rising Level 7 cosmic civilization. Even those that have completely integrated all space technologies are only short of mastering the pinnacle of time technology from the Level 8 cosmic civilization. Even Level 7 cosmic civilizations would not dare to do this. The venue in Nuoda suddenly became quiet, and the representatives sent by civilization looked at Sun Xinyuan with different eyes, as if they wanted to see clearly whether the people of the Yin Huang Empire were just frogs sitting in the well watching the sky. First, they declared war on the more than 100 advanced cosmic civilizations on the Agamemnid Federation side. This was nothing. Anyway, the Agamemnid Federation side had already gone to their own homes. They were already enemies. So they declared war. It's the same as not declaring war. But then he immediately announced that he was withdrawing from the Tianyun Empire's camp, which was really a bit stupid. Although the Tianyun Empire's strength were greatly damaged, they did not help the Yin Huang Empire this time. But no matter what, the Tianyun Empire is also an old rival of the Agamemnid Federation, and they have been at war with each other for an unknown amount of time. Although it was on the weaker side in a short period of time, there have been times in history where such situations often occurred. But the Tianyun Empire survived, and sometimes it was able to take advantage. With the Tianyun Empire on its back, it will naturally have something to rely on when facing the Agamemnid Federation. When the Tianyun Empire slowly recovers its strength, it will still be able to fight the Agamemnid Federation in the future. However, the Yin Huang Empire stupidly announced its withdrawal from the Tianyun Empire. This means that even if the Tianyun Empire recovers its strength, it will no longer support the Yin Huang Empire. The Yin Huang Empire can only deal with the Agamemnid Federation alone. Attack. As for wanting to join the new boss, this is not an easy thing, because you are no longer innocent because of your grievances with the Agamemnid Federation. Other bosses will definitely consider it when they take you in again. To this point, taking a Level 7 cosmic civilization as your younger brother will offend a powerful faction. The Agamemnid Federation has recently experienced a surge in strength, is very popular, has advanced in technology, and has severely repaired the Tianyun Empire. At Level 8 the strength of the cosmic civilization can be ranked in the middle range. Other Level 8 cosmic civilizations will not offend the Agamemnid Federation just to accept a Level 7 cosmic civilization. Of course, a few extremely powerful Level 8 cosmic civilizations won't care about this. But these powerful Level 8 cosmic civilizations have many younger brothers, and they don't care at all if they have one more younger brother. Therefore, it is basically impossible for the Yin Huang Empire to turn around other bosses, because it has offended the Agamemnid Federation. And by withdrawing from the Tianyun Empire, it has offended the Tianyun Empire. In short, both sides have been completely offended. This person from the Yin Huang Empire must have a brain problem. How can such a civilization develop to a level 7 cosmic civilization? I can't even understand such a simple truth. Without the protection of the level 8 cosmic civilization camp in the future, it will be difficult for the Yin Wang Empire to survive in the universe. Anyway, they are on the edge of the 8-star region of the universe, so no one cares. The venue suddenly became lively again. Representatives of advanced cosmic civilizations were discussing with each other in front of Sun Xinyuan. They all smiled and discussed with some gloating. When looking at Sun Xinyuan and others, it was like looking at fools. It seemed that he had never met such stupid people or encountered such stupid civilization. Today we, the Yin Wang Empire, have finished announcing all the things we need to announce. So we won't keep you any longer. Sun Xinyuan naturally listened clearly to the conversations of other representatives of advanced cosmic civilizations at the venue. His face was rather ugly, and he directly issued an order to expel the guests coldly. Anyway, it didn't matter now. Tianyun Empire Palace. Tianyun Empire Emperor Huiyun Dusk is still very concerned about the Yin Wang Empire. So Sun Xinyuan sent such a grand invitation letter to all the advanced cosmic civilizations in the universe saying that he had something big to announce. He also said people went there and received the information as soon as possible. Huiyun after reading the news said back in the evening. Huiyun snorted heavily and looked very ugly. The Yin Wang Empire directly announced its withdrawal from the Tianyun Empire's camp without consulting the Tianyun Empire. This made him very unhappy and angry. After all, the Tianyun Empire is also an 8th-level cosmic civilization. It is also the boss of one side and wants to save face. Now his subordinate has openly announced his withdrawal from the Tianyun Empire's camp in front of all the advanced cosmic civilizations in the universe. This is tantamount to putting a lot of pressure on all advanced cosmic civilizations. He gave Tianyun Empire a slap in the face, causing Tianyun Empire to put its face somewhere. Although our Tianyun Empire made mistakes in the first place, this is where we, Tianyun, are helpless. If it had been in the past, our Tianyun Empire would have sent troops to rescue them as soon as possible. It's okay to quit. At least say low to each other internally so that we can get together and part ways. It's okay. But your Yin Wang Empire is like this. Very good, our Tianyun Empire doesn't have any dignity now anyway. I would like to see what your Yin Wang Empire is capable of. I'm quite capable. I was able to repel the attack of the 5 major civilized coalition forces. I suddenly became swollen. I declared war on the Agamemnon Federation. Anyone who offends our strong men will be punished no matter how far away they are. It doesn't matter if you are ignorant and fearless, or if you have some strength you don't know how high the sky is. I just want to see how long you can jump. Huiyun Huang was really pissed off. He kept walking back and forth in his room while muttering to himself. In his words, he was extremely disgusted with the Yin Wang Empire. In fact, the Tianyun Empire was severely punished. A slap in the face. It was already embarrassing to be beaten like this by the Agamemnon Federation. But now to be beaten like this by one of his subordinates. The face of the Tianyun Empire was completely lost. Father! I don't think the people in the Yin Wang Empire are really ignorant and fearless. They must have something to rely on. Should we contact the Yin Wang Empire again and see if we can repair our relationship? No matter what, he said. Last time we were too desperate to save him. Huiyun Miracle on the side is constantly thinking. He has been to the Yin Wang Empire and knows that the Yin Wang Empire is not simple. So he suggested to Huiyun Huanghui, it's not necessary. Since the Yin Wang Empire has the ability, let them go on their own. Our Tianyun Empire is weak, but we would never dare to be so arrogant against the civilization of the entire universe. With such a civilization, it is better for the Tianyun Empire to have less contact with them, so as not to be implicated in the future. Huiyun Dusk was still furious, and directly ordered not to have any contact with the Yin Wang Empire in the future. Huiyun Qiqi saw that he was still angry, and didn't know what to do for the moment. He still had a good impression of the Yin Wang Empire, but he now, as the future successor of the Tianyun Empire, we still have to look at the problem from the standpoint of the Tianyun Empire. As time went by, the name of the Yin Wang Empire began to spread crazily in the universe. Originally, very few civilizations knew the name of the Yin Wang Empire. Only some civilizations from the Tianyun Empire and the Agamemnon Federation. But now, the Yin Wang Empire is an advanced cosmic civilization that has spread throughout the entire universe. All civilizations now know that there is such a new, ignorant, and fearless level 7 cosmic civilization on the edge of the 8th sector. This has just entered the stage of level 7 cosmic civilization. and it has only defeated the attacks of 5 inferior level 7 cosmic civilization armies. Yet it dares to declare to the entire universe that anyone who offends my strongman will be punished no matter how far away he is. For a time, the advanced cosmic civilizations in the entire universe looked at the Yin Wang Empire as if they were watching a joke. And it became a joke among the people of advanced cosmic civilizations. No one took the Yin Wang Empire's words to heart at all. And no one thought it was a threat. Instead, everyone thought it was a joke. It was a remote and backward area that had never seen any great civilization. And it was an ignorant person. Civilization. Just like we laugh at the frog sitting in a well and looking at the sky. The advanced cosmic civilization people in the universe are also talking about the Yin Wang Empire and laughing at the Yin Wang Empire. But no matter what, the name of the Yin Wang Empire has spread throughout the universe. Whether it is a high-ranking level 9 cosmic civilization, a level 8 cosmic civilization that dominates one side, or a level 7 cosmic civilization with branches in every corner of the universe, the empire his name quickly spread throughout the universe. It is very difficult to spread throughout the entire universe. There are more than 2 million level 7 cosmic civilizations in the universe. But not every civilization can be known to the advanced cosmic civilizations in the entire universe. Generally, it is based on strength. Only extremely powerful level 7 cosmic civilizations, or level 7 cosmic civilizations with something particularly famous, will be known to all advanced cosmic civilizations in the universe. The empire was suddenly known all over the world. And it became famous. Of course, this name was not a good reputation. But it was also a kind of bad reputation. The way of becoming famous was a bit special, with a somewhat clown-like character, which made other advanced cosmic civilizations in the universe famous for his jokes. Of course, the reason why the advanced cosmic civilization in the universe is a joke is not because the empire is really weak, but because the empire dares to shout that sentence to all the advanced cosmic civilizations in the entire universe. This also makes many people very impressed. Chapter 776. Povana Empire. It's a joke. But there are still many civilizations in the universe that are very interested in the empire. The level 7 cosmic civilization born on the edge of the 8-star region is a newly rising level 7 cosmic civilization. Even if you didn't notice it at first. Now that I have noticed it, I naturally want to learn more about it. In the core area of the 9-star district, there is an extremely powerful level 8 cosmic civilization. The Povana Empire. The Povana Empire is considered to be the most powerful among the level 8 cosmic civilizations. It is said that it has mastered time technology to the point of proficiency, and is one of the most powerful level 8 cosmic civilizations that is most likely to advance to the level 9 cosmic civilization in the future. The Povana Empire has a long history and is powerful. Level 8 cosmic civilizations, like the Tianyun Empire and the Achaemenid Federation, are rising stars in front of the Povana Empire. When the Povana Empire was already a level 8 cosmic civilization, the Tianyun Empire and the Achaemenid Federation didn't know where to play house. Among all the rankings of level 8 cosmic civilizations, the Povana Empire can firmly enter the top 10. It is extremely powerful and occupies an extremely vast territory in the extremely prosperous 9-star district. It has a huge number of star continents in the universe. The other 8-star regions have countless territories, and their power spreads throughout the universe. In addition, the number of underlings under the Povana Empire is very large. The Tianyun Empire and the Achaemenid Federation each only have more than 100 level 7 cosmic civilizations as underlings. The number of underlings under the Povana Empire is very large. They are all calculated in tens of thousands. Among them, there are even a group of level 7 cosmic civilizations, who are the confidants of the Povana Empire slowly cultivated from the primitive civilization. Even some of the former juniors of the Povana Empire have been promoted to the level 8 cosmic civilization. When they become the boss of a party, they all bring their own little brother. The influence of the Povana Empire can be said to be all over the entire universe. Not only is its own power huge, but even its subordinates are all awesome. Some of the subordinates, who have advanced to level 8 cosmic civilization, are even more powerful than the Achaemenid Federation. Even stronger. Such a powerful level 8 cosmic civilization has now noticed the Yin Wang Empire. At this time, the emperor of the Povana Empire, Bordosi, held an intelligence document in his hand and looked at it carefully. It detailed the Povana Empire's opposition to the Yin Wang Empire. Investigation and analysis of the Yin Wang Empire. The Povana Empire is also a humanoid race. But it is not a standard humanoid race. From the aesthetic point of view of the imperial people, the appearance of the Povana Empire people is very strange. Their ears are relatively large and they are tall, standing on top of his head. He has a long nose but a red round head, small blue eyes, and his whole body is naked with no hair. There is a long tail behind his butt. No matter how you look at it, he looks relatively tall. Weird. The edge of the 8-star region is a newly derived area of the universe. Its history will not exceed 20 billion years. And to be able to give birth to life and civilization, its history will not exceed 5 billion years. Even if it is 50 in billions of years. It is quite remarkable that a civilization can develop from a weak 1 to a level 7 cosmic civilization. The potential of this civilized race is quite terrifying. Bordosi was wagging his tail while thinking carefully. He was used to reading the information first, analyzing it himself, and then looking at the analysis of the Povana Empire think tank. He had always liked to think independently on his own. A place like the edge of the 8-star district, with so little humanly, can actually give birth to such an amazing civilized race. It seems that the universe is so big. It is truly amazing. If you give the Yin Wang Empire some time, it should be possible to develop to a level 8 cosmic civilization. Such an excellent civilized race is obviously laughed at by people all over the universe, and is considered a fool who sits in a well and looks at the sky. I think there must be a lot of things in this that are worthy of a deeper understanding. Oh! To be able to defeat 5 veteran level 7 cosmic civilizations with their own strength and jointly attack. This is really impressive. Forget about the other 4 civilizations. The strength of the Sith Empire is pretty good. 5 civilizations jointly sent troops and were defeated. It seems that we need to find out more about it in detail from the Achaemenid Federation. Not long after it just emerged, it was able to defeat the attacks of 5 veteran level 7 cosmic civilizations. TSK. It's not easy. It's not easy. Soon, Bordosi found a place to verify his idea. When he saw this news, he said 2 things in succession. He knew very well that there was a new level 7 cosmic civilization and an old level 7 cosmic civilization. There is a gap between them. Some things just take time to accumulate slowly. 1 against 5. And still winning. It doesn't matter among the old advanced cosmic civilizations. The key is that the Empire is a newly rising level 7 cosmic civilization. And there are many things in it that are worthy of careful study. Dare to withdraw from the Tianyan Empire's camp, and dare to declare war on the Achaemenid Federation. Now it seems that this Yin Wang Empire must have a certain strength. I haven't encountered such an excellent civilized race for a long time. But it is worth it. Receiving it from my subordinates may be useful in the future. Bordosi put down the information in his hand. But he thought of another major event in his mind. As expected by the Empire, the 10th cosmic war of the universe is coming. A powerful level 8 cosmic civilization like the Povana Empire. A powerful civilization that is expected to advance to level 9 cosmic civilization in this round of cosmic war. Now everyone is ambitious, planning carefully, and preparing hard. The cosmic war is the best opportunity to advance to level 9 cosmic civilization. But it is also a catastrophe for civilization. Every time there is a cosmic war, all the civilizations in the universe will be destroyed. This does not only refer to the middle and low-level cosmic civilizations, but also to the high-level cosmic civilizations in the universe. The current level 7 and level 8 cosmic civilizations in the universe are basically civilizations born after the 9th cosmic war. The history of the Tianyan Empire and the Achaemenid Federation is only about one era, and they are all 9th-level civilizations. A civilization born after the First World War. The Povana Empire has a long history and has experienced many cosmic wars. It is considered one of the few lucky civilizations in the universe. It has been able to survive the cosmic wars and become stronger and stronger. Now it has an ambitious Outlook 9 super cosmic civilization. The Povana Empire has a very keen sense of the cosmic war. The Povana Empire has now felt the undercurrents in the universe. Although it is calm on the surface, it is already turbulent secretly, and a cosmic war may break out at any time. Civilizations contemporaneous with our Povana Empire have either perished or have advanced to level 9 cosmic civilization. Even some rising stars have advanced to level 9 cosmic civilization before us. This time it is our turn as well. Alright. Thinking of the cosmic war and the level 9 cosmic civilization, Bordosi looked at the sky outside. The sky outside was exceptionally blue, which made people fascinated and high-spirited. In order to seize this opportunity, the Povana Empire has been preparing for a long time. It has carefully laid out its layout in the universe and made preparations in all aspects. Bordosi is very confident that it can advance to the level 9 universe this time. The civilized one must be the Povana Empire. No one knows the nature of the Cosmic War better than the Povana Empire. And no one knows that the Cosmic War is a period of death and rebirth, destruction and creation, opportunities and risks. If you seize the opportunity, you can develop and grow rapidly. When the Povana Empire was still very weak, after the Cosmic Wars, the Povana Empire continued to develop and grow again and again. And this is how it became the powerful force in the universe now. Povana Empire. If we look at the potential of civilized races, the civilized races of the Povana Empire are actually very ordinary civilized races. There is nothing outstanding about them at all. However, because they have survived space wars time after time, they have seized the opportunity time and time again. With the opportunity, the Povana Empire has come step by step to the present as a very ordinary civilized race. Of course, risks and opportunities coexist. In the Cosmic Wars, countless amazing and brilliant civilizations have disappeared in the history of the universe. Even if they have reached the pinnacle of level 8 cosmic civilizations, they have all been lost in previous cosmic wars. I don't know how many of these level 8 cosmic civilizations have perished. As for level 7 cosmic civilizations, I don't even know how many there are. Every cosmic war is a catastrophe for the civilizations in the entire universe. Countless civilizations have been swallowed up by cosmic wars. As for the middle and low-level cosmos, civilizations are even more difficult to count. Perhaps the aftermath of a battle between advanced cosmic civilizations can easily destroy countless civilizations. His thoughts were flying far away, and Bordosi was even in a daze. He was ambitious, grew up in this era, and became the emperor of the Povana Empire. He was destined to take on the great goals that the Povana Empire had longed to achieve for countless years. He has always been conscientious and constantly motivating himself. Of course, he is also very careful because he is very aware of the cruelty of cosmic wars. In every past cosmic war, the first ones to perish were often powerful ones, like the Povana Empire. 8th Super Cosmic Civilization. You can send people to contact and interact with the Yin Wang Empire, and maybe you can win them into the camp of our Povana Empire. In the future, they may be able to become a big help for our Povana Empire to advance to the 9th level of cosmic civilization. For a long time, a smile appeared on Bordosi's face. The layout of the Povana Empire has always been very particular. It has always only accepted young people from civilized races with great potential. It is not a random recruitment. Otherwise it would not be possible. There will be many younger brothers who have developed to level 8 cosmic civilization, which is on the same level as the Povana Empire. Chapter 777. The Olive Branch of the Povana Empire. In the vast void of Kyushu Star Continent in the 8th star region of the universe, a fleet is flying rapidly towards the Chinese star boundary, the hinterland of Kyushu Star Continent. This fleet is very small, with only more than 1,000 space battleships. And these more than 1,000 space battleships are very small, and each space battleship is only equivalent to the size of a small spaceship within the Empire. However, although the battleship is small, it is very fast, many times faster than the space battleships of the Tianyun Empire. In the void, more than 1,000 space battleships are seen accompanied by bursts of light, forming a formation that continuously teleports through space in the void of the universe. Each space teleportation can span a distance of hundreds of millions of light years, and the time it takes for a space teleportation is very short. It flies across hundreds of millions of light years in just a few seconds. This speed is simply terrifying. Looking at these space battleships carefully, each space battleship is exuding bursts of misty halo surrounding the battleship, accompanied by the power of time and space. Every space transmission of the battleship does not cause any ripples, as if for space has no effect. But after the battleship left for a long time, the space it had passed through began to stir up circles of ripples. It looked like tiles that had drifted in water. The tiles had gone a long way, followed by a wave of waves in the long void behind them. The ripples and circles are constantly surging in all directions. From here alone, you can see how powerful the time technology on these space battleships is. Near these space battleships, time seems to stop passing, and an instant is eternity. In one of the space battleships, Alonzo, the special envoy of Emperor Bordosi of the Povana Empire, was carefully studying the information on the Yin Wang Empire while thinking about how to complete his character. At first glance, this Yin Wang Empire seems to be as ridiculous as a frog in a well. But after careful and in-depth study, people have to marvel at the terrifying potential of this civilized race, which has actually developed to a level 7 cosmic civilization in such a short period of time. The situation And judging from the information from the Achaemenid Federation, it seems that the Yin-Wang Empire has begun to integrate space technology, which is amazing. This alone is more amazing than most level 7 cosmic civilizations in the universe. Given time, this Yin-Wang Empire may become a powerful level 8 cosmic civilization. No wonder His Majesty asked me to go on a mission to the Yin-Wang Empire. Such an excellent civilized race cannot be let go. Alonso had a smile on his face. The Povana Empire has always only accepted excellent level 7 cosmic civilizations with great potential for civilized races. And he is also happy to train his own juniors. This also makes the Povana Empire the power in the universe is getting stronger and stronger. Even if he is awesome, even his subordinates are very powerful. The Yin-Wang Empire has no reason to reject the olive branch offered by our empire. Unless they really don't want to hang out in the universe. Or the best choice is to join our Povana Empire's camp. Alonso carefully studied all the information, and was very confident in completing the tasks explained above. In his opinion, the Yin-Wang Empire now has no choice. If it wants to integrate into the big stage of the universe, it must choose of the faction is joined. But there are not many level 8 cosmic civilizations that can ignore the Achaemenid Federation camp and the Tianyun Empire camp. And even fewer are interested in the Yin-Wang Empire. The Povana Empire wants to accept each other. And the Yin-Wang Empire, it should be tears of gratitude. The fleet is advancing rapidly in the void universe at an extremely fast speed. A star realm is only a few 100 million light-years away. It only takes more than 10 seconds to cross it. It is also possible to reach the Chinese star realm from the edge of Kyushu star continent. It won't take long at all. At the same time, with the arrival of the Povana Empire fleet, the Imperial Consciousness Detector System also sounded the alarm again. The Empire's top brass knew immediately that an outsider had entered, and quickly removed Povana's 1000. Everything on the multiple space battleships is clear. Under the powerful consciousness detector, nothing can be hidden. Even the conversations between these people in the battleship can be clearly eavesdropped. So the Empire soon knew that this was sent by the Povana Empire. Imperial mission. Now all the civilizations in the universe are laughing at our Empire for being a frog in the well. Why is the Povana Empire sending a mission here at this time? In a virtual conference room, the top officials of the Empire gathered together. They attached great importance to the arrival of the Povana Empire mission. Before the mission arrived, the top officials of the Empire had already started a meeting to discuss the next response. The Povana Empire is extremely powerful and terrifying. It is a very ancient level 8 cosmic civilization. Its history is even older than some level 9 cosmic civilizations. With the strength of the Povana Empire, they can really ignore the Achaemenid Federation and Tianyun Empire and send them to contact us. Maybe they want our empire to join their camp. The Prime Minister of the Imperial Cabinet, Tu Xueli, told the information related to the Povana Empire. The senior officials of the Empire soon had a general understanding of the Povana Empire. This is an extremely powerful level 8 cosmic civilization, and it is expected to look forward to the 9th level. A powerful existence of super cosmic civilization. Logically speaking, with the strength of the Povana Empire, there are many level 7 cosmic civilizations under its control. Even some level 8 cosmic civilizations were once the younger brothers of the Povana Empire. They do not lack a 7-level cosmic civilization like our empire at all. Super cosmic civilization. And to win our empire into their camp will also offend the 2 major camps of the Achaemenid Federation and the Tianyun Empire. It is obviously a very uneconomical deal. But apart from coming to win over us, what other purpose can they have in coming to our empire? Or there is some attempt to win over our empire that we don't know about. Could it be that our empire's spiritual weapons have been known to them? So they want to come and seize the spiritual weapons? Tu Xueli analyzed it carefully. His words made all the high-level officials of the empire present look ugly and uncertain. At this time, what the empire actually hopes more is that the advanced cosmic civilizations in the universe will slowly forget about the empire. The arrival of the Povana Empire mission temporarily made the empire's top officials confused about the other party's true intentions. Although the Povana Empire is powerful, as long as we have spiritual weapons in hand, we don't need to be too afraid of them. We still wait for their envoys to arrive. Now I am very curious about what they came to our empire for. Tu Xueli, you are responsible for going out to receive their delegation. Li Fu thought carefully in his mind. With a spiritual weapon, he has straightened his waist and naturally has the confidence to speak. The outside world is laughing at the empire. But in fact, the reason why the empire dares to be so tough is because of the powerful spiritual weapon. In the last war, the allied forces of the 5 major civilizations were wiped out instantly, as soon as the spiritual weapons were launched. This gave Li Fu a lot of confidence now. Even in the face of level 8 cosmic civilization, the Empire can still be worthy. Soon, when the fleet of the Povana Empire was still tens of thousands of star realms away from the Chinese star realm in the hinterland of the Empire, the Empire pretended to have discovered the other side, but did not dare to reveal its trump card at the beginning. And then after getting in touch with the Povana Empire mission, the two sides quickly had a okay meeting. As Tu Zuilia had expected, Alonso, the ambassador of the Povana Empire, officially extended an olive branch to the Empire and invited the Empire to join the Povana Empire's camp. And the conditions were quite favorable. Your Excellency, Prime Minister, our Povana Empire sincerely invites your Empire to join our Povana camp. As long as your Empire is willing to join our Povana Empire's camp, it will not only enjoy the powerful protection of our Povana Empire, and can achieve better development in the camp of our Povana Empire and integrate into the universe faster. Our Povana Empire has tens of thousands of advanced cosmic civilization camps, and there are many level 8 universes. The civilized camp has a very friendly relationship with us. In addition, our Empire can also come forward to help your Empire settle the troubles of the Agamemnon Federation and the Tianyun Empire Federation. In the future, we will no longer have to worry about being attacked by these two camps, because our Povana Empire is absolutely unstoppable to them. Someone you dare to provoke. Alonso was smiling. He didn't seem to have the arrogance and pride of a veteran diplomat from a powerful level 8 cosmic civilization. Instead, he seemed gentle and approachable. However, when he talked about his Povana Empire, he would also show it unconsciously. He was confident in developing a powerful level 8 cosmic civilization, and did not care about the two level 8 cosmic civilizations, the Agamemnon Federation and the Tianyun Empire. Our Empire has just offended the Agamemnon Federation and Tianyun Empire. I didn't expect that your Empire would value our Empire so much. We are really flattered. I wonder if after joining your Empire's camp, besides having so many benefits, our Empire needs to fulfill those obligations or responsibilities, so that we can carefully consider whether to join your Empire's camp. Tu Zuilia also had a smile on his face, but he didn't agree. The Bobana Empire must have taken a fancy to the Empire. Otherwise, it would not accept a level 7 cosmic civilization as its younger brother. After all, his younger brother, that's enough. Of course, joining our Povana Empire requires you to fulfill some obligations and responsibilities. It is similar to joining other level 8 cosmic civilization camps. You need to advance and retreat with all the civilizations in our Povana camp. Another point is that our Povana Empire must station troops in your Empire. Chapter 778. You will know if you suffer some losses. Another point is that our Povana Empire must station troops in your Empire, Alonso said seemingly casually. This is a treaty that the Povana Empire will add when accepting all its younger brothers. Of course, the Povana Empire is not the only one to do this. There are many powerful level 8 cosmic civilizations in the universe. They will station troops on their younger brother's territory. Garrison? When Tu Xueli heard this, a glint flashed in his eyes, and then he seemed to feel very embarrassed. This condition may not be feasible. Our Empire has never had the habit of letting people station troops. Your Excellency, Prime Minister, there is no need to refuse in a hurry. This stationing of troops is actually for the good of your Empire. Of course, it is also good for our Povana Empire. Alonso seemed to have expected Tu Zuilia's rejection, still with a smile on his face, and then spoke slowly. The universe is very uneven. The space pirates like to attack civilizations that are on one side and weak like your Empire. In addition, in the battle between camps, the enemy camp also likes to attack civilizations like your Empire that are far away from the cluster. Take action. Last time the Agamemnon Federation dispatched 5 civilized armies to attack your Empire. If we have the garrison of our Povana Empire, space pirates, and general attacks by advanced cosmic civilizations, we can sit back and relax, and your Empire can concentrate on its development without having to worry about its own safety. Of course, for our Povana Empire, if we can station troops in your Empire, our Povana Empire's power can expand to more areas, and it will be more advantageous to compete for the interests of the 8-star district. This is for us something that benefits both sides, and our Povana Empire has troops stationed among all its members. So in the universe, once any hostile camp dares to attack the civilization of our Povana Empire camp, we can send a large army to support it in the shortest possible time. Give the enemy a severe blow. In the universe, almost all powerful advanced cosmic civilizations I mean the top level 8 cosmic civilizations, will station troops in various civilizations within their own camp. Your empire must also be aware of this. I don't know. Is the Prime Minister satisfied with my explanation? Alonso explained very patiently that the garrison would be beneficial to both sides, and it seemed to be the norm in the universe. The stakes are very high at this time, and I can't make the decision. However, our empire has always been more inclined not to accept any civilized garrison, so there is a high possibility that it will not agree to this. Zuilia listened carefully and pondered for a long time before speaking slowly. He was very aware of the attitude of the empire's top leaders. Now that the empire had become stronger, they naturally would not dare to stay under others for a long time. Originally, he had left the Tianyan Empire camp with the intention of going out to conquer the world alone. Now that the Povana Empire has extended an olive branch, if the conditions are good, it may consider it. Now it actually involves the issue of garrisoning troops. The empire will almost 100% not agree. But he did not say anything. This is also the usual way politicians do things. In that case, please convey my words to His Majesty the Emperor of your empire, Your Excellency the Prime Minister, and I still hope that if possible, I can have talks with His Majesty the Emperor of your empire in person. Being rejected, Alonso didn't seem to care. It was the same every time in the past. When it comes to garrisoning troops, every civilization will be very nervous. After all, the Povana Empire is the top level 8 cosmic civilization. The strength of the Povana Empire army, let alone the level 7 cosmic civilization, is those average level 8 cosmic civilizations, such as the Tianyan Empire and others, will be easily swept away. Having the army of the Povana Empire stationed on one's own territory is almost like hanging a sword of Damocles over one's head. Although it is nominally used to protect oneself, it can also be used at any time. Take his own life. From now on, you must obey the orders of the Povana Empire, and do not dare to violate them at all. Because once the Povana Empire wants to get rid of you, it will be very easy. Okay, I will try my best to give the ambassador an accurate reply. Zuilia temporarily ended the meeting with Alonso, and quickly reported the status of the meeting to the Empire's senior officials through a virtual network. In a virtual conference hall, the Empire's top officials gathered together again to have an in-depth discussion about the meeting between Zuilia and Alonso. Garrison? This is absolutely not possible. Almost all the high-level officials shook there. There was no room for negotiation regarding matters related to the security of the Empire, let alone a level 8 cosmic civilization. Even a level 9 cosmic civilization welcomed the Empire with open arms. The Empire would refuse without hesitation. As far as I know, garrisons are not uncommon among the few powerful level 8 cosmic civilizations. The Povana Empire does have extensive garrisons among members of its own camp, and I have never heard of the Povana Empire. If there is anything happening in the garrison that would hinder the local civilization in the garrison. On the contrary, as Alonso said, the Povana Empire's garrison does play a protective role, can provide good protection, and its reputation is quite good. But I always feel that this move by the Povana Empire's garrison has an ulterior motive. It is not just to simply provide protection, but it is as simple as expanding one's own power. There may be other purposes behind it. Li Fu pondered for a while, and then slowly opened his mouth, expressing the worries in his heart. There are only eternal interests between civilizations, and there are no eternal friends. In the long history of the universe, there are too many such things. There is no room for negotiation on garrisoning. We are absolutely not agreed to it. Zuilia, you can directly reply to the Povana Empire. It's better for our empire to develop quietly on our own territory. We don't care about things in the universe, and we don't want to get involved. The water is too deep. Too deep. Now it feels like a storm is coming and sweeping across the entire universe. Li Fu is currently the person with the highest Yuanli cultivation in the empire. His sense of consciousness and premonition are very powerful. He has already sensed that the Bobana Empire has ulterior motives. But he doesn't know what the Bobana Empire is after. Which aspect of the empire? When the other senior officials heard this, they all nodded. The garrison alone was enough reason to refuse. What's more, it seems that the intentions of the Povana Empire are very deep. Once the empire joins the camp of the Povana Empire, this is the feeling of a sheep entering a tiger's mouth. Soon, Shueshua met with Alonso, the ambassador of the Povana Empire, again, and expressed the empire's intention to Alonso. He was very grateful to the Povana Empire for taking a fancy to the empire, But the Empire never liked having other people. The civilized army is stationed in its own territory, so it can only regretfully reject the kindness of the Povana Empire. Alonso still looked as if he had expected it. It seemed that the Empire's rejection was also expected by him. He was not angry, or had any other emotions. He was still smiling. Your Excellency, Prime Minister, our Povana Empire is very sincere. Following our Povana Empire will definitely have a very promising future. Joining our big family will also be very conducive to the development of your empire. Although the garrison is difficult for your empire to accept. This is the rule that our Povana Empire has always had. There are tens of thousands of advanced cosmic civilizations in the universe that have accepted this. Your empire has no need to worry about our empire's garrison giving your empire security threats and the like. So I would like to ask His Majesty the Emperor and the senior officials of your empire to consider it carefully. Our empire very much welcomes your empire to join our big family. If your empire changes its mind at any time, you can contact me at any time, and we are always welcome. Alonso's attitude is still very sincere. In this regard, he really doesn't have the arrogance and indifference of a powerful level 8 cosmic civilization. He seems to value the Empire very much and is determined that the Empire will definitely join the Povana Empire in the future. Camp means, haha, thank you for your attention. If we have such plans, we will definitely contact you as soon as possible. Regarding Alonso's attitude, Li Fu's worries were confirmed. Tu Zuilia responded with a smile, and then began to take Alonso to visit and inspect some places in the Empire, which could be regarded as deepening each other's understanding. No. In a virtual world. This virtual world is beautiful and magnificent. It is completely built in the virtual world bit by bit according to the size and decoration of the Povana Imperial Palace. Your Majesty, as expected, the Yin Huang Empire rejected our empire's good intentions. At this time, Alonso said to Bordosi, the emperor of his empire, very respectfully and politely. As soon as the empire responded, he quickly reported, okay, to Bordosi. It's normal. No one likes to have armed outsiders in their home. What we have to do is to let them understand that our garrison is not an outsider, but a patron saint who comes to protect them. In this way, they will welcome our garrison and will slowly rely on our garrison. Bordosi nodded slightly, without any sign of anger, and even had a smile on his face. Next, we will act according to the previous rules. The disobedient concave beasts still need to be pushed more. Otherwise, they will not be able to do things according to our wishes honestly. Young men who are just starting out may not know the dangers of the world, but you will know after you suffer some losses. Chapter 779. Hundreds of millions of years. Time is passing slowly, and the Empire's days are as quiet and peaceful as ever. It is located in a remote area, and now it has withdrawn from the Tianyun Empire's camp, although it has declared war on the Agamemnon Federation. With the Empire's current space technology, it actually does not have the ability to conduct space expeditions. The Empire does not seek trouble from the Agamemnon Federation, and the other party obviously has no time to cause trouble with the Empire. They have not found out the reason for the destruction of the 5 major coalition forces last time, and naturally they do not dare to invade the Empire easily again. The two sides are very strange. Although they have declared war, they are very quiet and talking to each other, and they are in peace with each other. The Empire is enjoying peace and tranquility. But there are ups and downs and undercurrents in the universe. The wars between the major camps suddenly become more frequent for some reason. The Tianyun Empire was still slowly recovering its strength, but it had to be involved in a war with another camp. The Agamemnon Federation thought it could take advantage of this opportunity, but it also had to fight with a new opponent. The fight was hot. These level 8 cosmic civilizations are allied and hostile to each other, and they have always been at war with each other. They have never stopped. Now it is like adding fuel to the fire, and the war has suddenly swept across the entire world. The trend of all advanced cosmic civilizations in the universe. In addition to the wars between advanced cosmic civilizations, space pirates in the universe are also making trouble. Many level 7 cosmic civilizations have been robbed by space pirates, and even some level 8 cosmic civilizations have not been spared. From time to time, there are level 8 cosmic civilizations. The news that the cosmic civilization has been plundered by space pirates has made everyone in the universe even more in danger of advanced cosmic civilizations. Some old space pirate groups are very active, and at the same time, new space pirate groups are constantly emerging, and there are more and more of them. These new space pirate groups act more ruthlessly, crazily, commit crimes frequently, and are more critical. What's more, these newly emerged space pirate groups are very powerful, and it is difficult for a level 7 space civilization to reach these powerful space pirate groups. Just like shearing sheep, each level 7 cosmic civilization finally managed to acquire some assets and built a starry sky continent. And soon there would be space pirates visiting. Sometimes there were even several waves of space pirates visiting in succession, which made each level 7 gritting his teeth in the spirit of a super-universal civilization. He was helpless. Each of these space pirate groups is powerful and has advanced weapons. They come and go without a trace. Where did these space pirate groups come from? On the one hand, the wars between the major camps in the universe continue and are getting more intense. On the other hand, the rampant space pirate groups make the situation in the universe even more bizarre and turbulent. Time is passing slowly like this, and hundreds of millions of years have passed in a blink of an eye. For the entire universe, hundreds of millions of years is just a moment in a long time, which is insignificant. For the advanced cosmic civilization in the universe, hundreds of millions of years, although long, are nothing. Times are often long years measured in epochs, and hundreds of millions of years are also very short. However, for the Yin 1 Empire, the long years of hundreds of millions of years are very long. The empire has only developed for less than 200 million years. These long years of hundreds of millions of years account for almost half of the history of the empire. More than 100 million years have passed, and the universe seems to have forgotten the existence of the empire. People also seem to have gradually forgotten the Yin 1 Empire that was looking at the sky from a well and arrogant. Countless new things are constantly emerging and become the talk of the people. Things to enjoy. Today, 2 level 8 cosmic civilizations went to war, fighting to the death. Tomorrow, a level 7 cosmic civilization was plundered by space pirates. The situation in the universe is becoming more and more turbulent, and the advanced cosmic civilizations in the universe seem to be also. I no longer have the heart to care about the Yin 1 Empire on the edge of the 8-star region of the local universe. No one cares about the empire. This is exactly what the empire dreams of. Over the past hundreds of millions of years, the empire has really concentrated on working hard on its own Kyushu star continent, seizing every minute and every second of its own, to develop and accumulate your own strength. In terms of space technology, the empire has mastered all space technology items, and has reached the final step in the integration of space technology. Once all space technology is integrated, the empire can only focus on space technology, become in existence at the pinnacle of level 7 cosmic civilization. With the advancement and development of space technology, various applications of space technology are constantly emerging in the empire, such as space storage technology, small space transmission technology, super large starry sky continent, and singularity bombs. The last 100 million years have been the most glorious years of the empire's space technology. Countless master scientists have emerged one after another, and various achievements have emerged one after another, which has greatly made up for the empire's shortcomings in space technology. Although the empire had powerful spiritual weapons in the past, because the space technology was not powerful enough. Its legs were short, and ultra-long-distance cosmic teleportation could only rely on the time and space gate. There was no way to miniaturize it and apply it to space battleships. Therefore, we could only passively wait for the enemy to attack us. But the empire has no way to attack the enemy. Otherwise it would not have declared war on the Achaemenid Federation. But yet another army did not send troops to attack the Achaemenid Federation, a civilization of one side. His legs are really short, and he does not have the ability to navigate the universe at all. He can only stay in his own home. This may have been the most helpless place in the empire in the past, but it is completely different now. With the rapid development of the empire's space technology, the empire has been able to miniaturize the space transmission technology. It can already teleport through space without the gate of time and space, and can span long distances. From then on, it has truly possessed the ability to control the universe. Expeditionary capabilities. From now on, you can run away if you can't win, chase after you if you win, and no longer have to stay at home because of short legs. Space technology is developing rapidly, and the empire's most important biotechnology is also developing rapidly. With the birth of spiritual weapons, the empire has become more and more in-depth in the study of biological consciousness and soul, and has a deeper understanding of life. Nowadays, the empire's biotechnology is divided into 2 branches. In the past, it was the naval warfare school, the elite school, the mixed school, etc. With the improvement of the understanding of life, various schools gradually disappeared. leaving only next two branches. One branch is the most popular branch in the field of life consciousness and soul. Scientists in this branch believe that the most important thing in life is the soul and spiritual consciousness. Only things with spiritual consciousness and soul can be called life. And it is precisely because of the possession of spiritual consciousness and soul that all life has infinite possibilities. The possibility of transcending its own shackles and escaping from the prison of heaven, earth, and the universe. This branch of the field is very vast. As profound as the vast universe. Divine consciousness weapons are only a very simple and superficial application. With the in-depth study of spiritual consciousness and soul, and the continuous progress in this field, various powerful spiritual consciousness and soul-like successes continue to emerge. First of all, in terms of weapons, spiritual weapons are constantly being upgraded. The spiritual weapons developed at the beginning require the joint efforts of thousands of immortal-level Yuanli monks to drive them, and their power is only unsatisfactory. For Yuanli above the Yuan Lord level, in fact, monks don't have much effect at all, and the range of spiritual weapons is still very small. Nowadays, spiritual weapons are constantly being updated. The power of spiritual weapons is getting more and more powerful. At the same time, fewer and fewer immortal-level Yuanli monks are needed, and the range covered by spiritual weapons is also getting wider and wider. The coverage of the latest generation of spiritual weapons is comparable to that of Li Fu's spiritual weapons, covering a huge area of a star continent. And its power is so powerful that it can kill even Yuanju-level monks instantly. But for immortal-level monks, the Yuanli cultivator still doesn't have much effect. In addition to powerful spiritual weapons, spiritual detectors, spiritual communicators, spiritual computers, etc. have also made great progress accordingly. The Divine Sense Detector can not only detect the Kyushu star continent where the Empire is located, but also the hundreds of star continents near the Kyushu star continent. It can clearly detect any disturbances that cannot catch the eyes of the Empire. The other branch is the branch that studies the biological body, represented by Yin Jia, the leader in the field of biological sciences in the Empire. Scientists in this branch believe that the biological body contains infinite possibilities and has endless treasures. As long as this treasure can be continuously used if you dig it out, you will become stronger and stronger. Yuanli monks continue to explore the treasures of their bodies through Yuanli practice. So Yuanli monks slowly acquire powerful magical powers. The deeper they cultivate, the more powerful the energy they possess, and the more terrifying the magical powers they master. If one day I could dig out all the treasures in my body, would I be able to escape from this universe and have the ability to truly transcend the universe? Of course, these are all false. The most important thing in scientists' research is practicality. The most important thing for imperial scientists to study the bodies of living creatures is to create more powerful biological soldiers. In the last showdown with the 5 major coalition forces, imperial scientists discovered the fatal weakness of the biological warfare soldiers' physical fragility. Therefore, for hundreds of millions of years, the Imperial Army has been committed to continuously improving the physical strength of the biological warfare soldiers to make up for the biological warfare weaknesses of soldiers. After long years of research, the Empire's biotechnology has accumulated a lot. In this field, the Empire's scientists have also made brilliant achievements. The Empire's biological warfare mutiny has become more powerful. Ordinary space attacks cannot easily destroy it. You can rest assured. Used in the wars of advanced cosmic civilizations. Chapter 780. There seems to be something abnormal. In the back garden of the Imperial Palace, it was the autumn of Yin Huang Star. The autumn air was crisp and clear, with blue sky and white clouds. The elders of the Empire gathered under the big leaf huarong tree, enjoying the leisure time in the afternoon, while discussing something from all over the world. When will our Empire's space technology be fully integrated? I can't wait. I want to take a walk in the universe. Yu Liang murmured as he threw a crystal-clear fruit into his mouth. He didn't have the image of an Empire veteran. Of course, this was in front of a group of old friends. In front of outsiders, he had always behaved very well. Highly respected. There is no rush. According to Brother Fu, it is actually best if our Empire can make a breakthrough in time technology and try to integrate time and space. This is the right way. As for integrating space technology alone, it is not possible. It's not a difficult task. The key is to consider the future integration of time and space technology. Chunbin smiled and shook his head, taking a sip of tea. There is no trace of time technology now, and I don't know when there will be a breakthrough. We still don't have that person who has the talent of time. I guess this talent of time may not really exist. Yu Liang said with some helplessness that the Empire's development in space technology is relatively smooth. After all, the Empire has the assistance of profound space system monks like Sun Qinyuan and Su Qianji. There is still a lot to be done in developing space technology. Advantage. But in the face of time technology, the Empire scientists now have no clue at all, let alone getting started. They don't even know how to explore time technology and are at a loss. Don't be anxious. Take your time. In fact, our development speed has been very fast. Unbelievably fast. We have researched space technology to this level in just hundreds of millions of years. To be honest, I am really surprised. Li Fu also seemed very relaxed at this time and expressed the exclamation in his heart. Isn't it strange? Our Empire advocates Yuanli cultivation. After generations of optimization and improvement, our genes have become extremely good. Coupled with the development of the brain, we have great advantages in scientific research. In addition, our empire is founded on science and technology and encourages the development of science and technology. The population continues to explode and talents continue to emerge. I think these achievements are not surprising, but rather normal. Yu Liang seemed to wish that the empire could develop to level 9 cosmic civilization now. And he spoke in a matter-of-fact tone. Brother Fu, do you think it's a little too fast? Chao Haidao, who had been silent for a long time, also spoke at this time. Like Li Fu, he felt that the current development speed of the empire was too fast and a bit abnormal. Well, I think it's too fast. Even though our empire has many conditions that are conducive to the development of scientists. Based on the development history of the major advanced cosmic civilizations in the universe that we know, our speed is simply unbelievable. Even those 9 level 9 cosmic civilizations are not developing as fast as our empire. The progress of advanced cosmic civilizations in space science and technology is generally measured in hundreds of millions of years. It means making a little progress in the long years of hundreds of millions of years, and slowly and continuously making progress. After a long period of time that is measured in epochs. The final result is then the space was slowly integrated. But although our development speed has been very fast, but according to my original estimate, the empire has spent hundreds of millions of years, at most, integrating several space technologies. It is simply impossible to develop to the point where it has now integrated space technology. The whole integration of technology goes down to the last step. Li Fu nodded solemnly, and then said, in addition, I have also noticed the situation in the universe in the past hundreds of millions of years. In the past hundreds of millions of years, there have been constant disputes and wars in the universe. Many advanced cosmic civilizations have gradually disappeared. The history of the universe in the Long River. There are even cases where level 8 cosmic civilizations have been destroyed. But with the demise of many civilizations, the technology of various advanced cosmic civilizations in the universe seems to be making continuous progress. And the speed of development seems to have suddenly become much faster. The Tianyun Empire that we are familiar with seems to have caught up with the Agamemnon Federation in terms of time technology. The Vantis Empire, an old level 7 cosmic civilization, did not master the integration of space technology at all before. And now it seems that it has not. It has successfully incorporated a bit of space technology. Also, the Sith Empire that originally attacked us seems to be more powerful now. It is said that it has developed the integration of space technology to the final step, and is in the final stage of integration as a whole. In addition, in recent years, it seems that new level 7 cosmic civilizations have been emerging in the universe. This frequency is too frequent. In the past, there were only a few hundred or so appearing in hundreds of millions of years. Now, in the last 100 within 10,000 years, there may be thousands of newly rising level 7 cosmic civilizations emerging. Now it seems that this is not only the rapid development of science and technology in our empire, but also the speed of technological development of civilizations in the entire universe seems to have accelerated all of a sudden. Li Fu's words made everyone present widen their eyes. At first, they were only happy for the technological development of the empire. Now it seems that the civilization and technology in the entire universe are developing rapidly. This phenomenon is really real. It's a little strange. Is this a sign on the eve of a cosmic war? Jinbin frowned and expressed his guess. This possibility is very high. Judging from the current situation in the universe, it seems that the cosmic war should be imminent. The situation in the entire universe is already very turbulent, and the war between advanced cosmic civilizations has gradually begun. Even the top level 8 cosmic civilizations, like the Povena Empire, have not yet joined the war. Li Fu nodded. The war in the universe has always been something that worries him. Although the Empire is in a corner, he still has an understanding of the situation in the universe. The war in the universe has already started a prairie fire. In addition, I think it may also be the principle of Wan Muchuan in front of the sick tree and no destruction. No establishment. The cosmic war destroyed many old advanced cosmic civilizations. So new advanced cosmic civilizations will be born in the universe. If a full-scale cosmic war breaks out, more advanced cosmic civilizations will disappear at a faster rate. I think this is probably the reason why a level 9 cosmic civilization will be born in every cosmic war. One general succeeds, and all bones are withered. It is very likely that this cosmic war is actually to use the method of raising goo insects, so that countless civilizations can kill each other, and finally get the insect king, using the countless civilized races in the universe as nutrients. Eventually, a level 9 cosmic civilization will be born. As soon as Li Fu's conjecture came out, all the high-ranking officials of the Empire present were in disbelief. This imagination was simply boundless. And he could still think like this. But if you think about it carefully, it still seems to make sense. In the past hundreds of millions of years, the turmoil and war in the universe have just begun. But the technological development of civilization in the universe has suddenly accelerated. And with it, the universe is ablaze with war. And technology is developing faster and faster. All kinds of problems that we encountered before, problems that have plagued us for a long time, seem to be solved all at once. And all kinds of talents are constantly emerging, as if luck has suddenly come to us, and we can pick them up while walking on the road. The same as a 5 million lottery ticket. But when I think about it more deeply, I feel that Li Fu's idea has no basis at all. Although war will promote the advancement of science and technology, the rate of science and technology development of civilizations such as the Empire, which has not participated in, has also accelerated. This is a bit confusing. It makes no sense. Furthermore, the birth of this level 9 cosmic civilization has something to do with it. Is it the development of time and technology to its extreme? Or some other factors? The Empire has not figured it out yet. So there is no way to speculate on the level 9 cosmic civilization. Brother Fu, your mind is really big. You can think so far and still talk nonsense seriously. At this time, Yu Liang admired Li Fu from the bottom of his heart, and admired Li Fu's mind. Ha. I'm just making random associations. These level 9 cosmic civilizations are very mysterious. They seem to be indifferent to the disputes between advanced cosmic civilizations in the universe. Their status is very aloof. I always feel that there is something behind this cosmic war. It seems that it has something to do with these level 9 cosmic civilizations. Li Fu smiled, not bothering with Yu Liang's words at all, because this was indeed Li Fu's random conjecture. Let's not worry about these cosmic wars and the like. Now that we are developing rapidly, we can develop well in our own homes with peace of mind. When we have time, we can watch other civilizations in the universe fight. Chow Haidao nodded. This is the current attitude of the Empire. He will not be involved in any disputes in the universe. He will hide in his own 1/3 of an acre of land and live his own small life. No matter whether the universe is in dire straits or there is continuous war, the Empire will not be involved in any disputes in the universe. Not in the mood to get involved. I'm afraid that we want to stay out of it, but often we can't help it. Li Fu smiled, remembering the words in martial arts novels. People can't help themselves in the rivers and lakes. And where there are people, there will be rivers and lakes. And people can escape there. As if to verify Li Fu's words, the Imperial Cabinet Prime Minister Tu Zuilia hurried over at this time, seeming to be very anxious, as if something big had happened. Your Majesty, it's bad. Our divine detection system just sounded the alarm, and a huge team of space pirates is coming towards our Empire's Kyushu Star continent.